our live stream and see if it synchronizes. It says excellent connection, so that's a good sign. Hopefully in a few minutes that starts up. Hate to have it like change. All right, so it looks like we are live, and with that, what we're going to do is just check a little thing here and there, give a few minutes for people to show up so they can start telling us how we're sounding. Okay, good. Got the live stream up here, and well, let's see if we can renew this one. Get it showing up here, and then I'm going. You might hear a sound here for a second of my voice. No. Okay, one upvote already from some wonderful viewer, and with that, we're gonna.
I'm giving you number 2 right here.
Excellent, excellent. And
now number 3.
excellent. Okay, so people are starting to arrive, and everybody let us know about our quality of sound, whether you can hear Mr. Moon and myself. Mr. Moon will be dominating the stage for the beginning. I just asked everyone. Oh, T-Tank Barry, God bless him, says loud and clear from Menlo Park. Good evening. And Knife Fight 420 says loud and clear. God bless them as well. Do not know whether they're male or female. T-Tank Barry, of course, I know to be a male. Knife Fight 420, feel free to share your gender if you wish. And my gratitude to you both. Now let's see if you can both hear Peter Moon. Peter Moon, take it away. Tell everybody to hit the upvotes, all that.
Okay. I'm going to say a few words here. Let me know if you can hear me. If you can't hear me, then there's no point in saying anything because you can't hear me. You don't know that I'm talking. But got to figure out all the angles here. But certainly. So if you can hear me.
I suspect they can. I
suspect they can too. Yeah. However,
matter of fact, let me check the. Keep talking for a few minutes while I check the.
We need to determine whether this is indeed the case.
Yeah.
If they can hear me,
I'm pretty sure they can because I'm seeing the band move back and forth on the OS, the online broadcasting software. Everyone, forgive me. I'm once again got a mouthful of zinc lozenges just because I want to keep my zinc up. And that's, aside from all of that, as soon as that dissolves, I'll be able to talk normally. Right now we have good Mr. Moon to make certain that he gets the messages across that people need to hear. Oh, T-Tank Barry. He says, Peter Moon clear. Both loud and clear.
Thank you, T-Tank.
Yes, and Drill 801 says we can hear both you guys. God bless you, Drill 801. I'm going to presume Drill 801 to be male because I have this stereotype of drills as phallic, but you can clarify if that's not the case. With that, we have a wonderful group of, so far, men, I presume, in the chat room, and also our numbers are increasing. So they will go up this hour. It's been a hell of a 4th of July weekend. A lot of mass shootings. From what I understand, the largest amount of mass shootings that we've ever had on the 4th of July.
Well, that's being independent, isn't it?
Thank God for the Second Amendment. Yeah. All I can say is I could go on about that. Everybody knows I have guns. I love guns. There's got to be some point when we got to do at least something. It's about these guns. I mean, I saw while I was with the Blood Boys up at the estate, one of the random things that came by on the screen that caught my attention because we have background things. Various screens are up, various things going on in the background. Some mass shooting maybe taking place about maybe 5-10 years ago. Some cop responding and shooting somebody who was cutting loose with a firearm in a shopping mall. And it was all from his body camera. And somebody wrote in the comments underneath it, "Oh, this is why we need a Second Amendment." And I couldn't understand the logic. There was no connection there with the Second Amendment. It's a cop responding to an outlaw, to use a Western term, and putting him down like a dog. There's no Second Amendment involved there, unless you're talking about the criminal. At which point, where's the thank God on that? It was bizarre how people think. Is this so? I wish I was there so I could have shot him. It's pretty much the fantasy everyone has. David Fitzsimons says, "Hey guys from Atlantic City." And welcome aboard, David Fitzsimons, a man, to my own wounding, a man who suffered quite a bit and therefore has a bit of my heart in terms of his lifestyle. Obviously, I would like to think anyone who bears firearms would use it for the greater good. Unfortunately, that's not statistically or demographically the norm. So, all that being said, we used to be a nation of hunters, and the proportion of hunters has gone down so drastically compared to the people owning firearms, and the kind of firearms being purchased. Okay, whole different subject. We don't need to go into that now. It's just one of those things that it's kind of like.
I've got a good counter to all of this.
Please.
Should I start in?
It's yours.
Okay. This is something I wanted to say the last few transmissions, although other things came up and I didn't get around to it. And this is I suppose, I didn't intend it because I wasn't thinking about the Second Amendment or guns, because I will say Buddhism, teaches you not to deal with armaments. Don't trade in armaments, don't deal with them. Now, of course, the logic there is you'll be, if you're not stuck in the karma of it, you're not going to become the victim of them. Perhaps that's easier to say than do, but the deeper level you do it on, the better, the more proclivity you have towards not needing them, etc. You have a person like John F. Kennedy, who was a reluctant warrior when it came to the Cold War. He wasn't crazy like his generals, but he had sanctioned the assassination of the president of South Vietnam, I believe it was.
Yes.
And so, it's like what goes around comes around. And it's unfortunate. That's what his job title kind of demanded he do for the situation he was stuck in. And it's one thing to sign off on it. It's another thing to have these, death doers, assassins doing the job, and you're like patting them on the back and when you do that. So, but I wasn't going to go down the angle of Buddhism. What I was going to do was go down the angle of Christianity. And I want people to think. Now, there's a lot of adulteration of the subject of Christianity. If you try and reproduce it in its most pristine, positive, healing form, if you can stretch your mind to get out of the dogma and out of all the adulteration that's taken place on the subject, who can even own what it truly and really is? As Aleister Crowley pointed out so diabolically accurately in his work, The Gospel According to George Bernard Shaw, where he's listening to a lecture by George Bernard Shaw, who is just referring to Christ, quoting him, or not quoting, paraphrasing him, but it's all in George Bernard Shaw's own idea. It has nothing to do with what the New Testament is. And Crowley is literally crucifying George Bernard Shaw because he might as well be making up what he's saying. But he's speaking out of his heart, out of his own idealized version of what Christianity should be or what Jesus would do in this. But, so, however you line the ducks up biblically, semantically, literarily, what I'm saying here, I think it's pretty obvious to assume that there was this incredible meme or zeitgeist of positivity. There's a better world. There's a better way of thinking and being. And also a recognition of the negativities of the world as it was then. They all knew corruption. That's something everybody grows up with in human society. And there was this esprit de corps, this meme that really was taking, there's only two ways to look at it. It was positive as hell, and people could buy into it. It could change lives, the direction of life, fervently, passionately, zealously. Or you can argue that it was all a bunch of mind-controlled humans following an implant. You can look at either two, but let's look at the positivity angle, that it was just incredible positive energy. The Vesica Pisces was the symbol of the fish, the symbol of two spheres interlocking, two dimensions locking in. And it's like, okay, this is the other world. This is, the kingdom of heaven. The kingdom of heaven as a idea gets immediately adulterated because it gets polluted with, let's say imperfect attributions or like even say, oh God, that might be boring. Or the term boring as hell. Well, that can turn one off to the idea. Whereas a true heaven wouldn't be boring. It would be harmonious. It would be happiness. At least these are my projections in terms of positivity. So you have this tremendous positive. That's why I'm saying, what was really going on back in the day of the year, the century, the first century? What was making this character, Saint Stephen, who was the first martyr of Christianity, what was making him so passionate, and what was making the crowd so virulently against him to stone him? And then all of these different martyrdom became the zeitgeist of the Christian era, where it became fashionable to, like in Southern California in the 60s, you were supposed to wear Levi's.
Kind of like the unofficial uniform of the civilians.
Well, yeah, that was for the surfers. If they were going to go out in public, they'd wear a white T-shirt and Levi's. And then the cuffs would be cuffed just ever so tiny, like the tiniest, just the lip would be cuffed up. And that was the in thing. Well, in the Christian times, it was to be martyred. That was the that was the thing. Like, there was a generation ago, kids wanted to be like Mike, grow up and be like Michael Jordan, be this incredible basketball player. Well, okay, be like Mike, yeah. Or there was people who wanted to be like the Beatles. But in the Christian era, when it was, not as same civilization, they wanted to indulge in compassion and love. That was the idea. Now, at some point, the compassion and love gets turned into a political instrument. And then it's totally screwed up. And you have the story of Christ in the Bible, the king, the rightful king, rejects the worldly game, because it's not a game. If he did, and this reminds me of what Joe Matheny once said about occult organizations, and I would declare it to be quite true. He says, if you get involved in an occult organization, the highest you can ever attain to is middle management. You're not going to get higher than that. When you do get higher, you kind of expel yourself from the organization. You're not going to be operating on that wavelength. So so what I'm saying is, for Christ to be taken on the kingship and the political administration of the temple in Jerusalem, he would have become middle management. He couldn't have been any more than middle management, because he would have been dealing with mundanity, which somebody has to deal with. And that's not who he's projected to be. So it all becomes sort of a losing game from the perspective of the true Christ, who's willing to sacrifice himself for all of the salvation of mankind. Now, that whole concept can be a turnoff to people because, it sounds too idealistic, and it's certainly idealistic. People martyr themselves all the time, stupidly. So the prospect of this is not stupid, but it's being purported as an actuality. But beyond that, what was really going on in those times? What were they really? What was going on is the age of Pisces coming on strong, moving from the age of Aries, and the sacrifice of the Lamb and all that, and the ultimate sacrifice of the Lamb is Christ astrologically, and then it moves into the age of Pisces, specifically astrologically, according to Manly P. Hall, which he isolates very succinctly around the time of the Council of Nicaea. That begins the true age of Pisces, and you have the age of darkness. It's an age of darkness. And so, but of course, that age of darkness would be proportional to the amount of light that was being lasered in with this idea of this incredible piece of gospel, which means good news. It's like, how can you feed off of this good news? That becomes the big problem, because, you have organizations arising and any of the churches that are administering this light, but it all gets politically, humanly corrupted, which ultimately each institution has to admit to at some point, to their malfeasance. So it's like you have this just twisted human factor that's going to adulterate whatever comes down the line. It's kind of like the bending of light. When we talk about the bending of light, which, creates the whole universe, it's this light in its pure form. The only way you can start creating visions and pictures and ideas is to bend light. So, but here we're talking about harmonious light, and it gets all bent. And somewhere along the line comes, the weapon factor. And now we're in the realm of Mars. Mars is the warrior planet, the warrior archetype, and we're in a bad way. That's your guns and stuff and all that. It's just one section of the tree of life, and it's a necessary function of the tree of life. But it's like, when you really consider what is it that these people, in the most positive sense, had to convey that could stick to the person. could stick to the spirit, I should say, and enable one to maneuver adroitly, sort of like a running back in football who can run through the, all these tacklers and do it gracefully. We don't really have that. You have people championing the Christian cause, and there's a lot of, what was that word you used about biblical people who were locked into the mind lock?
Yes.
But what's worse than the mind lock is the phony righteousness and exploitation of the flock. It's like, it becomes like a sucker's game. And I was listening to this minister talk on the YouTube because I was interested in his history. I mentioned him. He talked about Alexander the Great. And then he started talking about other things. He started talking about himself. And he said that he says, deceitful. He says, sometimes I am deceitful. I have to admit I'm deceitful. And I'm thinking like, he's pious in his own right. And who is this son of a bitch telling me he's deceitful? I don't respect, admire, or appreciate that. Because if he's sitting there saying he's deceitful and he's preaching gospel and he's got a congregation, and I guess I'm not picking at him. I'm not picking at his scholarship. I might not agree with everything he's saying, but I'm not heavily disagreeing with it. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm listening to it. But the only thing that really turned me off is when he started saying he's deceitful. I am deceitful sometimes. Well, I don't respect that in a minister.
What do you think possessed him to say that?
Some sort of honesty. Some sort of honesty and misuse of power, misunderstanding of his own power.
Interesting.
It's like he should be setting an example. Now, maybe setting an example saying, look, but I'd like to know what the damn deceit is because no, I wouldn't ordinarily care. If he came, but if he's like deceiving his flock, deceiving them for money, this is not acceptable to me. Not that I really have a say in it or really care that much.
Right.
But what's he being deceitful? Is he deceitful with his wife?
It's a bizarre kind of exposure of oneself in a moment of some kind of weakness or something prompting him, as you say, some sense of conscience that provoked him to confess in a very real sense publicly. By the way, here's the hyperlink to the transmission. We've got a good number of people already here, including some wonderful people in the chat room, such as Noticer Relovushin, or now simply Noticer, which is trademarked. And she mentions sell your cloak and buy a sword. Jesus in Luke chapter 22, verse 36. And definitely appreciate it there. Because, of course, there are many warrior concepts that are conveyed by Christ or in the Bible, and they are never really emphasized. People tend to emphasize the quote-unquote the love bomb aspect. And
yes, but I also say that's more metaphorical, the sword.
Can be.
What does the sword mean? The sword could mean, the Excalibur type sword, the sword and the stone. The sword is a, and it's one of the elements of air, and it's like the pen is mightier than the sword, sort of thing. It's like using a sword. Yeah, it's a fight, and it's a, what do you call it? The fight of.
With the spiritual struggle, the power against powers and principalities.
Yes, because I think he deters Peter, who takes a sword to one of the guards and cuts off one of the ears in the Garden of Gethsemane. And I think Christ restrains him, Peter, if I recall.
Yeah.
Go Go ahead. Go
Oh,
ahead.
there's different iterations of the story, but I think
There
you got
is.
the general. I think you got the general pattern there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, if Christ was a warrior in the sense of physical warrior, no, he wasn't. He would have organized himself differently. I can also give you a qigong metaphor for Christ, and this portrays him as needing some corrective action, which is the ancient way of disciples was to have 12 around the one. And that is based upon what Buckminster Fuller called the closed packing of spheres. If you have a sphere, the oracle, meaning the Christ or whoever, whatever reference frame you have, he's surrounded by 12 spheres. Now, if you put a marble, a round marble, you can put 12 marbles of the same size around that marble. And you'll have a bigger sphere. This is why you have 12 around one. A coven is 13.
Yes.
You have the 12 disciples. You have the 12 signs of the zodiac. And this was ancient martial arts, ancient qigong, Taoist qigong. You'd have 12 disciples, your main men, around you, and they, or women, whatever they were, and they would be the oracle, the great teacher, the great lama, and he'd be surrounded by 12 who would protect him and insulate him. And in the case of the story of Christ, you have the one who is the scorpion, Judas, who betrays the master. And that's one of the, weaknesses, or vulnerability is perhaps a better word for this type of energy, where you have betrayal. And here's you have the deceitful minister or the deceitful teacher and all this sort of thing. And when you look at all these people who've been hurt by cults, by Scientology, for example, at some point they feel betrayed. Now, they may attribute it to Hubbard, they may attribute it to David Miscavige, or they may attribute it to underlings who were doing ill against them, whether they believed it was in the name of one or the other. So it's like it doesn't matter who caused the betrayal, they experienced the betrayal, just as Christ did. In the case of Christ, you have this story of being him totally cognizant of the betrayal and allowing it to happen, which is very Taoist, and saying, okay, the problem with that rendition, or I shouldn't say rendition, paradigm, is that you have to deliver yourself, because you have to tap into what he's tapped into. You have to he can be Taoist. Yeah, they kill me. I'm fine. I'm here, I'm letting everything loose. I'm yielding, which is a whole technique. For example, if you go up against a great Tai Chi person, you go to push hands with, they're going to be light as butter. They're not going to be against you. So, what more lighter butter than you can be? Say, yeah, crucify me. And so there's so many ways to look at this paradigm. And so, yes, and that's the great way of the warrior in Taoism, is to do nothing, is to act without inaction. So you can criticize Christ as somebody who couldn't deliver the goods. And by the same token, we can criticize Radu Sinamar for not delivering the goods, just telling the story. We can criticize everybody who hasn't saved us for not delivering the goods. What about the person who, what about some cure for some illness you have, and nobody tells you the goods, nobody told you. You can go this, you can go here, and whose fault is that? That's unfortunate circumstance. Nobody told you could go to this doctor and get cured, whereas this doctor will, give you something that's ineffective or at worst toxic. So it's like, wow. It's like, so all of the burden comes down to yourself. In the end, it comes down to yourself. It doesn't mean, and then there's this idea of a Messiah who can be the great deliverer, the great FedEx man that will deliver it to your front door. But God forbid the instructions on the VCR because you can't understand them. And that's kind of what we have with any of the great, or, whether it be the Bible or the Quran. It's all subject to interpretation and misinterpretation. So it's like, it's like a big VCR manual to somebody. And none of these books are as tough as a VCR manual. But I'd say the VCR, even without the manual, is probably easier to operate than the switchboard to heaven. So
yes.
Now, you brought up something very interesting in last transmission about your ability to process data as a result of taking the plasma, getting the plasma put into you,
Mm-hmm.
The
Yes.
nanoplasma. You could process data. So I think we take this back to when I met you in 2014 for the first time, and I, asked you where all the intelligence came from that you had, and you said, "Well, it couldn't be my father. It must be my mother." But where I think if you could answer me more candidly now, it would be from the plasma. I didn't even know about the plasma at the time, but it would be from the plasma. So, at least in part, not 100%.
Understood.
But because you already wanted an increase in ability to process data. But the point of it is, Douglas was saying he was processing data, his memory was so photographic and such an increased perception. And this can happen to anybody on certain hallucinogenic drugs. Your ability to manifest, create, imagine, and process data can go to a super hero level, at least in your own mind.
Right.
And then he's talking about it's too much to process.
Yes.
It's too much.
Yes.
So therefore, it's like the faucet is full on. You can tolerate, if you put on the faucet to wash your hands or brush your teeth, you put it on at the level that's just right. If you put it on full on, it's going to irritate the hell out of you.
Yes.
Or having any faucet full on will generally irritate you, if not make a mess. If it doesn't make a mess, just the flow of it's going to irritate you. So maybe not super irritating, but nevertheless, it's too much. And this is a principle that L. Ron Hubbard identified specifically, and you'll find it in his book, Problems of Work. And I remember when Paula was having trouble with her job, it was a challenging job. I had her read that book, and she really got a lot out of it. And enabled her to improve her job and get better job after better job. I mean, it's not just that book, but, but the thing is that he isolates a principle in that book called, what he coins the word is randomity. In other words, you want a proper ratio of random motion to non-random motion or predictable motion. So in other words, if you're engaged in an activity, let's say ping pong, all back and forth, you're mediocre to not very good at the game. Okay, slow. It's fine. You're having fun. You may lose, you may win, but it's just slow. And then you have some guy who's just slamming the ball and it's just way too fast and it's just too much random motion. You can't contain it. Or you throw somebody out into a brawl. Say the guy's a good fighter. He's not afraid of taking on people one-on-one. He's okay. You put him out into a brawl where punches are coming from anywhere and everywhere, and then you throw some knives and weapons into it, it's too much. It's too much for anybody but some, super hero martial artist in a kung fu movie.
Right.
But in other words, that's too much randomity. So when you have data that you can predict, it's like, and then when you have data just like downloading too much information, that's a phrase that's been around since the advent of the information age. Too much TMI.
Yes.
We didn't have TMI 30 years ago.
That's true.
So too much information is how do you process information? And so we have algorithms, we have computers, and what L. Ron Hubbard had, and we go back to his, he formulated Dianetics in his book, Evolution of a Science. It's all based upon a computer format of how to process data.
Wow.
Even to the point where he says, in a calculator, if you have the 7 key held down, no matter what, it's going to produce wrong numbers. And he called these held down 7s. So if person's going to suppress everything that's said in the name of Douglas Dietrich or by Douglas Dietrich or Peter Moon or anybody else, it's going to produce wrong answers because you're holding down that key and you're condemning the data.
Yes.
You're denying the data. And this is what happens in our world, is we have held down 7s. We have censorship. Like, well, we're not going to listen to Douglas Dietrich. Like Peter Moon stuff can't be on there. No. We've got to put up Ancient Aliens. We've got to, say that Roswell's reverse technology of aliens, and we've got to keep these people spewing bullshit. And this is a form of what Hubbard would call the reactive mind. But this is a collective reactive mind. And this is the reactive mind collectively that's ruining and killing humanity, which is very much the province of the Chichewa, the kings of Edom, and any other group that is so similarly aligned. And this stuff goes back to the advent of the universe as we know it. It's like, I also want to say something about magic. One of, and I'm going to address this when we bring up the shadow people, is that, well, maybe I should go into the shadow people now, but this whole idea, the beginning of Christianity, what was this good news? What was it really? What were they processing? At some point, it just becomes a team of mules dragging shit. That's not to say that the wagons they're dragging don't have some medicine in them, and Christian people who help people, and not that there isn't good done in the name of Christianity, but it's such a problem unto itself that you've got Time magazine coming out with a headline in the 60s, "Is God Dead?" Of course, God they're referring to is the God we all knew, heard about, or grew up with in the Christian religion. That concept is being antitheticized. It's now, you've got the rise of the Church of Satan. You've got Michael Aquino starting to spread his wings. You've got the Age of Aquarius hair musical, which is completely not in alignment with traditional Christianity. In those days, the only place you could gamble legally was in Nevada. Now you can gamble anywhere because it's revenue generating. It's like we don't have Christian morality as we knew it in the 1960s. And this offends many people on the right. They're deeply offended by the loss of their values system being accepted by society. But in any case, this is, this world of God, and of course that world had problems too. So it all comes down to existential, what's the word? Chess. The
Yes.
paradigm you're living in now. And what is it about you that needs to, how are you going to maneuver your life? Because you can argue about all of this stuff, but it all comes down to yourself. Now, I was forwarded today by a friend of mine who was very moved by the last newsletter I had sent to her, the Montauk Pulse, which I encourage people to subscribe to at skybooksusa.com.
Yes.
This newsletter talked about my dream workshop, and I also sent her some of the older newsletters that showed about the astrological alignments for this summer, for the August date that I'll be doing. But when she read about the Chichewa, which I gave a very succinct description of who they were and what they did and how this relates to the dream workshop I'll be doing, she wanted to know if I'd ever heard of the shadow people.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I'm not sure what you mean. And basically, well, they attack you in your sleep. They attack you in your sleep. And so she told me of this article, and she sent it to me. And this is an article, now curiously written. It's called Why Sleep Paralysis Makes You See Ghosts. Now, this is from it looks like Time magazine, by Baland Jalal, March 3rd, 2023. Now, I don't know if this is a angle at what Douglas has said about the Chichewa. I don't know that it is, but he is a neuroscientist at Harvard University, Department of Psychology. He was previously a visiting researcher at Cambridge University, where he completed his PhD with the School of Clinical Medicine, Department of Psychiatry. If Harvard doesn't indict him as a potential informationalist, Cambridge does. But, I can't say, but he's obviously a neuroscientist who's taking this subject seriously. And this is his article. It's written with a lot of writing skill. And you don't expect writing skill from a doctor. You really don't. It's usually very dry.
That's quite true.
And this is not dry. This is written by somebody who could be a novelist. Imagine waking up in pitch darkness, paralyzed from head to toe. You try to scream, but can't. Suddenly you realize there is a ghost with bloody fangs hovering over you. Before you know, the creature violently attacks you. Now, this does not sound like a doctor. Well, this sounds like something out of a horror movie. Experiences like this, called sleep paralysis, are quite common, as shown in our research in more than 6 countries. Sleep paralysis upon falling asleep or awakening, affects about 1 in 5 people. That's a lot. I didn't know it was that many. If being paralyzed when waking up isn't chilling enough, some people worldwide encounter terrorizing bedroom intruders, ranging from magical witches and demons to blood-sucking vampires. These surreal sights can best be described as a nightmare coming alive before your eyes. But why does sleep paralysis occur? And crucially, why does it come with these uncanny visions? Although the science behind the bodily paralysis is now understood, that's in red, it says now understood, it has remained a mystery why you might see a ghost. Sleep paralysis occurs at the transition between wakefulness and rapid eye movement, sleep, or REM sleep. During this stage of sleep, you have crisp, lifelike dreams. To prevent you from acting out these dreams and hurting yourself, your brain temporarily paralyzes your entire body. This transition is tightly controlled by chemicals that tilt you between sleep and wakefulness. But sometimes you wake up while you're still under the spell of REM paralysis, leaving you stuck. In a sense, wakefulness and the dream world collide. I don't necessarily endorse everything he says here. It's what he's saying. And now he says, and this kind of like, and this isn't what I was referring to, this kind of defeats his whole mindset. He says, based on over a decade of research, we've developed a theory to explain. That's not science. I mean, that's postulating a theory. We've developed it's just throwing out a theory is what it is. It's not conclusive.
That's right.
It might be right, but he's saying we developed a theory. It's a theory. That's all it is, based upon a decade of research. Now we'll see how good the theory is, because I don't know. We've developed a theory to explain how your brain conjures up these compelling images. Instead of epic encounters with otherworld entities, these visions reflect natural disruptions to your brain's ability to generate a unified sense of self. Now, this is an extremely unscientific approach, because he says instead of epic encounters with otherworld entities, he's disincluded that. He's thrown it out with the bathwater. He's not saying it could be. He's making a theory without otherworld entities. But this is a theory, and this is not a scientific mind.
Right.
But he's a neuroscientist. These visions reflect natural disruptions to your brain's ability to generate a unified sense of self. The feeling we all have of being anchored here and now in our bodies. Well, these are a disruption to your natural sense of self. I feel firmly grounded in my own flesh and bone and not someone else's body. I feel my arms belong to me and not you. This sense of embodiment arises in the brain. Phenomena like this provide penetrating insights into how your sense of self comes about and how fragile this can be. So he's saying it's disrupting your unified sense of self. And that is obviously what's happening. I don't disagree with that. But he's, instead of encounters with otherworld entities. I could make an argument on his side to say otherworld entities, if they're otherworld entities, they're still disrupting yourself. But they can be entities. It's your ability to resist them. Okay, so he says, sleep paralysis can cause spooky sensations of floating outside your body or gazing down upon yourself from the bedroom ceiling. Many cultures, like in Egypt and some parts of Italy, believe sleep paralysis to be natural in nature. Out-of-body experiences are often described as a type of astral travel where the self leaves the physical body, journeying into a parallel dimension. But out-of-body experiences can reliably be reproduced in the laboratory. Now, I've never heard anybody say that. He's saying out-of-body experiences can be reliably be reproduced in the laboratory. I've never heard that. I've heard people saying that Hubbard could never reproduce them.
Interesting.
Because he was advocating that. So now they're saying they can do what Scientology could do or purported to do. He says, now maybe he's telling the truth here. He says, we simply disrupt a brain region called the temporoparietal junction. Temporoparietal junction. TEMPOROPARIETAL junction.
Cool.
Temporoparietal junction in the parietal lobes, the top middle part. Now, this area that he's talking about sounds very similar to where they would do a lobotomy or a transorbital leucotomy, where they would be, destroying your brain. This is what it sounds like to me. But he's saying we disrupt a brain region. Now that's if you're taking an ice pick to it. He might just be, doing it electronically. He says this area helps build your body image, and it's important for your ability to distinguish between self and other. Normally, it is turned off during REM sleep, which is why your sense of self is loosened up during dreams. You can see yourself from a third-person perspective, like a Netflix movie, yet other times you're catapulted into another person's body. This is a lot of projection. But it's different when you actually go out of the body and you can see stuff. You know, that's something else entirely different. But more horrifying than becoming a ghost is encountering one. According to our research, around 40% of all sleep paralysis experiencers report hallucinating during the episode. These often include seeing terrifying ghosts. The shadow-like creatures typically lurk in the corner of the bedroom, slowly approaching in on the sleeper before violently choking and suffocating him and crushing his chest. There's your going right for your breath, the choke.
Of course.
Sleepers even report being sexually molested by this demonic figure.
Of course.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, of course. Again, typical behavior of the show. But go on, yes.
Yeah, this is the Greys, you know, abducting women and stuff like that.
Yes.
My colleague, V.S. Ramachandran, and I argue that these vivid visions actually result from straightforward brain mechanisms. During sleep paralysis, disturbances to your sense of self or body image can occur. This idea was partially sparked by the observation that people who are born with a missing arm can experience phantom limbs, that is, feel a powerful presence of their missing arm. Research on phantom limbs suggests we all have a hardwired body map in our brain. Put simply, when a person born with no arm experiences a phantom arm, they feel the presence of the arm, and that is part of their internal body template. And he calls this homunculus. I don't know why he calls this a homunculus. I think that is just an abomination of the word homunculus.
Interesting. They're using that in the sense that it's kind of a fallback. It's a fallback for neurologists.
Quotes. He does put it in quotes, but I find it a misuse of the term. This map may be wired up with emotional and visual centers in your brain, dictating your innate attraction to the human shape and not, say, to the form of a cat, a horse, or at least for most of us. My friend Madeline Suozo, who practiced regenesis, eventually developed her own system called Original Way before she passed away, taught me that there was the blue dot theory from Wilhelm Reich's work. And the blue dot theory is there is a perfect blueprint within this blue dot. The blue might be figurative in the DNA that can reproduce the entire body. And she would do this work to tap into that blue dot in your DNA to regenerate a healthy arm, a healthy, in my case, it was a healthy psoas muscle, and fixed my back in about 20 minutes, which, you know, caused an undying love for her forever. It was so effective and so good. But be that as it may, this blue dot would apply, because if you had a person born without a limb, he still got all of his genetics from whoever originally didn't have a missing limb. So yeah, that would all be there. But this person is completely throwing out the whole idea of what Scientologists would call exteriorization, what he also refers to astral projection, or lamas who go out of the body and this, that, and the other thing. And it's not limited to them, but it seems like this guy's he's got to stay in a certain paradigm to be what he considers acceptable science. And he's pandering to a viewpoint that is, as I was saying in the last transmission about, the fifth house of Leo being, you're not supposed to be listening for approval of other people. And when you're playing in this role that he's in with academia, you've got to kiss everybody's ass. And the kissing of the ass is more important than convincing them of the truth of your theory. That's too hard. And I remember the story of this baseball player, I think his name was Mike Marshall, who had all of this advanced techniques on how to throw for pitchers. And nobody would listen to him because baseball is an old boy network and they do things very traditionally. And it's very hard to change them. As Joe Namath, the football player, said, he recovered his brain from all this brain injury with oxygen therapy, going into oxygen tanks. And he recovered his, he cured himself of concussion because he had a lot of concussions in football. It was the oxygen that repaired it because he had some problems with alcoholism and stuff like that. And he was really screwing up, but he's a very sharp guy. And he said that, he tried to talk to the National Football League about it, and they're close. They won't listen. They won't listen. Now, I think that's even the case with the concussion protocols they have now. They take more care and concern because they have to, but I don't think they use the oxygen therapy on these people.
No.
I don't know. I don't keep up to date on that. Okay, so here's back to this doctor. When you realize that you're paralyzed, the motor cortex in your brain involved in initiating movement fires signals to the body to move, escape the paralysis. It also sends additional messages to the parietal lobes, just like emails when we copy in an additional recipient. This brain area monitors the neurons firing signals to move, but isn't detecting any actual movement in your limbs, which are temporarily paralyzed. Such mismatching messages impact how your brain generates your sense of self. Hungry for input from your body, your brain will attempt to clear the confusion by constructing your body image for you. Fill in the blanks, sort of like Google autocomplete. This can lead to eerie hallucinations like seeing yourself rotating in the air like a tornado, or sinking into the bed as if drowning in quicksand, or your body may project out there in space. You have an out-of-body experience. What he's doing is he's degrading the out-of-body experience. There are some OBEs that are like what he's saying, no question about it. But he's also degrading the more pure or exalted form. Also what he says here, now, he's basically saying mismatching messages impact how your brain generates your sense of self. Hungry for input, your brain will attempt to clear the confusion by constructing your body images. It can lead to eerie hallucinations, like seeing yourself rotating in the air like a tornado, or sinking into the bed as if drowning. Now, this makes me think of my friend Nicole, who took me to Transylvania, and she told me her story when she was 6. She had this experience where her crown chakra was activated, and she rose up out of her head and felt Jesus, rotating.
Wow.
And she was like, and now all of a sudden she could read the Bible, and she was only 6.
Boo! Oh.
And her parents didn't know what to do with her, so they took her to the church. Were they religious? Evidently no. But every Romanian, has at least an acknowledgement of the church. They took her to the church where she became an indoctrinated Orthodox, Romanian Orthodox Christian. It's kind of like, wow, because she could read the Bible. It was like something came into her. She's very intelligent. She's very gifted. And what I really love about her, although she has this religion, she appreciates me and loves me, not only as a human, but for my wisdom. She accepts what I have to offer. She highly respects me and what I have to offer. And it's like she gets me. It's not exactly like we're both Republicans or we're both Democrats. And I've kind of like underestimated how close we were. because we weren't physical, but we could have been. If I would have, played that game. But it's like we just have tremendous respect for each other, and tremendous. But I'm saying is, this wasn't a little girl who's getting mixed messages from her brain. This stuff's coming from the outside. It's coming from somewhere, where all of a sudden she can read the Bible, and she's getting images of Jesus. She's getting, downloaded in some way, shape, or form, which is completely conducive to all the monasteries up in the area where she lives. So she's like getting some sort of quote unquote straight dope. And she learned English so she could speak with David Anderson. That's why she learned English. By the time she met me, which was many years later, she was doing pretty good. Now she teaches in English in China. She's a master of languages. If I ever bring her to San Francisco, Douglas, she can speak Chinese with you.
Yes.
See how we understand each other.
Yes.
So anyway, I read this article and I'm saying they're downgrading an experience like hers into, the brain trying to. This is like she's channeling the energy of Romania, for lack of a better way to put it.
Yes.
Which is very Christian. In other words, he says, the brain is a prediction machine, always in the business of generating internal models of the world and what your body might be up to next, and will try to live up to those expectations. So how would this cause you to see ghosts, you might ask? We have proposed 3 key mechanisms that we believe play a role. First, we proposed that circuits critical for understanding the intentions of others may be involved. Ordinarily, when you see the world from another person's perspective, you don't literally feel like you're leaving the body. You don't have an out-of-body experience. This is because the activity of these circuits is kept in check by sensory feedback from your body and front brain areas. But during REM sleep, there is no feedback from your body, and front brain regions are sluggish. In effect, neurons that help you distinguish between yourself and others become too active, causing the barrier between self and others to dissolve, just like during dreams. Accordingly, merely imagining a virtual body, a bedroom intruder may manifest as a literal hallucinated body with agency and intentions. Second, your brain is a statistical machine and a master storyteller. It is prone to linking events around you. Paralysis, crushing chest pressure, and choking sensations, unfortunate remnants of REM sleep, can be conveniently spun into a coherent story. Your brain goes, what is the chance of these events to occur by random chance? Probably 0. Therefore, a bedroom intruder is to blame. At this point, your brain will pull from memory regions to complete the narrative. I'm pinned down and strangled by a ghost sitting on my chest. This is somebody who's trying to explain away.
Yes, rationalize.
He's trying to explain away. And there's elements of truth in what he's saying, for sure, because your mind is trying to reconcile experience. That's what the brain does. There's things you don't understand, and the brain wants answers. So it will reconcile stuff. But I had a hell of a dream last night where it's taken me to a sacred area, ostensibly in Romania. And it's like, oh boy, I'm going there. I mean, it was deep. And it was like going to Stonehenge or something. It wasn't Stonehenge, but it was reminiscent of such an ancient place. And I'm saying, like, okay, my mind's picking up on the future. But it's better, so what do I do? Give myself all the credit for that? That's inside of me? No, that's out there. And I'm picking up on it. It's, I could say it's inside of me if I was the whole collective unconscious. We can all tap into that. So this guy he's got a rational mind, but he's like he's trying to, box things in. And it might be interesting to listen to him, but it's myopic and prejudicial in the way he writes. And he's still a good writer. I just don't like what he's saying all the time. Seeing is not a passive activity of your brain receiving signals from the outside world, but also happening from the inside out. Your brain's best guess of what is out there. Third, neurochemical fluctuations in your brain may create just the right environment for these ghostly visions. Serotonin is famous for improving depression, is used by the brain to wake up a sleeping person. But during sleep paralysis, massive invasion of wakefulness into REM sleep could instead flood your brain with this chemical substance. This may titillate the so-called serotonin 2A receptor, a doorway through which serotonin talks with the brain. This receptor is also excited by psychedelic drugs like LSD and psilocybin, causing mystical experiences. In quotes, intensely tickling this receptor is known to make you prone to ascribe meaning to otherwise meaningless things and triggers irresistible fear. It creates the right chemical cocktail for a ghost to flourish, turning a physiological experience like sleep paralysis into a chilling supernatural encounter. Now, I feel like he's getting in over his head here. And so now what he's going into is the prospect of an LSD they call a bad trip. It's like this guy, he's at Harvard. He should read all the LSD research of Timothy Leary, which has got to be somewhere there, which was very clinical, if outrageous. And like, Leary could probably pick this guy apart and teach him a lot. But the thing is, what is a bad trip? What I haven't really focused on this before, but a bad trip is when you're in quantum resonance with bad vibes and you're feeding the bad vibes. And that's why you have traditionally, what do they call them, a guru or whatever. You'd have I forget what they call the name. I think it's called him a handler. A guide. Called him a guide.
Okay.
And the guide's going to guide you out of that. What's going on? Oh God, I'm seeing ghosts. Okay. All right. Don't look at the ghosts. Let me, here's this beautiful flower. Make this flower purple. And you take them out of it. And then what's going to happen is that guy is going to feel such a bonding with the guide. And that guide can use the bonding, to, stabilize him. And he's just going to feel love and affinity from that guide who takes him out of that bad trip. And he's going to go back to that guide. And that creates a loving experience with a guide. And that's your quantum resonance, which Douglas was talking about in the last episode. That's quantum physics or magic.
Yes.
It's so right there, intensely tickling this receptor is okay, making this stuff meaningless. Meaningless things, ascribe meaning to meaningless things. Well, here he's moving into the realm of meaningful coincidences and triggers irresistible fear. It can do that. Anyway, I'm going to go a little deeper into that, how to get yourself out of a bad trip, but without a guide. Finally, it has remained a grand mystery why people tend to see faceless shadow creatures, silhouettes, during sleep paralysis. Well, my first answer to that would be, why do you see a faceless person? Is because those shadow creatures don't want to be identified.
Yes.
It has more to do with them.
Yes.
This surely adds to the mystery of the experience. It is difficult to defend yourself against an elusive, shape-shifting demon. As the saying goes, men fear most that which they cannot see. It leaves room for imagination to run amok. So why might this be the case? I've proposed that we can thank the lazy nature of our visual system for these faceless shadow monsters. As Ramachandran and Blakeslee said, one of the most important principles in vision is that it tries to get away with as little processing as it can to get the job done. It's always in the business of taking shortcuts. Creating a crude cartoon sketch of the ghost requires less costly brain computing power than hallucinating a detailed creature with minute facial features, color and depth, and so on. Conceptually filling in those details would require recruiting broader and specialized neural networks like visual associative cortices and the medial temporal lobe. Now, this is very important what he says here. He's saying that the brain wants to shortcut everything because, look, it's trying to be cost effective in terms of its processing power. And this is right to what I was talking about with plasma, the nanoplasma that Douglas was subjected to and has in his body now. So he's talking about he could look at things in great detail. LSD will give you this facility, and other psychedelics. You know, you could go look at the skin of a horned toad and see the Rosetta Stone or something. But it would all be in a different pattern. And you say, God, this is just like the Rosetta Stone. And the Rosetta Stone would be there in your mind, but you're seeing it in a different form, a language that you can't describe, and they meet totally, and you see that, oh God, these things are completely connected. But when you come down, you really can't explain them. There's the connection, and it's kind of like our friend Ian West trying to, throw a theory like mud on a slab. And he's got an idea that he can relate to deeply. That's why he relays it. But when he throws the mud on the slab, certainly doesn't convince you. I mean, that's what happened with the last thing he was showing on the
yes.
I mean, but there's probably something underneath that. And you were even saying that. Yeah, but what is it? Yes. He couldn't bridge it. He couldn't bridge it. But that's the thing, and it puts the burden on the explainer. So, hallucinating a detailed creature with minute facial features, color, and depth, and so on. Filling these holes would require, you've got to start bringing more stuff in to do the job. Now, this tells me that the nanoplasma that Douglas has in his body was able to do that recruiting and was able to connect his neural networks in a way that it hadn't before. It was giving him super computing power in his own super brain. Now, look, we've all heard the idea that there's only, we only use 10% of our brain.
Yes.
Well, here's, more than 10% of your brain. And I've also written in Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal about the Goetia, the 72 Goetia, or the networks of the brain that correspond to the circle, to every, 72 times 5 is 360 degrees. These are the astrological components of 72 parts of a circle, degrees, and each one of those 5 degrees equates into the 5 elements, the 5th element being Shin, which manipulates the earth, air, water, fire, and each Jin has a ability to move that part of the zodiac, whether it be fire of Aries or water of Pisces, and they have different names. And that's what, the names of Goetia, and they're barbarous names because they're foreign. And this is not necessarily what Aquino was invoking. It's not necessarily not what he was invoking. I can't say what he's invoking because I'm not that familiar with it.
Right.
But these are elements of the brain and of the unused sections of the brain. Now, what are the jinn known for? Traditionally, they can manifest anything. I'll give you 3 wishes. I want to see Marilyn Monroe naked on the Oscar Mayer hot dog car. You know, and it's being pulled along by Joe DiMaggio in a raincoat. You know, he's pulling it along. You know, like, now, the jinn could manifest that. I mean, your 3 wishes, whatever. They could manifest it. How would they manifest it? By tapping in to the neural powers and manifesting it. Now, first off, if you're hallucinating, you're going to see Marilyn Monroe like you've never seen her before. You're going to see the Oscar Mayer hot dog car, and it's going to be really, that yellow is going to be really yellow, bright. And Joe DiMaggio is going to be in some raincoat, and he'll look more like a fisherman instead of a baseball player, sort of downtrodden because he's, you know, pulling Marilyn along, and she's a more beautiful, if not a bigger star. And those 2 famous people. And but I'm saying is, now if you want to take it up a notch and do it physically, now you're going into the time. Now you're tapping into the realm of David Anderson and into the realm of actually changing time. And you're taking Joe off of one timeline and projecting him onto another. It may not be the same Joe DiMaggio, you know, from the 1940s and 50s, but you've got a timeline with all these characters there. And that's the point I'm saying is, the jinn, which are the orchestrators of this part of the zodiac, they're like a neural pattern that can go into the neural factors of the universe. There's neurons in the universe, physical, or they correspond to the neurons in our brain. So it's like they're going to, no, this is very, very far out stuff. But what I'm trying to say is, this neural power of networking, it's like, it's too much. You know, nobody needs to do that vision of Marilyn Monroe. It's just, you know, it's just too much. It's going to take too much out of you. Whereas the jinn could do it because it doesn't matter. They're not corporeal creatures.
Yes.
They don't care. They could do it. But then you're now in a relationship with them. It's probably too much for you to handle. You know, if King Solomon couldn't fulfill the whole game, you know, good luck to you. But the point of it is, this jump-started the hell out of Douglas's mind. It's like, this is the plasma. This is the increased computing power. Mm-hmm. He's had to ratchet it down. Sort of like Emperor Hirohito was ratcheting up the yellow fever virus. You know, or Anthony Fauci was ratcheting up gain of function research for the COVID stuff.
Yes.
It's like, okay, so this is ratcheting it down, because it becomes just like yellow fever, you know, a little bit is tolerable. Too much of it gets you sick.
Yeah.
And too much of it gets you very sick. So too much of anything, you know, is too much of anything. It becomes toxic. And this goes back to what I say, the randomity, the ratio of predicted motion to unpredicted motion. What's comfortable? What is comfortable? And then this was Hubbard's, you know, this is how he viewed things. And he had so many people in motion, doing so many organizations, running things from his research room, ordering people about here. Like, he was a highly functional operation, doing stuff that no human being would be running an operation like that. Way too busy. And then he had other people being busy. being busier than he was, perhaps, or as busy, maybe not as efficient. And, he keeps doing all this stuff, neural networks going all over the place, that he ends up, pissing off a lot of people in very powerful places. But so be it. When paralyzed and faced with a predator during sleep paralysis, it makes more sense for the brain to use its limited computing power to more urgent tasks to help secure your survival here and now. Like making out the ghost's rough shape and size, spatial location, decoding its intentions, and surveying the room for exit routes. So now all of a sudden, you're paralyzed and you become aware and you say, I've got to, just come back into my body and get out of this trouble zone. Which, of course, makes sense. Indeed, exhaustive visual processing offers no adaptive advantages. The brain can get away with much more simple computation, rely on early stage visual centers, and still get the job done. In effect, such perceptual shortcuts may result in people seeing faceless shadow creatures during sleep paralysis. Overall, our theory fits previous observations. When the temporal parietal junction is disrupted using an electric current, instead of having an out-of-body experience, you sense a shadowy figure. Yes. Now they're putting electrodes into the brain here. The ghost-like double is perceived to stand behind you, mimicking your postures. Similarly, there is a striking resemblance between sleep paralysis hallucinations and those triggered by hallucinogenic drugs, suggesting shared neurobiology. I highly recommend this guy. If not, he's not able to get his research papers, read the research papers of Timothy Leary, which they might be being fed to him in different language for this guy to study, and also John Lilly. But as always in science, experiments like brain imaging should verify this account. Now, this is such a stupid statement, but as always in science, experiments like brain imaging should verify this account. Science isn't should. It does. Ghost visions have undoubtedly puzzled terrified spectators throughout history, but we are now for the first time beginning to explore what may be happening inside your brain when you see a ghost. The brain is without question vastly more mysterious than I could ever have dreamt of. Now, so he kind of, it's all a mystery. And of course, how would he handle stories of the Cho?
He's handling them now. I mean, that's pretty much what this is. It's just his way of handling them. It's kind of like he turns them into an abstract symbol as opposed to dealing with them as something solid. Something like Carl Gustav Jung was dealing with the UFO phenomenon as an abstract. He was dealing with the symbolic effects of the subconscious mind. And so to him, the UFO phenomenon was a product of the subconscious mind. Or at least that was his propaganda to put Americans in their place. And so this individual is propagandizing so that people do not take the Cho seriously. They feel the problem is themselves. This is the classic blame the victim. So he's having the victim.
Scientists now answering sleep paralysis, probably in response to you. But now this friend of mine, she got, triggered by reading the newsletter I wrote about the Chichewa.
Of course.
And she said, have you heard of the shadow people? I said, no. And well, basically when she described them, which you just heard, they are the Cho.
Yes.
But this is what happened to her. Now, she wrote me, I'm not going to read it. I don't know that she wants me to, because she likes to remain secret and anonymous. Yes. But she told me of an experience she had when she's not originally from the United States, but when she came here and she was like dreaming, a dark human trembling on her chest, breathing, getting in her face, crawling on her knee. She sees a pencil sketch of a schizo artist. She's scared, trapped inside a horror realm. Then she's starting to, she's knows she's far away from her parents. She's in another country. Eyes popping, lips blocking, almost breathless, almost dying, feeling helpless, but surviving. Fear. Wasn't paralyzing fear, but the muscles wouldn't twitch. And then she rolls her brain together and she says 2 words: disappear, disappear. And the bastard wasn't there. And now she revives. And she says she fooled her own mind, close to her mom and dad. In other words, she willed herself back, telling this thing to disappear. She took her own power back.
Yeah.
And when she told me this, I told her, I said, this is the first time I've really seen her power. Seen her power as an individual. She's a very intelligent person. But, you know, this was a very powerful, motion she did inside of her own mind, inside of her own brain. But when I talked to her about this before reading her write-up, it was basically she made a decision. She worded it differently in the email, but she made a decision. And this is a very important staple of magic, which is called, and you'll read it in Aleister Crowley's Magic Theory and Practice, called the postulate. The postulate. So you make a postulate, and a postulate is like a decision. And Hubbard took the idea of the postulate and he made it a staple of Scientology. He says, you postulate something, like I want a 10-speed bicycle. I want a girlfriend with blonde hair. I want to win the essay award. My ex-wife, she had won a incredible competition award.
Joseph de Maître.
She put together
Joseph
I think a
de
cover
Maître.
For some magazine. I think it was called, I forget what it was called. It was a prestigious magazine in the design world.
Joseph
And she's putting it
de
together
Maître.
in her senior year of college. And it's basically a picture of her, probably 6th grade class. And she's in the middle. It's a school picture. And she's like so bright and smiling. And the rest of the kids look like they're just like, they just look like they're just so pedestrian. And it's not that she's beautiful. She's not, she grew into a beautiful woman, but right there she's just, just, I guess what you'd say, ordinary, nice look, but she's beaming with a smile. And then she puts this like real abstract stuff over her head in color. The whole photo's in black and white. And she puts this abstract color over her head. And when she puts this together, it's the craftsmanship behind it was brilliant, but relatively simple in terms of execution. And when she did this picture, she had this vision of these people around a table, giving her this great acclaim. And that's what happened. She got an award. She didn't know she was going to get an award. It's like it happened when she did this incredible, I think it was called print. And this like made her, it just kind of placed her in the ecosphere of artists. And because these artists recognized it. And then when she finished college, she goes home and she calls up one of the most famous designers in New York City, if not the world, Milton
Ganu.
Glaser.
Camus.
And she calls him up and,
Ganu Camus.
wants to meet him. I mean, you just don't do this. And he hires her. And she's, working down the hall from Rupert Murdoch, who, what was it? New York Magazine.
Good Lord.
Yeah, well, she was trying to make a living. This is like her first job. She was working doing stuff for New York Magazine right out of college. And but the thing was, it was like kind of like this postulate. It was like that was kind of the crowning glory of her artistry. It's not the only thing she did, and she did many more beautiful things. But it's like, wow, it kind of put her on the map in the universe of thought, and it set her apart, at least unto herself. And she had recognition in the art world.
Cordon sanitaire.
That begins with a postulate. She's postulating that she's like, a formidable thing.
Cordon sanitaire.
Now, see, the postulate could be anything. You want to play
Cordon sanitaire.
for the Boston Celtics, or you want to be. I once heard of a story in Scientology. This lady that I knew told me that she knew this guy who wanted to be a member of Chicago. He loved the group Chicago.
Wow.
And sure enough, he became a member of the group Chicago. I don't
Holy
remember.
shit.
He was a Scientologist. It's like, but you see, it's like he resonated with him. He made his posture, and that stuff would happen in Scientology. Somebody says, I want to do this. And you see with certain types of people in Hollywood, I want to be this, I want to do that. And I'm sure John Travolta could tell you stories about that. About, and he, made true so many of things he wanted to do. But this is the thing, it's magic. But Hubbard said there's also, now Hubbard took it further than Crowley, at
Michel
least in terms
Houellebecq.
of practical application. And he said, okay, there's also something called a counter postulate. So when you postulate
Michel
that you're going to make the team, say, there's immediately a counter postulate. No, you're not going to make the team. You can feel all the energy that doesn't want you to make the team. And some of that energy could be inferior players who don't want you to make it so they can make it. But they're going to drop away because they're not that good. And then there may be, competitors, and then there might be the coach. And, you win or you lose, but there's a counter postulate. And that element of the counter postulate has to be, if you can zone in on it and process it, you can overcome it. And that's just in the universe of thought. Of course, your inherent skill is going to have something to do with it. And there are all sorts of processes to deal with postulates and counter postulates in Scientology. But what I was going to say is, if you go back to the original creative impetus of the universe, this is where evil crops in. You postulate, okay, I'm going to fill the world with the Garden of Eden and paradise. And then all of a sudden there's a counter postulate to paradise. It appears in the form of a serpent or in the form of an adversary or whatnot. So that there's this inherent counter to what we think and what we do. I'm going to win the beauty pageant, and then, okay, here come the three sisters of Cinderella, that don't want her to win the beauty pageant, or they're going to tell her how ugly she is, and
Right.
and all this sort of thing. But I'm just saying is that the postulate and the counter postulate. So what this person was
Pierre
doing
Poujade.
is she's postulating a way that
Pierre
the chichewa
Poujade.
that are showing up and paralyzing her in her sleep. She's got the strength to overcome them, but she has to find it inside of herself. And for the first time, in terms of dialoguing with this person who I've met with a handful of times, it's like I now see her power. It tells me who she is, because she's shared some of her other aspects of herself, which didn't, wasn't as powerful, so to speak. But it's like this is the power inside of everybody. It's just a matter of tapping into it. And to say it
Jean-Marie
sounds
Lawrence.
easier.
Jean-Marie Loret.
I told my
Jean-Marie Loret.
daughter that I was getting to the gym and, riding the bike is really good for me, and it is good for me. And she says, yes, they say that the hardest part of getting to the gym is getting there in the first place. And I found that true. I've had legitimate distractions. Not ones that I wanted, but I couldn't easily avoid. And by the way, in spite of the distractions, I want you to know that I completely transcribed last Sunday's episode that we did on the.
That's incredible.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't do the whole show. I did the part where you talked.
Yeah, it's still incredible. Believe me.
I did, but before I did that, I actually took the opportunity to listen to it.
Yeah.
So I heard it the first time, I listened to it the second time, and then I wrote it down the third time. And it took a lot of time, but I really, really wanted to do it because I learned so much more about you. And as I said in the last broadcast, one of my dear friends was asking me questions about you, and I was answering them. Mm-hmm. Just so she could get her head straight about certain things.
Right.
She didn't know the story about Hitler, your sister. And by the way, does your sister need to feed?
What happened was she used to feed quite frequently and easily. She led a lifestyle which was conducive to that. And then at some point, something happened where the primal trauma from being repeatedly raped by my father's father, or the grandfather from my father's side, really it remanifested, and somehow the post-traumatic stress disorder complexified, and it got to the point in her where she flipped, and by that I mean she literally had a meltdown, and was what didn't manifest the way it does with, say, a normal baseline human being. Say, for instance, what happened to Heather Locklear recently, who was a popular media icon in the 1980s and 90s, especially the 80s. And Heather Locklear was just recently seen just walking on a ledge, talking to herself, literally the ledge of a skyscraper. It was very, very disturbing.
A skyscraper?
Yeah, some tall building, and very alarming, very sad. Hopefully she's gotten help. In the case of my sister, it manifested differently in the sense that she suddenly had this desire to, quote unquote, be normal, whatever that means.
I understand exactly what you mean and what she means.
Yeah.
And done.
Yeah, and then she felt that the way to do this was to join the Jehovah's Witnesses. And when she did that, she disavowed her vampire self, attempted to will it away, thought that she could do this. Now, by the way, this is something that I almost got to the point where I was going to do this with Judith Ager, that the lady known as Judith Gay Ager had been pursuing me for many years and just guilting me out and doing things to just convince me that maybe it would just be best if I just shortened my lifespan and live the remaining time with her and try to live as normal a life as possible as a quote-unquote human being. It wasn't necessarily that she was trying to... Anyhow, it's kind of... I'm sorry?
She wasn't necessarily trying to control you.
No. It's well, I mean, sort of, but not necessarily as pathological as it could be with other examples. But believe me, I have a much more negative feeling as time goes on about her, simply because there were so many things she just didn't need to do, and there's just, without dwelling on that. The point is that my sister, it was much more of a crisis, much more of a something dire, and when this happened, she literally gave up feeding. By that I mean on blood, human blood, and the effects began to show very clearly within a short period of time. So what happens with someone like her who's only a quarter vampire? The effect would be much more severe, of course, the more vampiroid you are. Say my mother, of course, who was half vampire, you simply couldn't do that. I mean, the choice, you simply don't have a choice. It's basically you're committing suicide. But with my sister, someone who's a quarter vampire, what happens is the death just takes a lot longer, but it's still coming. I believe that she was still alive at least until maybe last year or the year before. But that there was certainly a definitive indication that I had of that. But other than that, her skin began to change. It became much more porous. You could see pores become much more pronounced, to the point where my mother said her skin looked like a turtle. Tried to help her cover herself up with cosmetics, this kind of degenerative effect. But my sister really wasn't cooperating, and was just shutting down to the family and just becoming more and more part of her quote-unquote new family, the Jehovah's Witnesses. To the point where she ultimately married this dwarfish gnome who was willing to convert to her religion in order to have someone to spend his life with. And so then they got married, and after that it was pretty much severed from the family in many ways. And when she would come to quote-unquote help with the family in terms of care provision, she really did nothing but make it worse. So there was no point in my maintaining any contact with her after my parents' death. There was the obligatory attempts to have her commiserate, mourn with with myself after the last passage of the last person that mattered in the family, my mother. But then after that, other than a few contacts where I was asking for what help I could get from her and her husband, which of course was given only reluctantly and under protest, then I stopped communicating with them completely. And there was, there's a few other factors I'm not putting in here for obvious reasons, security reasons, etc. But that's the general parameters of the story. Basically you age much more rapidly. I mean, I aged much more rapidly all the time that I was not drinking blood, except for extraordinarily rare occasions during the 10 years I was taking care of my parents. So I know what she was going through, and it's no fun, believe me. And you get very sickly, and you get very vulnerable. You become, in a sense, immunocompromised, and you're just not. You just look much more haggard, and a lot of that changed, of course. Understand, because I'm not feeding regularly as I should, regularly enough, but not regularly as I should. I take a lot of supplements. And so supplements are very necessary to keep me from being malnourished. And so people can understand, I spent the majority of my life malnourished to a great degree. There were other factors involved. The fact that I was a quarter vampire might have been exacerbated by the nanoplasma, but I doubt it. I think that it was just basically the vampire and human combination can result in certain genetic recessive genes coming out. Not all of them are beneficial. And in my case, as I said, I reacted to food because really I should have been having a lot more blood as part of my diet, and so because I was not pursuing a much more hematophagic diet, as much as my mother attempted to make that possible, even to the point where we trained by my father allowing both my sister and I to feed upon him at times when we were very young growing up, so we would get the hang of it, so to speak, our mother showing us how it was done. The point is that as I got older and was not in a position to really pursue that yet as often as I could have or should have, barring some exceptions that there's no point in going into right now, a lot of time was spent eating regular food, and my body just wasn't accepting it. In fact, my body was reacting to it so violently, as I mentioned before, that whenever I would masticate or chew, my nose, my sinuses would generate just impossible amounts of mucus, just literally physically impossible amounts of mucus, like a hagfish. Anybody can look up hagfish and see what I'm talking about, but a hagfish is like basically this kind of very primitive sea worm that's very large and generates ungodly amounts of mucus whenever it's captured, and that's how it escapes it's predators, sharks or anybody that grabs it. They will spit it out because it automatically generates voluminous amounts of mucus that tastes like puke to them. They just spit it out. This is what I was generating, so much so that I would choke on it. So I grew up the majority of my life literally a 97-pound weakling because unable to get enough blood, unable to eat normal food. The majority of my life I was malnourished. So it's only been, recently in the past half decade or so, or decade, that I've even gotten to the point of a healthy weight, or what's considered a healthy weight for my height. So it's one of these it's just not easy being a vampire. I'll tell you that. The kind of differences that one has with one's requirements, they're manifest when one stops pursuing what's necessary to really thrive. I wouldn't say necessarily survive if you're only a quarter vampire, but thrive. My sister's case, she's not thriving. So she became a Jehovah's Witness, stopped blood completely, probably supplements herself with a bunch of vitamins and does what she can, unless her husband's allowing her to feed on him once in a while, which still isn't going to help when it's not enough, or, she can't bleed him dry. So there's only so much she can get from that at certain times. And I doubt that that's even what's happening. They took this real biblical perspective on it. So she just stopped, and so just began to age. So she was born in 1963, 3 years older than me. Probably won't last much longer, maybe a decade, who knows. But conceivably could last almost as long as a regular human lifespan, but definitely not longer. Whereas someone who's feeding more regularly, like myself, the aging is slower, and I will likely last, much longer than a normal human being. Certainly, probably. When you take a look at both of my parents, it took so much to kill them, and literally, basically, every effort was made. It's hard to explain to people without going into a long narrative that we don't need to go into right now. So without that long narrative, just people have to, at the moment, just understand the basics of what I'm saying. Both my parents were subjected to everything that medical science could do to kill them. Basically, they were both targeted, selected for just murder. There's no other word for it. Now, my father was a baseline human. And the amount of abuse he suffered was just, any other man would have died within the first insult and injury that was foisted upon him. I mean, just to give people the most basic outline, just the tip of the iceberg. Example was he had congestive heart failure. And so Dr. Leaf was this guy's name, this fucker over at one of these hospitals, California Pacific. And Dr. Leaf just subjected him to triggering heart attack after heart attack until he gave my father literally 100 heart attacks just to show he could do it to his students. Here's how you trigger a heart attack. And, another time they put my dad on one of these electronic machines to stimulate his heart, and they turned it up all the way, just ratcheted it up all the way, so it was like The Exorcist. My dad was literally electrocuted to the point where his body was flying up and down off the gurney, to the point where he smashed the gurney that violently. And I stopped it by smashing the machine. And they were all saying, "Why'd you do that? We almost killed him," which was obviously their intent. I mean, this is like, then of course when he was going to the VA, which was all UCSF student doctors. VAs just take the doctors from local hospitals where they have students. These are student hospitals like UCSF. They're very different from a hospital like Kaiser. Supposedly, the myth is that they're supposed to be better for you, that the students are learning new techniques that will help you, whereas the regular hospitals are just for maintenance. It's all bullshit. All that means is the students are using you as a guinea pig. So it's the last thing you want. And UCSF is infamous for there being students. It's just every mistake on earth would be made when they're treating you, quote unquote. In the case where my father had penile cancer in the urinary tract at the tip of his penis, and it turned out this had a very low recidivism rate. But I was never told this, and I only found out when it was too late. So they would shove a camera up his penis every year to just see if the cancer was coming back. But all this was just to train the students. Now, one of them thought he just had a real long foreskin instead of a penis head being cut off, the penectomy being conducted because of the penile cancer, because he didn't look at his records. And he jammed the camera up in such a way he completely sealed the penile slit, so my dad couldn't piss. Then they pumped him full of diuretics because he had congestive heart failure, to pump out his liquid so that he wouldn't bloat with liquid because of the congestive heart failure, which fills your lungs with water and then kills you. You drown in your own fluids. To prevent that, they put you on diuretics so you piss it all out. But he couldn't piss, so it swelled his bladder up to the size of a bowling ball, then a camel hump, and then it pushed him into complete and total kidney failure. But I got him out of kidney failure without his ever going on dialysis, even though he was born with only one kidney, which was a vestigial kidney. So there's obviously something that was not human about my father either, which is why my mother married him. We don't know what he was, but there's no human who could have taken all that. And my father didn't die until he was 87. And that was in March, the birthday month of my sister, in 2007. And then my mother died when she was 87 in March, the birthday month of my sister, 5 years later. They both died at the age of 87 in the same month of March, 5 years apart. And so in my mother's case, as I said, catastrophic brain injury, brain filled with blood, but never treated for it. It refused to treat her. And then by the time I forced them to put her in an MRI machine, they thought it was a practical joke that a medical student had taken a cadaver out of the cadaver freezer in UCSF and put it in the MRI machine as a joke, because there was no brain, all blood. Her brain was smashed flat, paper thin against her skull. But then she resorbed all the blood and survived for the next 10 years. I mean, that's just, again, the tip of the iceberg for all of this. There's no describing every horror that was perpetrated against my parents. But the medical doctors did everything they could to kill them. And it took everything. So I know that I'll easily live to be 120. I have no doubt of it. Beyond that even. Simply because with what my parents survived and didn't die until the age of 87, the genes are just, I've obviously, I'm most certainly probably not a product of my father's, legal father's genes because of everything we've explained so far. But my mother obviously married him in the hopes of having a child with him because she understood he certainly wasn't baseline human, whatever he was. But more than likely, my father is Hitler because of what my mother explained in terms of the sperm, and of course my father's most likely sterility with all the marriages he had in which he tried to have children and could not. This is all part of that background. In terms of my sister, having inherited what she did from, again, Hitler and my mother, she's probably sturdy enough to last maybe almost a normal human lifespan, but probably I would think she'd be dead by mid-60s or mid-70s at the absolute most. I mean, which would be pretty close from now, maybe this decade or the next. I would... Otherwise, it might be cause for some celebration, but it's not like I would personally celebrate. I'm completely alienated from her. Except for, of course, the most basic kind of necessary communications that have happened only once or twice. Aside from that, hopefully that puts that in some perspective.
Well, no, it does, and I thank you for it. It sounds like she's not long for this world. It sounds like, but who knows?
Well, you never know. I mean, a person's faith, is kind of like placebo. I mean, if that's what she wants, is to live, and certainly has some kind of overwhelming faith to will herself. I mean, she obviously willed herself to stop drinking blood, which before she flipped or had her psychotic break, she was drinking quite regularly. Her lifestyle of the massive drug abuse and sex that she had for the early part of her life was such that drinking blood was no problem. She had access to it constantly. Mine was complicated by the fact that I was trying to maintain a veneer, and it came, of course, my access to blood was through the criminal underworld, thanks to my connections with Beaver and, of course, the rest of the gang. The Tong and the underworld connections we had, but it's still, of course, it's like there's never enough. It's not like I'm feeding regularly. In the one thing I've never been driven to, of course, there were times when I survived, such as after my mother's death, towards a point where things stabilized. There were several times I had to cross-dress and just go downtown and mug people because they would just, of course, I could lure them into an alley and just pretty much knock them out very easily because tourists are stupid. But I never got to the point where I was mugging people for blood. It's like, if I ever got to that point, then that was pretty much a point of desperation I did not want to get to. That would have been involving homelessness, which I was on the precipice of if I hadn't mugged people for money to pay the rent during that extremely tenuous period of time. And, of course, all the money I had earned over 3 different careers, as I said, was blown care providing for my parents in the last decade of their life. All that being shared, hopefully, again, some context. But, of course, you might have had some other questions. You were thinking.
Well, no, that was basically. I was just curious about your sister, and because and as they say, and if she does have vampire genetics, her resiliency might surprise us all. But it doesn't sound like she's too long for this world, based upon what you said. But who knows? And it's interesting that the direction she went in was the exact opposite. She's going into this Jehovah's Witness direction. It's almost like trying to save her soul from her own perspective.
Right.
Because it was too painful to be the way she was. It was not working for her. But whatever that is, where I wanted to go now was in response to I was talking about escaping from the Cho and the postulates and this this whole paradigm of being able to control your own dream. And this is a problem that people have in conspiracy. They get polarized into the conspiracy. We saw this with the QAnon phenomena, and people are fighting, and they're being manipulated very cleverly. Now, one of our listeners who likes to listen to you, and she says, I wanted to share this testimony from a trained gang stalker who, once I realized that what he was involved with and how evil this was, he got out and now is attacked constantly. In other words, this guy was involved as a trained gang stalker, but he got out of it. He says, this is relevant to the many things Douglas and yourself speak about. He lays it all out here, along with an article regarding Aquino, DNA targeting, intended homelessness in Seattle, as well as torture and death by this technology. I know you probably know much of this. However, I have never come across an interview with a gang stalker telling his story, and I thought you might find it interesting. And this goes to you don't want to listen to it in the audience. It goes to a YouTube, gang stalking, voice to skull, V2K, ampersand, which means a percentage sign, 26, silent hypnosis. It's real. Whistleblower testimony. Now, what you might find interesting, and perhaps there's a code here, who he describes himself as. He doesn't look Asian. He could have some Asian blood in him. Mr. Gozaimasu, which means Mr. Thank You, correct?
It's funny you say that. Yeah, like arigato gozaimashita. So something probably similar to that. Sounds almost like a nonsense word otherwise. Depends on how it's Romanized, but we'll go with that.
But the issue is he's using a Japanese word.
Yeah.
That is like, now, this video is like a year ago. Most of his videos are a year ago.
Interesting.
And he's a guy who says he was trained as a gang stalker.
Mm-hmm.
And when he began to actually realize what the technology they were doing to people and how heinous it was, he protested and got out of it, and has now been exposing it. Now, if you listen to him, it's kind of like everything that was talked about in the Montauk Project, updated and elaborated on. Maybe not all the technical specifics, but it doesn't matter. The bottom line is you can be controlled by radio frequency, okay? And this is not new stuff. But he's going into detail as a participant, particularly saying that the city of Seattle itself was targeted. And this would explain all the insanity coming out of Seattle during the time of all those riots.
Yes.
It would not explain the the bizarreness coming out of Portland, unless the same thing was happening in Portland. Maybe he wasn't part of the Portland crowd, so wasn't privy to it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's all the Pacific Northwest. I'm sure all the West Coast. Hell, I'm sure all the United States. But go on.
Talking specifically Seattle.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things he said. Now, you can listen to his whole story, and I recommend people do who are interested in this thing. People want to say, what's going on with Montauk? Well, this is an updated version of where mind control goes. But I want to remind everybody what Preston Nichols said. He says, no matter what form of mind control they develop or use on people, he says it's never 100% foolproof. There's always flaws in it. So no system is foolproof, according to Preston Nichols, who was quite expert in the subject. Nevertheless, it influences a lot of people. But what was very interesting is he said the way they approach people, they pull them in to a secret cabal. And you say, look, this is who we are, what we're doing. we're gonna give you all the advantages other people don't have if you're with us. And they convince you, like many cults do, that you're part of something that's inside and glorious. And if you want to be on the right side, you're going to get, we can get you the women you want, the jobs you want, the situation you want. We protect you and your family. And they do a real sales job on these people. And the people, it's not hard to get people to buy into something like that. People buy into the CIA, which on the surface isn't anywhere near as bad as this stuff.
True.
Yeah. But in other words, he makes a very coherent discussion on how sinister this was. He says, he couldn't in good conscience, live like this anymore. So he started exposing it. But then he has this Japanese name.
Or pseudonym.
Yeah, but why? That really has me.
That's disturbing. It's disturbing. Yeah.
Well, exactly. But it goes into the detail of all the mind control potentials and activations and how it can get right into your skull and can just change people. And he says they come into you like a Trojan horse. They're not going to be like some stiff, stupid guy. They're going to be like the guy that wears his baseball cap backwards and hangs his pants down a little bit. It's like one of the guys, pandering to that community. In my world of yesteryear, where we had the Montauk Project night or earlier psychotronics, he'd show up as some guy who's talking about controlling people like that. He'd show up like he's showing up now, and exposing mind control and getting people interested in talking to him. So in other words, they're going to look like a regular folk. They're not going to look like a government type. They're going to be trained enough to fit in without sticking out. One of the problems with people like that, generally, they do stick out.
Yes.
Because they can't hide themselves. But apparently, some of these people have gotten a lot more sophisticated in terms of being able to not look like a government mole. But they constantly appealing to these people's vanity and their Pavlovian reward, factor.
Yes.
We're gonna get you this, we're gonna get you that, and perhaps delivering it to a certain degree. In the end, they're not going to deliver anything to you because that's not the type of people they are.
Right. I mean,
But-
depends to an extent. No, by all means, continue explaining, and then I'll try and put in some other factors that I'm aware of, later. You're doing great. Yeah.
Well, what, and I do appreciate this lady sending it
Yeah, definitely.
because I would never have run across it. But okay, now on the surface, you can listen to this guy, and his rap is, it's practically flawless in terms of coming forth as a forthright person. It's hard to argue with him. But the first thing you think after a while, okay, is this guy one of them? Well, he was one of them. And now he's coming forth and spilling the beans. Where you become concerned is like Michelle Saldana had the experience with, what was his name? Sasha Stone. And basically, identified him as controlled opposition.
Yeah.
In other words, he goes out there and interviews all the people who, who've had the government attacks, and he's basically, monitoring there to turn them in, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
her argument was very plausible and compelling. I think she gave a very good argument in that regard.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, and that was really, she did a good job. But this guy, so he could be saying, oh, God, thanks for sharing your story. So what they're doing, I'm not saying he is doing it, but he's collecting, who are the opponents of the quote-unquote New World Order, to use a very hackneyed, broad term. But then what's also disturbing, it's disturbing on two levels, and he's talking a year ago, that he's working on doing a lawsuit.
Good fucking luck.
Well, see, to me, that is the epitome of miscalculation.
Thank you.
But if he's doing a lawsuit, then he's also wittingly or not gathering up controlled opposition or potential for the controlled opposition, because they're not going to. Then they've got all the goods on all the people who are fighting them. So those are challenging and disturbing factors to who and what this guy's doing. And I'm not saying he's malintent, but he's
well, obviously something is not processing right if he thinks that he could launch a lawsuit against this phenomenon. But go on. Well,
yeah, and as I think Marlon Brando said in the movie The Godfather, he says, I must decline your offer because your business is a very dangerous business, and I wish you all the success, as long as your interests don't conflict with mine. And I think, but nevertheless, I think he laid out what's going on, but it all begins with the person has to buy into the idea of self-empowerment, because if they don't, they have no hope. You've got to have that slight piece of yin and the yang, or vice versa. You got to hang on to that, because that's the only thing that can save you. And it would be interesting. I mean, I wouldn't overindulge yourself in it, but if you had time to listen to it, and it might be interesting. I'm not gonna. I might share it if I have time to put out a email on it. He's got several other videos I haven't watched. And sometimes the more you hear a person, the more you might eventually find something that doesn't hold together, but I don't know that. As I say, I'd like to know why he uses that Japanese name, because the pictures I see, he sure doesn't look Japanese.
It's that makes it even more fucking disturbing. It seems to me like it's sinister.
Well, yeah, or maybe he has some plausible reason for it, or maybe it's a foot bullet and doesn't realize that But as I say, it's hard to find too many arguments in what he says, or the plausibility of it. So that's sort of where I went with that. I do have some questions for you that might be what you call questions you've answered before. Let me see here. Oh, I've got something to reconcile with the last transmission before we go any further. And this was with, okay, you had mentioned that you had, when your blood was drained, there wasn't enough blood to give you blood. Now, this operation happened when you were 14, correct?
Yes.
That would be 1980.
Yeah.
Now, Bill Clinton lost the governorship of Arkansas in 1980.
Mm-hmm.
He came in 82. He came in 82. I don't know if the governor died or whatever, but he came probably. And the Bloodgate you talk about is definitely true, but it does not seem like the timeline fits that when Benazir Bhutto was in power and Hillary Clinton was even the governor of Arkansas, or the first lady of Arkansas, that she might have known about the blood, but Benazir Bhutto was not prime minister. I don't know what her job was. And it doesn't, in other words, the AIDS epidemic starts around 80, 81. Mm-hmm. And that's when it starts making the press. Mm-hmm. So the Bloodgate of the Clintons doesn't really happen till later when he's actually in power in Arkansas. Mm-hmm. So it's the blood shortage does not seem tied to those very real blood shortages and heinous behavior by those two. Do you have anything to say about that? I'm just trying to clarify.
Oh, yeah, of course. When it comes to Hillary Clinton, first off, when she was member of that sorority, which I think, this is what I'm going to have to say, I'm pretty sure people can look this up themselves. Obviously, it was a British university of note.
Wellesley.
I thought it was Oxford myself, but it
wasn't Oxford.
Yeah, okay, it's whatever you say, basically.
I looked up her history and stuff.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. I couldn't find any flagrant reference to that sorority.
Oh, you're never going to. No,
I wouldn't expect to.
Yeah, the sorority Hell's Harlots, as it was known, was half a witches' sorority or half a witches' coven, which was like part of their initiation ritual. Was you couldn't be part of the sorority unless you were practicing the occult. That was how part of their initiation rituals was to put people through various occult rituals and induct them into the sorority thereby. As I said, the two sorority sisters was Tansu Siller, the ones that stood out, Tansu Siller and Benazir Bhutto. Now, Benazir Bhutto was royalty. So as she always referred to herself as a spoiled Muslim princess, she basically didn't need a position to have the influence in Pakistan that she did. She would later try and simply formalize her power or extend it even by running and getting the prime minister status or something like that. That's not even something I even bothered to investigate as to whether that was realized, but I do know that at some point she was acknowledged as effectively running Pakistan. That was certainly when she drew the blood that she did, and from the troops. For people who didn't listen to the last episode, you'd have to listen to that again. When it comes to the Tansu Siller, of course, her and Benazir Bhutto were in power at approximately the same time, in charge of their nations. Understand this, that these women were running their countries, some would say to the ground. When it came to Hillary Clinton, that's why she was determined to be on par with her sorority sisters and gain power, which she was convinced she would. So she got in with a battering ram of Clinton. And as I said, Clinton wasn't merely some kind of member or of any particular standing in the Dixie Mafia. Clinton and the Clinton brothers were the Dixie Mafia. That was basically who she got in with. So anything doing with whether he was governor or not, it doesn't mean shit. He was running Arkansas. He was the guy who was running Arkansas, and then like Benazir Bhutto, Hillary just had him run for governor to formalize the deal. It would be kind of like having, Al Capone, when he was asked by reporters, why don't you just run for mayor? And like he said, what the hell for? The mayor serves me. That was how it was with Clinton. Clinton had no desire to run for governor of Arkansas because the governor worked for him. And when it came to Hillary Clinton, she just had him run because that way it would make him look straight. That was what got him into a kind of more formalized acceptance by the American community. The Americans, by the way, when they were confronted with William Jefferson Clinton, really the first time that he showed up on mass media, he was playing a saxophone, and that was pretty much when half the women in the United States said, "I'm voting for Bill Clinton." By the way, I'm not expressing this as any kind of, oh, look how stupid they are, or look how, the whole system is. The system being corrupt is a given. So hopefully that puts something into perspective with that part of the chronology. As for the AIDS and its real big breakout, the public was only really beginning to notice it at that point when it was too late. Understand that, as I said, the people who were getting hit by these diseases, the wealthy, when it counted, who really started shutting down a large part of the blood market, when it was collapsing in these successive waves of collapse towards the point where by the time that AIDS finally exploded on the headlines, and then certainly if you were in San Francisco, they never left the headlines for the next 10 years. They were on the headlines every goddamn day was AIDS. It was like just imagine living in a war zone where people were dying around you every day due to heavy shelling or bombardment. Like it's being in the worst areas of Ukraine or something like that right now is how you would feel if you were living in San Francisco at that time. Everyone around you was dying. Definitively, all that began when I was 14. So whenever anybody is, trying to say, the only other place where that was going on at that level was New York City. So this is what I pointed out before about the Fauci experience, was that at that time, he was supposed to be a guy who was ultimately appointed by the government, or within a short period of time was supposedly appointed by the government to be the AIDS czar, and supposed to be finding some kind of quote-unquote cure. And, of course, this never happened. And Fauci, of course, is despised by the gay community because of that, and then somehow reemerged during COVID, again, very bizarrely, as the face of COVID control, when we have a Surgeon General. And the Surgeon General is supposed to be the responsible party who is responding to emergencies like COVID. It's tailor-made for the Surgeon General to be taking control of that crisis. But the Surgeon General was nowhere to be seen throughout COVID. It was Fauci. So there's this very mysterious thing going on there. Whatever his connections with the government, something was going on in the gay community that was impacting many wealthy people, because wealthy people, well, a lot of them are gay or bisexual. You get jaded after a while, I guess. And also, a lot of them use a lot of drugs. And a lot of their children use a lot of drugs. So when they were getting blood transfusions, for various reasons, they were more vulnerable and some of the first to be hit. It's a lot similar to, say, for instance, life extension. Life extension involves some fairly dangerous experimentation. It's not necessarily as dangerous as you might think, but we don't know the long-term effects of, say, for instance, autologous stem cell injection, which is probably quite benign, but or at least really doesn't hurt you. But nevertheless, we don't know the long-term effects. So when it comes to life extension, no one can afford new life extension techniques or technology other than the extremely wealthy. The extremely wealthy go to places where they don't need to worry about laws against genetic engineering. They go to the Bahamas, they go to other places, sometimes even Cuba. When they go to these places, they are exposing themselves to a level of risk that they're willing to take, and then they come back and basically what they're doing for all of us is they're serving as the guinea pigs for technologies that might become more readily available to the rest of humanity within a generation or two, or at some point in the near future, most hopefully, or at least we would hope. But in some cases, the wealthy are more at risk than the rest of us. Blood transfusion is one of those cases. This is because of the entire phenomenon of parabiosis that I've explained in the past. the fact that taking in young blood rejuvenates you. This is not by drinking it. It's not going to work for you or for them. They're not vampires, much as you might like to fantasize they are to dehumanize them. They're simply conducting this by blood transfusion, and this has been going on for years. So what happened was they were impacted before anyone else, and it was that first wave of blood collapses that was a factor in what was told to my parents. Now, bear in mind, my parents are not geopolitical analysts. My parents were not people who were keeping track of cento or ceto in any academic sense. My parents were simply told that the blood supply had really effectively dried up. And they simply had to take the doctor's words for it. Understand, my parents were incredibly poor. There was no alternative. When they realized something had happened, that something had been done, that they may have been lied to, they began taking me to a black doctor at a clinic in Oakland named Dr. Michael Lenore. People can look him up. Michael Lenore, surname I believe is spelled either L-E or L-A-N-O-R-E. I haven't seen him, of course, in what must be close to half 100 years by now. 40 years, about 40 years at least, 45 years, something like that. But Michael Lenore had his own television show on a very small Oakland television network, which was always the joke that I made about him, that not only am I a doctor, but I play one on TV. But the reason my parents took me to this individual was because he had nothing to do with the medical industrial complex. He was a civilian doctor working for the welfare state. So this was a very unusual move for them to take, considering the fact that I had free medical care at Letterman Army Medical Center. Why would they do that? Because they realized I had been experimented on. So my parents had been told that the blood market was crashing in terms of availability, that the Defense Department could readily get blood that was safe, that there was only so much blood their soldiers could donate, and many of their soldiers were now infested with all kinds of diseases. They did mention the term AIDS. This was mentioned. So when it came to AIDS, it was exploding in San Francisco and New York. It was definitely exploding in the Army, where, like in prison, you've got men having sex with each other every day. And by the way, if people take offense at that, you're out of your fucking mind. You've got men together in these areas. It wasn't until like recently the Marine Corps even started allowing women in. So you've got men traditionally in the Army, I guess I could use that term, or at least historically rather. You're going to have a high gay population or a high amount of men having sex with each other as you would in prison. It's just the norm. So when it came to the policy that was going on in Arkansas in particular, which is simply, as I said, one of the critical factors in the crash of the blood market, not necessarily the only, in fact, definitively not the only factor. As I said, the blood market for years beforehand had been taking all kinds of blood from almost exclusively, or in such a majority that these people were like, the overwhelming majority of the blood supply was from homeless trolls living under bridges, alcoholics, drug addicts, and prostitutes. The blood market was effectively already a sewer. So when it came to what they told my parents, well, I was raised in a ghetto. My parents saw every day the lines at the blood contribution centers. My parents had no reason to disbelieve what they were saying was that the blood supply simply was poisoned. Now, as I said, John Henry Hagman and his staff were lying. They were lying through their teeth. I am certain I could have gotten normal blood. My parents became certain I could have gotten normal blood. So whatever they were saying was a lie anyway. But in terms of the context, I add that context because people need to understand historically the time in which it happened. It was not unreasonable for my parents to believe the lie. Does that put that in context? Does that make more sense?
It puts everything in context, and I thank you for that.
Yes, of course.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Now I would like to let me see here. I'm trying to get some questions here that one of our listeners sent. And, while I look for this, I on Instagram, you can't reproduce stuff on Instagram very easily. Like if you try and copy it or get the link.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Very difficult. But it was a video of a gray alien interacting with a human being. Mm-hmm. And of course, it was phony as hell. What was, though, it was the most probably sophisticated rendition, visual reproduction of a gray. Much more elaborate than what we saw in the alien autopsy. And then also, I would like to have my visual friend in Hollywood take it apart. He could tell me exactly what they're doing and what they're not doing. Nevertheless, it has the gray shaking hands with a human being, like they're talking or gesturing. It's really ridiculous. And the biggest giveaway in the whole thing is not the alien itself, but the human being. Just a gesture on his face is so stupid. It's just like, what the hell is going on here? Yeah, but it was like, they're trying hard. I mean, and obviously, this was probably done by, some graphic artist who says, I want to get some hits here.
Yeah,
certainly get you hits, but it wasn't curious. It was just stupid. Now, here's the question. Can either of you describe the method how the CHO affect our dream state? How do they accomplish this? My answer would be, you can probably give a more elaborate answer, that I would say that the receptors in the brain that are induced by shamanic drugs, which they take, are going to resonate strongly with the receptors in other people. So it's like they're under a hallucinogenic trance where their quote unquote juju is going to work. The quantum resonance is going to be in a much more potent state to affect. That's my answer, but you go ahead. You can give it probably a better answer.
It's something that, of course, is one of those questions where when you ask somebody, how does, say, for instance, some deep sea squid and the baleen whale, how is it that when they fight each other, which one is really eating the other? And it's like, how do they do each other in? It's one of these processes that nobody sees. And until you spend as much money as you can to try and witness such a phenomenon through deep sea diving and the like, it's going to be one of these things that you can merely speculate on. When it comes to the CHO, of course, pretty much the way that Peter Moon answered it, there really isn't a better way to answer it. I think probably when we take a look at other cultures that are to extend the field a little bit further, that where they're dealing with attacks in their sleep, and we can just take a look at, say, for instance, in Africa, where shamans will literally enter this dream state, as Peter Moon said. This is what I personally witnessed in Africa myself. And I saw these shamans taking drugs, and singular shaman at a time, mind you. It wasn't like a group effort. And basically, they would know what was going on in my life when they woke up, saying, "Hey, I saw what you were doing through your eyes." And I had no reason to doubt them, because they relayed everything that I saw through my own eyes while I was out and about throughout the day. So when it comes to why they did this or why it was useful to them, because I was a mercenary in combat situations in the field, and they wanted their own grasp of the situation because they had their own interests at stake. They would have been targeted by the enemy for either rival shamans or the communists. So when it comes to other examples of this kind of technique, you could almost call it a technology. The Inuit, which is the more proper name for Eskimo, which is considered a derogatory term at this point in history. You've got the Inuit dealing with sleep paralysis. And there have been investigations with elders and young people in Iqaluit, or Iqaluit, on Baffin Island. Baffin Island is really like the barrier island between North America and Grönland, or Greenland. And there's this other Kivalik region, which I think is pretty unpronounceable, something like Aktuksinik or something like that. But they call the phenomenon Ukuman Girinik, or Gianik, Ukuman Gianik, if I remember correctly. But this is their shamanistic cosmology, in which a individual's soul, the soul, is vulnerable during sleep and dreaming. So sleep paralysis can result from attack by shamans or malevolent spirits. Understanding the experience as a manifestation of supernatural power beyond one's control serves to reinforce the experiential reality and presence of the spirit world. Now, for contemporary youth in that culture, sleep paralysis might be interpreted in terms of multiple frameworks that incorporate personal, medical, mystical, traditional / shamanistic, and of course Christian views, reflecting the dynamic social changes taking place in that region. But when it comes to the kinds of Brazilian folklore, other cultures in the Amazon, sleep paralysis is something that impacts people worldwide. But when it comes to the kind of attacks that the Cho partake in, Peter Moon was reading that article in which he was shocked at how many people were impacted in the United States. 1 in 5. This just goes to show how, what would you say, what impunity the Cho have, how they've been unleashed with total impunity to wreak havoc upon the American population. Every time you're suffering that attack in your sleep that results in this kind of sleep paralysis, and you get it explained away by somebody who's just desperate to hide the reality of the phenomena that you're cattle and you're being fed upon by predators unleashed by the U.S. government from across the Pacific, then you're going to be told that, well, it's your fault as the victim, that you're somehow doing this to yourself, that you've got this kind of situation where you've rendered yourself vulnerable to the point where your brain is interpreting that you're seeing a shadow in your room, that you're feeling this alien presence in your room. But it's all in your head. And this is another way of telling you that you're crazy. And you should be offended. You should be beyond offended. You should at that point be trying to seek a shaman's help. Now, of course, none of you will have access to that. So the best thing I can tell you is to try and give you some tips. I know that I really don't often do this. To protect yourself from the invasion of the spirits of the lower world, in effect. It's, if you wake up every night in a state of panic, if you feel someone else's presence, someone or something is choking you, there are ancient rituals of exorcism, and they will help you to sleep profoundly and have lucid dreams. rather than nightmares. Now, a lot of people in the modern world complain about sleep disorders. There's a large amount of information out there to rationalize this. Stress at work, personal problems, medicine believes that all of this is the cause of insomnia and nightmares. In fact, doctors they're verboten, forbidden to think at all about the spiritual nature of each of you. Therefore, many prescribed medications simply will never help. A person's left with a problem one-on-one. So, you probably intuitively understand that when you're asleep, you're defenseless, that you can fall under the influence of restless spirits and demons, or, more than likely, the Cho. So, that's why you're gonna, if you were really to talk to people on the street, talk to people at work, talk to people in your classroom, talk to people everywhere, you'd be amazed at how many of them will tell you terrible stories about their dreams. How in their sleep they feel someone else's presence, hear strange sounds, someone or something strangles and presses the body to the bed with a huge slab of stone. All the feelings of numbness and horror and panic serve as food for what people used to call succubi and incubi, demonic creatures. But that's really not the case here, because if you truly were attacked by succubi or incubi, you would really get some feedback in a pleasurable sense. These are sex demons, after all. Rather, when the vital energy of yourself is fading every day, and because of that you can't find any deep meaning in life, if you don't have the opportunity to go to seminars or places of power like a ley line nexus, or have someone who's truly enlightened or at least aware in a extra-dimensional sense, performing rituals of exorcism and energy self-purification, well, the first thing that, of course, is the bottom line. That's just the easiest thing to do is prayer. Usually during an attack, your thoughts are paralyzed by fear. You simply don't have the strength to pray. But, and I'm not speaking in some purely Christian sense. Mindest ye, when I spoke of many of these Southeast Asians who converted to Christianity desperately to ward off the Cho, they signed their own death warrant because Christ cannot help you here. This is something where you're talking about something far more primal that was in the world before Christ. So I do know that there's a world-old shamanic spell, something along the lines of Hure Mangalam. Hure, like hooray, Huray. Put a little hyphen there to make it kind of a connected word. Mangalam. M-A-N, like man. G-A-L-A-M, like Gollum, except with A's. Hure Mangalam. When you say those words to yourself, you repeat them several times, and in a few seconds, you'll feel the fear disappear. I don't know why, but I do know that the Cho hated that word. I know that Michael Aquino had that phrase kind of like audio, how would you say it? Basically, there was kind of a bamboo whistle he had from Asia that he had gotten while he was in Vietnam, and it made that noise. It was something that was so low it was almost like a dog whistle. Your human couldn't hear it audibly, the human ear. But when I asked Michael Aquino what the sound was, that was the word, Hure Mangalam. And so, since you don't have that whistle, just repeat that word again and again. Consider it an ancient spell that drives them out of your body and prevents them from coming back. There's another solution that Peter Moon can provide you. An amulet or a dream catcher. Not that he sells them, but he knows about dream catchers, has tried to make them, and they've probably protected him from attack without his even knowing. Since ancient times, there's been a tradition to hang special protective amulets or dream catchers at the head of the bed. They don't only protect the person, but they help you remember your dreams and enter into lucid dreams. Now, if you're seeking a strong amulet that can banish spirits of the lower world or the Cho, basically, contact Peter Moon about choosing your unique dream catcher. Fill it with positive energy, the positive energy of good spirits and ancient rituals. He can tell you more about that than I can, really.
Well, I would recommend, there's a lot on dream catchers that you can read up on there. Just go to the internet. Don't go to me because, I'm doing a specific dream workshop. We will be making dream catchers, but I'm going to be overseeing it. I'm not going to be, my skills are limited in that. Yeah. Not absent, but it's really just putting your intention into the dream catcher. But look on, I'm sure there's stuff on YouTube. I've just been directed to it from my adventures in Atlanticron. They've been doing this for years. And the first person I got to help me was a little girl who I've known since she was a tiny little child. And she was then doing the Dreamcatcher workshop. And so I enlisted her support and got some support and had a great old time helping do that. But yeah, look online for that because you'll find more there than you will from me. Although I am working on the dream workshop, and I am hoping, I'm awful limited for time, but I hope to be offering some more than just crumbs when I go. So if you sign up at the Time Travel Education Center, I'll be sending out emails on it when I travel, hopefully encouraging people to work with their dreams.
Yes. Also, late dinner. For healthy sleep, many small things are really important, including your diet. Just ask yourself or look at what you usually eat before going to bed. Is the food light or, on the contrary, really satisfying and heavy? The more you eat for dinner, the more energy you will need to digest the food. So the soul bound by the body will not be able to travel through the subtle worlds or to see prophetic dreams. You will not be able to relax completely. The world of dreams will be closed to you. So you might want to eat more during the day and much more lightly, if at all, before you sleep. And of course, your amount of sleep. How long does a healthy person sleep? How long does the healthy sleep of an adult even last? Now, that question's difficult to answer unequivocally because it depends on the emotional and physical activity of the person. There's no generally accepted norm, either for women or men, yet both scientists and shamans actually agree that the more actively a person spends the day, the deeper the sleep they need to recover. So, at the same time, one can sleep for less time than the one who less than the one who leads an inactive lifestyle all day. The reason is in energy work and energy exchange with spirits, if you will. If this exchange is intense, the person quickly falls asleep, has beautiful dreams. If not, the person suffers from insomnia, nightmares, and eventually gets up exhausted and irritated. So just, I think that what the overwhelming majority of Americans suffer from, whether they're attacked by the Cho or not, especially if they are, but even if they're not, overwhelmingly, almost for certain, every American suffers from sleep deficit. You all want to do a bit of exercise, enough to get you tired, and you'll sleep much better. And don't forget, there's always meditation with a candle. Be very careful, of course, of your environment, and be safety first. But for good memory of dreams, better concentration, conduct meditation with a candle. And during the ritual, choose a comfortable position for your body. You can stand or sit, but make sure your spine is straight. And then put a candle at the height of your third eye and at the distance of about 1 to 1.5 meters from yourself, about 3 to about 5 feet. And then start to meditate. Normalize your breathing. Relax your shoulders. Look at the candle constantly without blinking. And mentally concentrate the energy received from the candle in the area between your eyebrows. And when you feel completely relaxed and full, finish the meditation with a deep breath. Now, meditation with a candle is best done in the presence of an experienced mentor, since the power of this ritual is actually very great. So you might look for group classes or seminars in meditation about this and see who works with candles. Now, just remember that there's many people who've gone to doctors because of their nightmares, and nothing ever changes. Maybe pills help for a while, but then they wake up again with horror and the feeling that someone is choking them, because those pills aren't going to keep the show away. And those sleepless nights get exhausting. People feel bad. They're very tired. So just remember that investigate energy cleansing. Then probably you might be sleeping peacefully and even having dreams for the first time in years. So just understand this can open up a wonderful world of positive spirits for you. And just meditate and never part with your amulet. And you can make trips to subtle worlds safely. Protect your sleep from the cho. And I hope that this helps people out there. And that's probably, I think, the best way to respond to a question like this, rather than simply harping on the doctors who are trying to say it's all your fault in the end by saying that your mind is interpreting something, trying to make sense of something that's biochemical, and these pills will help you. I mean, they'll change your biochemistry, all right, but, you know, when the cho keep coming, you're just going to be angry at the doctor for good reason, because in the end, it's kind of like getting raped and going to the police officer and they say, well, why were you dressed like that? And honestly, so it's getting near midnight, Peter, and it's been wonderful, and you had a hell of a 4th of July. Was there anything to relate?
I've never seen so many fireworks in the street in the neighborhood. I didn't see much of it. I was working on your book.
I'm so excited. Really, you did so well by transcribing that. I mean, I'm just very, very flattered, and thank you so much. And so few more things to relate culturally. Sleep paralysis is what doctors would call a dissociative state that they would tell you occurs mainly during waking, or at least awakening. That technically you're awakening when this is happening. And they'll say it's characterized by altered motor, perceptual, emotional, and cognitive functions, such as inability to perform voluntary movements, visual hallucinations, feelings of chest pressure, delusions about a frightening presence, or what they call delusions, and in some cases, fear of impending death. And I'll tell you, that's for fucking good reason. Now, when you realize how common it is, understand that it typically happens when you're sleeping in a supine position. However, you may not know this, but sleep paralysis is considered a disease. There is a medical name for it: parasomnia. And it's when it's recurrent or associated with emotional burden. At that point, you're considered pathological. You're a parasomniac, which is kind of like saying another word for maniac. Now, throughout human history, different peoples have dealt with sleep paralysis via the supernatural. The Canadian Eskimo, as I said, that's Inuit these days, I believe, or for the indigenous peoples. They attribute these to the spell of shamans, this sleep paralysis, who hinder their ability to move and provoke hallucinations of a shapeless presence. In the Japanese tradition, even though Japanese are immune to the cho, they're not immune to sleep paralysis, which to them is due to a vengeful spirit who suffocates his enemies while sleeping. Different rationale, different phenomena completely, but they are immune to the cho. It's something different with the Japanese, and I would have to go into that later. In Nigerian culture, different part of Africa, West Africa than the Africa I was involved with, it's a female demon who attacks during the dreaming and provokes paralysis. Just like with most Westerners, it's this old hag. But this modern manifestation of sleep paralysis, anything that involves a report of quote-unquote alien abductions experienced as inability to move during awakening associated with visual hallucinations of quote-unquote aliens, that's the CHO. So don't interpret this as simply some significant example of how a specific biological phenomenon can be interpreted and shaped by different cultural contexts. Rather, you've got a genuinely real predation that you're a victim of. However, just based on ethnopsychology of sleep paralysis, in Brazilian folklore, in that empire, Brazil was once an empire, in that empire's southeast, there is the pisadera. The pisadera is also found in other regions with variant names. The pisadera is described as a crone with these long fingernails who lurks on roofs at night and tramples on the chest of those who sleep on a full stomach with the belly up. See, that full stomach thing. It's important. This is why you don't want to eat too much before you go to bed or bloat yourself with booze. And this legend's mentioned in many anthropological accounts. But there's no comprehensive reference on the pisadera from the perspective of sleep science. So until these gaps are filled, these people really have no right to try and tell you you're simply going through some biochemical imbalance. The biochemical imbalance is real, but it's caused by the assault. So with that, Peter, we love you dearly. You did so much by reviewing that story of mine from my blood transfusion, and you have no idea how profoundly I appreciate that.
I can't wait to get writing, just putting it into a fluid order and getting that chapter done. Still have to finish up. Got to put in something about Joe Mobile. But that's okay. I moved ahead with this, and I'm looking forward to. And I've had a lot of distractions, a lot of stuff I have to get back to. Then I have to start getting ready for the trip.
Yes. You were helping somebody in Haiti, weren't you, or someone you knew was?
Say that again.
You were helping somebody in Haiti, weren't you, or somebody you knew was? I mean, certainly the Cho Mobile was.
No, I think what we discussed about Haiti was private. Not that it matters that you said it.
Okay.
And I don't know that that's going to come to anything anyway.
Understood.
But no, it's all fine.
The important thing to remember about Cho Mobile was they actually used the full name of the ethnos, Cho Mobile.
Oh, yeah. And I will now remind you that not in Haiti, because Haiti is a French culture, and maybe they use it in Haiti, but definitely in certain areas in Puerto Rico and perhaps in Spain, but in Puerto Rico it's the Cho is the vagina. It's like, where they would say beaver here. Right. In Romania they say vulpe. You see a woman going vulpe, the fox. And it's not as it's crude, but it's not as crude as the term beaver. Mm-hmm. Here, and no allusion to your
understood.
But in there it's Cho, and you see some rock groups or music groups in Hispanic saying Cho. That's it's crude and I guess alluring to certain audiences. But in any case, we will continue with all of this. We'll continue with the dream. I'll continue with more questions next week on the dream, because this is what I'm working with. It's also, the Cho. It all affects our dreams. Our dreams are the interface between our past and our future. The dreams are our time machine, and the more we perfect our time machine, the more effective we are. So with that, I'll say goodnight. Remember to donate to Douglas if you can, even if it's a little bit, especially those who haven't been able to take the opportunity. Go to douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, the yellow button. And, even if it's a few bucks,
Yes.
please do it. I will say goodnight. And skybookusa.com, you can also buy stuff, subscribe to the newsletter, and timetraveleducationcenter.com. Subscribe there. You can subscribe for free there, get emails of, when I'll be appearing with Douglas, so on and so forth. And I'll send out I intend to send out some dream stuff.
Yes.
When I get to Romania. It'll be pre-sent as to complement what I'm doing there.
Excellent. Before you go, I just want you to know I received 2 recent contributions, one of $40 United States from Brooke Hagberg, wonderful individual in, I'm not quite sure what country was given here, but suffice to say that they did contribute. And of course, our dear friend in Germany, Nemir Zhizhinsky, and he is Ukrainian but lives in Germany, and he contributed another $50 United States, I believe.
Nice European audience.
Yes.
Well, I don't know if you've noticed that.
Yes, we our European audience has truly increased. This is what you're alluding to, yes?
Yeah, we get I haven't really had time to acknowledge them.
Yeah.
But I am now.
Yes.
Because I just haven't had time, or the thought to do it. But
yes,
it's great to have people from Europe because they think and act differently.
Yes. All right. Bless you. We love you dearly. Have a great night, and blessed be thy dreams.
Buddy. Bye-bye.
Bye for now. Okay, and that is skybookusa.com. With that, let's launch a second call, see how we're doing, see if someone responds here. These Skype rings are horrible. The ringing of Skype is an assault on the senses. There we are, young lady. Oh, you have no idea how my love for you just grows each day. Why, the warmth I feel just by your answering this call sends shivers down my spine. I think of you every moment that I'm not thinking of something else. So darling.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure who this is. This is Lola, Brooke's daughter. She just told me to pick up the phone and to tell you she didn't want to talk.
It's okay, honey. Now that you're here, you and I can get to know each other better. Yes.
Fucking kill you, bitch. He'd probably kill you first, so I wouldn't have to worry about it.
Yes. Well, it looks like we've established contact. And so, with that, darling, do you want me to bring others on? I mean, I do have to, refresh myself, so I do want to turn all my electric blankets on as well. I understand that Clarice Claudette has sent me some packages, one of which includes an electric blanket, so they should be arriving tomorrow. So with that, you'll need to send me that square barcode so that when you send that to me in text on my cell phone, then I can take this blanket to FedEx and mail it to basically the return department, at which point you should be getting credit. So I do need that, though. I need you to send that square.
That's fine. I need, because I want that before they're getting ready to have the their Prime sale, and I want to order a new computer.
I thought you were going to order a new microphone. Isn't that what you said?
Well, no, that's what I was actually going to look up. I've got a microphone that I used last time to my computer. I just haven't been using the computer.
Okay.
So I have was cleaning and doing some more rearranging tonight. So I may hook that up so that it sounds better, because I heard on the last call the iPhone just doesn't pick up that great.
And besides, darling, so why did you withdraw all your messages? Or is this something you want to discuss in private? Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, I withdraw. They weren't anything mean. I just was like, if you can't take the time to fucking read them now, you don't get to read them later.
Well, honey, that's Honey, you know I'm gone for days at a time. It was the 4th of July. That's
But
just
I was
not
like,
fair.
happy 4th. It was nothing personal. I was like, happy 4th. And by the way, it's full moon, Capricorn, you know. And then I kidded you something. I don't know. I gave you some joke. And then I was like, well, fuck you. You didn't read them. You don't get to. I don't know. You don't get to know.
Honey,
There's
that's
some
so
great in
bitter.
there. There was some super secret message that I sent you. You will now never know because you didn't read it. So your problem, not mine.
Honey, that's so bitter. That's why I sent you that link on the Bitter Southerner. Hey, she went mute. What is? Oh,
I'm sorry. Did you say bitter? So I didn't read your link because you don't read my links. Did you hear the song? Because until you start reading or listening to something I send you, then do not.
I can't listen to the song while I'm on air. Well,
You were on it when I sent it, and it was 3 minutes, and you had like 12 minutes to get on air. So
no, wait, no. You must have been delayed in your receipt of it's that wasn't the case. I was on air from the moment I started writing you.
I thought you didn't go on air until 9 now.
No, I go on air at what might seem like 9 o'clock Eastern time, but I was on air when I started. It was after 9 when I started writing you. Really? Yeah. And anyhow, so I adore you, and we'll bring some other people on so that they can help you hold the stage while I refresh myself.
I can't find. I mean, here's the problem.
Yes.
I'm going. Like I've been cleaning out my house, and I'm planning on probably staying up tonight because I am. That's another story. But my point is, I cannot find my computer.
Okay. Oh well, I'm not surprised. You're under supernatural assault.
No, I'm just ADD. Like that's just ADD. Like I just to put it somewhere. I'm sure.
Okay. I mean, isn't it kind of hard? I mean, was this a laptop? I mean, it's kind of hard to misplace a personal computer, right? But then you got a lot more.
Laptop, but I mean, I've got 3,000 square feet, and like so, there's like a living room and the great room and the office, kitchen, the porch, the dining room, and then upstairs. Yes. Bedroom.
Got a lot of space there, honey. And now that you're
I wouldn't take it in the kids' room. I could have taken it in the exercise. I don't think I took the exercise room.
You have an exercise room? Oh my god, you're fucking rich. Oh my god.
Well, it's an extra bedroom that I just use as an exercise room because we have 4 bedrooms.
And I mean just a lot. I mean I'm so impressed. I mean that's
don't be impressed. Like I so cannot wait to sell this house because it was great like when I was younger, but like I don't have to.
Empty nest syndrome, right?
I just don't want to clean all this anymore. I don't want to go up and downstairs with vacuums and fucking trying to clean fucking the ceiling that's fucking 2 stories, and like I have a 2-story foyer, man. Like I don't know how you're supposed to, I don't even know back when then I was supposed to get cobwebs off the 2nd floor story. Like I think there's some marbles that the kids throw into that window over there that you'd have to get a ladder to get to them. But, they're still up there. They'll be up there when I move. You know? I think that's one thing I have never cleaned is that one window.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's adorable. And so let me look around for...
I don't think it's adorable. I think you're just... This is what I mean. Just so fakey. Oh my god, shut
up. You know, it's just the way I am, darling. Oh, yes. Let me look up this other individual.
Computer around here. Just ignore me and do what you need to do.
No, I'm just trying to find other people to harass. Right. So I'm starting to, drag up these various people to mark for a call. And there was some people who didn't seem to come up when I'm looking for them. It's like, well, we'll find out. Give me a second here, and I'll just press the add button. Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was the other message I sent you. I forgot. I said I sent a message out and telling everyone that had been on your show to block you. So I figured I should delete it so you didn't know it was
Oh, there we are. That's his account. Ian fucking West. Not to mention, yes, Joe Ty, so we can hear his other incredible health suggestions for me, like buying infrared lamps so that I can cook myself. He should have recommended a spit as well so that I could rotate my body for, greater coverage.
If he's going to give you some stupid ideas like that, or be warm, I wish you would have said tanning bed, so that then when you killed off, you could have left me that too.
Oh my god! So I think I've gotten everybody.
Oh, found my computer.
You found your computer? How does this happen? Like you were?
It's in. bedroom I have a desk. That's where I used to work. Because I was too lazy to go downstairs in the office when I was working at home. Desk up here, but I sat something on top of it. I didn't see it.
Yes. Well, we're calling all kinds of people now. We'll see who responds. I'm kind of curious as to. Let me see who we're ringing here. Kind of curious as to what happened to one of them, who seems to have somewhat disappeared, but they left a message earlier saying, that they were trying to deal with, there they go. There we are. Couldn't find them. They wouldn't want them to feel left out. And, okay, let's see who responds. If nobody responds, I have every confidence.
I gotta go, man. I can't be hanging out with you all night. I got shit to fucking do.
Honey, certainly you can hang out for about an hour, half an hour, something of that nature. Let's see.
Instead of starting my channel on what was that horse site called?
The what?
Never mind, not horse site, but like naked women's site or like whatever it's called.
Yes, you mean like what was this? What are we talking about? I mean, one of my porn sites that I frequent or something?
What's that channel? What's the channel called that everybody has? Not know what it's called.
Fortnite.
God, that shows. I always said MySpace. That so shows my age. I don't know what the fuck it's called.
Oh my god. Well, we've got another young lady to join you at least.
OnlyFans.
Oh, fans only. Fans only. Yes.
Yeah. I was gonna do that, and I was like, "This is stupid. I'll just put it out in the fucking Craigslist." So I have an appointment in an hour. Apparently, he says he's a doctor getting ready to run for politics. Billionaire. So I mean, I'm sure I can trust that, right?
Of course. Yes.
Not a mass murderer.
Yes.
And he just wants to come over and talk. That's it.
Wonderful. I mean, I'm just so excited for you. I mean, this.
I know, me too. Like he sent a picture that definitely did not look like a photoshopped image of some model out of a magazine. It's probably 50 years younger. No, I'm just kidding. I have not done that, but I mean, the people used to do that. Remember, Craigslist used to be a thing where people would just go in there and be like, well, "Yeah, let's meet." I mean, I don't know how more people didn't get killed. There was like the one Craigslist killer. I'm pretty sure there were probably 100 Craigslist killers.
Oh God, there's got to be thousands. This one, the one story was this one poor gay guy. I can go into that later. Michelle has joined us. Carmela. I'll refer to her as Carmela, but Michelle Carmela Saldana, full name. But so you two wonderful young ladies can hold the stage while I refresh myself over a period of about 10 minutes or so. I'm sure you can do this, and I'm sure both of you will remain civil. And I give you both all the credit in the world. After all, you're not men. You don't have fucking dicks to distract yourselves. What the fuck was that? Michelle Saldana just fired a pistol at some home invader or something. What?
No, they're still shooting fireworks over here.
Yeah, just fireworks? In Hollywood, Los Angeles? There's got to be some firearms, maybe, but I think that would outweigh the fireworks.
Sure, that too. Why not?
So, darling, have you joined in the festivities and fired off yours?
So...
That was such an interesting laugh. Okay, are you all right? Damn.
Yeah,
I want some of that shit. Whatever it is you got.
I know. Send it on, Michelle.
Yeah. Don't be selfish. Learn to share.
Fuck that. Don't share with Douglas. He doesn't share shit. Have you ever gotten sent one thing by Douglas? Ever? $1, a rose, fucking drug, anything?
I hope Brooke got a chance to listen to our last transmission, because I'm sure she would have found funny the part where I asked you, Michelle was talking about how sensitive she was to the point where even if she had sex with men who had eaten something she was allergic to, like she had some kind of intimacy with some guy who had shrimp, and she wound up having anaphylactic shock. And that's when I asked her, so what would it be like if you had sex with Ian West? After which there was this really awkward pause.
What would it be like if she had sex with what?
With Ian West.
Oh, a shrimp. Got it.
Yeah. No. I didn't mean that. No, I meant she's. Yeah. Explain it to her,
I
Michelle.
thought you were talking about the size of his dick.
No. I mean that
I thought
too.
you were,
I mean that
I
too.
thought you
But
were gonna.
yeah, but no. I mean it's like he injects himself or smokes himself, all kinds of
God,
stuff.
I don't want that word picture in my head. That was why I paused the last time. I was trying to erase the picture.
Yes, poor
So
dear.
go refresh yourself. Let us chat.
Yes, I'll
Because
do that. Yes, these two
I
ladies
haven't
will
talked
catch
to.
up. Yeah, and I'll go
Yeah,
mute. I'll go mute, and I love you both. Okay, and right now
go away. Let me catch
I'll
up
go
with my friend.
masturbate
I
over
haven't
the image
talked
of
to
the
her in
two
a
of you
long
having
time.
sex. Yes. Okay,
Oh
I'll be
my
back.
God, Douglas, yes, you would.
Fuck,
Oh, God,
fuck
me.
off. Just go fucking line or whatever you're gonna do and stop it.
Okay, honey.
So, Brooke, how the hell have you been?
I am pretty good. I mean, I'm doing okay. Doing good. Doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm pretty good too, but we haven't talked in a while. How's it happening in your world?
Everything's. I mean, there's ups and downs, but overall, everything's pretty good. Didn't like that full moon the other night. Didn't feel great to me, but it was a full, Capricorn moon, so that energy didn't like it. But overall, everything's been pretty good. Like been rearranging furniture and my daughter moved out. I don't know. She may have moved out when I talked to you last. I'm not sure. And just
Well,
getting the house organized and trying to just get stuff done.
that's a big change. Your daughter moving.
Yeah. She
Yeah,
actually tonight, which was great to see her because she doesn't come by much. But seeing her tonight was nice. So she came by for a
that's
little.
fun.
So
So you
yeah.
make furniture?
Oh hell no, bitch! I bought some furniture and I rearranged some furniture. I didn't buy much furniture.
Oh, okay.
I bought like another TV, like a something for the living room for the TV to go on, something different, and then like another chair, and then really just more rearranging the house a little bit because just needed some change, and just kind of organizing for sure, and cleaning out, just kind of all of that together. Now you pile a
Okay.
lot when you have to because then you've been somewhere like 20 years. Like there's a lot that I need to get rid of. So I'm trying to go through it and figure it out. How are you?
Oh, last week I dumped all my stress. So over the last transmission. So I'm trying to get to Chicago. Some friends of mine and we have
Oh my god,
outlet. Just trying to leave California.
Chicago of all places, Chicago. That's the only big city that I've been to more than once, and I've had to go 3 times. I think I hate Chicago.
Not really
But
my
at least
favorite
you're
place.
going. If you're gonna go, you're going during the right time. At least, like going in the winter is much more miserable.
Oh yeah, definitely. And only because I have friends there. And there is a possibility for me to get even more medical treatment, but I have friends there, so that's one of the reasons. But I think I've done everything I can while I've been here in LA. I think I'm done with LA. California in general.
Do you think you're gonna move?
Yeah, I do. Where I would really like to be is the Gulf Coast. That's my happy place. Anywhere along along Mississippi or Louisiana. That's my happy place. I'll get there eventually.
Mississippi and Louisiana. I like those, but and you can get some decent land there for good prices. The only problem is it's so humid, mosquitoes.
Oh my gosh! So tonight I saw mosquitoes like the size of a man's hand. I was like, I never knew that mosquitoes could get like that.
Oh yeah, and we have huge mosquitoes down here in the south, but now the big thin mosquitoes. They'll get in the garage every now and then when I get in, but they actually are great. They actually kill the little mosquitoes. I don't know how they're saying, but here, like, we have these huge, long, like, mosquitoes, and they'll, like, get up in corners and stuff, kind of like, they're, like, really going
Yeah,
after them.
I saw when I was in Alabama. The short time I lived in Alabama, oh, I was so freaked out. I was telling everybody I saw, there are mosquitoes here the size of dinner plates. And they're like, well,
Mhm.
yes, ma'am. They're just looking at me like,
And
how
I
stupid
don't
are you?
know down there. I'm assuming those don't bite either because we have some down here like that, and they usually kill the other mosquitoes. But
Yeah, that's what they told me. Don't harm them because they kill the little mosquitoes. I
yeah,
said, but they're monsters. No, they're
no,
gentle.
no.
They're
All the
gentle
little
giants.
that are gonna attack your leg, and you'll have like 50 on your leg, like before you know it. And I swell up, so like
Oh,
I get these little bumps, like like I just get red and itchy immediately if when I get bit. So yeah, all those little ones that like in the evening, if like our neighbor had a pond and he wasn't treating it for a while with mosquito treatment or doing anything to it, so the mosquitoes were just like. So,
oh, that's
but
just
luckily he didn't
me.
know. But yeah, that's the only thing I don't like about that area. But I like Florida too, and I would love to move to an island. And then I think I could deal with the mosquitoes and the humidity. It's the spiders there, the huge
Oh my
spiders.
God. No, spiders, no. I won't deal with spiders. I hate spiders.
They say it's like a natural fear of people's. Like it's, I used to think like, oh, just fear. But and I don't mind smaller ones now. I've gotten used to them. But and I'll catch them and put them out. But whew, no, some of those huge spiders I see, especially like in Florida and on the islands. I mean, we have big ones here. They're like the whatever his name is, the kingwin, whatever his name is. It crawls. They don't build webs. They just crawl on the ground. I had one the other day.
Oh
Fucking,
yeah.
but that's the biggest we have here. But I've seen some giant ones in Florida, man. Oh my god. And my mom, when she went to the Dominican Republic, was talking about how they had like an inch thick under their door. They're like, they give them like these cabanas, but there was like an inch thick space under the cabana door. So like she said, and they had like real tarantulas there and these huge spiders. And she was so scared. They had mosquito netting over the bed too, but um, it was nice, nice you stay on the resort there, but she was like, I could not. She's like, so every night I would stuffing that a towel under the door, like the spiders are gonna come in. So
My senior year, I went to Haiti. And so I was taking a shower and I thought, wow, I took my glasses off. I said, and I was like, oh, how beautiful this tile is. Wow, there's one that has a tarantula um, motif and a snake and a lizard. And then I noticed that the tarantula moved. Oh my God, I jumped out of there. I'm screaming. And I put my glasses on and I'm like, all the wildlife that I thought was just like, because you know, needed being nearly blind without the damn glasses. And oh my God, I'm screaming, like these are real animals. Oh my God, I'm in the jungle. I'm in the
oh my
freaking
god,
jungle.
I can't
There was
imagine that.
there
That's
was a couple geckos, and I like geckos, but I saw the gecko, and I'm like, oh, those are tile motifs. Oh, they look so lifelike. Like, oh, they're so pretty. And then I see the tarantula, the one leg start reaching out. I'm like, I'm like, oh my God. And I'm screaming bloody murder. And they come knocking down the door thinking that because there was a witch doctor in the area that was harassing us. So they thought that he got in through one of the windows, or maybe somebody got in because I was screaming so badly. And then that was embarrassing because,
I,
there's
I can't imagine if I thought it was fake and then I actually saw it move. What? Yeah, I would probably have just had a heart attack right then and there.
the members of the mission team that were with me are all, broke down the door and they're standing there and I was covered. I was in a towel, but I was so nobody saw anything. But I was like, I just kept screaming even when I saw them because I didn't expect to see them either. They're like, you gotta stop. You scared us. And I'm like, look. And they're like, what are you screaming at? I'm like, look, go over there. And then you see these, my one of my relatives was there. He owned a construction company. He's like, "Oh my God, everybody out of here, out of here," because he was freaked out too. You know, there was a snake and a tarantula and some geckos, and it was like, "Oh my God, I don't think I'm gonna handle living in a jungle."
Yeah, I can do. I'll take a snake or a gecko. I mean, you can take definitely geckos or any of that, anything, but a large spider. Obviously, I don't want to run into a poisonous copperhead in my bedroom or something. But as long, I can deal with a snake. No, if I know it's not poisonous. But, spiders. No.
Yeah, agree on that one. Oh, definitely.
I think I'd rather
So,
get thrown in the water and just take my chances for like, you want to take 5 seconds in the water with that great white coming at you, like you get 5 seconds in there. And I'm like, or the spider. I'm probably, if the great white's far enough, be like, I'll jump in there. Will you kill that huge spider? At least the great white will kill me faster than this fucking heart attack. Spider's gonna get me.
or I heard if you pound a great white in the nose, that they'll leave you alone. But the problem is that nose is too close to their mouth.
Fear attack too, right? So you have to be ready to do that if they're going to attack. Although it was so cool to see that girl that swims in the water and she's actually swam and pet great white. So I
I
don't know.
know.
God, Rob. They say like there's 6 people in the world killed every there's like so many attacks, like 30 or 40, I don't know, and like 6 people killed in the world every year by sharks. Like there's more people killed in pretty much everything else. Like probably spider attacks, but we're so scared of them.
It's good marketing. It worked.
Sharknado.
I mean, we're worse because the shark fin soup and the cartilage
So mad. Oh.
that comes from sharks when people harvest the sharks, or slaughter the sharks, I should say.
Yeah, that's Asian. An Asian thing. I think it's Chinese, if I'm not mistaken. It's mainly where shark in that.
Yeah, mainly Chinese, but some of the other cultures take that in too. So, I had a neighbor that she was Japanese and she swore by shark cartilage.
That's what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but like, this may sound racist, but hey, everybody else on here says other racist shit. I think that the Asian community has a little problem with the maybe it's mostly China, maybe I don't care who it is. I would tell you if this was like California. The Californians were doing this. I would just say when you are doing shark fin soup, killing all these sharks, killing rhinoceros because you want rhinoceros horns, and elephant for elephant tusk, and rhinoceros horns because you think they'll make you more fertile. And like to the point that people are breaking in and killing like the last white rhinoceros or whatever in a zoo. I mean horrible deaths. Just so you can have the tusk that you think is going to make you get hard or more fertile. As me, like you don't like that. There's enough Americans do, but that is an Asian culture thing. I'm not sure if it's just China, but it is sickening to me that still continues on.
It is sickening. It is. It doesn't help for anything. It doesn't work.
No, and they don't animals and just like the sharks and they had a dolphin that they were also doing. And that dolphin ended up. I don't know. I think the dolphin. There was one species that they ended up losing. A couple of
The
years ago.
Cove. Do you remember the movie The Cove? It was so
No,
sad.
I don't remember that one.
But Brooke, I do have to give them credit for one thing about self-awareness of how flaccid they are. That they are so flat, so incredibly flaccid that they do need outside help because they have no other way.
You mean as far as bringing things into the country?
No, as far as the men who need to get it up, they know that they have no other way. That they're so flaccid that they have to. They know that they have to result.
I was just trying to fake like I knew what flaccid meant. To be honest with you, I don't know that word.
Oh, it means weaker than a wet noodle.
Got you. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, they probably, I don't know if they think it's going to make it bigger, but I'm not sure. It's so sickening to me, some of that stuff I've seen. But
It is.
same
That's
thing.
how it got,
It's
but that's
just
how
like,
I got involved.
Trump's sons and the dentist that goes in from America, and they go and pay to hunt in these reserves to kill these lions, and that dentist the other year that killed like the lion he wasn't supposed to, like like the pride, like
Oh,
whatever.
I
It's just
remember that case. I
yeah.
remember that case, and that's how I got involved with the uh, doing some of the work in South Africa. The anti-poaching, there was anti-poaching units, and somebody sent me a picture um, and said that there were girls involved, and the girls they said, "Isn't this horrible? She's posing with this rhino, and what can we do about this?" And I said, "Well, we have to do something because this poor girl." And they're like, "Poor girl." I said, "She doesn't want to be there. I know how to hunt. I know guns. She's holding the gun wrong. Look at her eyes. They're huge like saucers. She's afraid."
Now there are some girls that are like big hunters, like game hunters. They're like they like
Yeah,
make.
oh, like that Tommy,
Yeah,
or
it's that
oh,
Tommy
what's
girl.
that girl?
There's like a
That's
one that had a name like Tommy, or she looked like Tommy Lauren. Was it Tommy Lauren? Or there was another one. But
some,
like
some,
over the dead giraffe, like just like smiling, killing the giraffe, smiling,
yeah,
killing the
something like that. She became one of those Fox or commentators or something like that every once
yeah,
in a while.
it might have been Tommy Loren. I'm not sure
Yeah,
initially.
that's it. That's it. But no, this girl was not her at all by a long shot. She was part of the canning. So those canned hunts where the
Mm-mm.
so-called these rich businessmen come and they book, and they're on this farm, and they'll pick a lion that's about to die anyway, and they keep this. They either drug the lion, or they just they're steering it. They're herding it to where the hunter is. So the hunter isn't even stalking it. The hunter's basically hiding behind a bush. Maybe takes a few steps to wherever. Just shoots the lion, and I bagged the lion. So stupid. They didn't do anything. They really
It's
didn't do
sickening. Number one,
anything.
it's 8 people,
It's
like you
so
said, they're not even.
sickening. But when
And
they
number
can't,
two, I would like to see, why don't you just go out there, since lion has bigger teeth, you can take a knife, you can take two knives, but why not go out without your gun and without paying a bunch of people and see who comes back? Then you can say you bagged a lion. If you really want to try and hunt it, let's see when it comes up on you, can you cut it through the neck before it slices you through the neck? That's think a more even fight than you shooting it from 100 feet fucking away while you have fucking trackers that you've paid to track it towards you. Like,
so
this makes me sick.
so this girl on the photo I was looking at, we were able to find out that she was part of this ring that they pay this price, and if they don't get their hunting licenses, or I mean to facilitate and speed things up so they can go hunting on the very day that they land, they use the girls' names to put on the hunting license. And then these guys come in as a guest of these girls, and they can hunt along with the girl.
I don't understand why can't
And that isn't even what really happens. The girl ends up, if she goes, she goes. If she doesn't, she doesn't. Sometimes she goes, sometimes she doesn't. But she doesn't go as a willing participant. She's part of the package deal. So not only are they hunting these animals, be it a lion, a giraffe, a rhino, whatever, then they go and they quote unquote bag the girl because she's part of the bonus prize. And
are
she
you talking
never asked to be part
local
of it.
girls in Africa or like
Uh
huh?
um Most of them are white. Most of them were kidnapped from Russia or Europe.
I was about to say, like, I mean, I just couldn't imagine. Like, I would love a hunter to try to take me on that trip and ask me to do that, because I would be like, no, I'm gonna go with you, and then I would come back and I'd be like, I was shooting for the lion. Somehow the bullet hit him in the head. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to go get his body. Just fucking kill him.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Because
It's not okay.
I can't tell you how many times those kind of thoughts go through my head too when I'm dealing with issues like this.
Oh, I feel good about it. I mean, I have no problem. That's what I'm saying. I get mad sometimes. I'm not invited on a trip like that where I can do it. A big excuse too.
But you're right. The whole situation is not okay. Should never happen. So.
No, I mean, there's one thing in hunting, but hunting these beautiful animals and the way so much of it's done is just horrible.
I have no problem with people hunting for food.
Right, exactly. If you're hunting a deer, you're going to get and use
totally different. And venison meat and wild turkey is some of my favorite. But
deer and those hunters are some.
That's a whole other thing. That's just a whole other thing.
Yeah.
But also at the same time, I do understand in South Africa that some of the farmers who have the animal sanctuary parts, there's a big debate within the animal protection units about letting animal hunting happen. But what it's done,
people that want Americans to pay and Europeans to pay to come over to hunt, the rich people to come hunt. Because, I mean, I'm sorry, if you've got so much money that you pay to go to another country, thousands of dollars to stay, thousands of dollars there, to pay thousands and thousands of dollars just to kill an animal, like, I don't know, could you think something better? Maybe you could have given maybe she's gone to the homeless shelter, done some, like, cooking, or you want to go hunting, just go hunting in your own woods, or go to Texas where there's too many wild boars. Like, do you really need to go kill a giraffe or a lion that we need?
They do, because you know why? They're predators. The predators don't think about the welfare of other people. Predators.
I wish a country would open up a farm. It's the only thing fucking like, I wish there was just a farm they just opened up for shitty fucking people that you could go fucking hunt them. I'm sure people would want to hunt me too. I have no problem.
I'm sure those actually do exist.
No, I know that there's like psycho killers that like kidnap people.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess this is where I come back in. Somebody talked about. Somebody call me.
Are you a psycho killer, Douglas?
Psycho killer, and that's when you come back.
Oh, is that what you said? Hey, oh my goodness.
We're talking about psycho killers, Douglas, and you come. Oh, is this where I come back? That was a really strange cue.
Yes. Oh, well, you missed it with the last episode, dear Brooke. Our dear Michelle was relating how she woke up from a coma to some guy raping her, and I was saying, talk about a bad day. Yeah, that's talk about waking up on the wrong side of the bed. Just someone pissing in your cornflakes. Yeah, that's what was that guy's position at the hospital anyway?
He was like an orderly or something like that.
Oh my God! At least it wasn't the head of the surgery department.
He was just all dressed in white with some kind of uniform. I think it was a orderly.
Orderly's raping me. I think I would just say, you better go get me a shot of, what is that called, Dilaudid, right now, and have me one every 6 hours, or you're going to jail.
Yeah. I like it. All right.
I'm not going to get, at this point, like, he's already done it, right? So why not get something out of it?
Yes. I hear you.
I'm not trying to downplay it at all. I was just kidding, but...
No. I got a free hospital bill out of it.
Yeah. But that's still, you could have gone for a lot more.
I know I could have, but I was on my way home. I did not want to... The detective told me I'd have to stay at least another 2 weeks.
Oh, I'm delighted. I'd have been like, hell yeah.
Yeah, with the right drugs, might have been worthwhile. I pray you didn't catch any diseases from that, did you? that you know
No,
of?
I did.
Oh.
I also just told the administrator if I catch anything, I reserve the right to press criminal charges against him in the hospital still. And I did testing for a year.
Wow.
Every few months for a year after that because I was paranoid about it.
I can imagine. And I would be as well. So what were you two ladies talking about while I was gone? Something about farming or something like this? What was this?
Animal poaching and fun. Douglas,
Yes.
watch the show.
That's pretty funny. That's cute.
Listen to the show when it airs.
Yes, that's cute. That's adorable. Oh, so such being said, let me see if anyone else. That reminds me to take a look at the call. So no one else has joined us. Shit. How are you people hearing me? I never got off mute. How did? Did I get off mute? Jesus Christ!
I don't know. I never heard you.
Brooke
Brooke and I have been talking the
What
whole
happened
time.
to Brooke? She disappeared.
What?
She left. Brooke, she left.
Where's Brooke?
She left. Oh my God, they got her. Oh, poor dear. Oh, and I was. Oh, that's so weird. Well, I wish nothing but the best for her. And perhaps we should try to call her back. But it's so how about yourself? You're back at home, I take it, quote unquote, Hollywood, Los Angeles.
Sorry, is the air conditioner too loud?
Oh, actually, no, I didn't notice that. Thank God. No, most of the time it sounds like you're in the middle of some kind of helicopter launching pad or something like that. But
Well, it's usually the air conditioner that's sounding like that. Excuse me.
Understood. And so let's see if we can call her back. In the meantime, so is that the breathing thing, a respirator, something like that?
Yeah, I'm not breathing very well.
Understood.
So I'm not going to be on for long because I'm not breathing well.
Understood, honey. You did so well. Our latest transmission before tonight. I'm very proud of you. That was great. And so what do you
I
use?
was so medicated. I was outside and it was quiet.
Cool.
Excuse me, and I had a lot of caffeine.
Great. Maybe that was probably Brooke is searching for some Adderall right now. Something like that. And our prescription cocaine helps get her through the night.
Oh, how about the cocaine that they allegedly found in the White House?
Yeah, that's so weird. I thought that's the funniest thing in the world. So tell us a little bit about this thing you use to help you breathe. What's it like?
Oh, it's a portable nebulizer.
Okay.
Excuse me.
So is it kind of like an asthma thing, like a little vaporizer?
It's like a nebulizer, except it's battery operated, and it allows me to travel. The battery recharges.
Wow.
And the other nebulizers you have to plug in, and they're heavy. Do you remember when cell phones first came out, and they were in this they were like this big brick with this huge bag?
Yeah.
Well, regular nebulizers or something like that, some of them can be compact, but you can't travel with them because they're stuck in a wall.
Oh, that's awful.
You have to plug it into a wall, so you don't get to travel. But this one, the battery recharges like if you would recharge your phone.
Wow.
And then it comes in this little kit this little black bag that I also use as a purse. And I can take it anywhere with me. I have anything on a smaller scale, anything that would be in an ER, except like a BiPAP or something like really seriously. But all the initial stuff, like the EpiPen and the Benadryl and whatever other emergency medicines I would need. It's all there, plus directions to whoever's, if there are people around or if the paramedic is called. A little secret is often I'll pretend I cannot talk even when I can, because it makes the paramedics take you to the hospital faster if they think that you can't talk and breathe.
Right, right. And that's an important note. We have been joined by Andrei Nemrzejewski. So, good sir, thank you so much for that. $50 United States dollars. Bless you. I hope all is going well with you. And come join the conversation we'll have for a little while before I go monologue, because I definitely intend to do that tonight. I don't know what happened, but somebody was complaining. They said, is the real Douglas Dietrich under witness protection? Because something's different with this one. As if I were replaced by some kind of, I don't know, clone or something. And I guess I'd better go monologue so people stop thinking that I've been put into witness protection, which I could only imagine to be somewhat of a life of luxury. Maybe I've got an entirely wrong concept of it, but... At any rate, Andre, how are you?
Yeah, hello.
Yes. Catch us up on what's been going on with you since our last episode.
Like I said, that I would be very sure that the Bundesverfassungsgericht, that means the CIA, is listening to our last broadcast. After the broadcast, I was with Marcus in the city here, and immediately, 65-year-old man talked to us because of Angela Merkel and her politics. We were watching Sunglasses in the window, and he was coming to us and he was asking, which sunglasses should be the right ones for me? And then he talked about Angela Merkel and that she has everything done all right and all this stuff we've talked about.
Oh my God!
He was whitewashing and said, yeah, everything is okay. And then he went off.
Oh my God! Yeah, that is so suspect. I mean, that was out of nowhere. There you have it. Obviously, we know the powers that be. So aside from that, I hope you've felt safe. You've been pretty safe otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I have said what I wanted to say, and you know it now.
Yes. Yes.
Might as well own it and embrace it.
Yes. As dear Carmela says, own it and embrace it. That's the best way to put it. Yeah. And so aside from that, go on, Carmela.
So, Audrey, there's times where I'm talking on the phone and there's whirs and clicks and it sounds very...
invasive.
Yeah. So often I'll say, thank you so much, gentlemen, for thinking that I'm this important, that you're giving me this attention.
Yes.
I feel very special today. My day was rough, but you have made it so much better that you're wasting tax dollars on little old me. And you know what? My line clears up then.
Wow. I'm surprised it works for you. Mine just gets more busy. But come on. Oh, yes. I want to thank Andre.
It doesn't work all the time.
Yes.
It doesn't work all the time, but it works often.
Yes. Yeah. And,
one time on Thanksgiving,
yes,
I was talking to my intern from Chicago,
mm-hmm.
and the whirs and the clicks started, and I said, "Wow, it's Thanksgiving. They're making you work like this on Thanksgiving? Are you even getting bathroom breaks? You're not getting turkey or things? Oh man, I hope you get off in time where you can have Thanksgiving dinner with your family. It's horrible. You have to be in that little van all day long. And you hear, and then all of a sudden this guy goes, you can hear this guy go, I do want to spend Thanksgiving with my family. I want to be with my family. And then you hear this other guy go, shut up. You just blew us. I said, oh no, man. You you were blown a long time ago. I call you out any chance I get. But this time you made it official. And my intern and I were like, he goes, do I hang up now? Do we hang up now? I said, I don't know. I said, this is kind of interesting and strange, amusing and scary that they just made it known that, wow, they just made this official. He goes, hey, we paid their check, right? I said, yeah. He goes, motherfuckers, get off the phone. And you hear click, click, click. And he and I kept talking.
Oh my goodness. Well, there you have it. At least you got some, shall we say, amusement out of that. So that noise, exactly what is that, honey, when that noise is happening?
It's fireworks going on.
Is that what that is?
Yeah,
Okay.
or what noise?
Oh, it sounds very scrapey, like something scraping against your mic, so to speak, but you don't really have a mic, do you?
No, I have my phone.
Okay. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
whispering
maybe-
because you got
Well,
some...
I'm not breathing well anyway. It could even be that. So
Okay.
I'm just gonna listen.
Oh, okay.
But
Well,
I thought I would just go ahead and answer and say hello.
well, I want to thank you for that. Honey, I want you to know how much we appreciate your checking in. We love you dearly. Mwah. Okay? All right.
Okay. Well, I'll talk to you guys.
Is there anything you want to say to Carmela before she takes off, Andre?
No, but it's very nice that she meets us.
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you. It was nice talking to you again after.
Yes. Thank
So
you.
I'll talk to you all soon.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Yes. And so, Andre, just you and I for a little bit before I go into monologue. And tonight I'll be trying to talk a lot about, well, I'll start with France, of course. I don't think anything in particular happened to... Is there anything else you know in current events that truly supersedes that, or anything that comes to your mind that kind of should be spoken about, aside from, like, what I intended, first France, then, of course... the mutiny that happened in Russia, what people can derive from that. Probably at this point, many people have forgotten it. But I'll make certain they understand the repercussions from it, as well as what's ongoing here in the United States with the usual problems we have with politics. So I'll be getting into all that tonight. And other than that, anything else that you can think of as subject matter contemporarily that feels important to you? And as a matter of fact, what a lot of people have done in the past is they just hang on with me, and kind of sit down and listen. They do whatever they do while I go on with my monologue. And then if they feel they have something to interject, then they come on, they interject. And are you familiar with that term, that English term, interject? They butt in, so to speak, yeah. And so you're welcome to do that if you're fine with that. But I won't start monologue just yet for a few more minutes. Definitely want to. Obviously, it hasn't been that long since your last appearance, so not all that much should have happened, but enough happened, like you said. The odd old man speaking to you about whitewashing Angela Merkel, and that is just so unnatural. That is so unnatural because, as you said, she's been like persona non grata, this ostracized individual whom Germans have just stopped talking about. For some old man to suddenly come to both of you and start saying this for no reason is like, what do they expect? Why do you think they might even feel that that's constructive? Like, do they do that just to... I think the only thing is to let you know that they're listening. That's pretty much all they want. Yeah.
It's exactly like Bryce Taylor was writing it in her books. They want to know you that you cannot hide, and then that you cannot run away, that they will always watch you.
Yeah, there you are.
And this should this should prevent, of course, that you do further things which are not in their sense, so to say. And of course, they cannot do really much, but they can make you fear, and they can cut you in your career, and this they do. And there are lots of these people running around, going around, mostly older people because they have more time, and they like it to spend their time to cleaning up the republic. And of course, in their minds, people who think about politics, make their own thoughts, they are not welcome in their system, of course.
Yes, that's right.
And in Germany, because Germany is much more smaller than the US, the echo of such things like talking in your broadcast, they're much more faster. Like this, you get the answer immediately, maybe on the same day even. Or like they cut our broadcast last time very often. That
Yes.
normally does not happen, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
And
Go
yeah.
on.
I mean, in Germany, Angela Merkel, they have the allowance to listen to all your phone calls, all your emails, everything. And they do this. And they collect all your data in case of you get criminal. And then they put out everything they have collected to use it against you. They call it Vorratsdatenspeicherung. So don't please ask me how the English word is, but
Whoa.
in Germany,
Yeah.
everything gets recorded, observed, and they even have the official allowance to do this. I mean, 20 years ago, when they were tapping your phone, they had to ask about your allowance if you had no criminal record. But now they listen to everybody's phone and they record it forever.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's incredible, and this is like. By the way, everything Andre is saying is true. I have no doubt about it. It's simply because the police state is now. It's almost taken for granted. It's taken for granted, and of course Europe is always. People have no idea. Europe is nothing like the United States. There's no as bad as people complain about the United States all the time. They have no idea what it's like in Europe.
No. In Mannheim, you see every 2 minutes you see a police car.
Yeah.
Here in Heidelberg, every 5 minutes, or sometimes you hear. I think also on the broadcast you hear these sirens, these da-da-da every time, and. They have no shame. When I was living in Mannheim, in the midday, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, when the children were coming out of the school, we have in Mannheim a big street where you can shop and everything. It's called the Planken. And there are children going from school, people going to shopping in the midst of the street, and they drive through it with tatütata and 60, 70 kilometers per hour because one has stolen, I don't know, a perfume or chewing gum, something like this. Yeah, really, that's reality. And everybody says, oh yeah, police, yeah, we're secure. Yeah. But I mean, in Wolfsburg, I have experienced also this police presence, and in front of my door, I had a big crossing, and they always went over this crossing with tatütata, I don't know, 150 kilometers in the city. And the last days we were there, I was sleeping. It was in the summer time last year, and I heard a big boom and some noises from the tires, and of course a big accident. I went out because there were lots of accidents, and I had to make first assistance there because it was such a dangerous crossing. Yeah, and then I went out. There was, of course, a car accident. Marcus also went out. The cars were, I don't know how they got there. They were not even damaged, but immediately, it was maybe 30 seconds, everything was full of police, of fire engines and cars, and so. And then Marcus said, yeah, look exactly, they're policemen. And I said, hey. And then it was a civilian police car which were going over the street with 150 kilometers per hour, and another car, a VW Budi with a Turkish family, they crashed into this car. and those policemen, they were both dead immediately.
Oh
But
God!
Yeah, and you cannot imagine how much police and everything was there. And after 20 minutes, they put everything under side control that you cannot see anything, what's going on, and then somehow they went off. But you will never see a cross or something that remembers you. It was not even told in the newspapers.
Incredible. I mean,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
But you see what police is, they are terrorizing everybody.
But like you're
And,
saying, most people like they take it as a like, oh, we're safe. It's like you said, their presence. Most people just take as a positive, right?
Yeah. But with their behavior in the traffic, they mostly more terrorize the people.
Yeah, incredible. And so I definitely appreciate your sharing that. You've been through so much, and you helped to explain so much to us. And definitely, when you were talking about working in the lab and all of that, exposed as you were to the lab work, when you were doing that, this was with several jobs as well as your academic background, right?
It was only in my academic background.
Okay.
Because I never was taken really to the military, to the army.
Right.
I experienced all these things in my university career, so to say.
Yeah.
But due to the fact that I was studying in ancient Eastern Germany, it all became military because the people in Eastern Germany, they're even more military orientated than in Western Germany. And to say it clearly, if you are as a Western German in Eastern Germany, everything becomes automatically like in the army because you are principally not welcome. They do not like Western German people.
Right.
And because of that, it all got some kind of military character.
Right, incredible. So this was in the East. That's
If I remember, for example, some courses, like when we had courses in physics, they put us also in rooms with instruments which look very much like you can see in the Montauk book. Very old machines, very old stuff, and very complicated. And we had to make measurements with scalar waves, something like this. And I remember that we all went some kind of mad, and
Wow.
it was very difficult, I remember. And when I watch, for example, things like Super Soldier Talk, I do not really know how these things are going on, what is going on with those people. But when I think to my study time, especially in the beginning, I always have those feelings those people have.
Wow.
That, this lose of time, this that you do not know where you are, and the kind of people you have to do with, you have never seen and experienced in your life because they are somehow very strange. And I think I'm a kind of super soldier, but not in that sense like James Rink or so, but in reality. They put me always in realities which are somehow very strange and hard to handle.
So a super victim. So for those who don't
So
understand,
to say.
yeah, for those of you who don't understand Andrei Nemezhitsky's narrative because of his accent, basically what he's saying is that something similar to the Montauk instruments described by Peter Moon and Preston Nichols and the like. He was in an environment where they were asked to use them, and that everybody, in one way or another, essentially lost their sanity to a degree. That they essentially went crazy a bit, and so there is missing time involved here. And he's had experience with very strange people. So in that sense, yes, and no need to compare yourself to someone like James Rink, because James Rink is just just very sad. I mean, you're talking about a short little, man who's like a man-child, like a super adolescent man-child who is like never going to grow up. He's like one of these eternal children. He'll look like a child all his life. And with that, we welcome both our lovely Brooke Gibson back and, of course, the incredible George Knight. And so, Brooke, I was so worried about you. You just dropped off all of a sudden. It's such a relief to have you back. At least till she opens her mouth. You all right? Brooke, I've left her speechless. Yes, it's like that after sex, too. She just doesn't know what to say. Yeah, well, looks like I've knocked the wind out of her again. Yes, yeah, nice big finger pointed at me. So she's got her four fans only. Yes, her fans only side up. Oh, okay. All right, darling. Okay, with that, so George, another finger coming at me. I can't hear her. You're on mute. Honey, what did you do? You tried to set up the mic. That's what happened. You tried to set up the mic. It's not working. It isn't. She's telling me to slice my own throat. Yes. What is, yeah. So, honey, since you have no voice, at least give us a show. We can watch you strip. We don't need to hear you talk. Maybe it's better this way. Yes. Then she cuts the camera off. Oh, I guess I'm just losing that touch. Well, we love you dearly, Brooke, and you too are welcome to hang on when I go into monologue and interject whenever you like. Before we do, of course, we're going to give George Knight some time. George, I'm so glad you're here. Tell us what's been going on with yourself lately before I give you a piece of analysis that I've come to some conclusions about concerning something that you might vaguely be aware of. But I'll go into that in a second. Tell me about your side first. What's going on with you?
No, thank you very much, Douglas. I was looking forward to coming on the show with you all this evening or this morning in the UK. And I'm doing very well, thank you. And I've just been looking forward to coming on and just sharing some things with yourself. And do apologise. I've still got the pollen count is still high in the UK, so I do get a bit snotty.
You sound fine. Oh my God. How can you even be self-conscious about that? If you want to hear about people with real communications problems, Andrei Nemirzyzki has got an accent so thick you can cut it with a knife. Our Lady Brooke, she speaks so fast that I can't even understand a word she says when her microphone works. Oh, and Carmela was just on, and the poor dear can barely breathe. I mean, she's sucking on that nebulizer so hard. Honest to God, I thought she was making a porno film while talking with us and sucking cock simultaneously. Poor dear. She was talking about waking up from a coma and getting raped. And I said, Jesus Christ, talk about a bad day. Yeah, so all that being said, there's people out there with real communications problems, George. So what's up?
No, much appreciated. Very much. Yeah. Thank you for just expressing that because, I am a bit self-conscious if I do sneeze or go on mute if I have to have like a hissing fit or something.
You did have kind of a history growing up of a kind of speech impediment, right? That you conquered or something like that? That wasn't you?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I think it was somebody else, Douglas. Yeah, okay. No, I've always been, very, very,
Good.
Very articulate in some ways.
That's right. As a matter of fact, I was telling Brooke, you might have heard me say this, that she was saying that she had this stereotype of you're being very British with your mannerisms, being proper, being very respectful with a sir and thank you, and I was telling her, most Brits like that these days aren't like that at all. The modern Brit is basically a soccer hooligan or some kind of thug who would be like barely maintaining that kind of decorum. So you're quite the exception to the rule. And just so people understand, obviously our man George Knight is not gay. Our friend Andre is. But when it comes to George Knight, people would often conclude that about him simply because he was so proper in his mannerism, which goes to show you how bad the rest of Britain has become. And that's pathetic. But yeah,
Mhm.
go on, George. Tell us about what else is going on in your life before I share some insights with you about
Yeah,
this is some shit that's come out
absolutely.
recently. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. No, looking forward to listening to that actually. And but yeah, I just wanted to. I was actually on the road yesterday during work time, and I was thinking about this. Something I do have to share with people. It's one of these things in Britain itself. People are you know, as you've used this analogy before, people are cash poor, but they're asset rich
Yeah.
in the UK.
Or
Now,
at least the
it's
wealthy.
remarkable.
At least the wealthier people are. The poorer
the other
people in
side.
Britain are
Oh,
left with almost nothing. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
neither assets nor cash. But yeah, go on.
Exactly. Thank you. And the amount of times I go and do like a fiber installation in people's premises, so I go inside the property, and the majority of the time I'm doing the installation within the office confinery, the space where they, you know, usually hang out during work time, you know, if they're working from home, so to speak, or they're doing their normal thing in their office.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
the
but
majority
it's
of
too
the
bad
time-
Brooke can't talk, because this is where a capital joke comes to my mind. This is where George actually found himself in the hospital where Carmela was hospitalized. Turned out he was the guy who woke her up. Yeah, but, yeah, we could hear Brooke cackle if only her mic could work. But anyhow, back to George. Sorry about that. Couldn't resist.
You Douglas, yeah. And this is an important point to make actually, because the majority of the time on their desk, and it's on full display for the world to see, anyone that walks into that office, is their bank statements. And it's not like I go snooping around, you know, looking at all their, you know, confidential information, but it's out there on display, and you can't help but having a glance, and you're looking, wow, you've got that much money in your bank, you've got hardly anything. And 9 times out of 10, these houses, and they're massive, like estate houses or they're manor houses. They are
Oh my God.
big. You know, you think these people have money, but you look at them and you know, 9 times out of 10, their bank statements are on full display. This is where they do all their, you know, their invoices, or they do their accounts. So that's probably where they, you know, they do the majority of the work at the desk. So they have all these letters on display.
Just right where anybody who walks in can just see them. It's incredible.
Yes.
So
And
and what's the
cover it
maintenance
up.
on these houses? Are they maintaining these properties, or is it just
Yeah. Some of them you can see have been maintained. They've had refurbishments being conducted, or they're undergoing refurbishments, or the like. But it's just something I needed to share, because it's like, it's majority of the time I go to do these installations, you see that, and it's like almost every time I go and do an installation, you see this, and it's not even like they're not trying to cover it up either. It's full on display. It's like on their keyboard, and you have to move stuff out of the way, and it's like you can't help but look at it. So it's like, and you just realize, yeah, these people have these massive houses that are, you know, are estimated around £1 to £500,000, anywhere between the ranges of £500,000 to £3 million.
Oh my God.
Range from it, depending on whereabouts it is. But and you just think, wow, you've got hardly anything. There's hardly, you know, there's hardly any equity. It's just
Incredible.
It's
It's really
no,
disturbing. I mean, at the same time, it must make you feel better about yourself. Just looking at something.
It's just, but that is what, you know, and it's so true what you've always said about the UK. That's the way it is, and the majority of people are, and that's why these people are getting me to do their installations, because they got a cheaper deal. So they're trying to save as much as they can, but you just look at them, you think they've got all the wealth in the world, but they really don't. And so that's, you know, something very important just to share with people.
What
just
about
to give people
staff? Do you see any staff at all? I mean, or is it just empty? These places are just
the majority of the time it's this. Some like so-called hotshot has made it big during did a business deal years ago, and he's got a younger wife, and so he makes her do all the housework. That's the but that is the reality. It's not a stereotype. That is the reality of the majority. I'll say that 6 or 7 times out of 10 when I do to these big houses. Majority of the time they're just normal common folk. The majority of the jobs I go to, I'm just doing installations for a normal average household, or normal average, you know, person who's, but these are all working class, and they pretend they're not working class. They are still working. So the majority of people, there's no nobility anymore, so to say. They're very rare, too less between. So that's the extent of the cost of living crisis in the UK. I think it's everybody is feeling it, the effects of it. But it's just something I wanted to just share briefly. It wasn't going into too much, but it's just an observational analysis I have done. I've seen personally. But yeah, no, it's just
and it's incredible, and I thank you for sharing that, and it really goes to show that you are verifying and vindicating much of what I understood to be so historically. Yes. And when you say everybody's feeling it, they've all been. I think that this has kind of like been endless. It's like Britain's been going through this slog of basically this never-ending depression, forever. Essentially, it's just ever since World War II. Basically, there may have been a period. I think before you were born, where there was kind of like this feeling that the austerity was going to stop and that people were going to recover. But the closest you had to that was kind of like during the Thatcher years, when there was kind of like a war boom with the Falklands, and everybody was kind of excited and investment was going on for a bit. But other than that, it's just been this dreariness. It's so sad. It's just you just want to cry. So what else it comes to mind before I share something that I've noticed out there in the media lately?
Oh yeah, thank you, Doug. I'm really looking forward to listening to you actually. But yeah, there was one thing I wanted to just bring up. I didn't get the opportunity or the chance to speak on the last transmission.
Sure,
because we were discussing about 9/11, and during those periods, the 12 years that I was doing my own research and investigation into 9/11, one of the things I noticed with these conspiracy peddlers, these documentaries that they released, and these were conspiracy peddlers peddling the whole, this whole thesis that 9/11 was an inside job. But the convoluted thing about when people go to pursue 9/11 truth is that there is so many different conspiracy theories out there about it. And the one important thing I wanted to just elaborate to people, just so they got a better perspective of understanding, because I think Andre mentioned something to do with the planes weren't real. I think that was what was mentioned last time. I know that during my investigations, people were trying to push this agenda that they were by the way, holographic.
Andre, right. No, I was pointing out that John Miranda believed that. But Andre, just to clarify, did you never adhered to that concept, did you?
Last time I said something about World Trade Center,
right?
But I did not say that the planes were not real. That was
thank you.
Somebody else. But they one of the planes was not real. It was a hologram.
Is that what But you believe that?
Yeah, I mean, just look at the videos. Okay. You will see it is not white. It is more like greenish. It has no windows, and it looks pretty much like a drone. It is most probably.
I see what you're saying. So there are some people who claim.
I did hear right then.
Right.
Yeah, I did hear right.
Right.
And no, you carry on, Andre, before I go in. Sorry.
Oh yeah. No, it was just I was just going to say that some people are very adamant that it was a drone that hit the Pentagon. But that's where they typically come with that. I do want people to understand my stance on this is that I am convinced all the planes were real, but I think that some of the footage has been very much altered. And what we need to do is remember that when all of this first happened, that was when the footage was fresh, but it was after months and then years. There's footage out there that is completely CGI and not even and it's made to look that these things are not real. It can be very compelling, but just always bear that in mind. It's something to bear in mind. But it was John Miranda who felt that it was all holographic, and but that back to George.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And this is the thing I wanted to just bring up about the pilots, about the 19 hijackers, because the one thing that I always got, the one thing that they always present or promulgate in these conspiracy documentaries is that they had very little training exercises during flight schools. So that's the one thing that they always try to allude to, that these were basically incompetent pilots. They couldn't conduct such a operation.
Oh my God! Just so people know, before George even goes on with this, I explained about during World War II how they were training the kamikaze pilots that were close to home. We're not talking about the ones that were doing the long range missions, but we're talking about a lot of the home population. We're talking about civilians were being trained, if the Americans invaded, that they were going to conduct suicide missions, where it's called tokotai in Japanese rather than kamikaze, which is a concept that requires some explaining later. No point in going into the cultural nuance right now. But the civilians, all they needed to learn was how to do a 50-meter dive in the dark. I mean, Jesus Christ, you're going to be hitting something that's the size of a floating building, and you're just taking your plane and you're just crashing. There's no real skill involved. So
Yes.
please take it from there, George. Yes.
Thank you, Douglas. That's exactly what I was getting to, because these pilots, as a normal average pilot, you are trained to either take off on an airfield, a landing strip, or a runway, and then you are trained to land again. But these pilots, these 19 hijackers, well, the people that were taking control of the cockpit, they never had to learn how to take off or to land, because the whole purpose was never to take off or to land.
Yes, thank you.
And so that was, all they had to do was guide the plane into the targets.
Yeah.
And that is the one thing that they always tried to present. Oh, these were never, there was no hijackers on board these planes. And that's what, it's so convoluted how people could just quickly just change, these 19 hijackers, they were all identified. Mohammed Atta, who was the lead hijacker, he was Egyptian by origin. There was 16 of them that were all from Saudi ethnicity. They're all Saudi origin. And they identified every single one of these hijackers, and they all were funded by the majority of them were all CIA assets.
Yes. Well, beyond that, many of them had military rank. They were U.S. Army Special Forces. Yes.
Yes, exactly, Douglas.
Yeah.
And so, they were all identified. So the premise that people try, or the thesis that people try to promote, that there were no hijackers on board, is just completely, it's convoluted. It's completely phallus. It's just ridiculous to say that there were no hijackers on board these planes. Yeah. And yes, they took control of the cockpits, and yes, they were able to successfully hit their targets.
And besides that, many of them did have training, in the sense that they were practicing on simulators. We know that they hired simulator time. Okay, that's a fact. That's on record, is that they were training in simulators. Also, the fact that some of them hired these crop duster pilots to teach them how to fly the crop duster pilot plane. And even though that didn't last long, they would because their personalities were so conflicting with these people, that they maybe got one or two flights out of them or something. But, basically when they were doing this, they were picking up some level of flight experience. But such being said, conversely, it's amazing what people think in their minds about, quote unquote, U.S. Army Special Forces. Now, the fact that I brought up these guys were U.S. Army Special Forces should have people impressed by the fact that they have a degree of discipline and training already that enables them to absorb training better than your average person. But in other words, they're trained to be trained. This is what happens to people in the military. Is that you learn to absorb information and skills. At least you should be able to in certain professions like that, meaning there's military operational specialty, their MOS. But when it comes to what people project onto special forces, a lot of them think these people are truly Superman because they watch movies and they think these guys can do anything. And so what I just said about them being in special forces would probably have people conclude, oh, okay, then they can fly the plane. Okay, that doesn't follow as logical either. So understand that I remember when it came out that maybe on one of these planes, at least one of the passengers, this is not anything that is statistically impossible, at least one of the passengers was U.S. Army Special Forces, who was just a passenger, just instead of one of these Middle Eastern descendant people, a white guy who was U.S. Army Special Forces, and people were saying, well, he should have been able to take them all on and then fly the plane and land it safely. And I'm thinking, dude, this is a Special Forces operative who's trained in basically counterinsurgency. He's not a fucking pilot. and how these people just think, oh, okay, he's special forces, he can do anything. That drives me mad to hear this kind of ignorance. But anyhow, back to you. What else did you want to emphasize about that, or anything else that comes to mind?
That was just the start of it, Douglas. I can actually go into a great depth about 9/11, just to give people perspective about as you said, like the nuance of it, so they have a better understanding about what happened, so to say. But that's something I could probably say for another episode, another show.
Oh, yeah, I mean, before you know it, it'll be September 11th anyway, but we'll probably speak of it even well before then. But certainly what I wanted to bring up with you that I noticed was, now I'm happy to report to everyone that we can all celebrate the fact that essentially the latest Indiana Jones has proven to be basically a bomb, a flop at the box office. And you have no idea how positive that is to me. That is, it's a legacy of just evil and insanity with that franchise that is just sickening. And so to try and put this into perspective for people so they appreciate exactly what happened. Basically, it didn't make the $100 million United States dollars to even pay for itself. So it's at a loss already. And this is good because it involved another propaganda attack on the Nazis. So I don't know if you were aware of this. Were you aware of the fact that the new Indiana Jones film was released and he's quote unquote fighting Nazis again? I mean, that's no joke. It's like they're the villain again because of time travel being involved, which I didn't bring this up with Peter Moon because, he was involved with a lot of other things himself. But when it comes to the next time he's on before he leaves for Romania, I'll have to bring that up with him. So he's fighting Nazis in time, so to speak. I mean, this is just what they're stuck in. They are stuck in this. And finally, at this point in the franchise, younger people are not buying it. Now, this is a positive. It means their parents are not even bothering to take them to see this shit. So altogether, this is a positive. But were you aware of the film and what its plot and it coming out at all and flopping and bombing, so to speak? Were you aware of any of this, George? Just curious.
I was aware of the movie coming out, but not anything about its context, about the movie, what the storyline is, or anything like that. So thank you. I'm really intrigued, Douglas. Thank you for sharing that.
So here's what I have to say about this. I want people to appreciate the context of this. Understand that aside from the fact that it's Indiana Jones is basically a racist franchise, it's basically, there's reviewers of a certain generation who will have grown up loving Indiana Jones. And I mean, who among them who has, having watched Harrison Ford's Adventurous Professor, and its successors such as Lara Croft, really, from Tomb Raider, they got to get the franchise right, or Sidney Fox from Relic Hunter, yes, the male version thereof. Who among those people who haven't gamed, doubtless Simon Shake grew up playing this shit, hasn't wondered whether they could make a go as some kind of bookish historian while also fighting fascism. But of course, what's really at stake here is that preceding Indiana Jones and what it was all based on was this racist literary history. These what they used to call boys' adventure novels. Such as King Solomon's Mines, where you've got heroes seeking treasures in colonialistic expeditions. And it's always this brilliant white man who's very often a professor who deploys personal reserves of cleverness and resilience and unrelenting determination in the service of exploration and discovery, and most importantly of all, of course, resource extraction. Think, for example, about how the Indiana Jones films use the Nazi challenge to distract from the fact that the anti-Germanic hero is almost always appropriating the treasures of indigenous or pre-colonial peoples. But the real lesson here, or the real point to be made, whenever you're taking a look at the entire franchise and its obsession with Nazis, particularly Nazi occultism, what they found out from their formula was that when they're using the Nazi challenge to distract from the fact that the Allied hero is always appropriating the treasures of indigenous or pre-colonial peoples. You might think as a normal Western viewer, particularly if you're white and middle class and just have a normal quote-unquote background, that they might feel obliged to remind us that there's always a worse white man as a sort of alibi. That might make perfect sense to you, but that's not really the perspective. Certainly, it is a fact that Indiana Jones's least successful films to this point, even before this Dial of Destiny crashed and burned, the least successful film was the ones like Temple of Doom, which leave the Nazis out. So they found in their formula, they have to have the Nazis. And so when this adventure genre developed of Indiana Jones, they merged it into science fiction because, of course, he once saw a UFO. Now, aside from all of these intricate traps built by pre-industrial cultures that require no maintenance over millennia because they're super advanced technology that is meant to imply they're all from UFOs, you've got this franchise DNA where, say for instance, you look at the other villain. The first major doppelganger of Indiana Jones is Paul Freeman playing the French villain Belloc, or Beloche, and who taunts him and says, "You and I are very much alike." You know, even the original 80s film seems to acknowledge on some level that Jones is actually the villain in this story, because the climax of every Indiana Jones film comes only when Indy finally decides to relinquish whatever it was he was trying to get, rather than follow his obsession over a cliff or down a chasm or into space. And the happy ending is when he gives up and just goes home. But, so this is kind of like this weird antecedent would be probably A Christmas Carol, where you've got this self-obsessed and lonely skeptic, this who let his career crowd out all the aspects of his life, all other aspects, and it induces him to make morally questionable decisions in pursuit of fortune and glory, and then gets granted this momentary gift of grace, this glimpse of the divine, or aliens, which changes his life forever, at least until the next movie is greenlit, and the whole cycle starts with the new funding. But it's really like this moral redemption story in which he simply gives up the chase, gives up the ghost. Now, when the last two films came out, this Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, which was back in 2008, the year after my father died, then Dial of Destiny, which just came out now, they're all preoccupied by Indiana Jones growing old. And he's finally retiring in this film, and that's because the great white hero is almost completely used up. But they make him fight Nazis again with this doohickey, this ancient artifact that can time travel. And you might say that, oh, this is representative of the only way you can enjoy this movie is by winding back the years because everybody's stuck in the past anyway. But no, here's the main point of the film. When you try to ascertain all of these primitive colored people that he's stealing everything from, and then the Nazis are the challengers for these artifacts, and they're the primary enemy, it is when you take a look at, say, for instance, as I'll explain later in monologue, when I'm talking about how Britain and France almost became one nation during the Blitzkrieg, well, the one that led to the fall of the Fifth Republic, or the Fourth Republic, when the Germans just overran Paris and overran all of France, and the British were trapped at Dunkirk, and my biological father, Adolf Hitler, basically let them go, hoping that it was a goodwill gesture that would lead the British to sue for peace. Around that time, when they abandoned all the French, and the French hated them forever after that, the French always hated them anyway, in that one period of time, de Gaulle and Churchill considered making France and Britain one single nation. And I'll talk about that later in monologue, but the point is that when that happened, they felt that if they did this, then they would bring other European nations into this United States of Europe. But these would all be peripheral nations, peripheral to Germany. So they were thinking of a United States of Europe obviously without Germany inside of it, or Germanic Europe. And this is when you begin to realize the whole point of the Indiana Jones films. They're presenting Indiana Jones' first enemy in the first film as French, as well as the Germans. But he's like another man, like another white man in competition with Indiana Jones. But when you take a look at the Germans, what they represent in the mind of, say, the British and the French at the time in World War II, when they were considering becoming one nation and this United States of Europe that would include all but Germanic Europe, including Eastern European nations like Poland. Granted, this United States of Europe, half the governments would have been in exile. But the whole point is that the traditional view of the West is that the Germans are an indigenous people. They look on them as essentially white indigenous people, a Germanic tribe, the tribes of Central Europe. They don't look at them as white men or part of white civilization. So the whole point of Indiana Jones is he's fighting the Nazis because the Nazis represent the indigenous and pre-colonial peoples. They represent another indigenous tribe that he is fighting against, that he is pitted against, because to him, all the indigenous tribes are really this resource to exploit, and the Germans are the indigenous tribe that's simply empowered enough to stand in the way. So this is the real message of the Indiana Jones franchise. And the Nazis are, by definition then, the good guys. This is the whole point that has become so impossible for younger people to comprehend, because they're not stuck in that World War II mindset of this European, American descendant mindset, that they're not going to see these films. Because who the hell wants to see some old man fighting World War II against a white indigenous tribe? What young person is even going to relate to that in this day and age? It's not something they can even begin to relate to. Now, back to George with that. This is what I wanted to speak about because of its relevance. And aside from that, we can go into briefly a few other topics before I go into monologue tonight, because I just feel that I have to. There was some woman who is Germanic, Slovenian, really. She's Slovenian. And in the last episode, she wrote in chat, "Oh, what happened to the real Douglas? Is he in a witness protection program? Something's changed." And I guess it's because I'm not doing monologues anymore. But anyhow, so yeah, with what I've just said, take it from there for a bit.
No, thank you very much, Douglas. No, that's very interesting. I'm very grateful for you to actually, just to articulate that to me, because I've actually, some of my work colleagues have actually mentioned that they're going to go watch the Indiana Jones movie. That's the only reason why I know it came out in cinemas. So, and he said, yeah, one of my colleagues, he's much older than me, and he's like, I'm going to take my two boys to go watch it. And well, now I've got a better understanding about the context of the movie, because I haven't watched them for years. I was presented with them by my father. He recorded them back when we had VHS tapes. He recorded them from TV, and then we kept them. I've watched them maybe once or twice, the whole franchise, ones that came out. But I always took it as that, because it's very much just how you just explained it, Douglas. That's how I always perceive those movies. Because it's the whole, Harrison Ford, the protagonist. The protagonist.
He's basically the antagonist. He's basically the antagonist. The Great White Thief.
He's the bad guy.
Yes, the Great White Thief.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. And that's how I always took those movies. And and I noted that as well with Lara Croft franchise that came out, years later. That was the successor to the Indiana Jones franchise.
And she's supposed to be British. She's supposed to be British.
Yeah, and she's the British part of the British nobility. Yeah, that's her background. Yeah, she grew up on the Croft estate, which she inherited. So as far as I can remember, I'll tell you what, I only ever saw the very first video game. I never played any of the ones that came afterwards. But that makes a bit more sense. I have to revalue that, Douglas. Go over, review it again, just to get a more comprehended understanding about the nuance of the Indiana Jones franchise. Yeah, because it's been such a long time, but that is very insightful. I do, and thank you for enlightening me on that. It's very much appreciated. But I don't have anything else to respond.
Well, we'll come back to another relevant topic in just a second. But Andre, I don't know if you. Now, of course, you with what I've just articulated, I don't know if you have any opinion on that or any insight or whatever it brings to mind. Feel free to share it, and then we'll turn towards the real Ian West, who has joined us. That's welcome aboard, Ian. Oh, I have a favor to ask him. Anyhow, so Andre, yes.
You want me to say something about?
If you wish. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, you don't have to.
I mean, I like to watch them, of course. It's good entertainment, and the main thing why I watched them was because of River Phoenix, not because of Harrison Ford.
Oh my God!
But I mean, you're the specialist on the details. I just watched it really for entertainment.
Understood.
And it was in the time when I was studying in Rostock. Rostock is notorious for its Nazis and all the stuff, and I very felt like Indiana Jones in this time to fight myself. I was not fighting against Nazis, but it was a mental fight also. Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that. Yes. So Ian, say hello. See if his mic works. Watch it. Brooke always says we'll start with this fuck shit son of a bitch. You know, he'll be swearing as he tries to get. There it is.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes. How
Do
are
I sound
you?
clear?
Yes.
Awesome. How are y'all doing?
Oh, okay. You would you mind showing Brooke this horrible meme that you came up with of Hunter Biden raping this girl?
Oh and his niece, banging his niece. Yeah.
And you surrounded it with all this anti-democratic propaganda, saying
No, it's patriotic. It's patriotic.
There's
a lot of red, white, and blue in it.
No, it says the Democrats love this. The Democrats.
No, that's not true. No, he's lying like
That's
Brooke.
what it says.
He's lying like Brooke. Hold on. I just got settled.
I like
in.
that. Lying like Brooke. I like that. That's
Oh, well, she lies all the goddamn time. You know, I mean, well, all women do. You know, but
you realize how unfair that is? She can't talk. She can't talk tonight.
What do you mean she can't talk tonight?
She can't talk tonight. She's like her mic doesn't work.
I don't give a shit.
So,
Shit, all this shit that bitch is talking about me on this shit. You think I'm gonna give her any fucking slack? Fuck no.
Anyhow, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Okay, that time that we were on Peter Moon's channel for 2 weeks, can you download all those episodes and put them into one single episode and publish them?
Like a big 40-hour episode?
Yeah, very funny, cute. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be like, I don't know.
Or just like individually?
Yeah, either way, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that eats up a lot of RAM, a 40-hour movie. It takes a lot of space, but yeah, no, I could do it. Yeah, I could do it.
Oh my God! So Brooke just dropped. Oh, you drove her away.
Oh, boo fucking who for her. Oh, woe is the fucking world. Jesus, where's my violin? Where's my fucking violin? I love you, Brooke. I love you.
So
George, how are you doing?
Do you even know what Peter Moon's channel is? Do you need a link?
I think I got it. Here, let me go to the thing. Hold on. Here, I'm right here. I'm waiting for Brooke to block me on Facebook again.
I noticed that when I was working with Peter Moon for those 2 weeks, that not even the majority of his followers followed him to his own channel. I noticed that. So it's kind of like his channel's pretty hard to find. Or at least a lot of people didn't bother to find it. It's one of these things that before I bring up this,
and that bitch's microphone did not break. She's got that new iPhone 25 or whatever the fuck it is nowadays, and she could just hop on that thing if she was really that,
Well, she found her computer. She found her PC, and probably it did something, or either that, or she, who knows, lost her voice somehow. At any rate, I told her that we didn't need to hear from her, that we could just watch her strip.
Well, obviously. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
At any rate, oh my God. So, before I forget, just to make certain that, we can't accuse me of having evaded the topic, was there something you were going to say about voter theft or something like that, voter fraud?
Yeah. I tracked them. Well, I didn't personally track them down, but I did some digging and I tracked the dudes that run this voter machine cards and shit. Mm-hmm. Their company's here in Orlando, fucking Florida, and the two dudes that own it just live outside the city. And I got their address and everything, but yeah, they're pretty much responsible for this fucking election stealing shit for like the last 10 or 20 years or so.
Okay. Okay. Well, feel free to.
I mean, it's crazy. I was so surprised it was here in Orlando.
I don't see why. I mean, Florida's like where this shit is, Anyhow, I'm not quite sure I buy. I'd have to listen. I'd have to hear the evidence. Yeah. But such being said, so the other thing that I wanted to bring up with George while he's still here, because I think this is important, I won't cover it exhaustively in monologue, but I definitely want to bring it up and explain that this is part of the cycles of history. Basically, everyone should know that Norway has never been part of the European Union. And of course, the United Kingdom has now left the European Union. We have issues with Scotland and Ireland who want to remain. Of course, there is the problem of Gibraltar, which is part of the European Union as well, technically, and then wants to remain. But this is something Britain simply cannot let go of now. At any rate, there's a group of 70 small islands that wants to leave the United Kingdom, the Orkneys. And the Orkneys are right off the coast of Scotland. And they want to basically leave the United Kingdom to become part of Norway. So they're leading a tidal power revolution. They were part of Norway from about 875 to 1472, and they are now seeking renewal of that governance. Of course, there's reports looking at the status of both the Channel Islands and the Faroes Islands, which are, of course, further afield in the North Sea, and the Channel Islands, are between England and France. But Orkney could leave the United Kingdom to become a self-governing territory of Norway because of its consul, at least they're opting to explore this option. But the reality is, as I've said, that England ultimately needs to, in a sense, integrate with Norway. They're both not part of the European Union, so that would make perfect sense. And that would, of course, harken back to World War II, when they were trying to gain a foothold in the North Atlantic and reestablish a foothold in Europe. And aside from that, Norway and the United Kingdom both share the North Sea oil reserves, which, of course, Norway has made all this great use of and become one of the richest nations on Earth, whereas the United Kingdom somehow squandered all of its North Sea oil reserves and is becoming incredibly poor. So a unification would obviously be in United Kingdom's favor, in which case the Orkneys would be back in between the both of them again. So it's almost like, even if they leave and become part of Norway, a United Kingdom movement in the future, think of United Kingdoms in the plural like the United States, would bring them all back into a greater British orbit anyway. But the point is that England was so corrupted by the Edomites, which led them into these allied excursions in world wars, that what they got from their North Sea oil was completely corrupted and squandered away, whereas the Norwegians were never that infiltrated, were never never suffered from that Edomite insurgency to any degree, because they were Nordic and very homogenous in terms of their population, as opposed to being a global empire. which, of course, that's the weakness of a global empire. It opens itself to all kinds of infiltration. So that being shared, I'll try and go into a little bit of detail with that later in the monologue, but pretty much you've gotten the basic story, George. I don't know if that brings up... Did you know about this, or was this news to you?
No, only parts of that, Douglas. So I do appreciate you sharing that, because that's how I'm going to learn. That's how I'm learning. So yeah, very much. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. That's something I will certainly look into as well on my own part. But yeah, I'll look forward to that actually, Douglas. I didn't actually get around to catching up with what the end of your monologue on last transmission. But did you go into a monologue on last transmission about the riots in France?
I intend to do that tonight, most definitely, at length.
Right.
Yeah, and what I'll do is explain. Well, aside from that, I'll just explain it during monologue itself. No need to tell the story twice. But one of the things that I did go into was my blood transfusion in the early part of the show. So if you listen to the first 3 hours where Peter Moon is on, and just kind of go towards the end of that first 3 hours, more like towards the last hour and a half, then you'll hear me go in depth about my nanoplasma blood transfusion. That was a story that I felt was important. And so Peter Moon actually transcribed all of that, which impressed me. So
that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
thank you.
So aside from that, anything else you feel like bringing up at the moment? Just curious. That comes...
I'm happy. Yeah, sorry, Douglas. Yeah, I'm happy to go in any direction you want to or discuss anything. I know Ian West wanted to ask me a question, and so yeah, was it to do with Leeds, Ian? Was it to do with...
Oh yeah, Ian, go ahead and ask.
Yeah. It was about Leeds. Have you been looking into that situation?
No, not at all. No, because I obviously I know you mentioned Leeds, but I don't know what am I looking for. I do apologise, but I'm so glad. But I was actually hoping to get a private conversation with you the other evening but I knew it was you were asleep or something like that.
Oh, good man. They've got me working like 7 days a week again.
Oh my God! You mean for this? What is this thing again?
Well, now I'm doing that Monty Python show, Spamalot.
Oh wow, that's cool.
I got a week of that shit, and then I gotta go back to the convention center after that. So, yeah, man, I was just curious if you were following that Leeds situation. I wanted to see if it linked up to with what's going on over here with the kitty torture chambers, you know.
Maybe you could explain to our listeners what's going on in Leeds that you're aware of. Yeah.
Yes.
Who, me or George?
You,
yes. Please.
I've been so busy, I haven't had a chance to look into it. I just got the headline that the train derailed in Leeds and there was a huge explosion.
Oh, okay. And so that's what Ian does is both Carmela Saldana and Ian West have kind of done some probing, and they've both concluded that these train derailments may have something to do with child trafficking, that there may be underground tunnels that are somehow impacting the operation of the trains above. This is what is that unfair, or is that pretty much kind of a summation of where you're coming from, Ian? Right?
Yeah. Oh, can you hear me? Hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No. I mean, like I said, when I got the word last week down from Zaboter that I was right about everything. I've been on cloud 9 since,
That's cute. That's adorable. That's so aside from that, yeah. Did you hear anything about this industrial accident, George, or any impression?
No, it hasn't been brought to my attention, I'm afraid, Douglas. So I do apologise. There's nothing I can respond to, I'm afraid, with my analysis or my opinions. I do apologise.
Oh, that's okay.
Ian, yes.
Yeah.
Well, George, if you come across if you come across anything about it, please, let me know in the future.
Yeah, thank you. No, absolutely, Ian. If we get the chance to have a private conversation, then I'll be more than happy to do a screen share with you, and so you yourself, and you can present this to me so I know what to look for. But yeah, okay. Thank you very much. But to speak about child trafficking, there's something I did want to bring up on the show several transmissions ago about the Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate. This whole the phenomena of these guys that are promoting this this misogynistic university
Hustler University.
program.
Yeah, Hustler University bullshit.
Hustler
yes.
University.
Yes,
Thank
go
you.
on.
I could get that out of you. Thank you. Yeah, Hustlers University. When they got released from prison, they have now thankfully been convicted and charged with trafficking.
Excellent.
And excellent. And they conducted this interview. This to bring up with people they can actually verify this themselves. There was an interview they'd done shortly after the release. Now, the first major interview they conducted was with the BBC, and I forgot the name of the lady, the female journalist that presented the interview, or conducted the interview with Andrew Tate. But shortly after that, they went on this rampage or rant. They went on this conundrum of a series of other interviews conducted with alternative media, such as with these very small net groups that are like associated with YouTube. So like these, I think they're referred to as Young Turks. This other association, this other small net group that were established under under YouTube, and they've gone viral, so to speak.
So what they went on was a media blitz. They went on a media blitz, and the Young Turks, of course, are actually supposed to be really liberal progressive, but I guess they figured that this was like some kind of exclusive and took advantage of it to hear these idiots. But yeah, by all means, I hate these people, so by all means, go on exposing them.
Yes. Thank you, Doug. Sorry, I did because I got the impression that one of these journalists, that was, I'll call them journalists. I don't know how else. These correspondents, or these are basically just
YouTubers. They're basically YouTubers, but
yeah, that's it. Just YouTubers that try to go viral, and they've got a number of subscribers. But at any rate, what I'm getting to is people can watch this interview. I don't, not for the context of what they're saying, but you look at the entirety of their Romanian house. They have this private house with guard gates surrounding the property, and they speak about it's a number of properties within a large estate. So it's houses within a massive house. That's what it's comprised of. But they show you this garage, and this is what I want people, and they're saying, we didn't go public with this, but all this is forces for catastrophic events such as the war in Ukraine. So Romania is actually within hours of driving to within hours of getting to the borders of Ukraine. And what they were doing was dropping off these clothes. These were all female clothing. They had only female clothing. They're saying, oh yeah, we never publicly announced this, but this is something we were doing. We're good people. We're dropping off clothing and then relocating the females. We're relocating the children and the females. That is what they are being charged with, child trafficking. Now, they openly admit that. Yeah. They went there to the border of Ukraine to actually drop off all these resources, these supply packages for the people that are migrating, or basically they're relocating. They're trying to escape the war-torn Ukraine that the Russian invasion has been conducted. So in this interview, they show you this massive garage full of supplies, and people... I can't believe nobody even got that. I was looking at it thinking, this is a trafficking ring.
Yes.
That is what... They're not doing that off their own accord because they are good people. They're saying that they are good people. They're doing this for... It's a human cause. This is a humanitarian cause. Had nothing to do with that. This is a trafficking ring, and they're trying to traffic war-torn fleeing migrants from Ukraine. Yes. Ukrainians. Yes. And so this is what they're being charged with. And yet people are so... I can't believe how delusional they are. But you look at this, and people look at this interview, they can see it with their own two eyes. Yeah. That's what baffles me. But that was something I wanted to present several transmissions ago. I never got the opportunity. Sorry, Doug.
Thank God you finally did. I mean, these people are just such pieces of shit. But you've heard what I said about them. Now tell me if I'm being repetitive, but you may have heard what I said about them before. The interesting thing is that, first off, their father, whose name I completely forget. Obviously, he's a Tate, but he's this black guy, and it's like he was just involved with the military for a short period of time, and then suddenly emerges and he had all these capacities that were just very unusual. He could suddenly play chess at this incredible speed, where he was processing and beating people and becoming kind of like this miniature chess champion in his own right. And then, basically was this kind of homeless. He married some white woman because at first he had been actually monetarily successful based on his ability to process with incredible speed. And then he wound up somehow abandoning her and just kind of like becoming this vagrant who was going around winning chess matches to earn money. So it's just this, he has these two sons, and then they grew up with this capacity that they've never appreciated. They thought they were just, divinely gifted. This is their arrogance. They feel that they're just divinely gifted, and they could participate in several fights. They were involved with professional fighting to a degree, and then wound up developing this kind of cult following, after which they decided to just go into human and child trafficking, and then start this Hustler University bullshit so they can feed everybody their misogynistic ideology. But what I explained to Peter Moon was that everything reeked of their father being one of the few survivors of a nanoplasma blood transfusion. And then suddenly this black guy, develops this incredible processing capacity, and it passes on through the sperm. So then his sons inherit this kind of talent, but they're like, they have no idea where it comes from. They just think that they're, intrinsically superhuman. They develop this contempt for the rest of humanity, and then they use it to exploit the rest of humanity, especially women and children. So when it comes to the horror of why they relocated to Romania, was exactly as our man George said. Basically, they're taking evacuees and emigres from Ukraine, women and children, and then trafficking basically white meat, and because white meat is what sells. So they're like they're taking all this white meat and they're selling it worldwide because this is what gives them this feeling of power as semi-colored peoples that have decided that they don't relate to other colored people, so they're living in all white nations like Romania, where they can just pick up on white chicks and bully them in what they thought was basically a third world nation where they could bribe the law and get away with this indefinitely. So when they started opening up a series of casinos in Romania and felt that they had gotten control of the underworld, and they thought they were totally immune and could act with impunity, then the Romanians clamped down on them. I mean, the trouble with these fuckers is they always forget where they're at. They have no idea that in these countries they'll allow you to prosper to a degree, but if you begin to fuck with the authorities or the real people in power, they're going to respond, and they're going to shut you down. And at that point, they really fucked these guys over. And when they released them, put them under house arrest, after which they took their car collection and left them this stupid Yugo that they had bought as a joke. The only car they left in the estate was this Yugoslav car that they had purchased as a joke. They left them that, but they took all the collector's cars and confiscated them for the state. So then these guys tried to prevent... Well, Andrew Tate claimed he converted to Islam, and then, was praying on TV and all this bullshit, and so had a few interviews. But, yeah, I don't know if that brings anything else to mind, George. Yeah, but anything else you remember, go ahead and cut loose with it.
No, that's right. Yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on, Douglas, because that was actually what, without, reviewing what they were saying, because, of course, I 100% don't agree with anything they say, but that's what Andrew Tate was certainly saying. He converted to Islam whilst he was in prison, and he doesn't drink alcohol anymore. And so, yeah, and he just, it's just, oh my God, I have the utmost contentment for these individuals, all of them, as a matter of fact. It's not just these two, it's a whole network, a whole ring of them. And when they admit to that, they're boasting. They're basically proud of what they're doing. They're not hiding it. They're not secluding. They're telling you, this is for women and children. These are for the refugees. These are for asylum seekers. We're there for a humanitarian cause. We are saving them by trafficking them. That's what they're telling you. And yet nobody is paying attention to it. Nobody is coming up to them and basically confronted them about this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Brooke. Hey, hi, honey. Yes. And so let's see if she can talk. It's if not, I'll ask her to come on camera. So darling, I know we can try and prompt her to talk by getting Ian on. Hey Ian, so like now that you've heard how it's done, when are you starting your operation?
Well, you know, I was gonna say about those whatever. They're just CIA assets. That's all they are. You know, it's like their little you know, click. You know, that's the only thing they know how to do is fucking hook and shit, pimping and hooking. You know, that's how they make their money. That's like one of the job requirements to be in the CIA is you got to hook and pimp. You know.
The CIA must be sinking pretty low to deal with the Tate brothers, but hey, they've sunk low before. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. I wouldn't put it past the CIA to be involved in some way or another. I mean, it makes sense in its own way. After all, their dad was in the military, so they grew up. They're probably MK Ultra. They're MK Ultra.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Yeah,
I'm sure they are.
And so they're. So Andre, any of this spring? Have you been familiar with these dudes running loose in Eastern Europe?
Yeah, I'm a bit shocked about the fact that it is true with the child trafficking. I always was in doubt when I saw the Croatian people here in Germany. They are mostly looking very good. They are very young. They have no fathers, and yeah, for me it was obvious that they all will go somehow into prostitution. But now I know that it is really true. That's very sad, of course.
Thank you. Yeah. And so sad. And it's like, well, I appreciate your sharing that, and that's important. Yeah. And so Brooke, yeah. Hey, say hi if you can. I guess she's just she's just here to let us know she's here, which is appreciated.
I can see her talking to her broken microphone. She's like, "Get that motherfucker shit up! I'm gonna be." I can see her doing it.
Douglas, how long are you going to be on for? Because during my break, I might be able to return and.
Don't be afraid to interject. I mean, you know, I'm going to try and stay the 12 hours, the duration. I'm just going to start monologue and just keep going. And so, and like I told Andre and Ian as well, I mean, anybody who wants to, they're welcome to stay with me throughout the show and just interject whenever they feel they have something to interject. Yeah. I mean, I'll be covering a lot of topics and could probably use the break every once in a while. Yes. So by all means, what I think I'll do is I'll probably start monologue. I think that we'll have a bit more of a roundtable with our next episode. But by all means, all of you, please stay here. And if you wish. Anytime you wish, go ahead and hang up. But because the stream will continue. I don't need the call to continue streaming. But, you know, you're all welcome to stay and interject whenever you want. And if the call gets dropped, in other words, if everybody hangs up while you're gone, George, and you want to come back on, just let me know by sending me a message, both in private messages on Facebook and here on Skype. Yes. And just say, matter of fact, all you need to do is call me on Skype. Just call me on Skype. Yeah. And then I'll answer it. So yeah, just call me on Skype. That's if the call has been dropped. Now our man Ian is taunting Brooke in the text. Brooke, he's saying spelled with U's. He's spelling it with U's. So it ends with UK. And so I will talk about Britain tonight to a degree. I'm sure I will. If not, I'll be covering it soon enough, inevitably. Want to talk about recent developments in Israel as well. In case people didn't know, during the 4th of July, the Israelis pressed forward with further attacks on the Palestinian people. And the Palestinians, of course, have been fighting back with what the Israelis define as terrorism. So, yes, this is still ongoing. We have obviously the world is in a crisis. So we will, this was the one thing that, the difference between Brooke and I. And yeah, say a little bit about this, George, before you leave. Yes. Yeah, Brooke, of course, you heard her the other night when we were talking about, say, for instance, the COVID and the
Oh yes,
yeah. And so when we were talking about COVID, one of the things I brought up was, look, there is a problem here that I find easy to define. We had a reckless rogue state, a rogue empire.
No, it's called genocide, Doug. It's called genocide.
By the way, I'm not laughing at genocide, but it's probably is on in alignment with Brooke. He's probably they both have this concept of a elite that is trying to wipe out a good deal of the population. You know, they're so incompetent that it may as well be that.
They admit it, Doug. They admit
it. Well, how? Where? How?
I know exactly what you're saying, Douglas, and this is something that's very important that I have to contribute. I will put things in perspective. I will certainly do that.
As we said before, it's like what? How would that serve the elite when they have no one left to pay taxes, for instance?
Well, because it's all part of their plans, and they don't need our tax money. They get all their fucking money from the fucking Justice Department and the fucking what's it called? The not the Cessna QVs. They get it from some fucking account in Sweden. They don't get our tax money. England gets all of our tax money. The Crown Corporation gets all of our tax money.
Oh my God! I mean, wait a second. No. I was impressed by the fact. I do believe this, George. I do believe that the Crown was in some kind of business deal with Walt Disney, because I do believe Walt Disney truly wanted to create a kind of sovereign state very similar to a European microstate. San Marino or Andorra. So he was making a deal with the British Crown where this could ultimately happen. So this makes sense. I mean, this believe it or not, I will buy that.
My life, but you don't buy anything I fucking say. I love it. Like fucking Ian says it about that. It's like a 3-man fucking circus here. I have to get back on my phone to come on to talk when I'm sitting there.
Yeah, I told you. What did I tell you? She get back on her phone. What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
I wasn't going to at first until Doug couldn't let it fucking go. And was like, hey, George, the person that's always going to agree with me, let me bring this up.
Honey.
And then I love that you just said this. Well, George, I do think this. And what does George go? Well, yeah. Because I guess you do. So it's like, well, I agree with this. And I'm not putting you down, George, but I'm just saying, come on, like, it's a 3-ring circus. I say it. He doesn't fucking agree. Ian comes in with his Disney World stuff, and then he's like, oh, well, I mean, my good Ian, because he's not male voice. I don't fucking know. But, and he's like, well, I disagree. I agree over in Britain, so I'll change my fucking.
Honey.
Yeah, what's great is we come from different paradigms.
Yes.
Especially being
British. It's great that we have to both be able to speak about this, and we have to present this to the. We're being listened to right now by viewers that want to listen to information.
More than just viewers, also the authorities. But go.
and exactly, and the intelligence services are also listening in. This is how they gather a lot of their information, unfortunately, but it's true. It's so important. But I don't have very much time, but I would like to. And I know, Douglas, you brought up an important point about climate change last time.
Yes.
And that's something that's so important.
Yeah.
And this is what people, and that's what I wanted to put into perspective, is that the government knows. They know climate change is real.
Yeah.
And that billions of people will ultimately die because the earth will be uninhabitable.
Yeah. Or large tracts, at least large tracts of the surface world.
A large number.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And this is so important because once I have more time, I'll come on and just present this to everyone, because it's important that we come from that perspective, from that point. But no, Ian and Brooke, your points are very much, they're very much highly regarded as well. It's important that we both share. Yes, but we have to do it in a manner where we can both get our points across.
Yeah.
And I came on because I came on that loud because I have been able to try to speak for the last 2 hours, and I have not been able to, but I have heard everyone say things about me. So obviously, by the time I finally got here, I was a little frustrated. Dear Douglas, bringing up again something I said where I couldn't come back on it. But at the end of the day, yes, we all are entitled, and that's what I told Douglas when I left last week, that I don't expect you to believe everything I believe, and you shouldn't expect me to believe everything you believe. We're all entitled to our own opinions and our own beliefs and doing our own.
Well, yeah, honey. And so the listeners understand the difference, primary difference between our perspective on this particular topic, just before George goes, is that basically, this is how I perceive it, is that, I say, I'm a problem solution kind of guy. And so I say, look, we got a problem. We got this renegade empire that unleashed African swine fever that ultimately wiped out a lot of the pig population in China. And then this resulted ultimately in the Chinese response with the wet markets exploding and potentially a lab leak in the COVID virus. So I said that because they tried to hide it and tried to deny the COVID for so long it became a world pandemic, I said both these nations are guilty, and this is a justifiable reason for war, and that war should be declared on them and institute regime change, this sort of thing.
But I guess what I'm saying is I disagree. So it kind of goes back to what George was saying.
But hold on for a second, honey. I mean, so what I say is I look at that as problem solution, and I find that satisfying. But then you say this is what concerns me about.
I see a solution also. I just don't see the solution that you do.
Well, this is what concerns me. I feel that your perspective on this, that there's a shadowy cabal, which is also the same thing that Ian and many other people hold. They hold this paradigm. You're not alone. There's obviously thousands of people who believe.
There's not thousands. There's millions of people that believe that, or it should. I mean,
yeah, millions at this point, probably, yes. And yet I don't find what would be the solution to that if there is a shadowy cabal that wants.
Just like, so when we brought up when George brought up climate change, let's address that for a minute.
Sure.
The same people, these powerful entities know about climate change, and they're not doing anything about it. And the thing, as George mentioned, but not as much in detail, since the 1970s, I can't remember the exact year. I watched the documentary on it, another one recently, and we have been using more natural resources than we make. Than we have since the 70s. Okay, populations continue to increase, and we in the 70s were already using more natural resources than we had. Just in that. So these people that you would say are higher up, that have more knowledge than us, that have much more money, billions of dollars to pour in to look at the world and look at the government. I mean, look at what's going on and the natural resources and where they're coming from. They've known these things. And so if you don't think that they're wanting to decrease the population, and they'd probably like to do it before the earth goes to hell in a handbasket, because they'd like to still be here. So that's where I look at in the fact that I think that, yes, I think they're trying to decrease the population. Now, that's my opinion, but I don't think...
No, that's a fact, Brooke. That's a fact. They admit it. That's a fact.
Thank you. So I'm just saying, like, it's...
Okay, go on.
I mean, you can look at reports from different things that state these things, and if you don't want to believe them, you don't have to. But I'm not just talking about, like, getting on and reading some Q conspiracies. This isn't that. I mean, it's bigger than that.
Okay.
Russell Brand has a podcast that has millions of viewers every day, and he is talking about this all the time.
That's why he has millions of viewers. He's catering to fear porn in a certain sense.
Did you hear what I told Carmelo last week?
What about it? Yeah. So stop shilling for the enemy.
Huh?
You told her stop shilling for the enemy is what you told her.
Yeah, that was good, right? Yeah, that was good. No, I told her, I was like, do you know when the new season of Oprah starts? And she's like, no. I said, do you know when the new season of Ellen starts? And she goes, no. I said, then we're fucking handling shit.
What?
That's all.
I'm not quite sure I get it.
Meaning we're not watching just like regular TV or getting news from like Fox News or MSNBC, but going outside those boxes to get news, which I think, you would agree with as well, that you should do that research.
No, I'm just saying those compromised CIA assets that, held those titles, they're not around anymore. That's why we're not going to have a new season of Oprah. That's why we're not going to have a new season of Ellen DeGeneres. That's why the Friends reunion isn't going to happen next year.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Well, you're going deeper than I was. But I mean, just like what George and I would agree on the fact that they're not addressing climate change the correct really in any way, legitimately, and and they won't even acknowledge it purposefully, even though they know it's real. So at that point, if that's agreed upon, then you have to wonder why. Are they just waiting to also go down in a ball of fury too? Do you think that
what George and I are convinced of is that they've been trying to indoctrinate people against the Nazis for generations with first-person shooter games, propaganda films like Indiana Jones, and
what does that have to do with?
Because they're trying to get them ready to invade Unterland, as they're trying to prepare the population to take Unterland, because that would be the livable space in the event of the surface world becoming
there's not a livable space for most people, so many people that would not. I mean, what we're looking at with climate change and
those are just cannon fodder to the elite. I mean, they're just cannon fodder to the elite. The elite would send them down to take it and hope that they could move in after they expend millions, perhaps billions of people.
Billions of people, I don't think would be there, but I still think you would. I
said expend millions or billions. I mean, like, kill them in the process of taking Unterland.
Right. You think that, so that's my point. So you have this whole, your little secret cabal theory where they're trying to do away the Nazis and they're trying to go to Unterland, and that's your cabal right there. But yet you can't believe that they also might do other things because they also want to get rid of people in other ways. Like, you just want to go Nazi here?
Well, because what would be the purpose if they're like in our case there's an objective in what we're saying. There's an objective
to get rid of people that are too many on the planet.
But you see what I'm saying? In our case, they're killing two birds with one stone. They're not
going to get a bunch of South Americans. They're not going to get a bunch of Americans. They'll get some more people to go down there. That's it. You're not going to kill me. I'm not going. You're not going. I'm pretty sure probably nobody on this phone's going. Probably nobody on this podcast would go. My kids wouldn't go. My neighbors wouldn't go. I don't,
Well, you act as if it's a choice.
It would be a choice if you're saying they're going to send them down there because for the war.
If they're mobilized. If they're mobilized, they would send it. I'm sorry. Did someone just say something? It sounded like some strange voice. Was that George?
Can I just interject just before I have to leave? I do have a question and then obviously an answer to that afterwards. But does everyone in this chat remember the lockdown period? Yeah. When the restrictions were, it was stringent. So we
had a lockdown. I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, and do you know what the purpose of a lockdown is?
For control. It's control purposes.
No, the whole purpose was to prevent the virus from spreading.
You're right, but I can understand where Brooke Gibson's coming from, but that was at least the stated objective, which I find quite sensible, is to prevent the virus from spreading, though many people took it as a control maneuver. But go on, yes.
Yeah, exactly, thank you. I know that's what a lot of people perceive that because they felt their liberties and their rights were taken away from them, and they were forced to be confined within their own houses. They thought they were institutionalized. But the purpose why the government initiated these lockdown procedures and laws, these rules, they weren't laws that were in effect, but they're in effect for a period of time. They put you in the lockdown period so the virus was isolated and that it couldn't be spread. That was the whole purpose for it. If they had an objective to wipe humanity out or the population out, they would have carried on as normal so the economy could thrive. And as you presented, Brooke, they keep on using up resources. But in Germany, they had their nuclear power plants closed down.
Yeah.
But George,
and in the Scandinavian countries, they had their oil reserves shut down.
Yeah.
If they were sorry, Douglas.
No, go on. Complete that thought. Yeah. Complete that thought.
George, Doug, and Brooke.
Yeah.
Do you know what the textbook standard protocol for a patient that receives a vaccine? Do you know what the mandatory protocol is after somebody gets a vaccine? Do you know?
What?
Do you know?
Tell us.
Mandatory 30-day confinement. They're not supposed to leave the hospital for 30 fucking days. Now, why the fuck did this COVID vaccine shit, everybody was just like, go home.
Well,
they're not supposed to leave the hospital for 30 days. That is textbook protocol standards.
Yeah, but no one's ever followed
that. The world
that.
fucking forgot it.
No one's ever followed that. It's simply impossible to follow.
And it's in the textbux, Doug.
Yeah, I understand.
That is the standard
I understand. No, I appreciate your sharing that. But in terms of on what?
Okay, well, let's go in terms of this. Let's go back to what George said. I mean, as far as the lockdowns, I mean, I got COVID. My son got COVID. I mean, well, hell, our Joe Biden, has got COVID. The president got COVID. Like both of them, they had multiple shots. So number one, we know the vaccines didn't really end up fucking working like they thought, and we also know that it does have risk for myocarditis, and as well as other things. But at the end of the day, you had done more damage. If you look at the reports, there was more damage done to people's mental health, probably more suicides and people that murdered each other than you have people actually dying of COVID. At least in America, you didn't have that many people fucking dying of COVID. And a lot of the and do you understand that the numbers that were put down for COVID, when people were dying, they were not testing them for COVID. They were told to just put COVID down.
I don't know about that. Right. Yeah, I don't know about. I don't know about the other issue where Brooke said that the number of stress behaviors resulting in violent death, etc. I don't know if that's higher than the COVID. I'd have to look into that.
You have people that are still in depression. You have people turn out to alcohol, drugs. Completely just
well, you had that, but
my child who was
that's
ninth
true,
grade went into failing school because he's at home and was not able to attend school at all that entire year. So it was his grades for his entire high school, even though they've been great for the 2 years now that he's been back, but for that whole year, which is high school, completely killed him and so many of his other friends. So that's just a personal story. That's not even getting into the things that you can actually watch and read about.
But so that being said, your point about they were closing down the nuclear power plants, and of course in Scandinavia they were closing down certain energy production sites. So your point with that was that during the COVID period of time that they were doing that, they were not expending resources recklessly to help the planet spiral towards self-destruction, is what you were saying, or something like that, right? Or something else?
Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. That's what I mentioned, because the whole, the premise or the thesis that I know that Brooke mentioned earlier about documentary, that they've been juicing resources. But what we have always been talking about on the show, Brooke, is that after World War II, how many nuclear weapons and atomic bombs were dropped above ground surfaces for these conducted, these above ground test sites? That they completely radiated the environment. And they've always been like this. They have always been non-environmentalists. That's something that we've spoke about many times before on the show. That's before they were.
Who's they? That's a cabal, I guess. Because see, Douglas keeps saying, "I've got a cabal." Or that we think of a cabal.
When he uses they in that sense, he's talking about the various national governments of the Allies. The various national governments of the Allies and their military-industrial complexes have done.
Which is where I go with those are basically your cabal and power sources that are running that anyway. And so if you think they're just out to get the Nazis, then that's just to me a naive way to look at it.
Naive?
Yes, I think it's naive, and I know you have investment there, but I think it's naive to say that they're just out. It's the Nazis. That's all they care about.
No, it's a major objective, honey. It's a major objective. It's obviously an obsession with them because they're propagandizing relentlessly against it. They produce first-person shooter games to indoctrinate kids to kill Nazis on sight. They make movies like Indiana Jones and his Dial of Destiny, where he's still fighting Nazis.
Still legally at war.
Yeah, honey?
War is still an extent.
I'm sorry, honey?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
What?
It doesn't matter what you goddamn say. You're going to say that you're going to completely not give a shit.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
I mean, they don't just make first-person shooter games because they were hoping you kill the Nazis. As a matter of fact, when I watched my son play a first-person shooter game, it wasn't killing Nazis. But I tell you what, these first-person shooter games have done is make these kids that got into it then want to go get real guns and shoot up schools and shoot up each other and shoot up, let's see, how many shootings do we have over the 4th of July here in America? I mean, it's not about fucking Nazis. You can add that to the list of things that they might have on their agenda, But if you think that is in the number one category, I am sorry, but I think you were wrong. And I guess I am entitled to that opinion. Number one, I am entitled to that opinion. But number two, I think you should be a little more open-minded to look at it.
We're open-minded because, of course, we're here listening to you. Now, George had to leave, of course, because of his schedule. But I'm here, and I'm listening to you. And I'm open to what you're saying.
Care about anything unless if you were to change your mind, he would maybe change his mind. It's not going to ever, just like talking.
Now, that's a bit unfair. In terms of, he agreed with you on what you were saying about COVID in a manner I would not have agreed with you. Yeah, when you said...
I'm not sure how he agreed with me on COVID.
He agreed with you when you said, there's more of these people who had the psychological breakdowns, which resulted in these kinds of violent actions, and he was agreeing with you. And then everything you said about the COVID thing, he was agreeing with you.
I don't think he ever.
Yeah, guys, when you're in a war, that mental thing happens to everybody. It's like PTSD in a way.
What? Yeah, right. Thank you, Ian. I mean, I'm not denying what you're saying. I'm just idiot. What, Andre? What?
Yeah, it's like Mulder trying to convince Scully all the time that supernatural things exist, and she cannot believe it because her mindset is in a scientific way produced.
Yeah,
and we have the same problem. Either way, you believe it or you don't believe it. But to make it with the arguments and this and that takes a lifetime.
Yeah. Well, the difference with the spooky Mulder, that was his original nickname before they changed it to Fox, and Dana Scully, was that first off, it was just basically he was supposed to be the emotive figure. He was emoting. He was emotional, and he would emote to hell and back, where she played the logical figure. And as the series evolved, they tried to give her some sense of depth. So they tried to have her question certain things out of faith, etc. So they were trying different experiments in that. I mean, this is drama, of course, but it's part of the drama that people, I think, probably enjoy listening to in terms of a roundtable. But, Brooke, really, you wrong me. You wrong me in the sense that what happens is that I have a very well-constructed narrative. And this well-constructed narrative is based on years of experience. So it's something that you are thinking in a somewhat different way. You're doing your best to put together information and come up with a thesis. But when I mention, what you tend to do is you tend to misinterpret my thesis simplistically. Because I need to drive home a point, and I emphasize a point because I'm trying to get something across to the listeners, it inevitably becomes rather redundant of necessity.
It becomes redundant, and so I think.
But honey, it has to be
for so long. Like when it's mainly about like the Nazis, and that's who your cabal, your military-industrial complex. That's their like number one agenda.
And they're still legally at war.
Arming and force to take over that. Like, I just think that even if it started that way, like obviously you have put these narratives together, and I do respect that, and I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. But what I will say is, I think that number one, I think that things change over time. I think if you look at the way the world's going, I think it's obvious. And I
brought that up earlier. Yes, but go on. Yes.
I can't see how that you still can. Like I can what I can see is how I can open my mind and be like, this Underland thing, like, I wasn't too into that. I wasn't too buying on that. I'm not 100% sold on it now, but I'm open-minded to it because you put enough research into it. But at the same time, then when I tell you something about COVID or Ian West or whoever, and you're like, no, there's not like some higher powers trying to kill us. Like they care less about killing us. But they will kill us to send us to Underland. So, I mean, which is it? They want to kill us or not? Because if they want to kill us, I'm going to tell you the best way to do it is through pharmaceutical. I mean, you can watch Robert Kennedy Jr., you said you weren't voting for, but as he explained the other night, that, when they...
honey, it's like the pharmaceuticals are already pervasive. They're everywhere in the water. It's to the point where they're claiming, I don't know if this is true, but they're claiming that if you go fishing, any fish you catch anywhere in the United States river system or waterways, they claim that any fish you catch in any wild waterway or river system is going to be loaded with pharmaceuticals. This is what they're claiming at this point. So it's
That's true, Doug. That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
if it is
pharmaceuticals and
yeah.
mercury, and
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
and
that's what made the frogs turn gay.
Yeah, or develop different pollution made them develop different limbs, etc. I mean, there's definitely our environment is pervaded, saturated with chemicals. Now the point is, if you this is the difference. It's not that I'm denying that there is an elite that is committed to something nefarious, evil. The point that I have to share with the public, however, is based on years of experience with that elite. The elite is legally at war with the Third Reich, but at the same time, they are completely incompetent, corrupt, and they do not care about their environment. And they are saturating the environment with radiation initially, then pharmaceuticals. You are almost giving them too much credit by saying that they are doing this as part of a conspiracy to kill everyone. They're doing it simply because they don't care. It's they have a lack of care for the repercussions of their actions. They truly don't care. They're not that cognizant. They're not that conscious. The Nazis had overarching plans where they could plan things like that when they wanted to eliminate populations. The Allies do not. They just kill people as part of the way they operate. It's like the Soviets with their gulags. The Soviets killed far more than the Nazis because they had no targeted population. They were just killing everyone. Their own, everyone else's. Just as part of the machinery of a collective state that chewed up people like a hamburger meat grinder. It just ground entire populations into ground meat. That's what their system does. The Americans do it in a different way, but it's the same way ultimately, except they're doing it through pharmaceuticals, pollution, toxins, just like the Soviets did. They committed, the Soviets, ecocide, what is called ecocide. So did the Chinese communists. Except the Chinese communists were even worse. They actually dedicated themselves in a war against nature that resulted in the death of countless millions of people. Over 100 million based on the famines they generated from their wars against nature. So these, you might say, well, they must be planning to kill their people. It's not even that they're planning. That would give them a sense of direction. They're just stupid. How does that not strike you as even plausible? You're shaking your head in disbelief. You don't believe they're that stupid?
again, let's not go to drama. You're entitled to your belief, and I'm entitled to mine.
But honey, what are you saying? It's like, do you not believe that these people are that incompetent? That's stupid.
I think that it's incompetent of you, or not incompetent of you. I think it's naive of you to say, well, the Third Reich could do all this back in the day. They could do all this, right? But you don't think any of these evil people that have all this money and power have as time has gone on, continue to grow and expand their own awareness as far as what they want to do and need to do. And they don't plan out cultural wars, and they don't plan out the very things that you're discussing. If you think those aren't planned, both for financial gain, not giving a shit about other people.
But what good would that money do them if there's nobody to lord over? The money is there to... money is useful. You're rich if you have other peoples that you're richer than. Without a poor population to be richer than, what good is that money?
Right, but they already know AI is coming. The population has already been using, and that was mistaken the way that was portrayed earlier.
Money is useful. Yeah, that's Dan from Nederland.
And I portrayed it earlier. Here's what I'm saying. We've already been using, not them taking away. We have been using more resources than we have on the planet. We've been taking them, using them up. The animals, the water, food. We've already been using, not to mention the pollution, because that's what we do. Is as we use up, as we have our pig farms, and as we have our everything that we do.
Yeah,
okay?
And they say it's going to take multiple planet Earths. If we keep at this rate, it will take multiple planet Earths to keep up with the rate we're using up the resources. Yes.
Right. Yeah. And so these people also are looking at now they're going to have AI come out. They're not going to need as many people to do the small minuscule jobs. And if they can't get to Mars in time, which their lifetime, they're not probably. Maybe they're probably not their kids' lifetime. They want to
They're
keep.
already going to Mars. They're already going to Mars, Brooke. They already are.
Okay, but most of them are.
It's called Agenda 2030. Quit making you and Doug sound so fucking stupid. It's called Agenda 2030.
Then he says that with an
Okay?
accent.
That's all you gotta say. That's all you gotta say.
Well, what
That's
happens
the
in
real-
2030?
Trying to kill us.
Go live on Mars, but I'm going to tell you what. The richest people in the world, after they see Mars, and we know what Mars is and how you're going to have to live there for an extended period of time because it has not been built back out. Those rich people, they're not wanting to go there unless they know the world's going to implode. So they'd rather keep it from imploding. And the best way to do that is to take out a bunch of fucking people. Because that's the only way that you're going to cut down on using the resources. And yes, the money they'll still have. They'll still be the richest. But
Look,
yes,
we have an unlimited bounty of resources. Get that out of your head. That is bullshit. We will never run out of resources.
But
That's
this
the
comes from.
stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
But this is because Ian believes that the Earth is flat and extends beyond the ice wall to multiple other lands that we haven't used yet, right?
No, here, hold on. Here, let's take a trip.
So, by the way, I do want to welcome Dan Vandermeulen and Don. This is Brooke Gibson. Brooke Gibson. This is Don Vandermeulen from Nederland. So do say hello, Don. And yeah,
morning.
Good morning. And I'll be going into monologue soon today, but we're kind of just holding a little discussion here because Brooke, makes it seem like I never, acknowledge her and give her I want her to know that's not the case.
I don't need to be the baby. You were talking about me, and I called back in because you were bringing up what I brought up last week, and I wasn't me. You brought it up.
Okay, let's look at the great state of Florida. Do you see any resources running out right here?
Great.
Do you see all this?
They don't.
Oh,
do you
man,
see
look.
all this?
Oh man, I see.
Do we look overcrowded?
Oh man,
do we look overpopulated?
Oh man,
no, we fucking don't, do we?
Oh, I see people with four arms in trailer parks.
Everglades and a lot of unbuildable fucking land, and then a lot of farmland that you need to eat off of.
All right, let's go to Weird West Virginia.
And your hamburger or your.
Let's see how overcrowded and packed
land, dude.
it is up there.
Yeah, it's all swamp.
Let's go see.
It's all swamp.
Let's go see. Oh my God! Look, we're shoulder to shoulder right here. Look at it. Look how overcrowded we are, and our resources are running so fucking low. Do you hear how stupid you sound?
Look
at this.
Wait.
Look at this.
In all fairness, both.
No, don't you goddamn dare call me stupid, you idiot. They were using water. Drug cartels were running water. Apparently, you don't understand even just the water supply. The only reason the Colorado River, because they got extra snow because of global warming this past year, the Colorado River is not, but they're still on the West Coast completely fighting over fucking water. And they
All right,
know
I think we have to build apartments here.
When Mexican drug cartels are running water over cocaine, when Mexican drug cartels are running water over cocaine, which is what they were doing last summer.
It's pretty bad.
You believe that?
Yeah, I believe that. I can believe that. Thank you, Brooke. So Dan Vandermeulen in Nederland, tell us a bit. Is there something that you feel you need to bring to our attention immediately, or would you like to kind of answer your own?
I would like to reply on
sure
on what you're saying.
Sure.
Like the Agenda 2030.
Okay.
It's what they try to implement here in Europe.
Okay.
But the biggest pushback we have are the farmers.
Okay.
We have this. There's the rules here, and they say there's too much nitrogen in nature. So the farmers they all they need to.
By the way, you look beautiful, Brooke. Go on, Van.
There's too much pollution by the farmers. But 10 years ago, Holland was the least polluting country in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, the farmers, they have their own defense force.
Mm-hmm. Militia.
Yeah, something like that. And the people in the politics are so scared of them. So they're backing off of their plans.
Okay.
And it's even my brother-in-law. He works at what do you call it?
Is he working with something to do with agriculture or?
It's political. Like
Okay.
we have this place. Oh, he works on the embassy.
Okay.
So he's trained to work in the embassy, and they make risk calculations.
Okay.
And he said at the end of the COVID, the global threat they were seeing was like within 2 months they thought there would be like riots in all of Europe, and that's the moment that they shut it down here. And it's the same with the 2030. More is getting exposed, and they're not following through on their plans because they're so scared of because there's like a revolution, with the people.
So you
and
feel
what the farmers do? They go to Den Haag, where like the politicians are,
right?
And they block all the roads. They make fires on the highway, so nobody can get in and out.
Right.
And that's the only thing that works.
So basically, they they barricaded the government in and placed the government under siege. The Hague is, of course, where the International Court is located in the Netherlands, and therefore, what I think Daan van der Meulen is saying is that he believes there's an Agenda 2030, but that popular revolt and actions.
Look it up. It's on the website of European Union.
Right.
That's what the names are. And here you got the WEF, like with the Klaus Schwab, but
World Economic Forum. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not too scared of that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, thing what I see, and that's what I hear in your stories.
Okay.
The real terror, I think maybe 5 or 10% of the threat is real, and the rest is only on television.
Okay. So you feel that the agenda is being thwarted by the popular uprising, and that in the end the people hold the power, and so yeah.
But it's cool because I think in one of the books of the Transylvanian Sunrise, that guy also states like the next revolution will start with the farmers, and it's kind of what's happening here. Because they want to take away all the farmland, and Holland is like historically this is like
it's all worth it just to see you on camera, Brooke.
And people are proud to be farmers.
Yes.
And now they want to take that away, and people are losing it.
Yes. And thank you for your contribution. So go on, honey.
It's a point because at the end of the day, you've got, like I told you, with the astrology, so it's the same thing. I mean, we're in for it by 2030. If you just look at astrology, this been going on since 2008. Pluto and Capricorn. It breaks down structures, it breaks down governments, and it breaks down power. Doesn't give a shit how it's rebuilt. It's up to us. It goes into Aquarius. Aquarius is about the people. Aquarius is also, though, however, about technology. And look where we're moving into in January of 2024. It'll be out of Pluto. Structures will be broken down. We've already broken them down. That's where you're seeing uprisings, whether it's in France and every other country. That's why you saw, Trump get elected and us get more divisive than ever. Then the whole world get divisive. Australians tell us they brought us together. Millions. Fuck, everybody's just going like, oh, there's aliens, oh, there's not aliens. It's like nobody fucking knows. It's just, but people are finally like, I don't even give a shit now. Like, it could be an alien. I don't fucking know. I don't care. Like, this is just. If you'd said that 10 years ago, like, and they had all this shit on the news, like, oh, aliens are real, the government's having this, people have been going crazy. Now it's just kind of like, whatever, you fucked our world, and, like, we're not happy. And I think you're slowly seeing, like, even in America, like, that's why, I got behind Robert Kennedy, because I think that he's the only person at this moment, he's not perfect, but that can bring Republicans and Democrats together in a more concisive way and look at both sides instead of being so extremist on one side or the other, and to look at facts. And, I could go into the vaccines because, the vaccine laws that were passed, I believe it was when Clinton was there, they, vaccines, like I said, I worked in pharmaceuticals. We had to do so much testing on drugs. I mean, we had naproxen. Naproxen sold over the counter. We went to put it into a liquid. We had to test for years to put it into a liquid form. That's an over-the-counter drug. Do you understand that? Now, at the end of the day, but guess what? That's all drugs. Every drug has to go through trials. Now, I will say this. A lot of those trials are still done bad because they'll go to some poor country in Africa and say, well, just don't report your, or, they'll act like. So a lot of these drugs, even though they do trials, they're still not, they get around it. But at least they have to do trials. There was a law passed for vaccines that became, you don't have to do trials on them. You don't have to do pre-trials on them.
When the vaccines when they started it, I work at this nursing home.
Mm-hmm.
We had this we get they came from the government to give the shots, but we can also give the shots, and that's the only time I got to see all the documentation. And people did need to sign like a waiver, like that you're yourself responsible for taking it. After that, nobody has ever seen those papers. But the strange thing is, we got this little box with emergency stuff, like that we could inject if things would go wrong.
Cool.
But it was, but it's like stuff they normally use in the hospital when you get like a cardiac arrest. I've never seen something like that for giving a vaccination.
Right, and they weren't.
Don't get when you need the flu shot.
Go ahead.
Oh, he was just go on.
I commanded everybody just not to take it.
Okay.
And we
they don't
in 3 years time, we only had one death from. I think there was about 80 people living where I work.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So, by the way, just so you know, Brooke, Dan Vondermeulen in Netherlands works as a homeopathic nurse, basically. Yeah. And so the two of you could probably relate on any number of issues. By the way, I bring to your attention, Brooke, as you...
on vaccines, this is another great point that Robert Kennedy made. So, like, think about the vaccines, because vaccines can be great. Like, yes, you've had us get rid of like smallpox and things like that. But so let me give you 2 points. Number one, like my children, they get like why does a 1 day old need a hepatitis B shot? Because hepatitis B is normally spread through sex and injectable drugs. Okay. But we're giving 1-year-olds, which again, this drug is it was given outside the lines and perimeters of having to be tested. We give it to not 1-year-olds, 1 day olds. Okay. The chickenpox vaccine also has been basically we're supposed to give it to our kids. That's what they push on you. You go in the doctor. Here we're just shooting them up. But yeah, that vaccine in England, where Georgia's from, they tell them not to take that vaccine because they've proven that vaccine does more harm than good, because the number of deaths, what happens is it pushes up shingles. So it does cause some people to not get chickenpox, but then it makes you get shingles, and shingles is 10 times more deadly and kills 10 times more people. So you end up killing more people than you ever saved. Everything, it's all about money, dude. Like everything at the end of the day, I've always told my daughter, follow the dollar trail. If you want to figure out what the answer is, follow the dollar. Follow the dollar. Because 90, you can follow, and then you can follow sex too, but 9 times out of 10 it's a dollar.
Dan, your response to
Douglas?
Oh, yes, Andre, but yes.
What makes...
Like a child, it takes 2 years to develop your immune system. It's the IgE. It's like this protein that can... like if you get sick, that's the thing that remembers, so that you can defend against it the next time.
Okay.
So if you're smaller than 2 years old, your body doesn't even like remember how to attack things.
Right.
So if you get it, it's useless to be vaccinated before 2 years old.
Okay.
No, and they also, there was another vaccine that they were giving all of us when we were younger. I probably had it. It was in the 80s. And they pulled it out because it was a multiple don't know if it was the DL. They're pulling out the DLTP, I believe. I'm not sure if that was it, but they pulled out one that was multiple. It treated for, I think, pertussis, a few different things, not pertussis, a few different other things. And they pulled it finally because enough complications were at least coming back from that finally after 10 years, 15 years. But then Clinton went ahead and said, but no, so we're going to go ahead and send it to Africa. And so they were treating, and he said it saved so many lives. Like he named like a number, I can't remember the number, like 1 million. It's saved 1 million lives by going ahead and using this vaccine there to prevent against these certain diseases. Well, when he was asked to prove that number, obviously there was no data to prove it. To believe it was Sweden. It could have been another country. I believe it was Sweden, though. They ended up going and spending 15 years of research in Africa where they gave these shots. And what they found out is that the children that had these vaccines that supposedly saved lives, that 10 times more of those children died than children that didn't have the vaccines. And they didn't die. You're right. The vaccine protected them from those like 2 or 3 diseases, but they died of like what he's saying. So then your immune system also doesn't build up. So they were dying of pneumonia, anything like pneumonia, different things like that, just things that their body couldn't fight off over the next 10, 15 years, were 10 times more than the ones that weren't vaccinated. 10 times more children died that had the vaccine. And it's because their body did not have an immune system, and this is all documented, that they could not fight off. So we sit here and just go, oh, vaccines are good, and let's believe in pharmaceutical. I mean, like, it makes me want to puke.
So yes, thank you for that, honey. Deeply appreciate it. So before I turn your attention to something that's more amusing than anything else, Andre, you were going to say something. I believe you put it in the text, but do say it verbally. Yes, please.
Yeah, it's for me. It's worth a think about the vaccination for HIV does not exist, even if HIV exists since, I don't know, 40 years. And okay, if you will ask a microbiologist, he will say, oh, HIV, that's a complete other virus than corona, of course, but the vaccinations for corona, they were immediately there. And then why do they need then 40 years for a vaccination against HIV, and they still did not succeed? Well, that's a bit strange. Huh?
Right. No, I mean, I appreciate what you're saying. And obviously, the HIV is a very complicated, shall we say, it's so complicated in one sense because it's what's called an archaeovirus, which means like an ancient virus. In other words, it's single-strand DNA. It's RNA, really. So it's ribonucleic acid without the double-strand configuration, which is why they were speculating that it may have originated on Mars. This was speculation because they figured it could not. RNA cannot exist in moist environments, or it can't develop or evolve in moist environments. And Earth is a very moist environment, and they believe that most everything evolved in the oceans. So they thought that maybe HIV evolved on Mars. Now, all of this could be a cover story for a bioweapon, which is ultimately what it could very well be, because it was applied against the gay population first through vaccinations.
Or they didn't want, they applied it against the gay population and the drug users, and therefore they didn't want a fucking virus. They didn't want a cure.
Yes.
You don't think they can come, they can. So either they can come up with some magical cure for COVID, which they didn't, but they wanted to shoot into you and make everybody take, right, in 6 months. But yet in fucking, like he said, like, what, 30 years, they can't figure out anything?
40, yeah, at least 40 by now. But just so everybody understands the enormity of the situation, our friend Don van der Meulen is from Nederland, and Andre used to work there quite a bit.
Netherlands, please, because I keep thinking you're saying Underland, and then I'm like, oh, really? Do you have somebody on here from Underland? Because then that'll prove it's actually real.
I guess it's kind of like that, yeah. And so understand that the Malaysia Flight 17 was shot down under Vladimir Putin's direct orders as it was flying over eastern Ukraine in July 17th of 2014.
Wait a minute, which flight did you say?
That's MH17. That was shot down by a Russian BUK missile system.
17 was the one that disappeared over the Indian Ocean.
No, you're confusing it. You're confusing it with another Malaysian flight. The MH, so we can look up the flight that disappeared over the Indian Ocean.
370 maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. But in terms of MH17, it killed all 298 passengers and crew, and 196 of them were Dutch citizens. And the reality is, of course, that everyone, for all intents and purposes, pretty much every AIDS scientist in the world, which was on that flight because they had found the cure, they had the vaccine, they had the cure, they were all killed. And so the world was instantly denied of the cure for AIDS, which they had. And so the Russians prevented that.
Oh my God.
What's that, honey?
Just the whole, just thinking of that flight, the way it was shot down, and thinking about the kids on it, and like seeing all that, like that was so horrible. Oh,
yes. Yes, thank you, honey, for this. So, may I direct your attention, honey? If you scroll up far enough, and I might go on screen shot for you, just to make certain you see it. Here we are. I'm going to go on screen share. George is back with us for a few minutes, and then I'll have to go monologue soon. But I just wanted to make certain that Brooke saw this. So here we are, Brooke. Here's the meme that Ian West came up with. I'm on screen share right now, so should be able to see.
Meme the other night. Did he make another? I mean,
this is the one he made. It's just he said, "This is considered perfectly fine by our Department of Justice. Now you know why the entire Democrat Party lied about the laptop. The new era Democratic majority," and he's got the donkeys on either side. This is definitely an assault on the Democratic Party, Ian. How can you say that this is not partisan? So there you go, honey. Just a little bemusement for you. Partisan activity on the part of Ian West, who I guess is a staunch.
He's always partisan. I try to, like, it's so funny that Ian will get some stuff and not get others, and he doesn't get that he's getting played into its own partisan politics. And don't get me wrong, like, I've played into it before too on both sides, but I just think at this point we have to start pulling out of what they're playing us, at least in America. But I think probably everywhere.
I'm sorry, guys. I was taking a screw out of my couch. No. I wasn't talking about, I wasn't targeting the Democrats. I was just pointing out what the Democrats. So I'm just pointing out the obvious. I'm going to go on mute.
Do another one then like that on Trump, okay? With him, like, paying off the bitch or...
Because Trump's kids aren't fucking perverts that fuck their nieces. That's why, bro.
I think that was his niece. What did his niece? Is that proven? He was his niece?
Oh my God.
Does somebody else on here know anything besides Ian that was his niece?
Did you see the picture? Did you see the picture?
Yeah.
The picture.
The picture is really indiscernible. I mean, we can't tell who's in that picture. Honestly, I think you took a picture of Brooke and myself, and just added all the meme to it. And it's how do I say it? It's the way Ian operates. But we forgive him. At any rate, when it comes to
you seem to forget that they, like, literally right now, like, you could take a picture of me and Douglas together and totally then prop Joe Biden's head on it.
Yes.
Like, I don't know, whoever the fuck you want to put on there. Like you can put, that's
baby, nobody has time for that. They have time for having a big gun, okay?
Says the man who makes memes. Yes. Says the man.
People that can do that very easily because they have high-tech software. Okay, yes. It might take you a while, but then you say no.
Water that denial. Let me hear that denial.
Putting your bullshit ribbons on your own, like a stupid picture, and coming up with shit. Yeah, we never had his fucking time for it.
No, let me hear denial. Well, let me hear that denial. Go ahead.
Oh my God!
I'm not denying. I'm saying obviously you have time for it. Obviously, I agree. You have
time
to
make it more patriotic and less child pornish. I'm sorry, that's your president. You voted for him.
Oh my God! You like that? That's partisan. That's a partisan statement.
That's where he kills me, because I so try to listen to his points because everyone has good points, and I do think that Ian is getting totally played in partisan politics like everybody else, and that's the problem. If we don't pull back from such extreme partisan It's
Ma'am,
just
do you have the Hunter? Did you hack the Hunter Biden iCloud? Did you hack the Hunter Biden iCloud? Well, I did. Okay. So therefore, I speak from a stance of authority, who speaks from a stance of denial.
Oh my
Really,
God.
if you think that Hunter Biden is any more perverted than Donald fucking J. Trump,
Yeah, because you hang out with him every weekend, right?
no, I just grab
But neither do you,
I
Ian.
don't even have to hang out with him, bitch. I just grab him by the pussy.
Yes. I mean, well, hey, but here's where I kind of, George is back with us, by the way, and hello, George. Just in time. Now, I of course, now, I kind of disagree with the stance that a lot of people go into, and this is like not just Brooke who expressed it right now, but believe me, everyone at some point or another, almost on this program, has at one point or another said a pox on both their houses, meaning a dismissal of both the Democrat and Republican Party, and we've got to pull away from this partisan vortex, and of course, now I understand that from a conceptual sense, but the reality is that the as I can go into later in monologue, or at some point, if not this episode, the next episode with another monologue, when it comes to the right-wing reactionary party, they are violent, they are irrational, there is no real how would I say it, there's no real conversation to be had. The communications have really broken down, whereas we know that the Democrat Party is not out to eliminate trans people. The Democratic Party is not out to eliminate colored people, but many people on the right side of the fence are. So we don't really have a choice. It's not a question of being partisan simply because you bought into some kind of ideology or some kind of indoctrination. It's not doctrinaire. It's a matter of survival. So, Brooke, we don't have a choice. We have to be on one party.
Let me come back. Just one real quick. I'll be very short. What I will say with that is you've correctly discussed that before. I hold the phone up because my speaker's on the bottom of this. So I think that, yes, between the two, with what we've seen with the right-wing extreme, as far as, completely anti-gay, anti-trans, like they'll be, like one trans person or some trans person gets caught molesting a child, it's all over their Fox News, right? Yes. But how many fucking straight, why aren't they saying, well, you can't be straight either? You know how many straight guys who molested little girls? You know how many straight guys who fucking rape women? Like, what? Well, let's do away with straight men, right? Let's do away with that. Like, they're not saying that.
No, of course not. No.
But, and then you can get raped now by the straight man also that they are pushing on you. And then on top of it, get pregnant and you can't have an abortion.
Yes, that's right. No, they're awful. So
I'm saying that I agree with more of the left wing. But what I am saying is what has happened is because the right wing got pushed into this because, again, I believe it's played. And Fox News played it up, but I believe that was an agenda in itself at some point. But it was played, all the social media has played it up to be like, okay, let's make a cultural war, right? It's the Mexicans are taking all your jobs. Oh, the jobs you don't want. They don't say that, right? Your life isn't as good as it was before because of the liberals. Okay, well, maybe it's not the liberals. Maybe it's the way we have Reaganomics, and maybe that the whole thing didn't fucking work to begin with because you had somebody come in that was a fucking actor, even though he was great and nice, maybe didn't really fucking get
he was one of the perverts according to many witnesses, but the point that I'm making is that I do hope you agree with me, Brooke, that this is why war is a necessity, a civil war between Republicans and Democrats. It does need to come to that.
Opposite. I think that's what I'm trying to say. I was trying to get to, and I guess I took the wrong way around it. It's to say that I think we have a choice, and I think we're in the throes of it now. Is to as our structures are being broken down in every country, right? And in our government, and sometimes things have to get worse before they get better. So people pull apart, and I think Donald Trump was really a key to that. You can't have something, like, as much as I don't like a lot of what he did, most of what he says or does, like, although to be honest with you, it was at least laughable. Like, I'm so bored with Joe Biden.
Yes, he was at least entertaining, but go on.
Yeah, but anyway, so it's kind of like, hey, well, wait a minute. when are we going to come together? And sometimes you pull apart until you really start seeing stuff together. And
you're skipping some steps, Brooke. First off, do you know why there's so much trans violence?
I mean, just that statement. So much trans violence. I haven't even. What? Where's all this trans violence?
You know why there's so much violence against trans? You know what 100% FBI statistic case are.
Oh, okay, you're talking about violence against trans. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, violence against trans. Violence. Okay. You know what the number one reason is.
You
know what 100% of trans violence cases are. Do you know what they are?
I'm just guessing. I said because there's hateful, ignorant people in the world. I don't know.
That are provoked by Ian's memes. Or other people's memes. That was unfair, Ian. I couldn't resist that.
It's all good. It's all good. But do you know what 100% of all the trans violence cases are?
Well,
no,
and
you know what it is. And do you know what? Do you know what the one?
I have a feeling I'm not.
The one common thing they all have in common.
What?
A straight person was tricked. That's the one common that bonds it all together.
No, that's not it. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. I went
what did you say?
He said because straight guys are tricked by trans into thinking that they're females, and then the straight guys realize it's a guy, and then they kill him in self-defense.
That is bull fucking shit. So really,
go talk to the FBI about it. Go talk to the FBI.
Up all the trans people. Really, at the fucking went into the fucking place where they were having their drag race. Really, he was fucked by one of them, so he had to go back in there and shoot a bunch.
What are you talking about?
They had one shooting like last year. Like the guy went into a place where they were having a trans it was just a drag queen show, wasn't even a trans show, and he fucking just massacred people.
Yes.
You sure that wasn't an MK Ultra thing? You sure that wasn't an MK Ultra thing?
Oh my god. So by the way, Dan, you were going to say something. Dan from Netherlands. Go on. You were going to say something.
The thing I found funny is you only have like 2 parties where you can choose from. But why do you think you even have something to choose? Because here we have like you can choose between 20 parties and still the same like everything they want to do still gets done. You get my point?
Yeah.
This plan that the European Union wants to roll out, and that's what happens. It doesn't matter who you pick, and I think it's the same in America. It doesn't matter who you vote for, because they're still going to do what they want to do.
Amen, amen, and amen. And Douglas, you have
there's a lot of discussion. Oh, I'm a Republican. Oh, I'm a Democrat. It doesn't matter.
Well, it's a different culture.
It's the little things like I will vote just because like he's going like answer like which one you align with a little more. But at the end of the day, Douglas, what you need to realize is like you watch our own, not to be your president, you're gonna watch go, and I will send you videos of Democratic senators and Republicans, but saying it doesn't matter. You can't get it done because people are paid off here. Once they don't. First of all, you usually don't get there if you're not paid off because you got to have the money to run. Okay, and most of them that are getting there and are paid. But there are a few that stay clean. But those few that stay clean are not enough to get those big things that should go through. That should be like the pharmaceutical cells, or like, hey, let's test vaccines before we roll them out, or like, why are we putting this, like all these different things? Why do we go test in sub-Saharan Africa and then come back and say this heart medicine's okay, and then 10 years later all these people have died? Do you know how many billions of dollars? I believe it was like $30 billion in the last 5 or 10 years that the main 4 pharmaceutical companies in America have paid $30 billion, okay, in lawsuits. So if they can pay that in lawsuits to run, guess what? They're making so much money, hand over fucking fist, pumping shit down. They can handle the lawsuits, and they don't. People should have. Yeah.
Do you know what happened? Like they want to. They want to have a digital European identification system, and the House of Representatives, they voted against it. and a week later it still gets approved.
Yep.
So that's what's going on. Like the majority in the House of Representatives said no, we don't want it. Still gets approved.
Yep.
And the funny thing is here we have like there's this council that can approve things, but the ones who are in it is the king, the queen, and their daughter. So it seems like the king doesn't have any power, but he does, like in the background.
Right, of course, that would make sense. Obviously.
Very good, Dan. Very good. Very good.
Okay, so all right, now.
Why do we?
All right. Let me.
Why do we allow all the money? Let me ask you this, Douglas. Why do we allow a Democrat or Republican? Why is it allowed? Why has neither side, when we have, if Democrats are so great, right? If like you're saying, oh, they've got it together, okay. Well, why?
I did say that, but go on.
So why have they not changed the laws when they have the power to stop the way funding is done for campaigns?
Because they both work for AIPAC. That's why.
By a politician, senators.
No, they both work for
Senate
AIPAC.
and the House is a little not quite as bought off because you do have some small ones get up there. They're really going home. A House gets bought off. But those senators and your president, they're bought off. They're not getting there without being bought off. You think Lindsey Graham, the idiot turncoat bitch, would be there if he wasn't so viable?
Brooke, I forgot to tell you, Lindsey Graham's gone. He got caught up in the what's it called?
Their latest sweeps, according to Ian.
He got caught up in the what's it called? The Ukraine thing. He got caught up in that.
He's not going to be reelected or gone as in he's dead because he lives 30 minutes.
Call him tomorrow and see what he says.
I can't call him tomorrow, but I realize also I will go to his church on Sunday though, because you know what church he goes to.
All right, yeah. Let me know if he's there on Sunday.
Yes, Ian. Oh
he's
my
gone.
God.
He's gone.
Oh my God. Okay. I really wish that
Was he in the military with Nancy Pelosi, or is it after her?
She's gone. Have you heard from Nancy since then?
Oh my God.
Haven't.
She's retired.
She was not the head. She was not in the Senate. Like when you were saying that, she had already was losing the Senate seat. Like she was already going away.
TMT would have done reported by now that she pissed her pants at the fish market. Okay, they would have done that by now if she was still alive.
Oh my God. At any rate, Andre says we're living in a military-industrial illusion of democracy. Parentheses.
I love Andre. I just so am in love with Andre, and I like who was our name?
And you're correct.
Don von der Meulen, or Dan. Yes.
No, Don, you're correct.
Oh, you know what?
Is it Dan or Don?
Don.
Don?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two A's.
We have a report here, and like Pelosi.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Don? You were about to say something about Nancy Pelosi? I guess he's looking something up. In the meantime, so hi George. What's on your mind? I'm sorry, Don.
Hello, good evening, Douglas.
Oh, good evening. Yes, and good to have you. I'll probably be going to monologue soon. Of course, I don't want anyone to feel left out, and I'm glad you were able to join us back in. And of course, I love staring at Brooke. I don't want to give that up. So I do my best to keep her happy.
Let me scare you, baby. Cut the camera on.
Yeah. Not without my makeup. You'll be seeing me soon. I have to interview with Christine Joanna Hart on Saturday morning.
I'll put makeup on for Christina, but not me.
I don't. I did. It's the middle of the night. It's let's just put it this way.
First of all, it's 3:17 for at least me and Ian West.
Yeah. Yes.
It's not the middle of the night for you.
It's
you
true.
Little blind bitch.
That's
because
true.
first of all, you're on the West Coast.
Yes.
It's like
yes.
night.
Yes.
Secondly, midnight. Secondly, you're a vampire.
Yes.
So have your makeup on.
Well, not right now, honey. When I'll prepare for it on Saturday, you'll see the interview. It's just right now, I try to be comfortable for these things. I haven't even shaved. I can't have anybody see me when I haven't shaved.
Pretty
my face.
that guy. You know what else I was seeing? I think you need a couple face tattoos.
Yes, that's cute. So this is what Dan was trying to say. Pelosi, her son-in-law, is a news reporter here in Nederland, in the Netherlands. So thank you for sharing that with us. So her son-in-law is living in the Netherlands as a news reporter. There we are. And, okay.
Everything that goes on in America.
Yeah, and so by all means, I do want our also Knife Fight 420 provided us with the name of the father of Andrew Tate. It was Emery Tate. I managed to bleach that from my mind. So it's Emery Tate. So by all means, George, what's on your mind now that you've come back to us for a little bit?
Sorry, Douglas, I'll be 2 minutes. I'll respond. Sure. Thank you so much.
Yeah, go on. Yeah. And, so he's got to respond in about 2 minutes. Till then, we might as well turn elsewhere.
Doug, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What? Okay, I'm sitting on my couch trying to solder it back together. Anyway, I sent y'all the link for the free tickets so you can go see the Sound of Freedom movie.
What's that about?
That's that one we were bitching about the other day with Michelle.
Uh-huh.
But you guys all got free tickets. Just check the link.
Wow.
Go to your website. Type it.
Something they play in South Carolina.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. It's a national thing. It's like like a regular movie that comes out. Like Joe Dirt or something.
I know you work on. I was thinking because you work on. What do you work on?
Stage sets. He works on stage sets.
Broadway, like plays. So I was using that when you said
theater.
Yeah, I was thinking like you were talking about theater in regards to actual movie is what I meant. So it's not like The Sound of Music, is it? I don't like musicals.
No. It's like a mix of true stories in a way, kind of. It's a story based off of true events, but not really in the order.
What did
tickets to it?
Huh?
How did you get tickets? Yeah.
Yeah, pick it whenever you want.
When does it
follow
come
the directions. You gotta read, Brooke. You gotta read it.
Okay, how did you get free tickets?
Because I'm Ian fucking West. That's how I got free tickets.
I got Ian fucking West. Put those fuckers on and come online. Those ones I love. Oh my god.
But yeah, there's the code. You can just, you go see the movie for free.
I'll check it out.
And Doug, you can go for free too. Everybody can go for free. Just
great.
Follow the directions.
Wow, and these links you sent here or in our private messages on Facebook?
No, just in the Skype chat.
Oh, okay. Let me take a look at that here.
It says angel.com.
Okay.
Yeah, you click that link.
Uh-huh.
Type in your zip code, pick your movie theater, pick show times. Will you quit cutting me off, Brooke? You have attention.
I'm just saying you shouldn't be sending people viruses when you like. Are you Angel.com? Okay.
I actually don't see this. I don't see this Angel.com link. I don't.
It's underneath the thumb ups from Andre.
Where's Andre's thumb up? I remember that.
I don't find the website. I'm going to type it in right now.
Oh, there we are. Oh, okay, there we are. So I'll put this in her chat box. I'll put this in her private message box. So I'm cutting and pasting that, and I'll transfer it over to
Doug. She's got to learn how to read eventually one day.
I have to get off here to read. Either way, I have to get off screen to read it. So I was trying not to.
You're on your phone. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Angel.com.
There, it's in your private message box, honey. I made sure.
Oh, buy tickets, sign up for free, watch now. Oh, I see. Am I going to be watching this at home, Ian? I thought
you got to go to the movie theater. You actually got to leave your house.
Actually, that's a good thing, man.
Oh my God!
You don't like staying out in the sun too long.
What did you say?
But they have night matinees, so you can go to one of those.
You said I don't like staying out in the sun too long?
That's what he said.
Yeah. You see how 10 I am, bitch?
That could just be some sort of AI or something, whatever you're playing.
Yeah. Okay. But Hunter Biden's was completely real. Oh my God.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Oh my God, I'll be glad to start monologue soon. So, and like,
Hello, Douglas.
No, I'm not done. Oh, okay, George is back.
oh, yes, and Ian, you were saying you weren't done yet. What else did you have to share?
George, how much time we got with you today?
Oh, as long as you need me for. As long as you need me.
All right.
You notice I didn't ask that question, bro.
Oh, Sound of Freedom! It says America's #1 movie as soon as you sign up for on here.
And well, every movie says that. At any rate, you'll notice.
I was just amazed that he actually knew. I thought I was going to have to dig for some weird movie that was going to come out like one day of the whole month.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect that from Ian too. But no, it was just right there. So, Brooke, you'll notice I didn't indoctrinate Ian into asking George how much time we had with him. He just kind of came up with that himself.
Why no? He's like your second puss. You were all your kiss asses. I'm telling you. Like, he sent his apology letter to Peter Moon for me from you, or from like a cryptid. At least he hasn't sent George like a cutout "I apologize for Brooke" with cutout letters.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
We'll get one soon. We'll get one soon.
Yeah, George, he just needs your address.
Yeah. Oh my God. So, George, what's on your mind?
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. I'm just glad I've got the opportunity to come back, jump back on. So yeah, no, I've got a spare, few minutes, however long you need me, and then I'll make my dues. I'll make for the rest of my day. So
you still traveling around at work, going from place to place, or what's going on with that? Right now?
My first appointment was cancelled. So
okay.
I've got some spare time. So whenever you're ready, to go to monologue, I'll stay until you're ready to.
Oh right, like I said, you're welcome to have it on in the background, just so you can interject whenever you feel the need to. Once I go into that, but so what happens is there seems to be.
You offered me the same thing earlier.
Yeah, all of you. You're yeah, and so Brooke, what is that? Is that a look of impish malevolence, kind of like you're just going to jump in at any time and just start shouting? I mean,
are those bottle openers on your fingers, Brooke?
What bottle opener do you fucking see? It's a thumb ring. Now this looks like a big ring. This was handmade by a friend of mine. It's got copper in it.
Cool.
I look like finger knuckles or something.
Actually, I usually have the middle one on the other finger. I don't usually put them together. But my right hand from the gym was swollen today, so I had to take it off because I was working at.
Yes.
Because I work out. I'm like, everyone in America on here. So I won't say. I definitely know George works out, and yeah, I assume the other two guys. I don't know. I've ever seen them.
Dan definitely works out.
I'm not going to definitely not insult him. I just know that Douglas is too busy sleeping in his crib and/or at the estate with other things. And Ian is just too busy. Well, let's not even say Ian's busy. He's just like making memes and getting high.
Very proud, Brooke. I'm very proud.
Oh my God!
He occasionally comes out with some good games of beer secret. Actually, I love Ian. He knows I love him. Shut up.
Yeah,
I love you too.
So my stereotype is that gay guys work out. So Andre, do you work out? I would assume you do, or that Marcus does, or both of you do. Is that?
Well, let's not stereotype all the gays, Doug. Come on.
No, I don't have. I don't have to work out anymore.
Oh, how come you don't have to work out anymore? Yeah, go on.
No, when I was working in Amsterdam, I lost my first 2 jobs to Corona, and then the last possibility to get my rent paid was working as a postman. And I mean, it started very nice. I thought I would spend my life on being a postman in Amsterdam, but they forced me to take more and more and more posts, and in the end I was really driving, I think, a ton a day through whole Amsterdam. Really,
shit.
I was making every day a marathon, really.
Wow.
And yeah, so there I was really
So we're
surprised about the Dutch people, because I always had a very high meaning of them, but like it seemed, they do not hesitate to work you to death in front of all people. That's a new phenomenon.
Are you saying though then that you didn't have the time to work out? Because obviously driving's not working out. Like you weren't the postman running from the dog, walking the streets like in the 50s.
Do you know how much work it is to be a postman? That's hard work, really.
It is hard work. No. It is hard work. I do agree. Actually, at one point, I actually applied when I was had my kids and was going through my first separation from my ex-husband. But my driving record wasn't that great. But at that time I was just speeding. But yeah. Anyway, the point is, I'm saying like it's driving a lot, and so I'm in outside sales, or I was. So again, I stayed on the road all the time. Now I won't say that it's the same as being postal delivery, but at least here, like an Amazon delivery driver, now they're getting out of their car or the UPS every time. But most of our postal deliveries, and I mean, you guys tell me, Douglas, you're in America, and then Ian, here you are. Like in our postal deliveries here, typically they're 9 times out of 10, it's just in the mailbox. And all I mean by that is just there's not like a heavy lift or like on your legs. So I could see like it still is sitting. It's hard, not excusing the hardness of it, but there's a lot of sitting other than when you first are lifting in the morning into the truck, obviously, whatever you're taking in.
Oh, I think he had to run in and out of the truck to every home delivering, right, Andre?
No, I had a bike. And in
Holland, bike. He had a bike.
Yeah, bike. Yeah. And I had to take my own bike, because you do not even get a bike in Holland when you start to work as a postman.
So that's the difference. Everybody here has, first of all, they're in trucks, and they're just opening a mailbox and then going with a truck and then the next mailbox into the next mailbox. Like very rarely does a postal worker here get out of their car, because usually that's handled now by UPS, FedEx, or Amazon.
Yeah.
You know, so usually small things are lifted in the mailbox. So again, what I was saying was that's why I questioned on, did you mean you didn't have time? Yeah. But no, it makes sense. If you were biking, you were definitely not needing to go work out. You were working out already.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No, my body has to regenerate.
Yeah.
My body, I'm extremely. They exhausted me extremely.
Yeah. So you're recuperating. Yeah. Go on.
I mean, I was. Yeah. I will send you a photo. You will see how I look like.
Yeah. I'm sure you were buff. I'm sure you were buff from all that, and now he's just recovering. He's just, in other words, you're spending the rest of your life recovering from that abuse. Yes, I get it. I certainly get the feeling. And somebody's.
But it's true.
So is Ian. That's why Ian right now he literally used to be a model. Ian, have you seen your
Well, I did. I was a model for when I was 18. I was.
Okay. Well, can you use some of those, and then one of your 21-inch waists from last year?
Here, let me send a picture of my glory days over here.
God bless it. I know how you looked and how awesome, but you were recovering from all that stress it put you under. So, and you were sick. So.
Thank you, Brooke. Thank you.
But by the way, I could do a whole deconstruction on what Ian said about the FBI saying that these transgenders just tease people, and then the people find out they're
No, I didn't say it like that. I said they usually trick people from the way they look, and then people figure it out, and then they freak out, and that's what causes the violence.
Like, I don't even know why you're on this show saying that. Like, that's worse than me saying, hey, like arguing with him about.
I'm not the one saying that. That's the FBI saying that.
I find it hard to believe even the FBI is that stupid.
Okay, well, send that link. You know what? You send a fucking stupid meme. You spend 5 hours thinking. Ask who has time to do it. Why don't you actually send a decent link? Why don't you send that link?
I'm not homophobic, and I don't pick on the gays, okay? I don't pick on the gays.
Send the goddamn link, Ian, or shut up.
I pick on the Hillary voters.
Send the fucking link, Ian, or shut up.
I'm soldering my couch right now. Give me a minute.
You know what you're what do you call that when you you're soldering your couch right now.
No. Literally had some friends come in from town last night. I let them crash on my futon. They lifted up one side of the couch and then the other side, and it broke the wires in the middle of the lights. So now I got to repair. Here, look.
Yeah, idiot. So what about that trans?
Your bed being kind of like you have to throw your mattress out because it was so wet.
Yeah. So
Brooke,
Ian,
so quick.
yeah. What about that North Carolina prison where that transgender woman was raped 2,000 times in an all-male prison? I guess
for a second.
Yeah,
1 second. What's his name? Dan.
Yeah.
Don.
Yeah.
Don.
Yeah.
He says he needs to get his kid from school, but he has a question, and I just happened to notice it, and I'm being a nice narrator here.
Thank you, Brooke.
Yes.
Yeah. I can be back in like an hour, but.
Oh, it's okay. I'll probably be in monologue. So, have fun with your kid at school. I'll go into monologue.
No, he has a question.
Yeah, I do have a question about the Dark Fleet.
Okay.
Because I read some books about it, but
yeah,
it's so hard sometimes to know, like, is this fiction? Is it non-fiction? Is the author?
Is that from Peter Moon's translation of Radu Cinemar's works? Is that from there?
No.
Okay.
No, it's like the Nazis going to space.
Oh, okay. Well, George and I can speak about that. Apparently, it's also referred to as the Dark Fleet. So it's not fiction. It's quite real. And so George and I can go into a bit of detail about that. You can just assure him before he picks his kid up at school that you can go into detail about that in future episodes with him. The two of you can speak about this. That would be great. But George, let him know that the general parameters of the Nazi exodus into space.
Yes, absolutely. No, we can go into that in the future, transmissions. I'm more than happy to go into that. It's one of the most important realms to go into, isn't it, Douglas? It's so important that we get this information out there.
Yeah. Yes.
Was the Bell real? Was the Bell thing real?
Yes. Die Glocke, honey.
Die Glocke.
Yes. Yeah, that's the yes. So it is the. Yeah, we've gone into that in depth in the past, and I, have gone into that as well.
I wonder if you go into in depth in the past, but then when I ask you, don't. And then it's like, but you'll go into depth the same time 50 fucking times to tell me it's not about fucking, there's not a cabal, but there is a cabal against the Nazis, but there's not a cabal, but there's a cabal against the Nazis. But why would a cabal want money? Why would a cabal want to do away with humans in general? When the world is already being taken fucking down and there's way too many consumers on the market versus consumption.
Well, somebody's got to pay retail, Brooke. That's why.
So George, tell Brooke a little bit about that Glocke, please.
Yeah, I can definitely go into that. It's and where to start? I could go into this.
I'll just take what I know about it, and then so you can tell me kind of where, like, I'll give you an idea where to start. Like, all I know, and I mean, obviously, I don't know if he's listening, but I've seen the videos on it where it talks about the Bell, that they made the Bell, that it could do time transportation is what I saw on it, and that's really all I know about it.
Yeah, all I can say is it's very heavily substantiated. It's an objective fact that it existed, and it's still in use to this day. I can certainly attest to that. And,
can you send something on that?
Well, I could go into the historical aspects.
Well, he has many images that he saved up over the years, just an entire file of images. Believe me, he's got plenty that he could send you. I assure you.
Like, whenever he has the chance, like, I would like to see what, like, currently, like, how we're saying that they're, currently still in use. Like, I'm just asking George, like, I'm not.
Yeah, well, to give you an example of this.
I'm not. This is not an argument point.
Oh, understood. Understood. Just to
really
sure.
Like,
So,
where is it coming?
Sure. So, just to give you an example, Die Glocke was. Of course, the shape of Die Glocke. There was Kecksburg is where one example of Die Glocke landed. It literally landed, and this is kind of like a example of the engine being capable of a flight by itself. Don has dropped off to pick his kid up. I'll probably take advantage of this to start monologue as soon as possible. But Kecksburg, if you look that up, that's an example of the Americans getting a Glock, a Bell, in their possession. In terms of the Die Glock,
in what city did Americans get it?
Kecksburg. Kecksburg. K-E-C-K.
Like, no, I'm trying to think. Is that Ohio or Pennsylvania? Ohio.
I'd have to look it up. It's just known as the Kecksburg incident.
I thought it was Kecksburg. I've heard of it. Is it?
Well, Kecksburg, I'd have to look it up. I never really cared enough to really pursue that, believe it or not. But in terms of if you look that up, you'll find out about it. Look up the Kecksburg Bell incident, and so you find out different, shall we say?
I mean, that would have been one where I saw it. It says Kecksburg. Well, I was right. Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. I just want to see if I was right about something. Oh my God, I can't believe I knew that.
Of course, you know all kinds of things, honey. I've always said that, obviously. And so understand, of course, that what it does is it creates a displacement of the space-time continuum. So this is also how it affects gravity, because gravity is the glue between space and time. So as a result, it's impacting pretty much everything. It impacts everything around it. It can literally phase something out of this reality. So it was used twice to do that. It was used once in La Palma. These are the islands which belong to Spain. Spain was allied to the Third Reich. And they had a conditional alliance in which they had suffered from a devastating civil war. So they contributed troops to the Russian front. But Francisco Franco was also determined to maintain a independence from Adolf Hitler, and they grew very much into enemies in a very real sense. But at the same time, Francisco Franco still owed Adolf Hitler everything, and as a result, had to allow Adolf Hitler to do certain things, take certain liberties, one of which was to bury a Bell bomb. Die Glock can be used as an ultimate weapon. To have one buried in La Palma. So it was inserted in this volcanic island so that it could displace much of the mass of the island itself and thereby trigger a tsunami that could wipe out the east coast of the United States. This is one of the ways in which the United States was forced to sue for peace, basically allow the Reich to escape, the Reich leadership and large amount of population to escape into Unterland, was because of the threat of this mega tsunami that could be triggered from La Palma. Now, in terms of the other place that it was used was Ganges Island, where it was demonstrated, so it made Ganges Island disappear. If you have old maps, you could look this up. Ganges Island, look up old maps, and it's literally
old maps. I got Ian West maps.
No, not Ian West maps. If you take a look at conventional globes or maps from the past, you will find Ganges Island, and it no longer exists. It disappeared in World War II. That's because it was made to disappear as a demonstration by the Japanese of the power of Die Glock, the bell bomb. That also helped them get rid of a bunch of experiments they had on that island that concerned literally giant reptiles. So, by the way, our friend Ian West showed a picture of himself. Yes, look at that, honey. He's right there in that latest in the text box. Look at that picture of himself when he was young.
I want a video. I mean, I want him online. What the fuck? Nobody comes online.
Yeah, but honey,
online. I want George Knight fucking on video. Because he's supposed to be like the good-looking bodybuilder guy. Like, but take a look at that picture of Ian West. He says that's him. He looks a lot like a handsome young Stephen King. I mean, oh my God, unbelievable. So, honey, can you see that? He's got that nice T-shirt that says "Smack my bitch up." That's like, can't beat that for seductive.
No. That's the other guy in the video. You gotta actually watch the video to see me.
Oh.
You didn't fucking know. You thought it was somebody else was Ian West. Oh my God, Katie.
I thought that might have been him when he was young. Good God, honey. I mean, it's like...
No, you can play the video, just mute it. Just mute the video.
Oh, gosh. Yes. And why do we need to mute the video? What on earth are you saying?
Oh, well, this is one of my videos, when I was a celebrity back in the day, this dude would just follow me around with a camcorder. And here, I'll just play it muted on my end, and that way you guys can talk.
Hey, oh my God! Back when I was a celebrity, I'll tell you what.
What? Well, you probably weren't banging 3 a day like I was. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God!
I didn't need to bang 3 a day to be a celebrity.
Yes.
Here it is. Here it is. Let me, it's muted.
Or
Okay.
did you say you were making $3 a day? Which was it?
Ian and Ricky, kind of like Rick and Morty. So.
Oh,
just-
that's too ironic.
Sucking dick in that picture. I swear to God, that looked like you were sucking dick.
Yeah, he was snorting coke.
I don't.
Yes.
I can only see it in small form, so I mean, you may not have. Okay, wait a minute. Which one's you? Okay, you don't have the glass. You're not the glasses guy. I can see.
He's
You're
got to
not
be the glasses guy. He's got to be the glasses guy.
He
That's
can't be the glasses.
that's
Wait a
him.
minute.
That's you, right?
Well,
help us
yeah, I
help us
can
out
see
here,
Yeah,
Ian.
that's me.
Yeah, that's you right there. Yeah,
That's me with the glasses.
with the glasses. So that's
Okay, that's him there. I can see him right there.
yeah. There he is. He's got two girls.
Oh my
yes.
God.
Yeah. Drugs.
Oh, that's
They-
him. Oh my God, you were so skinny. You did have a 21 inch waist, little bitch. Look at you.
Yeah. That's
Honestly, I'll be honest. You look better fucking heavier.
uh.
I mean, like
That's
face
what I was
wise, you
trying
look.
to do.
No, I'm saying you looked a little nerdier then. So to believe you were a star is kind of weird. But it
No,
was.
no, I was.
I mean, you were in the. That was. No, that's cool. That was a cool picture.
Yeah, this is all at my old apartment at the
He was
mansion.
a star to all his drug addict friends, and
Yes.
he's like, yeah, drinking the beer on
You
the
can
phone.
say that.
Look, I love. Did you see that landline phone? At one point, there was a landline.
That's right.
With
Yes.
a cord.
Yeah, this is like
Oh,
fucking
look
20
at
years
Ian!
ago.
Oh
Yes.
my God! Look at him! Oh my God!
He's got his birth controls on. Yes.
That was the coolest one right there, Ian. That was pretty cool. When you had your glasses on, that was cool.
Oh, this is that Ultra Music Festival right here. That's Ricky. That's me. That's in the net. And that's me and Brittany.
You thought you were so much cooler than you were. Though, like as soon as you back up, like you see every place you are shows you're not a celebrity because like those cabinets behind you.
Ma'am, when I had parties, 700 people used to show up.
Yeah, like
That's my
if
case.
you rented an apartment and you rented a fucking hotel room and.
That's more. No, I used to live at the mansion. You see that ladder? That ladder
Oh,
was
you mean the
what led to my
Playboy
room.
Mansion? So you're one of the trans people that fucking calls the Playboy Mansion, pretending to be a girl.
She's so quick. She's so quick.
Oh my God.
What mansion? When I was living at the mansion, like what? We're in America. I don't know what.
Oh, look at him here! Look at him here, honey! Look at him here! Oh my God! Could you play that back before the girl shows up? Though I prefer looking at the girl. I notice he's not focusing on her.
We still talk till this day.
Oh really? Oh, that's
Yeah,
good.
she moved to Tampa though.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
because when somebody gives you herpes, you feel like you should continue.
Oh my fucking God.
where were you on the floor? The one where you were on the floor with the delirium.
Oh, that was in my
stomachs.
bedroom. That was in the bedroom after I drank like a fucking
Yes.
handle of.
Is that some kid you're trying to pick
Crown.
up? Is that some kid you're trying to pick up there? Back there, where you're opening the car door and closing
No,
it.
that was Brittany. That's the girl right there. Me and Brittany have been friends since fucking forever.
Since
like,
you picked her up as
God
a
damn
child.
it.
Yeah. Does that not look like he's with some child in a bunny suit?
I have no idea what she's talking about.
It's moving so fast, I can't tell.
You've got to go back to the scene where you're opening and closing the car door, Ian. Opening and closing the car door.
All right, hold on. I'm trying to solder here.
He's soldering his couch. Yes, his springs are all unsprung.
I swear you would
they
so many
went
more
to-
people to tune in. You would get more people to stay on and then tune in if you would just have this shit live. Because they would just see this shit. Like people would randomly come to your channel and they click off, but they would see this and they'd be like, I can't click off of this. Like you can't click off this. Look, the guy is that you in a fishing hat? Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yes.
That shows you're fucking born in Louisiana, right? You're born in Louisiana, right?
Yes.
No,
okay.
Mississippi.
Mississippi. Okay.
Oh God. Then and then the drinking. Oh my God. The heavy breathing.
I used to be a rock star. I told you guys.
Yes. Yeah. And
Back
there
in
you
the
go.
day.
Ian and Ricky. But go back to where you're opening and closing the car door.
Okay.
That's the most haunting scene.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see that shirt?
What did it say? Oh, there we are. There you go. That's not the scene I was talking about, but that's equally, yeah. It's beyond that. If you go back further beyond that, so the girl's got a hell of a
that
body.
girl in that picture didn't look that young on that.
No, that's not the one I was talking about. No, it's. I think he skipped it somehow. Somehow he skipped it. It's the car door opening and closing. Come on, you can find it.
It was
there we are.
this.
It was there. That. Go back to that. Slowly.
The blue car.
The blue car, please. That girl looks pretty small.
It does look like a little tiny kid.
Yeah.
That's Brittany. That's Brittany.
Yeah.
That's Brittany.
He adopted his own child and raised her. That's Brittany.
And I'm
pretty sure that's yours and Brittany's kid.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
that
would not be a Brittany. If Brittany in this next pit frame is at your age.
Yeah.
No, that's her. That's her. That's Brittany.
Yeah, no way. Yeah, no
way. I can call the bitch right now. I can call her right now.
Okay. Well, how old is Brittany? How much younger is she than you?
She is 6 years younger than me.
So you were 17 and she was 11, apparently?
No. I was 24, she was 18.
Mm-hmm. I never say you gave the legal answer.
But freaking jealous because I hang out with hotter chicks than you could ever get.
Bitch, I would take you on any day on that. If you had money to bet, if I actually thought you had money to bet, I'd fucking bet.
Oh, you got me there. You got me there. You got me there.
Oh my god.
But no, that's really me.
Yeah, we believe
here,
that.
If you like Britney so much, shit. Here, I got more videos of me and Britney.
How did you get a video like this? Can you put my
I used to be a goddamn celebrity. I told you this. Jesus
I don't mean
Christ.
that. I mean, you put all your shit together. See, I have videos.
No, I didn't know other people did this for me.
Really?
Here, this is an original. Here, this is original.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, they did it for him. Yeah, this is the same person that spent 40 hours on fucking a meme.
And why did you think this was interesting? A close up of your face.
No, it is. I mean,
you wanted to see some shit.
No. Yeah, the other film was interesting. And then it got to you just talking on your cell phone. There's this other scene. This is you right here. The shoe. Sam.
These are all my music videos. You can pick one. Just pick one.
Just you pick one. Just pick one. I want to see a music video.
Scene 17. Scene 17.
All right. Oh yeah. Here I can do the sound on that. Hold on.
Oh, I'm not sure if I. Yeah.
Well, no. This is an original. This is an original.
Then you can because he's
not.
This
so long as you're not talking against trans or.
This is before trans. This is like 20 years ago, dog. Hold on. This is like 20 years ago.
So, like I was going to say before Dan left us, and then Brooke kindly interrupted so she could give him a chance to pick up his kid. What about that transgender woman in North Carolina, the prison, who got raped 2,000 times in the all-male prison? I guess he was just tricking everybody. That she was
Hold on. My bad. Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. Say that again.
I said you were talking about these trans people tricking these guys who killed them. I said, what about the trans who was stuck in that prison in North Carolina who got raped 2,000 times?
Now you're talking about prison violence instead of domestic violence. That's two different categories.
You're right, because I won't ever go to prison when I commit murder on you. I will make sure.
Oh gosh!
Always have a free place to stay.
Yeah, that's prison violence. That's not the same as domestic violence.
Ian, I thought Ian the other night. Ian, will you marry me?
No.
Okay, so
Oh yeah, here. I'm sorry. I was going to show you the video. I'm sorry.
Yes. So
here,
Troy.
My bad. I apologize.
Troy Bellamy was asking Douglas, did you just make a reference to Godzilla when saying they used the bell to exterminate giant reptiles? Ian, I'm in manatee country. Maybe we could hang out. Oh my God! Why would anyone want to hang out with Ian West? But I guess he would be entertaining as hell.
Yo, there was a reptiles sighting yesterday.
Did Troy Bellamy just said, "Can I hang out with Ian West?"
Yeah, you can hang out. I don't give a shit. I'm in Orange County. Come on over.
I was like Troy was cool. Apparently,
I'm not racist like you, Brooke.
I did not know Troy. I'm sorry. I thought you were cool.
I'm not racist like you, Brooke.
I didn't know you're that desperate, man. Like, I'll send you some money for some, like, what do you call that, like, mental help?
So Troy, yes. What had happened was
If you don't need to know, you'll definitely need it after hanging out with Ian West.
Oh my God! I swear to God.
I'm
trying to find the video of the reptile. Where's the reptile thing? Here.
And you
did you guys catch this? Look at this shit. Can you guys see the screen?
it's what?
Look
Cocaine
what's
in
leaving
the White House. And dramatic music, no less. Like
Yeah,
I
here, let me try it out.
Dramatic chicken.
Did you see the bodies leaving?
What was it?
Look really close at the ground, bro. Look at the ground.
I'm on my phone because my speaker won't work on the stupid computer, so I can't see that small.
She can't see. Yeah, it's.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Well, I would have another microphone, but someone won't send their stupid blanket back.
I told you.
Oh, for real?
The other blanket should be arriving tomorrow. Oh my God.
Actually, I'm waiting on Prime because Prime Day's coming up in a week, right? In the next week.
I must be nice to have money, or anyway, never nothing. No,
yeah, it's nice to not have to order shit from China. Wait on it 3 months for it not.
I know. Here, you guys might like this. I scored this the other day.
And this is it's a new drug.
No, can you see it?
What is it? Some kind of paperwork about what?
These are all the MK Ultra headquarters in Florida.
You buried bodies, or you gave somebody a disease.
I have no idea. I have no idea what she's talking about.
Those are Ian West disease points.
Those are MK Ultra. These are the My Labs. Well, anyway, I got this report on it. Then I got where is this? Shit. Well, anyway, I had this other thing. I just don't see it right now. I apologize. But
anybody listening, he just pulled up Florida and he just had 3 circles on it, and then he had an island off of it, like basically Key West or Key Beckinsale. And you need to but you, the one of the bitches that you said gave you the disease.
What are you talking about? Okay, all right. Are you guys ready for this? I gotta cue the sound right when the music stops.
By the way, DUANE, he says anyhow, so Troy Bellamy says he might need that psychological help after hanging out with Ian. Yes.
Oh, still. I mean, Troy, I'm not kidding you. Like, I don't know that I'm still gonna want to pay for it, because if you're stupid enough to go hang out with him, like, I'm like
Look, Doug, look who it is. Doug, look who it is.
God, James Rink has gotten fat. James Rink is fat.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Is that the fucking what guy who says he's like the whatever?
The small super soldier, yeah, the little
super soldier guy. Yes.
Yeah, Rinky Dink.
Okay.
Yeah, poor Rinky Dink.
All right, now, Brooke, I need you to pay attention now. I need you to pay attention.
Ready? What? It's Disney shit.
I know you don't even have an actual video.
I am
in
Walt Disney World here in Orlando, Florida, and I have a very special message to share with you today. This is a channeled message from Saint Germain, prepared for us by Kimberly Lusana from Super Soldier Coalition.
Why are we listening to this? What is he saying? I mean, his voice is here.
This message
his
has
voice
to
is
do.
Hold on. Doug.
He's even worse then than he is now.
Yes, poor God. Now than he is then, you mean to say. Yes, poor bastard.
No, I think he's worse then than he is now.
Look.
Really?
Look. Listen to what he says.
Why?
And then check out the date that he says it on. Because, Doug, you one-upped him. Doug.
I did?
Pay attention.
Okay.
Yeah, you one-upped him.
Right.
The reason why I'm actually here in Disney World at the Magic Kingdom is because this area used to be a sacred spot for the Fountain of Youth. Ponce de Leon was a conquistador from Spain and was connected to the secret societies of Europe and the Crown of Spain. These secret societies had access to much esoteric information such as maps, locations of ley lines, and the workings of the earth. The plan of the elite was always to find ways to beat the reincarnation cycle by trying to extend their lives using life extension technologies. The New World explorers didn't care about gold and treasures and finding money. However, they had everything they needed. And as usual, they were combing the planet for portals and buried technology. The secret societies never had the exact location of this fountain of life because the light removed the light extension technologies from the surface, and that was even before the conquistadors arrived, such as Ponce de Leon. This portal to the Fountain of Youth is located underneath the Space Mountain ride here in the Disney World Resort in Florida, where we are right now. There are many natural portal systems located in North America, including under Sedona, California, the Great Lakes, Lake Tahoe, Florida, near locations of water. There's also an underground system that goes from California to Florida. These are natural earth portals that open up and can take you all over the world. There's a reason why the Cabal built buildings, structures over these portals in these sacred spots, because they didn't want others to go into these portals to access the inner earth. There's a portal way underground in Disney World that goes to inner earth. This inner earth realm is a higher frequency realm which has a water system that is highly ionically charged and could be considered a fountain of youth because it changes your molecular structure when you drink it. Water used to come freely from this portal, flow from it up into the surface where it could be accessed by anyone on the surface. This is what is known as the Fountain of Youth that Ponce de Leon was looking for. There's a group which can be considered the Maya breakaway civilization from the Maya planet in the Pleiades. They once lived on the surface of this planet and have since gone underground. They take care of the natural portal systems located in North, South, and Central America. This natural portal system...
Oh, God. I'm so with you, Brooke. Oh, my God.
Unfortunately, now is closed because the elite were trying to get into inner Earth. But they cannot. These portals are heavily guarded by these Mayan Native American groups. They knew the elites were coming over, and they knew what they were looking for, and they closed it down. So now no one has access to these inner Earth portals. The portal under Disney World has since been cut off and is shut down. The water's no longer free flowing, and they built over here Space Mountain ride in order to poison the well, so to speak. So that way, no one can get the positive energy from the portal. If they can't get it, no one will. This is a highly charged area due to the portal location, though. There's also Atlantean technology deep below us, underground. There are temples, pyramids, and advanced technology dating back to the time of Atlantis, 50,000 years ago, to the first war when Atlantis broke up in the first flood. Okay, so furthermore, I'd like to mention, this is, of course, in the words of Saint Germain, Walt Disney is an occultist and Satanist and pedophile. He is a reptilian and consumed adrenochrome. His company, Disney, is known as Pedophile Incorporated. There are child sacrifice killing rooms, child studios, and film productions located below ground in this area, which is attempting to reverse the polarity of the portal to negative. They are trying to harness and pump more negative energy out of this portal, but the Alliance has since flooded these studios and killing rooms.
That was back in the day.
Brooke, shut the fuck up. Look, Doug, did you hear what he just said?
Well, I mean, how did I one-up him? Obviously, that would be the only point of interest to myself.
I'm going to show you how you fucking one-upped him. I'm going to show you how you did it. Well, look at this.
Yeah, I'm curious, Douglas. How did you agree with all this, honey?
Somebody hit her mic or put a dick in her mouth or something.
Tell me, Douglas. I'm curious.
What was that, Brooke? What was that?
I'm curious if you agreed with this guy. Apparently you did, because Ian says, oh, y'all
You shut the fuck up, Brooke.
Yeah, I did. That guy's on a totally different trip from me. You know that, honey.
Brooke, somebody could stick their dick in you for 5 seconds and be like, I'm not coming. You can't make me come.
Look, hey, you know what? Just because every experience you've had with a woman, doesn't mean that that's what happens with me. Okay? I understand that that's what happens every time you put your dick in a woman. That's what
look, you see the date right here?
Okay, November 27th, 2022.
2022.
Yeah.
And check you out right here.
Uh-huh.
Hold on.
Uh-huh.
I know, yeah, drum roll. I know.
Before.
Would you shut the fuck up?
I thought this was back before. He looked so much nerdier then. Because on some of his videos, he doesn't look quite that nerdy. We'll say that. Like,
Look right here, Doug. Look right here. Look right here. A mouth of the South. Can you
Who
shut
apparently fought on Mars and Jupiter and every other goddamn place.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, they're not that. You can. Anyway. All right, look right here, Doug.
Yeah.
Look right here.
Okay.
Look right here.
All right.
Can you just give me his med beds that he keeps talking about that seem to not exist? Because he keeps talking about his med beds.
They exist. They're out.
It
Right.
goes by the name of Gorgor.
Look at this. Hold on. April, May, June, July 27th, 2022.
Yeah.
And this fucker,
Yeah.
November 27th, 2022. He just repeated all the same shit I said.
Oh, all of what you said.
The people got it from
Not
you
what
first.
Douglas said, what you said. You put it on Douglas, you stupid ass. You can't be like, oh, Douglas, see how you were right? Because he repeated everything I
God.
said.
Oh, don't you get it? It's I broke the story before he did.
What does that do with Douglas?
He says
because it's on Douglas's show, moron.
He says because it was on my show, then I won up James Rink.
He was so listening to your show that he was like, oh my God, I've got to repeat what this idiot said on the floor. I'm going to be honest with you, Ian. Come on. Like, have some better people copy
Look,
you.
I know you're not good with numbers. Look, I know you're not good with numbers. But 7 comes before 9. Okay?
No, but I get what he's saying, Brooke. But it's like what Brooke is saying is that where is James Rink that he's so desperate that he's obviously listening to my show. So he's listening to my show, and that's how he heard what Ian said, and then he's basically plagiarizing Ian West.
Is how desperate is he to plagiarize Ian West?
Yes, I get it. I get what she's saying. That is pretty funny. That is pretty funny. Oh my God.
Well,
Okay.
Congrats, Doug. There you go. Congrats.
So thank you. I appreciate that. Okay.
And I always give Ian a hard time, so I always apologize. I want to apologize. Like, I'm not Ian. You know, a lot of stuff you believe in, I do. But at the same time, there are things that you go completely off the deep end.
Brooke, there's a special place in hell for people like you. Okay?
No, and I'm going to make sure that you and Douglas are right there beside me, and I am torturing you every fucking day.
We'll see.
You know what? You're going to be sucking fucking Douglas's dick when I'm down there cleaning. Every day you'll be like, oh God, Douglas, put it on my ass, please. Oh my God. You'll be the little bitch continually. So I will be the queen of hell.
Then I'll say, oh, never go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, Ian. Before
I was going to say, then I'll know how Clemson felt after they played L.A.
Did you make a Jimmy Clemson joke that Douglas gave you? Oh, she's so funny.
Yeah. And so, like
they played L.A. Are you talking? Was that one of the sex jokes?
Yeah. So by the way,
but you said like I'd be sucking his dick, and I said then I'd feel like Clemson after they played L.A.
Yeah. So like Troy Bellamy says, stop looking at those made up fake 4chan videos. Yes, yes. Thank you.
Troy, I'm telling you, don't go down there, man. I'm in South Carolina. You want to come see South Carolina? I might make you crazy, but definitely you will not need the mental therapy you will need.
And you definitely won't come back alive.
Yes. So
you won't if you fucking want to leave me your life insurance and tell me you're going to.
In terms of the reptiles on Ganges Island. So if people look up Ganges Island, like the river Ganges in India, Ganges, you're going to find out that on there's various claims that it never existed. It was quote unquote an imaginary island, and yet it's on old maps up to the point of World War II. It's on maps up to
how you completely just disregarded everything Ian did stupidly and just went back to your own.
Well, Troy was asking
that's where
about.
we were at before I interrupted.
Yeah. Troy was asking about a potential reference to Godzilla.
Like, just get to ignore Ian and what he just did.
At any rate, he says, "I'm coming to South Carolina. My family is from Little River or Myrtle Beach. He can visit you, Brooke."
Oh my God! Myrtle Beach is where I grew up. I'm like 4 hours away from Myrtle Beach, but that's where I vacation, like, from the time I grew up. Little River and Myrtle Beach. Like, totally. Oh, Little River's great. The best seafood you will get is in Little River.
Wow. Yeah. And so
at least on the coast down here in the South. Maybe if you go to Maine, you can get better lobster, but in the South, great fish and shrimp in Little River.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Yeah, and so I'm sure the two of you should rendezvous. And he should rendezvous with Ian too. That way he can just have an all-around experience of what it's like to.
Well, whenever
crazy,
on a day I don't have to fucking work.
Just so Troy understands the reference to quote-unquote Godzilla, Emperor Hirohito was, of course, a marine biologist, and his biological warfare units worked with some highly unconventional weaponizations of living creatures, as well as, of course, other biologicals, meaning viruses and the normal subject of biowarfare. Now, the basilisk is a creature of European myth and legend, and, of course, like all legends, there's truth behind the myth. These lizards really have the venomous fangs of snakes. They're efficient and cold-blooded predators. They pose a significant danger to all who encounter them. It was deemed that they might be related to the Gila monsters of the American Southwest, or dinosaurs like the Estesia, discovered by a team from the...
Sharing screen?
I'm sorry, honey?
Are you sharing screen?
Can you not interrupt, dog?
Our Ian West is sharing screen. Yes, Ian West is...
Can you stop, Ian? Because I just want to...
It's one of my illustrations. It's one of my illustrations. Don't you like my illustration, honey?
No, she doesn't, dog.
He keeps going through shit, and I can't hear you because
I'm soldering.
I understand. It is very distracting. Yes, thank you, honey.
Thank you, dog.
Yeah, you're welcome, Ian. Yes, and thank you for sharing what you did. The Estesia dinosaur was discovered by a team from the Mongolian Academy and the American Museum. But basilisks, well, they roughly resemble Komodo dragons in terms of size, general appearance, and they, like snakes, their eyesight is rather poor, but their abilities to detect variations in heat are excellent. And like other reptiles, basilisks are cold-blooded. They measure around 2.5 meters long and weigh roughly, I'd say, around 400 kilograms. Brooke is stretching. She's okay.
Grams were in America. What is that in pounds?
Well, basically, you're talking about these things are pretty fucking heavy. They'd be about half a ton. They can get up to that weight. Certainly a lot more than a person can lift. Because there were reports of considerably larger creatures in ancient documents. So it was ascertained that, like crocodiles, they grow as large as their environment can support. So in addition to their neurotoxin, which is injected through, their hollow fangs when biting, the basilisks have a defense mechanism like that of spitting cobras. So basilisks spray venom, a paralytic, from ducts below their eyes. So this legends about the paralytic gaze, they spring from this delivery mechanism for the venom. And they have a set of poison glands in their necks, separate from those linked to their hollow fangs. And these neck glands connect to, muscular tubes that terminate at the basilisk's eyes, allowing them to spray the venom. So like these spitting cobras, the basilisks aim the venom at the victim's face, and the spray is quite accurate, out to about 2.5 meters, which would be about 8 feet. So all reports indicate that basilisks use this weapon only when very frightened and immediately flee after using it. Now, I could go into other details that were involved with this, but what happened was Emperor Hirohito's biologists began to breed them with Komodo dragons to create even larger and ever more deadly reptiles that were basically predatory towards any large prey, capable of swallowing, as Komodo dragons are, entire animals of large size, or ultimately ripping animals to pieces that were too large to swallow at once and swallowing them effectively anyway, ultimately. So they were taken to the isolated Ganges Island for the breeding experiments, where they essentially got out of control. There was no way to handle reptiles that were that aggressive, that predatory, no longer fleeing, but when bred with the Komodo dragons, essentially bred out the flight mechanism. So these were completely aggressive, predatory, spitting lizards, but their spit was even worse when combined with the Komodo dragon saliva, which is a flesh-eating, virus-carrying toxin. And that meant that...
Like your first marriage, Brooke.
So, oh, Brooke, yes, I'd much rather stare at what Brooke is doing than speaking of this, I assure you. But yes, they were melting their victims alive, and therefore, ultimately, to rid the world of this threat to humanity if they continued to breed and multiply, the Ganges Island was phased out of this reality by using Daiglauca, the bell bomb, which essentially phased the mass of the island itself out of existence, and now it's off the maps. And so all that being said, we are still staring at Brooke, who's providing us... Oh, bless you, honey. Delightful. Oh, thank you, darling. There's our fans-only treat. You can't see this? Oh, you're missing out.
No, I'm welding. I'm soldering the couch together.
Yes, him and his fucking couch. Honestly, how on earth did that break? But Brooke, you're delightful. Oh, love you, honey. Now you're kind of fuzzy. Now the picture's off.
I got fuzzy for a second there.
Yeah, you got fuzzy, but now you're back in focus. See, fans only, darling, delightful. So glad to know you. And at any rate, why, I forgive you for all these times that you've been so brutal to me. And
Kelly looks pregnant.
I know you just think that's self-consciousnness. It's ridiculous.
No, it's the way I'm sitting with the shirt, but it looks.
Are you pregnant?
Oh God, ignore him. You're fine.
My shirt off and show you.
Yes.
Yeah, let's see.
Honey, yes.
Oh, now I'm up now. Oh, there's the star. There's the star right there.
Yes.
You go, girl. Brooke, you did good.
Yes.
You should go start your OnlyFans. You should go start your OnlyFans.
Fans only. Yes, that's right.
Oh, yeah. There's the star.
Yes.
There's the star right there. Thank you.
Thank you. Delightful, honey. And so, darling, yes, we've got a bright future ahead of us. And after all, I respect you. You respect me. And
Look for someone.
Yes. Yes, good for both of us.
Are you going crotchless?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's where it is. Oh.
Yeah, he just finally noticed.
Go, girl.
Yes.
Why are you recording this, Doug?
Yeah. Well, I have too much respect for her to do that. No, not recording it. I wouldn't do that. And she has a crystal. Yes, love that crystal, darling. So, so honey.
Yeah. From recording, I'm making sure.
Yes. And, so darling, now you've got me all distracted, but this is a good...
I'm going to hurry the couch up.
Yeah, but this will motivate me to go on to monologue. And, but by the way, we were glad to see those films you showed us of yourself earlier, Ian. Those were quite enlightening. And you will agree, Brooke, that looks like a young girl he was abducting in that blue car of his, didn't it? Yeah.
I think you were, dude. I think you were.
Y'all are jealous. Y'all are just extremely jealous.
Jealous?
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's all I really had to. Oh yeah. I forgot to do the report.
I could stare at you for hours, Brooke. Yes.
The lizard on the plane.
Yes, I'm too busy staring at Brooke to care. Thank God she doesn't have tattoos. I'm so glad you don't have tattoos to ruin that fleshly temple. Honestly.
Wait, but it's on my back.
Yeah. Oh, a little tattoo here and there, I don't mind. But I'm just glad you don't have big ones, like like other people do, right across the crotch and shit. Jesus Christ! Thank God you don't have that. And so, darling,
Dietrich tattoo.
No, we don't need gang tats. Yes, yeah, quite good without that. Andre saying tattoos suck. That's right, Andre. Yes, thank you, Andre. agree with that. And
like I think they can be what you want them to be. I think it's like anything else.
And
I bet you Nemo wishes he could be here.
oh yeah, I'm sure Nemo does. Yeah, that poor bastard. Yes, and wonder how he's doing. But
you know, they could be here, Joe Ty.
Yes, poor.
He would have died. He would have died.
Yes. Oh, Real Tech Geek. Yes, Real Tech Geek. Yes. Who hung up the other day just in frustration, poor guy. Hopefully he'll join us in the future. So, darling.
What happened to him? What did he do?
He was...
He ignored. He didn't, like, get attention or something. I don't know why.
It's true. He just didn't feel he was getting attention and just kind of hung up and feel bad about that.
Brooke, did you piss him off again?
Troy Bellamy says, I want to see Brooke. Okay, so let's bring him on. Let's see
go
if we
get
can...
your OnlyFans started, Brooke.
Yeah, how did... Oh, here we are. Bringing him on now. There we are.
OnlyFans and he won't, like, do it with me.
Now, I merged the call, so he's, there we are. Troy Bellamy should be on with us. Then he left. He was right here. Okay, let's merge that call again. There we are. So he should be merging again. There we are. So Troy Bellamy is with us, honey, and there he is. He's taking a look at Brooke, like the rest of us. And, yeah.
Brooke, show me pussy instead of talking about
it. Let's not be vulgar. Let's not be vulgar. You're going fuzzy again, honey.
What did he just fucking say?
He says you need to get back into camera range because you're a little fuzzy out there, and now we're seeing a fuzzy room instead of you. So, yes, of course, if you could get back in. Poor Andre's gay. I'm not sure he appreciates this at all, but, you know, I'm sure he enjoys the social observation of watching the rest of us.
That's why I could look at myself.
Yeah. And so, darling Brooke, at any rate, you're magnificent. And we're just so glad that you are generous with gracious to us. Yes. So how do you get the phone at that angle? Incredible. Yeah.
Okay, what are you talking about?
Oh, up there above you like that. Oh yeah, your arm.
Yeah. It's called an arm. Yeah.
At any rate,
Thank you, Brooke. That was great. You did good, girl.
Yeah, Andre's giving a kiss. And other than that, darling, of course it's very hot. You could take the t-shirt off again. Yeah, there we are. Delightful.
There you go, Brooke. There I am.
Yes. And Ian's answering. He's trying to prove his tits are almost as big as yours. But
that's right.
Yes. But aside from that, Brooke, thank you. You've managed to entrance me out of even thinking about that silly monologue.
You're a work of art, Brooke.
Yes. And
You're a work of art.
yeah, and Ian's busy with his work of art, which is his sofa.
My couch.
Yes. He's searching for coins behind the cushions. Honestly, we're just happy to stare at you, darling. So, darling, tell us a bit more about what you think about aliens and Dr. Greer. I'm willing to listen. Yes, we have all kinds of reverse technology. Yes.
Okay tonight. I was not expecting that.
Yeah.
I think Dr. Greer is a genius.
Oh my God. Okay, sure, honey. Whatever you say. I love you. Yes.
That's what I want to hear. Like, just see what you went. Like, that's what I want to hear. Like, thank you.
And so, what about the little teriyaki mummy he's got?
The what?
The alien mummy. He's got the little tiny alien mummy that looks like a teriyaki beef jerky. And
oh my God, that was not him. That's somebody else. You're thinking of somebody else. That's not him.
No, that's him. That's him.
No, that was the guy.
Yeah.
That was the guy from fucking not Los Alamos. What is that fucking underground base?
Dulce, isn't it?
Dolce.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about it?
The fucking
And so, darling, don't cover up again. Oh my God. And where are all your dogs? Just curious. I mean, usually you're surrounded. Oh, there they are. Yes. Yes.
Funny.
Yes.
I'm the. He can't hear a word I say.
Oh my God.
Hunter. Hunter! See how it doesn't move? Hunter!
Oh my God.
He's stuck as a doorknob.
Yes. And so that's cute. So they are all there, and you're here with us. So darling, yeah, and yeah, and so you're among them, of course. Delightful. Oh my gosh. I mean, wonderful to have all that safety. Of course, these are all rescue dogs. They're all fairly old, right? I mean,
all but Bentley. Only one. 3 of them are very old.
Yes. And I'm so glad you've got your... I spoke earlier of the importance of these medallions. Yes, for sleeping and just maintaining... Yeah, maintaining your safe space. Yes. Incredible.
Mm-hmm. My crystal. You noticed? I was surprised you noticed my crystal. Oh my God.
Oh, honey, of course. I'm always on the lookout for... I respect you. Just...
I know the bowl peanut thing, and then I thought it was like because I like bowl peanuts, and then you tell me later, no, did you see it? Because I don't know, Southern people are grumpy or something.
It's a bitter Southerner. Well, that's the name of the magazine. It's the magazine's named Bitter Southerner, and so they produce this.
I'm just gonna say I can't afford any bowl peanuts to send a fucking blanket back.
Like I said, you got to send me the seal.
I'm sure if I had seen the receipt, would it have been sent back yet? No, because it's a shut.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm supposed to receive the other blanket tomorrow, so that means that send me the that scanning seal, that whatever they call that square-shaped barcode, and I'll get that back to you, shortly thereafter, yeah. So other than that, of course, I should keep myself warm just by lying next to you. There we are, darling. Yes.
Douglas?
Yeah.
If I may interject.
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, you wrote a lot about UFOs and so on, but have you ever encountered a real UFO by yourself?
UFOs. He only believes in Nazis and underlings, okay?
Honey, why, for you, I'll believe in UFOs, of course. Yes. I mean, yes, Brooke and I, we...
Page to get laid. There you go.
What's that, honey?
I said, you're finally getting on the page to get laid. There you go.
Yeah, there we are, darling. Yes, if that's what it takes, of course. Yes, I believe that you're from Andromeda. Yes, that's right.
I'm from the constellation of Capricorn.
Yeah.
Which is from, other bitch. So is it Andromeda? No. The other one. So.
Marina Saren, she was, yes. That's the one you're referencing, yes?
She didn't say Andromedans. It was the other book.
I forgot.
I forgot. Hell, she only got me with constellation of Capricorn. I'm in astrology, and I was like, constellation of Capricorn.
Yes. Oh, and Dan returned. Yes.
She was as shit, and I can't believe that you were going to think you were going to fly over to Italy and fuck her when she was 21 by you saying you believed in aliens.
Spain, honey.
Japan, China, Korea, they're all Asian, okay?
Yes. And,
Spain. Like a Spanish food. I mean, like Spain. I'm still eating Italian food.
Yes,
right?
Yes. That's how they came up with that song, Mambo Italiano. All the whites thought that. Yes. That's, you know how whites are. It's like, it's all one European country anyway, right?
Everything except Germany, and then we're just like, oh, it's Nazis and fucking Brats and shit.
Yes.
I will say the countries that... Name the top 3 countries. You don't do this kind of fun shit. Let's each name the top 3 countries that you would think have the worst food.
Oh, England. England is just...
England has to be on there. I agree with you. England would be on mine, yes.
Yeah.
But then...
Yes.
I think I'm going to just like differentiate with you on this one. I think I'm going to go with Japan. Because, or I would probably go with China because they eat dogs and cats, but I know I can get over there and maybe just get some really good fried rice that I like. But Japan's so fishy. Like, there's so much fish in their stuff.
Yeah, well, of course, I adore that kind of food myself.
Well, no, it's healthy. Don't get me wrong. It's just that I don't like the taste. So I would be like, oh my god, like everything has got seaweed and fish and octopus and shrimp and snake from the sea.
Yeah.
And then I think the other country would be, for me, that's what I'm interested to see what everybody else would be. So I'll go first. So England, I agree with you on that one. I don't know, man. Like, I'm wondering, like, I mean, what do you got this one guy on the phone from? Where's he from?
Netherlands, Don.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, Sweden and Netherlands food. Like, none of that sounds really good either. Like in the South, like, we have we have Jamaican restaurant, Cuban restaurant. Like, I don't think a Netherlands or like a Swedish. Like, what is going to be there?
The Dutch, they had like this East India trade company, and what they did, they traded spices. But Dutch food is the most spiceless food on the planet Earth.
Oh, England?
No, he said Dutch food. He said Dutch food is the most spiceless food on the planet Earth, even though they had an empire based on spices.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I think. That anything bland like that, I think that's where I would not want to be. Like the most blandest thing ever. And then where I don't like, even though Japan's healthy, and I hate to say that, like I just like they have a lot of like octopus shit and like weird fish shit. It's not like just like.
Oh, I love all that shit. Yes, that's well, darling.
You're not blood from people's veins. So, I mean, not go too far here with your delectable taste.
Yes, I'm hardly to be considered a culinary expert.
Taste buds right now are, what is it? Blood from veins, if you can get it, and then if not, and you're stuck at home, it's Mills Almost frozen peas.
Yeah, that's just a necessity, and of course, it barely.
Now and then, he's lucky enough to get a cheese pizza.
Oh God,
and not even New York style cheese pizza, guys. Like he's getting like a Papa John's. Okay.
No, it's from up the street. It's expensive as hell, but what I get is the pesto pizza once in a while. Yeah, with feta cheese. Yeah, none of the.
It's called feta. It's not feta.
Okay,
it's
sorry.
Not ATA. It's feta. There's like that is something I can totally be right on. I don't even know how you got to feta. Like there's not even like we're pronouncing it different. It's feta, and it's never been feta.
Yes, darling.
It's like Tammy Faye Baker.
Yes.
I don't think she created that cheese.
Yeah. And why is Ian performing major open heart surgery on his fucking couch again? What exactly happened? I mean, he like.
I got my friend came out from Titusville.
Buddy.
No, I can do without that. My
fluffer's not here. My fluffer's not here. That's why.
Oh my God! Then he had to pull his pants up. Honestly, this is like
I want to see if you have hair on your butt. Let's see your butt. I just want to I'm betting $10 he's got hair on his butt. Go zoom in.
Honey, when he bends over to fix his couch, it's beer belly and butt crack for miles as far as the eye can see. I think I've seen enough. I'm traumatized for life.
That's but I think that's being mean to Ian.
I don't think it's being mean.
He's got like that Jewish hair, that Italian hair in his eye.
Thank you, Brooke.
He's got a fro or a natch, but it's like his activator went flat.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you.
I'm gonna start looking.
Yes.
You can tell
yes. Now staring back at, of course, our dear Brooke. So, darling, aside from that, some more crotch shots, cleavage, yes. I could start this for hours. I mean, I'm certain the audience is angry with me. I'm not providing much education. Now, the camera's not at the right angle, honey. Got to move it a little bit more. So there we are, darling. Oh, then you've got that bottle in the way. That's very symbolic, yes. At any rate, darling, yes, so, there we are. Little further down, the camera a little further down, and we'll be happy. And of course, yes, that's just in the way. Get that out of the way, yes.
Oh my God!
What?
How can I started eating?
Yes.
I'm so proud of myself.
Yes, I'm proud of you. Yes, we're all
Number
proud
one
of you.
show, Doug. Number one show.
Yes, yes, that's right. I mean,
No,
oh,
y'all saying like all my pants are falling off of me, so that's actually good.
yes. No,
You should
that's
be
good.
used to that, bro.
Yes.
What?
You know him. He's saying you should be used to that. Does he have earphones on? Is he listening to music? How does he even hear us?
No, I'm listening to you. No, I'm listening to you.
Oh, okay. There we are. So, darling Brooke, there we are. Now that's a better angle. Good coverage there. And as an illustrator, I can appreciate that. A little better focus.
Like I never had a line in like years. Look at that.
Yeah. Yeah.
What, did you find a stretch mark?
Yes.
Huh?
Did you find a stretch mark?
Yeah.
I have a stretch mark for my baby, but I'm just saying like
Yeah.
I've got a line on my belly. Look.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You do. I thought that. So they never performed a cesarean section, right? No.
Oh yeah, I have a C-section scar. That's what that is.
Okay, that's that's yeah.
My first one I had.
Yeah.
Like most people get out one way or the other. So my first one I had normal.
Yeah.
Well, always, and then my second one was breech.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. And yeah.
Doug, you okay over there?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, just yeah. Right, a little lower the camera so we can see the other. Yeah, that's there we are. Much better that way. And
Doug, if you start beating it, I swear to God.
so that your child came out of that line, Lola or
Nowadays
Noah?
they do them. They make them a tiny line. Used to apparently they used to do like straight up.
Yeah, they did that. Yeah, it used to be straight up. Yeah, like it was like open heart surgery and shit. They'd cut, yeah, horizontal instead of vertical. So
Yeah.
it was Noah came out of that line, right? Noah came out.
Yeah, that's Noah's little line right there.
Yeah, that's right. So
And it's very fine. She glued it, so there's no staples. You just a little glue.
wow, yeah.
Like I mean, it and then it grew back together. But I'm saying she didn't staple it, so it's like a little line.
Yeah, whereas
But it looks on my crease over my belly, but it's a little line.
yes, perhaps you could give us a demonstration of how Lola came out. Just put the camera down a little further, and we can see how Lola came out. Her head was far too big, of course, and you were considering suicide at that time.
Oh my God, Lola was. Her head wasn't that big. The problem was Lola is fucking like me, and she's like, I'm not coming. She was 10 days late, and they induced me all day the day before, and she's like, I'm still not fucking coming. And they're like, all day in induction, they're like, you're only at a 1 centimeter. You have to dilate till 10 centimeters. If anyone doesn't know, to 10 centimeters to have the baby.
Yeah.
And so they're like, you're at a 1, so we're going to take you off induction finally after I went there at 5 a.m. and it was like 6 p.m. But I apparently continued to labor all night. And so they came in to induce me the next morning. And they were like, putting a contraction monitor on, which they had taken off all night. And they're like, oh my God, how long have you been out? And I'm like, what you mean? Like, all night, I guess. And then the girl's like, well, I'm going to put the toast in you. And I looked up at her and I was like, pretty sure my water just broke. Unless I can feel that I pee anymore. Like, because when your water breaks, it's like, basically you just get soaking wet, but you didn't pee. Like,
right.
So you just feel suddenly a soaking wet sensation.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure. And she's like, oh God, yes. And then from then she checked me, and she'd already checked me. I was at a 1 that morning, and she was like, oh my God. And she's calling the doctor, and the doctor was across town and like flew over there and ran down the hall. Like the nurse was screaming, get in here. And like she ran in and was throwing on gloves and was like, push once.
Yeah.
Like she said, push. And I knew how to push because my friend, I knew how to push. Pushed completely.
Well, bring the camera down and show us how you were pushing. Bring the camera down and show us how this pushing went. Yes. We
But I will say this, Lola, I pushed once and the doctor said, stop.
Yeah.
In the middle of it. And I was like, what the fuck? Be like, I told you this before, I think. It's like, be like stopping in like, I don't know, like for a man, I guess, one of you to describe it is like, I don't know, like you had like the biggest shit ever, right? And you're just like, bathroom, like somebody tells you to stop!
Yeah.
You're like, right in the middle. Oh God! You're just like, because this is a doctor telling you this. You're like, fuck! And you're like, and then she's like, okay, now I want you to look down so you can watch your baby be born. And on the video, you can hear me, even though I know it's a girl. At this point, this is the exact words I say on the video. I don't don't care. Just get it the fuck out.
Yes.
And that doctor just like her mouth dropped and was like, okay, and I pushed she was out. But my point is, my daughter was like, I'm not coming, and then I'm coming. But when she came very hard and heavy, and it was like I did look at a window, and if I could have walked to that window, I remember wanting, because before they gave me that epidural, I would have jumped out.
Yes. Oh my God. Oh my God. Thank you.
No, you don't get that picture.
Yeah.
You get that picture if you're gonna get that picture. You can give me something.
Hey, well, honey, I give you everything I can.
Down there giving me something is what I'm saying.
Yes.
That's when you get that picture.
Yes, honey. Yes, honey. Of course.
Are you talking about getting eaten out?
He says, "Are you talking about getting it now?" I mean, you know, he's such a cute stuffed animal figure. He cuts this figure of kind of like a weeble. You know, they wobble, but they don't fall down.
Getting down? What the fuck are you saying?
No, check out. We're gonna see this is gonna be the moment of truth.
Oh my God! I thought I looked pregnant, gaining a little bit of.
Fuck you too, bro. Fuck you too.
And his pants. It's like several ads are on it. Multiple advertisements. Logos. Oh my God. So well.
Yes, I know. His companies are going to be suing him for being like, why did you have our pants? Like, oh, you get shut down for like playing some music or something you're not supposed to. They're going to be like, we did not say you could wear our pants. That is taking away money from our company.
At least I can say there's not a shit streak down the butt crack.
See, that's his favorite thing. What the fuck? Goddamn shit, screwed, hell yeah,
Yes.
fuck, what is
Fuck.
Yes, his swear
They
word.
killed half the strand. The half the strand is fucking dead, but both sides are lit up now.
Yeah.
Did you hear how he said half the shred so Mississippi too?
Yes.
Half the shred?
Oh,
Yes. Yes. And what exactly is the purpose of the blinding light behind the couch? That's to confuse the girls that they're entering heaven when you roofie them, right?
No, goddamn it! No, half the strand's fucking dead. I'm pissed.
Half the shrimp. It sounds like you're saying half the shrimp. It has to be a Mississippi.
Yeah. That is a blinding light.
Oh,
This
there we go.
Why have that behind the couch, man? It's ugly. It's like being in school.
It's I don't know. This way it looks like an alien abduction when he's.
No.
It's why the lights behind the couch?
It's like ambient lighting, so it's like fucking, so I don't have to like cook the house.
Ambient, bitch. You need to look up the definition of ambient.
Yeah, ambient's a bit more subtle. That's more like
That's my favorite prescription.
Buy some fucking lamps, okay?
I don't like using the lamp.
And then if you want to add some little lights, you can have some little tea lights, some little fairy lights around like the top of the room.
Yeah.
That just looks like a huge lamp you just put behind the couch.
Well, I understand why he doesn't like lamps per se, because when you're on those types of drugs that he uses, the lights become very abrasive on the eyes. And so...
well, you would know all about that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, of course I would. So let's go back looking at your headlights, honey. Yeah. Yes, show us those instead. Now, that's some ambient lighting. And so she's smoking a real cigarette. I mean, fuck the vapes. She's going straight for the
Yeah, me
nicotine.
too, Brooke. I'm going to take a break.
Yeah.
Take your shirt off. Let's take a break together.
Yeah. Gotta admit, his tits are pretty big. But it's just not the same.
Can I ask you for my opinion on my tattoo this weekend? He wouldn't even give it to me.
Well, let me see your tattoo. Let me see your tattoo, honey. Let's
it's still got the sticker all over it. Let's clear that now.
Well, let's take a look, honey.
No.
Yeah.
No, fuck you.
Brooke, you're so cool. You're so cool, Brooke.
Yeah. Yes.
No, I'm just saying, it's not like the clear sticker and all that. So, no.
Yes.
Because when you get one, apparently it runs on the edges. So.
Yeah.
Brooke's so cool.
Yes. And,
you're just being a bitch, Ian. Fuck you.
And your underarms look great too, honey. They're you shave them well. And, of course...
I've shaved in like in 2 days. I'm pretty sure I've not shaved in 2 days.
Yeah, and well, definitely you shaved the crotch area, and
On
You
2
did
days.
good. You did
I
good.
don't grow hair. I mean, I'm not like a man that's like growing fucking wool on his face every day.
so
I mean, I don't
Thank
shave
you,
too
bro.
much, but I mean, no, I've shaved the crotch. Yes, I know you like a bush though, don't you?
I like a little peach fuzz down there. Yeah, it's just
You like
a
some stuffing for the muffin.
yes, that's you know, a
Oh my God!
little heart shaped patch on top of the top of that doesn't hurt.
First of all, I had a nightmare about that one time eating a bush out. I literally it was a neighbor of mine. First of all, she's so gross fat. I don't know why the fuck I was there. And on top of it, like I remember going down there, and I was like, "Oh my God, there was so much fucking hair." Like I woke up in a nightmare. Like it was scary to me. Like I did not like it at all.
I can imagine.
But it was funny because this comedian, that was weird. But that was years ago. That was a couple years ago. But this comedian came on the other day and was like, my dad died the other day. It's what's his name? Fucking not Gaffigan. I can't remember his name. Anyway, he came on. He's like, yeah, my dad died. It's the new comedy special on Netflix. And he says, yeah. And he said, his dad came to like, I need to tell you something I hadn't told you before. His dad was dying in the hospital. So let me tell you something. It's like I went to him and he's like, I'm thinking, okay, like he's gonna tell me. I'm hoping he'll tell me something like. He's like, do you know? And he's like, no, I don't know because you haven't told me before. Right? Like, and he's like, I'm hoping he's gonna tell me treasure in the backyard or something. And he's like, I like the bush. Like it was. I mean, he obviously said it funnier than me, but it was just so like odd. And maybe that wasn't true then, because I know comedians make some shit up, but obviously they do. But he told it very well.
Yes, thank you. You're adorable, honey. And so
Isn't she just so adorable?
Well, fuck you, Ian West.
Look, at least your camera doesn't add a couple of pounds to it. You see
I'm
this
pretty sure
41 inch waist?
camera adds a couple of pounds. Okay, it's a normal camera thing.
yes, cameras do that. But nevertheless, you carry them well, honey. And so you've got those couple pounds there under that T-shirt. You can remove that and relax. We certainly could. Oh God, he's pulling out his guitar. He'll serenade you into doing that.
I'm fixing the guitar.
Yes. Though I wouldn't mind if you serenade her. Probably get her to.
You want me to go get? I almost sold the Spanish. Let me go get the Spanish. Hold on.
Oh my God, Ian, nobody fucking cares.
I know, but I need to get it out anyway.
Yes, go show them your crackhead garage.
Oh my God.
Here it is. This is it. I repaired it.
Full of metal.
I finally got it fixed.
55,000 dumb computers.
They're around here somewhere. Oh, can y'all hear it?
Yeah, definitely. Yes, we've heard it. Brooke doesn't look too impressed, but
No, well, nothing. I mean, the only thing that's going to get her excited is another 18 years of alimony and child support. That's the only thing that's going to get her going.
What do you think I'm working on now, Ian? I'm coming to Florida next week, buddy.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Not with that face.
You couldn't pay alimony or child support.
Yeah, I'd go crash train myself before that happened. Anyway.
I hope you would, because you couldn't afford a kid, period.
What's that, darling?
A very poor kid.
Yes. Oh, yes. Some poor kid. So, I really must,
That was okay.
What's that, honey?
Nothing. I was just giving, whatever.
Okay. And that's fine.
Is this getting your pussy wet? Let me see it. Okay.
Have you been playing one of my songs? Right?
Yeah, play one of her songs.
Which one?
Which one do you want, honey?
What do you know that I would like? Like Sweet Home. Oh, what do you got? Got the Leonard on there?
I can do that. Anyway, you got the idea of it.
Yeah, you did good at the beginning, man. That was pretty good because I totally called it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, don't get a copyright.
Do you know the last place that Leonard Skinner played before they died?
Monterey Music Festival.
Nope.
Where?
The last place that the original Leonard Skinner died before they died. Like the last place they played.
Concert?
Yes, the last concert.
Tennessee, I guess. I don't know.
They were on the plane leaving. That's where they left. It was Greenville, South Carolina, where I live. My airport.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, they were leaving.
I knew it was somewhere in the east.
Huh?
He said I knew it was somewhere in the east. Yeah.
Yeah, they left Greenville. They played in Greenville. Then they left, and they were on their way, I think, to New Orleans. And that was the thing. They decided they wanted to go ahead and go to New Orleans because they wanted to party there. Mm-hmm. And because Greenville was obviously a lot smaller back then. They were like, oh, Greenville's, we'll go to New Orleans. That was their next show. So on the way to New Orleans from Greenville, they crashed.
Mm-hmm. Incredible.
Do you know what their first album was called?
I don't know.
The First and the Last.
Which one? What was it?
The First and the Last. That was their first album.
The First and the Last? That was the name of the album?
Yeah, their first album came out after the crash.
No, it didn't.
How much you want to bet?
There's no way it came out because they were already.
How much you want to bet?
They were in fights with they were in fights with, I think, Sony or whoever their person was. That's what they were fighting about before the crash. There's a whole new documentary on it.
Huh.
No, they were recorded at Muscle Shoals, Alabama, and they got picked up by this band called The Who from Georgia's neck of the woods, and they went on tour with them, and they got really big, and they just kept on touring for a year. Then they got in the plane crash, so they were like, oh, let's capitalize off of it, let's put out a record because they're all famous now. So the first record was called The First. It was their first record, and it was their last record, so therefore it was called The First and Last.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. You may be right on that.
Oh, I know. I've been in Muscle Shoals.
I've been to a Leonard Skinner concert. Obviously, they died before he died. He died
with his son.
But I've been with with his brother, and the rest of the producer died.
Wow.
And then,
all right, let me go put this up. Wait, I got to work it again.
Yes. Very impressive.
You can read it. Just come on. Or how about something Douglas would know?
I'm not very musically inclined, of course, being deaf.
No. I have to sell it. I have to sell that one because I got this new Brazilian acoustic. So I'm sticking with the Brazilian and I'm getting rid of the Mexican.
Okay.
You know, like the Nazis did.
You've gone fuzzy again, honey. Yes. Mustn't let yourself get fuzzy. Makes us all feel drunk when you do that. So,
you ever seen one of these?
Yeah, we like the bouncing ball you lost better. That one's a little, intimidating. We're afraid it might cut your finger off.
I can't let it go in here. Shit.
Yeah. Of course not. It would crash all your lamps and everything. Yes.
I got my ceiling fans on.
Yes. Yes. So, honey, you're looking great. There we are.
There we go. Got the pussy out.
Yes. Good.
Natural. Like the day you're born. It's awesome.
Yes, that's right. The T-shirt.
Don't see legs. You cannot see a pussy hair. Shut up.
Yes.
Well, you know what I mean. I just, man, Nemo's gonna be so pissed off.
Yeah.
Like, can we welcome Troy Bellamy? Troy Bellamy's in the house. Hey, Troy.
Yes.
I know we haven't spoken to Troy. Can Troy talk?
He coughs. He coughs a lot.
Oh, I thought that was you, Doug.
I'm sorry, I didn't know I was on.
Hi there, Troy. Good to meet you, sir.
Yes. And welcome aboard. Glad to have you with us.
You made it on a special night.
Yes, he certainly did. And
how much you want to bet? Doug doesn't do his monologue now.
Yeah. Hey, well, I might get to it eventually. You know, when
just if he starts to go into it, Brooke, just spread your lips and put the camera down.
planning on. Like, maybe actually show the pussy. You'll keep thinking y'all are seeing it.
So,
All right, before I
are
say these deep state messages,
you?
I'm gonna.
Yes. So, are you trying to sabotage my monologue, Brooke? I take it.
I try to sabotage everything you do. I'm the enemy, right?
Flying colors, Doug, with flying colors.
Yeah. Well, come on now, Brooke. It's not like that at all. Besides, you and I, we have a special understanding with each other. Was that some water you spilled?
Oh, she's all wet now. See, I told you
so
the guitar
wet.
made her wet.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
I'm on water right there.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
So
you did
got-
good. You did. Was that vodka in there?
No.
I wish vodka.
Yeah. So how do you handle that now that your bed's wet? Where are you going to sleep, darling? You'll have to come over here and sleep with me. Yes. Yes.
I'm thinking, Doug.
Yes. She's rolling around in all that wetness. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Suggestive.
But I've got to fucking goddamn take his shirt off now.
Yes. That's right. So let's do that.
That's a great idea.
That's-
Oh God, look at those fucking melons right there.
Yes.
I'm not taking his shirt off for y'all. You cannot see me.
But we should do your OnlyFans. I'm telling you, Brooke, we should do your OnlyFans.
Yes. That's right. Yes.
There's a star right there. There's a star.
Yes. Delightful, darling. Wonderful.
Yeah, I might have to cut out early on tonight, guys.
Why? That's of
That's a
course.
masturbation joke. It's a masturbation
Got
joke.
it.
Anyway.
Yes. Well, you're
Okay.
doing wonderful, honey. Yes.
That is what. I do need to cover it up. What am I going to do with that?
Go grab a shirt or something.
Oh,
You got a little
blow
buddy.
blow dry. You blow dry the bed.
No, I'm just no. And see, Ian's smarter than you. I'm not sitting here an hour to blow dry the bed. I'll put a blanket. Well, Ian was kind of smarter. He put some
Yeah, she's not gonna blow dry vodka under her sheets and comfort her.
I do not have vodka. I've not drank vodka in a very long. Actually, well, I was a very long time. I think I did a shot like 2 months ago, but no, there's no vodka.
Yeah. Vodka's bad memories for her. Yeah.
Vodka is not giving. If I was in vodka, I'd be fighting now. Like I'm a fight. Like y'all think I fight now? Like I'm vodka. Oh my god.
Yes. Yes.
So, Troy, how do you feel about a subscription service to the Douglas Dietrich Show?
That's, at any rate, in terms, he went mute. And don't worry about that.
Okay.
He's fine. And strong silent type. Yeah.
I think Ian, that was smart because I'm gonna put the blanket over it. I'm gonna put a t-shirt over it first.
Yes.
Yeah, do something.
Or I have a towel. Look, see how I fold my towel so neatly, guys?
Yes. I'm
Y'all
impressed.
do that shit too?
Yeah.
How?
Yeah. And
Definitely worth it.
there.
See what?
Troy said it's
Thank you,
definitely
Brock.
worth it.
Thank you,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes.
What I do?
Oh, he said it's
No,
definitely worth it.
You're
Troy
you.
said.
You're you.
Yes, yes, and yeah, Ian's just thank you for being you, and of course we all thank you for being you. Dan Vandermeulen went mute as well, but he's just glad his kid's at school. Yeah.
God damn it.
I needed to take my son to the hospital, but
Oh Jesus! What happened? Is he okay?
no, just a regular checkup.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought he saw Brooke's tits.
No, Ian, that would be your tip. Okay.
I know, right, baby?
Yes, that would. Oh, disgusting, Ian.
Thank you. That's years of KFC and Church's Fried Chicken.
Yes, yes.
Oh my God, Church's is the best. The jalapeno poppers. Have you ever had them from there?
Yes. Oh yeah, they're good. And
Oh
the
my
okra,
God,
the
guys,
fried
they're
okra is amazing.
And their gravy is so good. Oh my gosh, we only have like one Church's left, one or two. And you have to go to the ghetto. I don't know if y'all don't have. Y'all probably don't
Yeah,
have.
we got to go to the ghetto here too.
Yeah, to get Church's, it's like ghetto. Oh my God, it's the best. Like I don't eat fried chicken, and I still go there, and I'm like, oh.
You put the Tabasco sauce on the chicken?
I put Tabasco. Well, actually don't do Texas. I do Texas Pete on everything.
Okay.
So why is Church's doing that? Why did they limit themselves to the ghetto? Why didn't they try to gentrify or something?
So they're a black-owned and operated company, and Bojangles is too actually, but Bojangles did diversify. I'm not sure why Church's. I don't know.
Bojangles is way better than Church's.
I actually don't think that. I think Bojangles is good, but Church's has got that certain. First of all, I love the jalapeno poppers, but their gravy is just so fucking perfect compared to like Bojangles gravy. Now, if I eat chicken, I could see maybe the chicken's different because I have eaten chicken, so obviously like Bojangles has the best chicken biscuit in the world, like that Cajun chicken biscuit.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'll just agree with anything you say, darling.
Yeah, gravy, great.
Well, no, tell me where I'm wrong. You're Mr. I got my tips from this. Tell me where I'm wrong on any of this. I know
those are all natural, right?
Huh?
Are those all natural?
Yes, of course.
Yes, they are.
I have surgery.
I'll marry you. I'll marry you now. I was afraid I'd have to buy your tits. That's why I didn't want to marry you.
Oh my God, no! You can buy me. Well, you won't buy me anything because I'm just gonna take a life insurance policy on you, and you're gonna take what was it, a 30 milligram Adderall twice a day, Viagra, and
just put those tits out. I'll do it. I'll put whatever in my nose. I don't care.
Yes, it was Adderall, Viagra, and what the fuck else was it?
Coke. I think it was
cocaine. Yeah,
cocaine, Viagra, and Adderall.
Yes, cocaine, Viagra, and Adderall. Yes.
That's when I
was an Ian West cocktail.
Yes.
Take it like $1,000, Jerry. Whatever, or Pat, say Jack, whatever. I will take that bet.
And
I'll even put some crystal meth in it just to
well,
get the mood going.
So just do us a favor.
I will totally enjoy your drugs while you're here. I'll be like, get some pain pills while you're at it. But
yes.
I never went that far.
You never went to pain pills? Ugh, so boring.
Doug, you want to see my pillow press?
I'm looking at something else right now, Ian.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'll sit that out, too.
And she's vaping, too. Yes. So just make certain you get into the light, darling. Right now, what happens is the light is behind you, and it's kind of the effect of Ian West's couch. We get you framed in the light, but while that has its own mystique, it certainly
I
like
look
to
like
see
Jabba the Hutt over here.
we certainly like to see you under the light. Yes, it's like Jabba the Hutt.
Oh, her camera froze.
Yeah, her camera froze. Your camera froze, darling.
She's pulling a NASA. Oh.
Yes, you've got to jiggle that. We're left with looking at Ian. Oh my God. And
I cut out.
Yeah. Yes, there we are. And that's probably for the best. But we'll see what happens with her if she gets back into action. If not, I will go into monologue. All right,
pull the pussy out now, Brooke.
George missed out because he was like, but then again, the guys who really will be angry about this would be Real Dick Geek, Joe Tai, and Nemo Albano.
I'm just glad I finally got to see some titty.
Yeah, Brooke might never have gotten in the mood with those guys around anyway. But...
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you're right. You got a point, Doug. You got a point. I mean, shit, I don't even think I can get a move with them around.
So we'll wait and see if she can get her camera back in action. If you can't get your camera back in action, honey, I'll start monologue soon enough. Matter of fact, do me a favor. Maybe you gentlemen can hold stage while I refresh myself.
Yeah, I can do it.
Yes. So okay, no.
I want to talk to Dan anyway.
Yeah, great. Yeah, no.
Dan, you there?
Yeah, no trans, our homophobia.
Quit wasting airtime. God damn it. Dan, did you see the maps?
Yeah, thanks for them.
Those are the ones I couldn't find last time, but luckily I put them on my Facebook. Yeah. But yeah, do you see the dates on there?
Yeah, it's old.
Yeah, they're I think they say 1800s or something. Where's the chat at? Here's the chat. Where is it? Yeah, here they are. Yeah, here they are. Yeah, it says 1869, 1884, 1879. Yeah. So like before, I'm sorry. So when World War I kicked off, the Rothschilds were like, all right, we can't invest in the tunnels anymore because we're all invested in this war. And they took a break from these tunnels. That's why they all cut off in the late 1800s. So that's what's up. Hello?
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
Oh, okay, yeah. But yeah, those years are correct. And what's really cool is there's a Bermuda tunnel that goes underneath the ocean from what is this? Halifax? Something. I mean, this was before the mud flood. This was before the end of the world. So.
Oh, I don't buy the mud flood.
Yeah. But, you know, it's just very historic, and I'm glad you like it.
What do you know about the Antarctic base?
Well, which section? Are you talking about the 70,000-year-old spaceship at the very bottom? Or are you talking about...
But that's cool. Did you see before the Ukrainian war? You have in Ukraine, you have this desert. And the only thing they say, yeah, it's because there were a lot of sheep, so they ate everything. But there's a lot of radiation coming from the ground. And one guy, he predicted it. Like 3 months before the war, he said, yeah, they found an old craft behind that desert. And like 2 months later, there was an invasion from Rusland. But the first thing they invaded was a part that's just, it's a part of it's just a big desert.
Oh, yeah, there were... let me see if I can pull it up. I've actually got those. Ukrainian portals. The portals in Ukraine.
A lot of ancient things there in the Ukraine.
Yes, correct. They are
there along the coastline.
Yes, and I had no idea about all this until
really cool. My father-in-law, he's from Nigeria. And in Nigeria, the old people, they talk about, we had giants here. And they have some places with footsteps in mud from giants. There are some giant bones. But even that can be like, you can challenge that and say, well, maybe it's not real. But the thing is, in the north of the country, there is this huge mountain. And it's built of basalt. Like the stones that you find, it's a volcanic stone you find in the sea, but it's ancient. And you see stuff like that in Indonesia.
Yeah, yes.
So it must be a really old structure.
Yeah, here I'm trying to pull up these anchors.
So cool.
Shit.
No trans, you know, are homophobic.
Oh, there's a delay or something. All right. Where the fuck is it?
Yeah, thanks for that.
Okay, there it is.
What are you doing? You're just looking
I'm
up.
trying to find the Ukraine shit.
You're supposed to be holding stage. Is this what you call holding
Yeah,
stage?
I am.
Looking up.
Look, I'll get dressed and check the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm trying to find these anchors for you with the giants, you know? And they like found them all across the world.
Oh my god, you're gonna love this show. I've gotta send it to you. Have you watched the one with the little fish on it? The goldfish?
Nemo?
No, it's I'm gonna look it up right now because oh my god. I'm not advertising other shows on Douglas's podcast. It's the same to do Douglas, so it's not against him. It's that fucking show. Oh yeah, it's called WF. It's called the Y-Files. And like he has this funny little fish on the side that is like, oh my god, he's hilarious because he's like not a real fish, obviously, but he talks and he has a tinfoil hat on. And like they're selling shirts for him now. Like he's gotten so popular. The little fish has the little fake fish, but he'll just do everything from. I mean, he'll do like. But the reason I thought of it is because he did a Giants one last. Like that was one of the last things he just did was talking about giants and where they found them and just he just goes through facts and if like there's things to throw out that are like not. He doesn't try to go one way or the other with it. He just tries to throw out the facts. Although you can tell he is anti-government for sure because of the way he lets that fish say about like government. But other than that, I would say he's just like a cool guy and not advertising another show, Douglas. I'm sorry, but Also, probably most people have heard of it because it's got like 2.32 million just subscribers alone, just as subscribers. So it's pretty popular. It's got like he's grown so much, but it's mainly from that stupid fish and the way he does it. Like it's just he makes it funny, kind of like the way me and Ian Gray your show, like both with our humorous broadcast, my anger and my sexuality.
Yes.
And our intelligent wit.
Yes.
There we go.
But Dan, do you see this rock with a big hole in it?
Yeah.
These are the anchors that the giants used on their ships and boats.
Oh, I've seen one at the Land's End in England. That's also where the
Nice.
Manatol thing is.
Yeah, they should have them by all the starports throughout the galaxy or whatever.
Oh, you can lower that. Brooke is back on camera, so.
Okay. Brooke is. Thank you.
Yes, and oh God, there's that guy again. Florida's the Garden of Eden. I mean, Jesus Christ.
It is.
Yeah. Oh
It is.
God.
It is, Doug.
Yes.
Look, just admit they fooled you. Just admit they fooled you.
Let's go back to Brooke. Lower all that screen. Lower your screen so that she can.
Hold on. One button at a time. God damn it. Hold on. Okay, there. Is that
There we
better?
are.
I'm going off camera permanently and never coming back on again because of that stupid Garden of Eden.
Look, you better get right with God. All right?
I'm going to go throw up my life and everything I've ever done.
You know, I probably will marry you
I
just
can be
because I wouldn't have to
so
pay.
partisan West to think that fucking Florida is in fucking the delta of the panhandle of Florida, mosquito city. Like that was what Garden of Eden was.
Ma'am, is Florida in the water? Is Florida in the water?
Yes.
Florida.
Troy.
That's where DeSantis is from. Yeah, God's really tricking us with Garden of Eden, isn't he?
DeSantis is Italian mafia, mother.
By the way, Ian, how can we help Troy? He says I can't see the video feed. Brooke is back on. Troy can't see it. It's like, how do we help him? I'm not quite sure. It's kind of like, I don't know. You can't reset your
turn on Skype, Troy?
He's on Skype, so what he needs to do is maybe call back in. If he calls back in, he'll probably be able to see it. So what you need to do is hang up Troy and call back in. Then we'll merge your call again. That's
I'll probably unglitch it or whatever.
Yeah, that'll unglitch it.
Oh,
yeah,
he's front and center right here.
Yeah, he's doing it now. Yes.
Good job, Brooke.
Yeah, you're lovely, Brooke. Honestly. So now he's back. Yeah. Wow, he jumped back on the call without my even having to merge it. See how?
Front and center.
Yeah, when you're motivated. Yeah, when you're it's. Did it work? I'm sure it did.
Yeah, I heard him. He's back.
Yeah, what did he say? He said, "Roar."
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
Oh, yeah, heck yeah. Damn right.
I just to poor Joe Ty, like it's gonna break his poor little heart.
It will break his heart. Yes. And,
like none of y'all.
We're not recording.
I'm pretty sure Joe Ty deserves to see some good cleavage, occasional flippage. Like,
no, he
whatever.
needs a hand job. Just give him a hand job for his birthday next year or something. You know? Don't worry, you can wear a glove. You can wear a latex glove or something.
How about I just you put my hand on top of your hand and you do it?
Yes.
Well, will you be topless in doing it?
Yeah.
If no, I don't know. I might, but because it'd probably be better. When I go to throw up after watching you jack off Joe Ty, I'm gonna need to be topless so I don't get cute.
I wouldn't jack him off unless you're moving your hand. So I'd be a bystander, you know.
But your hand is the one on his dick. I can only feel your hand.
Yeah, but I'm not moving the muscle. You are.
No. I'm just clenching your hand. I know you. You know how to do it. You have one. So you're the one that's going to take it to town while you're watching me because you're going to think you're jacking yourself off and you're going to be jacking him off.
The goddamn lights.
Oh. So darling, just move.
God, Dick. Oh, no. Oh, God. Brooke needs to And Joe Ty will be like, oh, yeah, there's your dick. Just keep doing it, buddy. Just keep doing it.
Yes. He's just glad to get some stimulation. I was hoping he would hook up with Lady from Mexico. He wanted to give her a place to live. So there we are, darling. A little lower. There we are. The camera. The ambience.
Oh, you're talking about Dan?
What? Oh, Nan. Yeah, Nan. Yeah, Nan.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was
I didn't know
gonna
they
give.
were talking.
Not that I know of either, but he was willing to give her a place to live.
Her name
Yeah. Who? What, honey? I was
What?
just
You
blinded by the
say-
lights. Blinded by your headlights there. So, yeah.
Blinded by the light.
Yes. What were you asking, honey, about Goober? Joe Tai?
Picking a place to live to.
I guess he has some. He has like more than one apartment or something because he has like these like apartments
I
left
know
over.
he has all the tents back behind the billionaire tent.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that poor wretched Goober. Yes, he's like. They dropped him on his head when he was young.
I never did that dick pic with him.
No, thank God. It was just a.
You were gonna do a dick pic. I thought you were just gonna jack him off. Now you're talking about doing a dick pic.
No. Remember, we had that picture of Joe Tai. He looks just like a dick, and then he had the picture of all these dicks that I said stick Joe Tai's head on each one of those dicks.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
Yeah.
I don't remember the picture of all the dicks, but I do remember I took up for Joe Tai the first time you ever said his head like a dick because I didn't know. I just felt bad. Like I don't like that. I don't like if I was a guy. I think like I would be bald. I wouldn't want somebody to. I remember there was this big fat guy at my work, and like somebody from behind one time. I never thought of it. Like I was his friend, and they were like, "Look at him!" When we were walking from behind, it's like, does that look like a penis? Because the way he was so fat, like the way his head was, and then that big fat like neck crease, kind of like I can't describe it. But then the problem was,
you mean like spare tire on the back of the neck that some of these guys have? Yes. Oh my God. Yeah.
Big. And so that was a problem, and I never could then get it out of my head, and I was so mad. Like it's one of those things when people tell you, you're like, "Fuck, I can never unsee that."
Was this guy black or white? Just curious.
He was white. He was white and huge.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Well, that's I was just curious because it's kind of like how would I say it? It's kind of ethno-specific. It's usually a lot of blacks develop the spare tire around the back of the neck, but some white guys do too. But they're usually really overweight. Was this guy kind of overweight?
Oh, so his mother was a trainer there. That's when I started. How I got into outfit sales. I started at Verizon, and I started in sales support. And he worked there at Verizon and sales support as well. But his mother, and that's how he got the job because he was shitty. Like I don't know how he could have got a job. He was so fat. So fat. His mother was so fat and gross because you get imagine this is a mother. She's like fucking that big. Like when I say like I'm like you talk about Lorianne Fenton, I believe, is that the one?
Yeah, that's the one.
Like she was bigger and grosser, like uglier. Like oh my God. Like she was our trainer. She was a trainer. That's all she did was train. So I had to spend 2 weeks with this fucking bitch in the beginning, and I was like, oh my God, this woman is so gross. She's so gross. Like I've never looked at someone. I don't look at people like that. She's one of those people in my life, to be honest, like that I have ever looked at and just been like it's gross. Like just gross. Like she just like it was so like this belly that was like hung over. It was like she was about 350, and then there was a line between it. She wore these pants, and and she was obviously there was no pretty face or makeup. It was just everything was so bad. He was her son. So then when I started in sales support, obviously I ended up moving out, but he was there and he was a nice guy, but he was raised with her, and he was pretty much her size, but he was only I was only 20. That's when I left college, and so it was like 21, and he was about 4 or 5 years older than me, so maybe like in his mid-20s, like 26 maybe. And but God, oh my God, so big. Like when I say big, like I'd be surprised if he's still alive. I hate to say that, but I know there's no way that woman can be alive. Like it was just, I mean, I guess people can live that long with that weight, and I'm not putting people down that are overweight or fat because God, I'm obviously not skinny, and I think people get a lot heavier. But this is what I would when people will say obese at like 200 pounds. Like this was obese times 4. Like they were just like what you see on like the shows almost. Like they were almost the TV shows that you see.
Right.
And so it was just so disgusting. But anyway, the point is, I'd always just been like, oh, look at his huge belly. But like I was just his friend. When somebody said, look at the back of his head, it looks like a penis. And I was like, get it shaved. I was like, God, I will never see that again. Probably when I became gay, right then.
Yeah, that's delightful, honey. And so, darling, in terms of your yes, the camera, just move it down a little bit more.
Yeah, whatever, Doug, just get it out.
Yeah, we will. But aside from that, your descriptions are.
Ask her how her days have been doing. There you go.
Yeah, there we are. Yes, and so. Aside from all of that, darling, you keep yourself in good shape. How on earth could you say that you're not skinny? I mean, oh my God, darling, you're in excellent shape. You're.
Well, she does have a couple pounds on that belly. She
does. Well, because she needs. Anybody needs that to be healthy.
I've been gaining weight. It's not been easy.
I'm just fucking with you, Brooke. I'm just fucking with you. You're beautiful. You're a work of art.
Yes, of course.
I'd tip you at the titty bar. I would.
Yes. And
oh my, that means a lot coming from you to give me a compliment.
So. Oh, it should. It should.
Yes. And after all, he's jealous. If he had your shape, he'd be a happy man.
I wouldn't even be on the show right now.
Yes, he'd be pole dancing.
I'm joking.
Yes. So. Aside from all that, honey, so when you were working out in the in the gym, I'm certain plenty of guys make passes at you. How do you handle it?
Yeah, I used to have honestly, it just depends. Like I haven't been going as much. I've just started going back a good bit now, but like the worst one I ever had was actually a trainer there.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Yeah, and they come up.
Did they try to rape you in the room or something?
Well, they try to come up because they think they can come out as a trainer. Like, I'll train. Do you like some training?
I'll help myself to the city. Yeah.
And then,
God.
Anyway, it was but this one was completely obvious. I was too old to not see right through it. And he was a really nice looking, good looking black guy, very muscular and everything. But too young for me. But also at that point, I was just like, you're just a player. I could just tell, this fucker is just thinking, I am not seeing through his bullshit. It amazes me that men are that stupid that literally hey, I think I'll give you some free training tomorrow if you want it. And, well, you give me some free training. Is your hotel room happen to be right up the street too? After we get whatever. Dude.
We're going to do some sit-ups at the motel. Come with me.
Yeah. By the way,
I can't find the dick pic. I'm looking for the dick pic.
Show us the breathing technique that Peter Moon was trying to teach you. Show us how he was getting you to breathe.
Oh, I can't do that naked because then I'll show everything.
That's fine, honey. That's fine.
Will it fall out or something?
No, but it was I have to sit a certain way and breathe a certain way. It was just, no.
Oh, you don't have to. It's fine.
Yeah, I will totally do it when people want to. Maybe I need to go get that channel you're talking about when people can wait for that. Nah.
Well, let's wait for.
I need some money on this. Seth is getting fucking. Well, he's not getting money on me at this point because people hung up. All the girls hang up. They're like, fuck it, that was giving attention to another person, not me.
Oh well, yes. We should have a fans only channel and then monetize it. We'll have to talk about that. I think that was supposed to be set up by Brendan on that Rumble. So Ian, you're supposed to help Brendan with that Rumble. Yes.
I can set up the fans.
Brendan does not like me. He does not want me to do shit with him.
First of all, you're not allowed to set up a fans only channel for me. We can set up a fans only channel that you can direct people to that I will give you half or 50%. We can agree on that, right? It's okay, if you want to be live, I can set that up any day of the week.
What I was gonna say was I'll walk you through the site, building it, set it up. You just keep the money. I don't want your money. I just want the pussy. That's it. Fair exchange,
As aside from the chick drop off, yes, our lovely Brooke here, she'll be the star. That goes without saying.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Yes.
I'm hoping there'll be a few chicks that'll come on there, man.
Yes.
Real Tech's gonna be so pissed he sat tonight off.
Yes. You're wonderful, darling.
For a while.
Actually, here I gotta send you guys this. It's something Real Tech posted last year sometime. I just stumbled across it. Hold on.
Beautiful.
You're gonna laugh
darling.
your ass off when you read it.
Yeah.
God damn! I got this many fucking windows open. Man, I got like 100 Skype windows open looking for this dick pic.
Yes.
That's how many.
Like Troy says, Ian, I hope you don't have dick pics in your phone. Yes.
No,
I
don't.
But darling, yes. So darling, you should pose for art students. Really, yes. Our art students would have a blast.
I bet you they do that up at Clemson.
Yeah.
Hell the fuck no! We're not even allowed to take our fucking cleavage showing. It would be Clemson. Would be like, meh.
Yes.
Look, man, you're a sex offender now. Come with us.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All that, they don't call it the Bible Belt for nothing. Yes. All those Baptists out there. Oh, thank God Brooke got over that. Yes. So Brooke has.
Thank God you're not a Christian, bro.
I tried this in 9th grade, man. That's when I got kicked out of school.
Yes.
What? Going topless?
Took the entire clothes off, and it was art class. I thought they would try to quit.
Oh.
What? I would have charged a fee at the door for that class.
Yeah. Yes.
I was like, oh my god, I can't even imagine they didn't talk about art. Like we're like fucking you in Florida, where what's his name's banning that whatever that statue is because it has balls on it.
Yes. What? Yes. That
what are you talking about?
DeSantis, right?
Yes, yeah. DeSantis. He banned the
What's
Michael
he doing now?
statue or whatever.
Oh, you know me. I don't follow politics.
Oh, yes, you do, Ian.
I know. That's why you post stupid shit.
Yes.
If you don't follow them.
Well, Brooke, you got me there. Goddamn, you figured me out.
Yes. He's confused.
I'm a poser. I'm a poser. I did.
So, which statue had the balls on it? It was some kind of more classical oriented the Statue of David. Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah. There we are. And so, thank you, Troy. Troy actually knows the score on that. Yeah, that's amazing.
Did Troy post it? I didn't see that. I was gonna look it up.
Yeah, Troy, he entered it in the text box here in Skype. You have me so distracted, I don't even know what to call anything anymore. Yeah, I mean, my plans for monologue for tonight have been dashed. Yes, he says Ringing Museum is my hometown in Sarasota. There we are. And so okay. So apparently Realtek put this up. It's in the text box now. Well, you guys, I have plenty of experience with multiple women. He just entered that now?
I'm like, Realtek's not fucking on here.
Yeah. Did he just say that to you now? He just said that to you?
No, he said that to me back in October of last year.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just had a.
I was like, there's no way that Realtek right now would be in the chat room and not have called in.
Yes, of course not. No. No, he'd be dying for this. Poor guy. And so.
And I wouldn't. You were right. I heard you say that when I had hung up because I was listening because my phone died, so I hung up. Yeah. And so I listened on the computer, and you were like, "I don't know if she would have been in the mood though if Realtek or Joe."
Yeah, that's right.
You're probably right.
Yes, thank you, honey. It's true. Yes, those poor guys.
Also, by the way, when earlier it wasn't me getting my microphone on. When I died off the first time, my internet completely died.
Wow.
Which again felt like an assault because that never. Well, I mean, it happens occasionally, but
yeah.
I had to go reboot everything. It was in the garage. Like, there's not an animal in the garage. My garage is closed. Nobody goes out there and reboot everything and wait. And but then I thought I took a while to call you back, and you know why? Well, I'll tell you later. But it's just called getting you back for what you did to me.
honey, what did I do to you?
We'll discuss it later.
Oh, darling. It's you shouldn't maintain these petty resentments. They're beneath you. Honestly, you're so above that.
How much you like Stephen Greer again?
Think he's brilliant. Yes.
And you love Dave Chappelle, right, Doc?
Yeah, love Dave Chappelle. Funny guy. Yes.
I got that for you, Brooke.
Yeah.
Can you say it? Just say those two sentences together. Dave Chappelle is funny, and Steven is very intelligent. Can I just get those?
Yeah, sure. Dave Chappelle's funny. Yeah, Stephen Grier's intelligent. Yeah, that's there
Oh,
you
look
go,
at that,
John.
yeah.
Hey,
love
I
Dave
need
Chappelle.
that. Seriously, there, dude. I'm gonna need that recorded. I'm gonna need that.
Your wish is my command.
But I hope everyone understands. I'm doing this for a reason. Obviously, we're
Yeah.
yes.
It's called a hard on.
It's
Yeah.
the truth. He's
yeah.
finally admitting the truth.
Yeah. I'm physically being.
Oh, God, you just. Oh, God.
Yes, yeah.
You go, girl.
Yes, honey. Yes, we're doing good now. Yeah, a little better focus would be perfect. Little better focus there. Yes. Why does it fuzz out?
I like it blurry. It leaves mystery.
Yeah, no, fuck the mystery. The so Brooke, yeah, and what else is on your mind? What else do you want to talk about, Brooke? Anything you wish to speak about? The stage is yours.
I'd like to talk about getting eaten out right now. Troy, I asked you a question in the chats. If you get a moment, check it out.
Oh, there we are. Excellent. So we are ready for fans only. So delightful.
You called that very quickly, and I am not putting that back up there.
Yeah. I can't believe you used to throw those things away out of guilt. You used to think,
oh my God, you remember me saying that?
Of course, how could I forget? Then hubby would bring them home. Look, try and get yourself excited. Yeah, and then as soon as you're done, yeah, throw them away out of guilt. Oh my God, I've been sinning. Yes. So thank goodness you're a strong woman to get over that. Okay, then she took the camera off.
No, I didn't take the camera off. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah. What happened?
Okay, it says there's a problem signing into Skype.
Holy shit! So they're attacking you. Yeah, they were doing that with Amanda
They
Euchre.
wouldn't let me. So tonight, like my microphone when I can get on, it works and I can test it on the computer.
Yeah.
I can hear myself, but when I go on Skype and I even downloaded the updated driver, it would not allow me to use the microphone on Skype. That's when I finally got back on the phone.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on here with Skype. I don't know.
Just another attack. It's.
They're too happy.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't like us being happy. There we are, darling. We're back to being happy again. Yes.
I can't, because I can't even see anything.
Well, we see you. That's all that counts. Didn't she try? Okay, now we're stuck with each other.
Muted my microphone. I'm an idiot.
Yes.
There we go.
By the way, Ian, you're not turning Andre on at all. It's he goes for men in shape, men in good shape. Not that you're in bad shape, mind you. Troy says, don't know her. Hung out with Steven Tyler and Dickie Betts. Yes. Okay. And Twyler is dead. Poor guy. Or girl. At any rate.
No, we're talking about the lead singer for Aerosmith.
There we are. She's back. Okay, honey. What happened? Are we still trying to figure that out?
I don't know. It just completely froze out on my screen and completely couldn't let me see you, and then it just like completely signed me out.
Jeez.
So I had to sign back in. Like I had to literally sign back in. Yeah. And that's what I had to do on the computer tonight. I had to reset the password and sign back in. But then, anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm not going into all that, but. Yeah.
Wow. Anyhow, Don says have to leave. He'll check review the show later. So thank you, Don. Say goodbye to the audience if you wish. Do say goodbye to Brooke. If you
Don, thank you. I hope you like the maps, man.
Yeah.
Don, you don't need to like the maps, okay? You don't need to like me either. You just need. I like that you are. Can you come work on me physically?
Yeah.
And I don't mean in that sexual way. I actually mean.
Here, how much are plane tickets again?
Yes, our man Ian's gonna.
He literally is not gonna tell me to drink bleach like you did, and maybe actually give me some.
Are you alive or are you dead? Are you alive or dead?
I am alive.
I don't get a thank you.
I'm sure there is some stomach damage from the bleach that I drank and the Tide Pod.
You're damned if you don't. There it is, right there.
Yeah.
But no, you. I mean, I was desperate, and do what?
It's it.
You took Donald Trump's advice to drink bleach.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
It's not what to drink bleach, not wise, or what?
Yeah, against the coronavirus.
Right,
no,
against
It's
coronavirus.
a joke. It's a joke. It was like a last resort kind of thing. It's not real like go get the bleach and you know.
But you
It's not like that. Yeah.
Dude, no. You drink bleach?
Yeah, well, I mean, no. I put some drops in the bleach water, but that's it.
I did.
Yeah, that's what I do. I put the drops.
Yeah,
You told me to do.
yeah. This is what they were desperate at that time, and yeah. It's.
He had already done that because he thought worms were crawling out of his body. But I was
yes.
That I
no, they're crawling out of my arm.
Oh God. Yes. Well, that was.
Everybody else in the world, and Ian was like, "You've got to do this. Just put a drop of bleach in there." And what was so weird, I will give you almost this. I felt better for a day or two because my intestines bothering me, but I don't know that it was like that or the fact my intestines were just dying.
Yeah. It's well. Hopefully, it's all recovered by now. Hopefully, it's all recovered. After all, they took that. They took that colonoscopy and the endoscopy, and you seem fine.
They saw nothing. That was the problem. And I told that doctor, I was like, I don't care what you do not come back and diagnose me with IBS. Because I was in pharmacy. I didn't tell him because I was in pharmacy.
Did you tell me you sucked shit out of him if you did that?
I would beat the fucking shit out of it. And I wanted to when he fucking had the nerve to. He didn't have the nerve to call me. He had the nerve to email me and be like, nothing but, like, I'm sorry, but, like, IBS. And he's like, but you know. And then he calls me. So then I called bitching. And then he calls me back and he's like, well, I mean, I know that so he admitted. He admitted because he knew.
Yeah.
It's a bullshit fucking term.
And it was con.
And he goes, well, you know, we have come further with it in the last few years. So we're like, there are other things that we can do. But like, I was like, does it have a diagnosis? Do you have any idea what causes it? Are you just throwing shit at the wall? And it was just throwing shit at the wall. And what he meant, there's more shit to throw at the wall. And guess what? There's more shit to throw at the wall. Because pharmaceutical makes more money with more shit to throw at a wall that they don't tell you what the fuck it is to begin with.
Right?
Right. Yes. So, darling, looking good. Yes, Dan, the pusher man, from Nederland. You want to say goodbye?
I'm a GP nurse.
Yeah. What's that?
I'm a GP nurse.
Yeah.
GP home doctor nurse. And back in the day, like this, pharmaceutical companies, they send representatives.
Yeah.
And if they prescribe this amount of medicine from that company, they got huge bonuses.
Yes.
They don't care about their health. They don't care. They only care about money.
Yeah.
And one time there was this one medicine, people started dying from it. And I remember that we had to call everybody to stop taking it.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
That was crazy. Like I had to call like hundreds of people to stop taking the drugs immediately.
Right.
Oh my god, have y'all seen the latest documentary about what do you call that when you get they pay for plasma, you know, in the US, like they pay for plasma?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So like there's a huge documentary now, so our plasma is basically going overseas, like a majority of it to Europe and like Sweden.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. And the reason is like over there they don't pay to pull it as much, but like here, because of our standards, number one, they look at the U.S. as having, because obviously they could go to other countries, so they look at U.S. as having high medical standards to like pull it, so they feel good about that part of it. And so then they pulled this plasma from people, and like Detroit was like fucking, like you should have seen Detroit and like all these poor, like I mean in Greenville, I had a friend that I know went, and I remember her telling me like, remember after I got in the divorce, and she was like, oh, you should go out here. You can get like $350 this week. Like they're offering for plasma. And I'm like, and I was anemic. And I remember just thinking, I'm already anemic and don't have enough red blood cells. The last thing I need them is pulling other shit out of me.
Thank you.
That's what I do with all the athletes. I've been, I did track and field.
Yeah.
And like normal running.
Yeah.
But on a high competitive level.
Yes.
And when you take like steroids or whatever. Like you get an increase of 10% in your times. But what they do, and I don't know what the name is. This is one Dutch girl, and she won everything. But she got, I think when she was like 23, then she started to get muscular, and that's not possible for women, not in the way like she did it. But one of the universities, they work together with her, and they do like this gene type of doping. It's great. And what they also do, they pull their blood, they take everything they want, then before the competitions, they put in their own blood back in.
Yes.
And that's untraceable.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what was the last words? That's what?
It's untraceable.
Untraceable, yes, that's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
But there's a lot of guys that are now, they're infertile, they break their bones. It's nasty stuff.
Yes. By the
and
way,
like, if you're an athlete here in Holland, nobody gives a shit and you don't get paid for it. So it's not like in America. It's a lot different.
Yeah.
So why would you do that when it doesn't yield any gains? Nice to be process, but
documentary was referring to plasma, like they were showing just like in Sweden, like they went to one of the big companies and luckily they were able to get in because they went in as not like because they were doing a documentary, but they didn't say that it was like not going to be negative. So these guys, like these were the scientists, and they were just kind of they couldn't show the paper, with the names, but they showed the paper of like all their samples for that day they got in, like just for their plasma in Sweden, like so would have been come in. And so, they had like 100 and something samples, 150 samples of plasma, 150 to come in that were good. And they went through the paper and they showed, and like the majority of all of them were from the US, and like at least, like he kept reading, like Detroit, US, like these places that we know are even, like really bad off, like Detroit or, and wherever Ian lives, I'm sure, those places.
Thank you.
What's going on with all the fentanyl stories?
But by the way, Ian, you're showing us this. This is supposed to be who? Haley Biden? This is all.
This is Hunter Biden's iCloud. I hacked it.
Okay, well that's intriguing. So
there's his 14-year-old niece.
You hacked it, bitch. You didn't hack shit. You're a goddamn liar.
Baby, it took me 3 hours to figure out the password.
I'll show you my dick right now if you hack that.
Here, look. Here, look, slut. Look, here.
Yeah, you hacked nothing. I had my dick between my legs the whole time, too.
No, I had to figure out the password for this. Look, crazy. Look, crazy. Look, you see all that?
So
that's his iCloud.
I see a bunch of images that you fucking downloaded. That's what the fuck I
No,
see.
look, there's his passport. I got his passport right there. There's all of his drugs that you did,
And then the screen died. He dropped. He dropped off the call. Oh my god, that was so weird. What did he do to himself?
It's called fucking karma, right?
Yeah. Yes, honey. By the way, Dan, I want you to know that years ago, my mother had me taking that powdered beef liver. I used to mix it in water and drink it. But you feel the capsules are equally efficacious, right? I had my cosmetologist order 2 bottles of that for me.
Oh, yeah. That's great.
Great, thank you. And so Ian's back with a vengeance.
Is beef liver bad?
No, beef liver, it's great stuff. It's got enzymes in it.
I don't eat it, but my grandmother, when they were big liver people.
Yeah, liver. It's
And I feel like if I was like gonna go Jeffrey Dahmer or fucking vampire, I'd go for the liver first.
Yes, that's what.
Yeah, but also the animals don't eat like the flesh; they eat the organs.
Yes.
Only people are stupid enough to just only eat the meat.
But you know whose liver you don't want to eat? Ian West.
So Ian is trying to impress us with the this apparently is the young girl who.
Well, I tried to do this with you guys like 3 months ago, where we'd go dig through Hunter's iCloud. Like dig through his iPhone.
Yeah, but we're looking at Brooke right now. Turn the screen off. We'll look at that later when Brooke's not in the mood. So turn that off so we can look at Brooke instead.
Oh no, I want to see that. Let's show him logging in.
No, I got it right here. Look right here. Look.
Ian, I can go right now and set up a login, put it all everywhere, put a bunch of pictures of Joe Biden. I mean,
you moron. Look.
I'll call the email address. I'll put it something like hbidenbd.com or something.
Oh God! Look, right here. You see what it says? HB iPhone backup.
Yeah. Oh, I like the one with Chuck Schumer. Show us the one with Chuck Schumer.
Oh yeah.
That's
what?
the.
Hold on.
Then
We
got to go back to Brooke because she's far more interesting. She's alive as opposed to these.
I know. I agree.
Yeah. So Chuck Schumer is up there in the right hand corner. Right hand.
Oh yeah, corner. There he is. There he is. Yeah, this is him on Epstein Island.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're so stupid. You're an idiot. You know what? I swear to God, whoever said they were visiting you, Troy Bellamy, go do that shit. You go on. Because if you're stupid enough to do it, you deserve it, okay? This fucker believes that is a real picture. He believes it. In his heart.
Hey, by the way, honey, that's Michael Aquino. There's Michael Aquino in his Scottish kilt, in his Scottish pants. He's got these Scots pants on.
Don't tell her that.
Yeah, this is Mike.
No, I recognize Aquino once I
It's fake. It's fake.
No, this is real. This is real. This is real.
Oh, now it's real.
Yeah, no, this is real.
Oh.
Yeah. No, this is Mike Aquino and his co-religionist Paul Vallely. But no, Paul Vallely's got a prostitute as opposed to Lilith is hanging out with Mike Aquino. And he's got Scott's pants on, and then Paul Vallely's next to him, looking all fucking.
Paul Vallely.
He's like the co-author of Mind War, and he's one of the founders of ISIS. And so, yeah, and he's with this.
Scarier. He looks scarier than Aquino, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, Aquino looks so gay in those little pants.
Yes,
well, I'm glad you can appreciate this. I'm glad you can appreciate it.
And Aquino's got his wife Lilith with him, who looks quite elderly in that picture.
Yeah, she looks like she's all zannied out or something.
Yeah.
She's gotta be zannied out because there's no Lilith that let him walk out look like that with those pants on. I'm not going anywhere with you, bitch. You're supposed to be like an evil person, and you look like. Yeah.
Yes.
Look,
yes.
Brooke, there's your leader. There's your leader, Brooke.
Oh my God.
Hell fucking yeah. I'll take her fucking day of the week over fucking any of your bullshit.
Okay, so turn this off, please. We're busy looking at Brooke instead of this. I mean, oh my God.
No, I'm enjoying it. I like him ruining everything.
Fuck you.
As usual, as per se.
Yeah, shut that down, Ian. Jesus, just press the.
Okay, goddamn. Okay, I'm looking for the goddamn iPhone thing.
There we are.
He's not getting all the attention. He tells me I need the attention. He
is an attention slut, isn't he? He couldn't stand it that you were getting all the attention. And
that's not true. Don't even say that. Don't even say it. Come on, that's so fucked up. Like I got tits.
Yeah, I know your tits are almost as big as hers, but it's just not the same.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you. Give credit where credit's due. I mean, yeah, she might have got a cup or two on me, but goddamn.
Yes, so
that was good, right? The cup. She got a cup or two.
She's giving us the cold shoulder now. Now she's giving us the cold shoulder. Yes, it's.
Well, when does she not?
Yeah, well, she must have a lot of heat going in that home. That home must be. I guess it's because it's the South, or.
Air conditioning on, bitch.
You're kidding me.
So do I.
Oh my God!
From the East Coast,
I can't even imagine that.
Orlando to Clemson. Hold on.
Yes.
I'm looking up flights.
I have an air conditioning on. I only have mine set to I either keep it on 69 or 70.
Yeah.
All right, I can be at Clemson in 8 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah, and.
Clemson? What do you mean, your dick?
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't know what you meant by that.
Hey.
Oh, I'm looking up flights from Orlando to Clemson.
And why? Why?
That's where Brooke is. She's in Clemson, right?
And you want to visit her?
I went to Clemson for like a year and a half, and then I flunked the fuck out.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're not in school.
No, I'm sorry. I'm too old for you. I'm not still in
Oh,
college.
I thought that's why you didn't work, because you were in school. My bad. I apologize.
Anyhow, that's cute.
That was good though.
Yes. He congratulates himself too. You like that, Brooke? He congratulates himself. That's
I was pulling him out the other day.
Yes.
I was knocking him back. That was good.
no, Brooke's knocking him back. That's who's knocking him back. Thank you, honey. And then, so darling, aside from, tell us more about your cosmology.
Are all the guys in West Virginia gay or something? I mean, why can't you find any dick right now? I mean, come on.
Not in West Virginia, you stupid bitch. Oh my god.
It is kind of scary. Like looking at
remember
your
me? I
cock,
was
man,
jumping all around the
same
Southern
time.
Confederate states when I was trying to identify your state, Brooke. That was because I had forgotten South Carolina. I mean, not that I'd forgotten South Carolina, but you know what I mean. I was forgetting it.
Oh, that's right.
North Carolina or South Carolina, I just tell people, I was like, why don't you just say, hey, you're from the Carolinas?
Oh God! Don't remind me. That reminds me of that idiot Robert. We were talking to that idiot Robert about that shit, and he was going on about that crap. That's fighting words where you're coming from.
Maldark, or whatever his name is.
Oh, this was the idiot who was involved with Amazon.
The Air Force guy. The Air Force.
No, DSL. We're not talking about Josh Diddler. Josh Diddler.
Flying fucking squirrel bullshit.
Yes, that flying squirrel, DSL, Amazon, unholy trinity of from hell and shit.
Oh my god, Douglas really fought this fucker for the blanket. Like, he really fucking... Like, I didn't tell that story because I was in a bad mood, but, like, It was hilarious. Like, we had to call because, like, I got a message, and I had shipped Douglas something before. I don't know what it was.
The microphone, which got stolen.
A microphone, and it got shipped back because Douglas didn't get it. Douglas said it was, they said they delivered it. Douglas said it wasn't there, so it was apparently stolen.
Yeah.
So I had to, request it back, request the money back. So I got it money back. So this time, I said, hey, the blanket's coming. I'm going to tell you when it's coming. So, I messaged him because Amazon's great at messaging you we're 5 minutes out or whatever. But what they did is they messaged me and said, we're trying to deliver, we need more information. So I immediately called Douglas, but and then he didn't answer. And then I immediately messaged the guy and said, just leave it at the front door. So where do I leave it? And I get no message back. And then Douglas calls me back immediately. So this is all within a 5-minute period. Yeah. And no one's out fucking side of Douglas's door. There's nothing fucking left, even though I put that in the message. And
Ian, don't turn on the stupid screen again.
I was gonna show you Mandark.
Okay, we don't need that. We're looking at Brooke.
Excuse me, sir. But may I please relocate myself to a closer location?
Anyhow, Brooke is speaking about something that. Come on, let's let the listeners hear the story.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, isn't that like Mandark?
See, he is hungry for attention. You're absolutely right, Brooke. Oh my God.
I'm trying to prove a point that
he was starved for attention as a child. He was starved for attention as a child.
No, I'm not.
So go on.
No, I think actually when Ian accused me of attention, there was somebody, and it might have been Real Tech Geek, actually. Yeah. I can't remember. Somebody came to my defense and was like, I can't remember who it was, but somebody came to my defense because they were like, and it made me think about it. They were like, everyone, that's not fair, Ian. Everyone likes attention. There's not
that was Mark. Mark said that.
Yeah. Everyone likes attention, and that made me think, you don't, I think we all do like some attention, even in, I guess there are some people that want to hide in the shadows, but really they want attention. So
that's true.
I think we all want attention. And it's not fair to put each other down for it.
Mm-hmm.
I just.
Well, I do that to all women. I do it to all women.
Yes.
So, what? It's not just you. I do it to all women.
Try to take their attention away because you want your breast to be nicer.
No. I accuse them of that. I'll be right back.
Yes, your breasts are fabulous, honey. He's gonna go play with his now.
I'm grabbing a beer. I'm grabbing a drink.
So darling, so tell us again. So basically, I call you back. Yeah.
I hear that. Oh, I'm getting tired. You realize it's fucking. Oh my God.
Yeah. Almost sunlight where you're at. Yes.
Yeah.
Sun will be rising soon.
No, that's why I keep looking at myself like, fuck you,
Yeah.
you're looking than you did earlier.
Well, you're naked in the sunlight is beautiful. Yes, I think the sunlight's beginning to come through your window.
I think it's rising. The sun is starting to rise. You're right.
Yeah.
The sky's lighter. It's going to be coming in soon. But
yes. Then you'll be lying naked in the sunlight. It'll fall across your body like velvet, and you'll just luxuriate in it. Yes. So there we are, darling. Well, I can imagine those breasts rubbing right over me, and.
I'm just saying for reference, somebody listening, I'm only showing them cleavage. Like, they think they're saying, like, they're trying to portray that. There's no recording. Like, it's not. It's just some cleavage, okay?
And so, I bet Troy Bellamy begs to differ.
Yeah, and so, darling, so I called you back, and when I called you back, yes, if you want to continue with the story or not, I couldn't care less now.
Yeah, so the only great part about it, we were on the phone forever. We had to deal with a stupid idiot. I won't go through all that, like, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, he was like, I'll call you back. The guy, I'm going to make sure he redelivers it because, Douglas was saying, like, I need this for medical stuff because it was his blanket. He needed it, like
Linus, yeah.
Yeah. And so, yeah. So, but the guy was like, yeah, I'm going to make sure, like, I'm going to call in. He's like, I was like, well, can you call him while you're on the phone with us? And then he was like, oh, no, I can't call it. I've got to hang up with you. I've got to text, but I will call you back.
Which didn't make sense. That was already ominous. Go on, yeah.
Yeah, it was weird, and Douglas and I, like, waited. He's like, I'll call you right back. Well, we waited, like, 15, 20 minutes just talking, right?
Yeah.
And we hadn't gotten a call back in over 20 minutes, so I called Amazon.
It was longer than that. I think it was around 30, but go on, yeah.
Yeah, it may have been 30. And so Amazon, I'm sure between the two of us talking, it probably was 30. Mm-hmm. So Amazon, the first guy answered, we got a manager, we got a supervisor. And at this point, the supervisor was handling it, and I get a beep-in call from Flying Squirrel Bitch. And when I say Flying Squirrel, the reason we found out it was called Flying Squirrel was because when we called, and they when I called the first number that had originally messaged me or whatever that said where to leave it, it routed to this place, which was was it DSL?
Yeah, DSL. That's Robert's DSL up in Bumfuck here. Yeah.
Like a subsidiary that Amazon is using because apparently they can't get all their shit out in San Francisco, so they're using DSL, and then DSL is subbing it out to local contractors like Flying Squirrel.
Right.
DSL said, "Hey, it's with Flying Squirrel. We're gonna need to contact Flying Squirrel."
Right.
And if you can imagine, if somebody has a van called Flying Squirrel. Probably a one-man band shop, and that's pretty much what ended up happening. So we called the manager. The manager's on the phone with Amazon. He's like, I'm gonna look it up, and then the guy calls back on my other line, so I beep him in. I like transfer the call in, and he's like, tells the Amazon guy to hang up immediately. He's like, I've got this. The Amazon manager, he's like, I've got this handled. I know where the package is. So as soon as the Amazon guy hangs up, he's like, so Douglas and Brooke, like, so what I found out is that he's got to make 4 more stops in your direction, and he's got to come back, and he's going to leave a package next door to you, like basically next door.
Yeah.
And he said, and then at that point, he has 3 more stops going the other direction. So if he has time after those stops, and now you got to remember, it was already like 6 o'clock, and then we go to 7, and we're in San Francisco. So he's like, if he has time after that, he can come back to you. And Douglas and I both questioned, like, okay, well, wait a minute. He's going to be next door. Why can't he drop it off then instead of passing his house and going 3 or 4 stops all over town? And then, like, if he has time, because I said, and that's when I told the guy, I was like, he's not going to have time. He's not going to want to come back. I was like, I know this is, and I remember saying, I was very calm. I remember I was like, I know this isn't your policy. But why would Amazon make a policy where you would pass a house if it needed something, especially medically, but needed something just past the house with it in your car, and then it just not get delivered? And his words were, what were they, Douglas?
Just basically, I'm going to have to disconnect this call. And then
raise my voice, like, y'all offer me on this. Had I even raised my voice, or you? Neither one of us had.
Yeah. We were just we were just puzzled that we couldn't believe what he said, and we were like asking him to repeat it. What are you saying? Like, and then he said it again. I'm going to have to disconnect this call, and hung up. I mean, oh my fucking god, what a human piece of shit. And but you, darling, you're an angel. Yes, you're yes.
Basically, the whole funny part is we get finally he disconnects the call, so we get another manager, and he's like the other manager of Amazon, literally
Pakistani guy. Yeah, go on. All right.
Wasn't. Oh my god, you got that so wrong.
Oh, what do you think he was? What did you think he was?
I think he's Spanish descent.
Spanish.
CJ.
Okay. All right. Okay.
CJ, and he did not talk.
Okay.
And I don't know. We're not. Whatever. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is CJ was awesome no matter what. And he's like, I can see him now, and he's like, I can call. Like he's calling the guy when the other guy was like, I can't call him. I can't call him.
But the guy's not answering.
But the guy wasn't
Yeah.
answering. That was the thing. He said, he put us on hold. He said, I've called him 13 times. He will not answer.
Yeah.
He would call the flying squirrel.
Yeah.
13. He said, but I can. And so Douglas was like, where do you see him at? He's like, he's at, like, and he's naming Douglas's street, like, at the other end of Douglas. Like, Douglas knew exactly where it was. So Douglas was, like, outside already. Douglas, like, walks down. He's like, I don't see you, Amazon man. He's like, will it be an Amazon man? He's like, it should be. But this is the Amazon guy, so we really didn't know it had been subbed out. He's like, I don't see anything. He's like, the only thing we see is cars, this white, unmarked van.
Yes! Yes!
Like, you're abducting children.
Yes!
But Douglas walks up to it, and then, like, apparently on the, like, very tiny part of the front door, there was, like, written flying squirrel, like, very small. But anyway, Douglas goes to the guy, and it's like, hey, you got my blanket. You came to my house. And he's like, I don't have anything of yours. He's using an address. And he's like, no, I don't have anything of yours. And he's like, no, you do. We know it's in your van. And he's like, no, I don't have anything of yours. And I don't have it. It's not in my van. And then Douglas like, yes, you do. And he's like, and you also said, because we know it, and you said that you came to my house and that you knocked and you didn't even come to my door. The guy goes from saying, I don't have it, to going, I did knock. I don't have it, to I did not. Well, wait a minute. If you don't have it, how did you knock? Right? Bitch. So you're a liar again. So he didn't want to get out of the car is what he had done. And because so then he's like, and no, Douglas was like, no, I was there. I've been at home waiting. I'm like, you did not come to my door. You did not knock. And so they are, and he's like, I did. And anyway, he pulls out the face, like, Douglas grabs the package from him, like, I'm like, at this point, I am calming Douglas down. Y'all have never heard me. I'm always the one that's the crazy one on the phone. I'm having to be like, Doug, calm down. Like, I could hear his PTSD setting the fuck in. Like, he was like, give me a fucking package. He was like, when y'all hear him, like, go off, I don't know the few that have, like, when he gets his anger mode, I was like, oh God, okay, it's okay. Don't kill the flying squirrel. Just don't kill him later. It's okay. Douglas walked away with his box after arm wrestling from the guy. And, yeah, it was a funny story.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, and it was the third line. What was it? You've got the wrong address. Yeah, I don't have your package.
Guys, it was first, yeah, it was like he didn't have the package, and then it was he did knock, and there was three lies. Now I would have to remember the third one, but that was why it was so obvious, because he turned, and I do think I do have that part recorded because I started recording it.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You do. Yeah, you started recording at that time. Yeah.
But it was so funny because it was like three different lies, and that was what was so obvious, because it was just like, if I come on air and I'm like, I know, I don't have dogs. I don't not have dogs at all. Okay, well, I do admit I don't even like dogs. I don't like dogs. I wouldn't have dogs because I don't like. Okay, well, I like dogs. Okay. Okay, well, I have one dog, like, but I let it go, and I don't have them. And then it was just like he kept changing his life. Well, okay, well, fine. I have 4 fucking goddamn dogs. Okay.
Oh, and so, I mean, even though Brooke convinced me, she had all the logic, and even Peter Moon said this. Even Peter Moon says, Brooke is right. Brooke is right, because, I told him Brooke was making all these points about why this was not a conspiracy. But even with all the logic there that it's not a conspiracy, it still feels like one. It was still the insanity with that stupid, crazy Robert guy giving us in excruciating detail this guy's route, which we did not even need to know. All we needed to know was, can you reach this fucker and call him and have him drop it over? Since, all he needed to say was at some point he's gonna be right next door to you. But he's telling us that, and then telling us, but he's not gonna drop by. It's almost like it was a taunt. Almost like it was.
That's the thing. He already said he's going to be near you, and I'm going to call him and make sure it gets there. Yeah. But that's what it was like. We were like, and we didn't even get mad with him. We were just like, that doesn't make sense. Because he's like, well, so good news. Like, I can see he's still going to be there. Got a hold of him. So he's going to have to do, or like, I don't even know if he said he got a hold of him, but he said he's going to, I can see the routes he's going to do, blah, blah, blah. And then
he was extremely vague. It was bizarrely vague. In other words, it was like
compared to how he was before, it was very, very vague.
Yeah, originally he said, I'll text him, but then, like you said, it was somehow he said he couldn't call him, even though.
I told you what happened on that. I already told you what happened, really. But.
Yes. No, Brooke explained it, that the fucker was just ignoring all his calls. He was ignoring all his incoming calls, and it's a flying squirrel, dude.
Calls, but I think that the guy that we talked to, Flying Squirrel, he don't think he ignored his because he came from Flying Squirrel. He was ignoring Amazon. I think he got a hold of him via text message at least. But what I do think is that, like, this guy works for that company, so you're with your coworkers first, right? Or like, maybe you don't even like them, but like if they're like, I'm not, like if I have time, I'll go there. I've got these many deliveries I have to do. I've already tried that place. Like, so, they only have to try once to get paid for it because they're a sub. So they get paid for every time they try. So they have enough. So he's getting credit for how many stops. So he has to get the amount of stops that he has on his route done for his company to get paid for that, that many stops, right? So they're going to get taken off. So either he's going to work late. So he don't want to come back to your house because guess what? He already got paid for your house.
Right.
Why? Because he said he came to your door.
Right. He's lying, of course.
And so why the fuck would he want to go back there unless he was a good person? Obviously the driver wasn't, which we heard because he was a liar 3 times. Yeah. So the point was he then told the guy Robert, who was just a pussy little piece of shit, who was then having to call back and be like, well, I'll make it better in the beginning. And he's like, well, so I'm trying to make it better, but here's the thing. And then that's why he hung up, because he was a pussy. As soon as we said that doesn't make sense, well, why would Amazon have that policy? I mean, like, we didn't even raise our voice. As soon as I said, why would Amazon have that policy? That does not make sense to pass a house. In that exact tone, he said, I'm going to have to disconnect the call now.
Right.
Like being, like, he could, because he didn't have an answer for that.
Yes, such a piece of shit.
He was just trying to cover. He was just a piece of shit covering. He wasn't able to stand up to the piece of shit driver that he had to wrestle the shit from.
Yes.
Well, are you okay, Brooke?
She's okay. She's doing fine. She's wonderful.
It was John going to be okay. He's the one that needed the blanket.
Yes. Well, Ian was saying, I had no idea Brooke was still on cam. So he's pissed out of all that he missed. Yes, he's. Yeah.
Well, the last 5 minutes I've been like cleaning up and shit.
Your body or your room, or both. Anyhow,
the kitchen.
Yes, the kitchen. So Brooke, looking good, Brooke. Thank you. Yes, wonderful view. Of course.
She back?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting there. Hold on, I'm getting there.
Yes. Yeah.
There's the star. There's the star.
You're there. Okay.
Yeah. That's when she takes the camera away. Oh my fucking god.
I can only bend my neck so far. Sorry.
Definitely, Brooke, you're an angel, and you were certainly graced by your presence. What
did he say?
He was saying, what did you say, Ian?
I said there's a star. There's
the star. Oh yeah, that's what he said. There's the star. There's our star. Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
What?
Our star.
Brooke, how do you
you're
feel
our
about
star.
trafficking?
He said you're our star.
Why don't you tell me there's a star?
You're the star. You're our star. You're our star. Yeah, our star. Get it? Star.
I thought he was
Yeah,
trying to like I had a scar.
No.
No, here's where I got the joke from.
I do
It's from a.
scar.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
It's because I have a scar right here. I thought you were talking about
No, I
honey.
said there's a star.
Star. You're a star. You're a star. You know, you're a star. Yeah. And,
oh God, I can see all these chicks I tell that to get say back. What do you mean my scar? I can totally hear these bitches doing this.
Oh my God.
Brooke, I'm gonna send you something. Stand by.
That's so sexy. Look at that penis. You see a whole body.
Yes, and she has those delightful dogs. Yes, of course. Okay, so here we are. So,
okay. Oh God, you guys have got to see this. Well, okay. Yeah, hold on. Oh, geez, I don't know.
We're seeing what we need to see.
Yeah. We'll wait till another day. Sorry.
He's so anxious. He's eager. He's so eager.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I forgot all about these videos.
Yes.
I totally forgot about them.
Videos. Talk about something important.
What? Yeah, well, I mean, it has to do with
you lost him
it's
there.
not as important as that, but I mean, it has to do with being a star. There she goes. She's drinking. That's a girl. There she is. There's a star.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, here. This is where I got the "there's a star" from.
Oh, okay. I had no idea Brooke was still on cam. There's a star. Okay. So this is like what is this? Something Ian.
This is where I got the "there's a star" from.
This is a video from Ian fucking West on what YouTube provided. We don't get it. I mean, it's like what are these people?
Well, just listen to it. Just listen.
Yeah, I don't want any strikes against me. Are you sure this is even?
No. Don't play it online. Just listen to it on your computer.
Okay. At some point later, yes. So honey,
later.
Yeah. So honey, is that water or liquor? She disappeared. She left.
It's definitely wine. It's wine.
Oh gosh. Well,
yeah,
okay.
we lost her.
Hopefully she'll come back. At any rate, so I'm saying this.
Isn't she delicious? Is she not delicious?
Oh yes, of course. So
I mean that accent ruins it all, but I mean she's still delicious.
No, she's fine. The accent is fine. Talk to George. There we are. Talk to George tonight. There we are. And George will get that for him. Oh my god. So press that. And, oh my god. Well, yeah, she was getting tired this morning, so he said thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, good, and so good. So they both got the contact cards for each other, and hopefully that will be the start of a great communications between them. As for us, really, and West says, "Thank you, Brooke. Good man. Yes, and so I'd best say the same as well." Thank you, Brooke. Yeah, get some rest, I'll say. And now I'm left deciding whether or not I'm going to I might break my wrist a little later and have to give up playing guitar. Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, the break my wrist thing. That's an old jack off joke.
Yes, no, I get it. That's fuck.
I don't even think you should go into monologue now.
Yeah, now I'm like, let's tell her, join us back if you want to join us.
It was so respectful of us not to record the titty, you know?
Troy did. And have a good day. Join us back if you wish. So she's such a wonderful person. Okay. Yeah. And she managed to completely drain me. So let me see.
And derail you of monologue.
11 to 12. So what is that, Ian? I'm sorry.
I had derail you of a monologue.
Yeah, she managed to derail me. Yeah, completely. I mean, I'm like left. How do I say it? it's positive, but at the same time, it's demotivating in that intellectual sense. All my blood's in the other head now. So at any rate, so we got about 3 hours left. I don't know how far I could go with the monologue. Got a fair number of people who are with us, probably coming back, realizing that that I have some semblance of returning in terms of talk capacity. But with the individuals we have here, Ian. Okay, so you wanted to bring some things up. I guess this is your opportunity to do that. What else do you want to say about anything?
Well, I mean, we covered all the important shit, like the Disney stuff, and then we covered the voter fraud cheater people that we got those people busted, and then that was about it. I was just saying I was pretty impressed that James Rink, dragged ass 3 months after I did for busting that Disney thing, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's just definitely he was definitely plagiarizing you. Yeah,
but that's my point though. It's like the fact is that it's like Douglas Dietrich did it first, and he's just picking up the pieces.
Thank you. So let's see what our dear Brooke is saying. Also, one of you should know how to spell my name. God, you wonder why I prefer women.
That bitch lying. She doesn't prefer no fucking women.
Yes. She's at any rate, I spell her name correctly. Yes. Oh shit! I spelled her name wrong. Holy fucking shit! I can't believe I did that. Oh, that's she had me so flummoxed. That's this is what happens. Okay.
Well, I'm glad you got that mute button on your mic now, so when you're beating it, we don't have to hear it.
Yes, that's right. Oh my god. So I hang my head in shame. So that being said, all right. Okay, let me breathe. Decide.
She should really be assured. How is this bitch broke? I mean, seriously. Is there not a titty bar in West Virginia or wherever the fuck she's from? I mean, like, seriously.
It's true. It's true. Oh my god. She
that girl
she
could go there and pop half a titty out and have $300 and like.
It's true. It's true. Really. I mean, oh my god. There is a laziness there. Yes. Oh my god. It's like she could take the.
There's gotta be some bikini car wash. She come down here and work bikini car wash.
Yes. Honestly, she's she could take the place of Gremlin Girl at that restaurant that she saw Gremlin Girl at. Okay.
Yeah. She can sell her house, pay my rent here, go do the bikini car wash, full time.
I'm trying to get her to earn money to pay my rent. This is like we have a rivalry for pimping her. That's we're disgusting. This is why she likes women. This is why she likes women better than men. So Don, the Pusherman, says I'm going to Heavelsburg soon. It's only a 2.5-hour drive from my mother-in-law. Should be interesting. So let's give him a thumbs up on that. Yes, and it's aside from that, we hear Ian's fan. Ian's fan is
I'm walking around the house with the headphones on. Yeah. Let me get the mic. But I love that there's a Starlight.
Starlight.
So there's a star.
There's a star. Oh right, I have to watch that later. Gotta watch that later. Then I'll get you, Joe.
Short. It's 9 seconds, but it's still funny.
Okay, yeah. Back to let's see now. Okay. Take a look at our live stream. Take a look at the
live stream.
Brooke sending a graphics interchange format. Oh god, I forgot to tell her who that was.
I expect better, Ian. What?
It's supposed to be a dad joke because you still miss.
Yeah, and if she wants to wonder what I mean by when I was a star, here you go.
Yes.
She can watch that.
Yes. Oh my God, the boy cat. Oh yes, yes. She's incredible. Oh, we love you, Brooke. I can't believe I misspelled your name. I hang my head in shame. And yes,
How do you spell Brooke? I mean, what is it?
It has an E at the end.
B-R-O-K-E.
Yes, yes. We have to have the E at the end. The E at the end makes
I
all
thought
the
it was
difference.
UK. B-R-U-K. Brooke.
And so, are you singing in this Rhythm City TV, Dana B-Day? Are you singing in that thing?
No, they're interviewing me at this birthday party downtown.
Okay, yeah. And this was back when you were a DJ.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So why'd you stop?
Disney.
Oh, that's right. Yes, you were making more
Yeah.
money at Disney. Yes.
Yeah.
And but you still got the voice. And oh my God. So should I go to bed early or should I start?
Yeah,
mono?
you should go to bed early. I gotta be at work at 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. So.
And or should I start a monologue for the people who are here now? I mean, we got good number of people. And I could
Ask the YouTube chats.
So let's ask them. Should I monologue or end early? Should I monologue or end early tonight? Okay, and because Sunday, because of what getting thrown off tonight, I'd have to dedicate Sunday to just monologue pretty much. It's like, people would be on for only a few minutes and then I'd monologue.
Well, I gotta work all day Sunday, so I can't come on.
Understood. So that way I could monologue, yeah. And so in that sense, that's a positive, because it should catch up on monologue. Should I monologue?
What were you gonna monologue about?
Dude, there are so many things to monologue about. It's not funny. Analysis of the French and Russian situations.
Yeah.
And so our man Dan, the pusher man, says, "Damn the video on YouTube, so crazy," or something. The Antarctic ice wall. Yes. So.
I'm glad they like it.
Yeah, damn the video on your YouTube. Crazy, the Antarctic ice wall. Yes. At any rate, it's it's. So you truly believe that?
What we're paying for it.
How?
Through the Antarctic Treaty.
Oh. Whoa. How?
We got the receipts for it. Okay. Oh shit.
What?
Speaking of that
Yes.
shit. Here,
Yes.
hold on. Let me get a copy of this. I'll send it to you. Shit. Dude, they got video of it. They got video of the land beyond the ice wall. Here. They've been sent some fucking scuba divers. And this freezing fucking water to go underneath this fucking ice wall. I got the video. Hold on, here. It's crazy. It's absolute crazy that they do this. But those motherfuckers, they gotta train hard, dude. I mean, they gotta be fucking pussy and doing push-ups at the same time to fucking pull this shit off,
Mm-hmm.
Let me find this fucking.
Yeah.
I got here your personal Carlos. Yeah, the Flat Earth Disciple sent me this. God bless him.
Oh gosh. What was the guy's?
I went to that.
Go
ahead.
What was the guy's name before he became that?
Oh, it was just Carlos.
Oh, that's right.
All right, here's the video. I'm gonna send it to you. Fuck, where's copy? How do I copy this? All right, he sent it to me in Telegram. All right, here it is. Here's the copy thing. Copy, and then give it to you, Doug. Oh shit! Oh, damn it! Oh, here. Okay, let me go here, and then Skype or Skype. Okay, here's Skype. Here you go. Okay, paste. Bam. There it is. Right. No, that's the same goddamn video. Hold on. God damn it. Hold on. I'm sorry, bud. Hold on.
No worries.
All right, here's Telegram. And then, dude, man, they're sending like goddamn Navy SEALs under the goddamn ice wall, and I just don't know how they do it. Like, seriously, I don't know how they fucking do it.
It's because it may not be what you concluded it is. So you know where Peter Moon's channel is. You can reach it.
Yes. And I did rip the one with that girl whose dad worked with Von Braun.
Okay.
What's her name?
From what? From the Peter Moon channel?
Peter Moon channel. Yeah. What's that girl's name? Whose daddy worked in Huntsville?
Oh, Elizabeth. I don't know. I don't remember.
That's pretty good, man. Did you know that Jordan Maxwell died?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Dude.
He died sometime last year.
Yeah, dude. It was like, I was always amazed he lived that long. Jesus Christ.
Right?
Yeah.
He was fat, but,
Yeah. T-Tank Barry says, please do. Oh, my God. He had to say that. He had to say that.
Oh, you're up now, Doug. You're up to challenge it.
Oh, God. Okay, I'll see, T-Tank. Let's see if I can get into it. Okay, so gentlemen, you're welcome to stay on and interject with anything you feel might be constructive. I'm going to try and get into monologue. So let's get started. Oh my God.
Okay, I'm gonna go on mute.
All right. Love you dearly. Hugs.
Love you too.
All right, so this will be like something that'll be all right, let's try and pull my head out of my ass here. Okay, let's discuss NATO's new plan to defend Europe as a group of 70 small islands wants to leave the United Kingdom. Orkney's inhabitants would rather be part of Norway. So I'll open this work week by, I guess it's Wednesday now, it's midweek. Let's head through towards the weekend by finally taking the time to assess both the French Intifada and the extraordinary mutiny led by Yevgeny Prigozhin, head of the Wagner Group, last weekend before last. For 24 nerve-jangling hours, Russia stayed silent and inactive, waiting to see which way the wind would blow. Over the past 12 weeks, in reviewing coverage of the world, I've been struck more than usual by the contrasting nature of the events that shape people's fortunes. Whether the rulers or the ruled, some are sudden, coming out of the blue, others are more predictable. To the sudden category belongs a shot fired by a traffic policeman in Nanterre, a suburb of Paris, on Tuesday of the week. Well, last week, before this week, yesterday, Septimania, last week. It ended the life of Nahel, a teenage driver who had failed to stop when ordered. Riots erupted in French cities, partly the product of simmering resentment at the way the police treat young people in the banlieues, which are basically the burbs, the suburbs, which in France are the socioeconomic equivalent to America's inner city ghettos. With tens of thousands of police deployed night after night, these have in turn caused acute political difficulties for Emmanuel Macron, France's president, who has had to cancel a state visit to United Germany that was due to begin at this point the day before yesterday. Basically Sunday. That's more predictable was the wrap-up of a truly dramatic term via a series of important judgments by America's Supreme Court, although the justices kept us guessing about their timing. The court declared that using race as a factor in university admissions was unconstitutional. The end of affirmative action will pressure high schoolers to write about their race through formulaic and belittling narrative tropes. The justices of the Supreme Court also blocked the Biden presidential administration student loan debt relief by forgiveness plan, ruling against and thereby rejecting a program aimed at delivering up to 20,000 United States dollars of relief to millions of borrowers. On the credit side of the ledger, they rejected the theory that state legislatures could set the terms of federal elections in defiance of state courts and constitutions. But the court also limited LGBTQIA+ protections by ruling in favor of a Christian web designer who refuses to create websites to celebrate same-sex weddings. The affair of Yevgeny Prigozhin's aborted mutiny in Russia has humbled Russia's dictator, Vladimir Putin, and heartened Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky and his forces. Since last weekend's, or the weekend before last, rebellion by Wagner Group mercenaries in Russia, News commentary has largely focused on what the mutiny might mean for the future of Vladimir Putin's regime in Moscow, as well as its war effort in Ukraine. But the insurrection, which lasted only about 24 hours, was felt further afield as well. Ukraine is sure to be on our minds again in the week to come, looking ahead to NATO's summit in Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania, on July 11th and the 12th, where the alliance's leaders will approve its first offensive plans since the so-called Cold War, which was the Third World War in effect. Now, with Scotland's Orkney Islands, which are leading a tidal power revolution, were part of Norway from 875 to 1472, and could now leave the United Kingdom for Norway, the kingdom thereof, in exploration of alternative governance. The island council leader is citing a deep cultural relationship as the authority considers a report looking at the status of both the Channel Islands and the Faroes. Orkney could leave the UK to become a self-governing territory of Norway after its consul opted to explore alternative forms of governance. But with preparation for what all this leads us to in analysis of what's happening in France, let's start with the historical importance of France and Russia in terms of how in the past they created the end of one world, and it's never stopped ending. Think of William Faulkner's quote from Requiem for a Nun: "The past is never dead. It's not even past." Or Milan Kundera in The Book of Laughter and Forgetting: "The struggle of man against power is the struggle of memory against forgetting." Now, World War I history is wrong and skewing our view of the Communist Chinese Empire. The doomsday machine of 1914 was the fateful Franco-Slav alliance. Now understand that nobody stumbles into war unawares in 1914 or today, which is something to bear in mind as great power rivals grow increasingly aggressive. The British political scientist Edward Hallett Carr once observed that the writing of history has a dual and reciprocal function, which is, in his own words, to promote our understanding of the past in the light of the present, and of the present in the light of the past. And while many historians would wince at the notion that their profession was so subjective and didactic, it is worth bearing Carr's words in mind when one dips into what one can only call the late George Frost Kennan's masterpiece, published in the Orwellian year of 1984, titled France, Russia, and the Coming of the First World War. To the grand old man of American diplomacy, the past can certainly teach us profound lessons for the present, always provided that we have the perspicacity and humility to learn from them. That is why, therefore, the fateful alliance is not and must not be regarded merely as another work of diplomatic history. Ostensibly a study on the creation of the Franco-Russian alliance of 1894, it has a contemporary message for yourselves, myself, President Biden, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, and the Siamized comrades Jinping and Putin, should we all read it, to ponder. The most fateful event of modern times, in Mr. Kennan's earlier words, the great seminal catastrophe of this century, was the First World War. World War I was the war that made the 20th century, from which I myself emerged. It introduced humanity to the horrific potential for mass slaughter in the industrial age. It broke an international system that had prevailed for nearly 100 years, since Napoleon Bonaparte's defeat. It turbocharged both the toxic ideology of communism and the fascist response to combat it, along the geopolitical tensions that made the 20th century an age of constant conflict. Not coincidentally, the conflict also powerfully shaped our understanding of how the world works. The systematic study of IR, international relations, in universities and think tanks was a response to the War of 1914 through 1918. Many ideas that shape current debates on foreign policy grew out of interpretations of how that war started and why it failed to produce a lasting peace. Even today, when analysts warn of an unwanted war with the Communist Chinese Empire, or bemoan the American empire's alleged lack of magnanimity following its victory in the Cold War, they are invoking misperceived lessons of World War I. Alas, some of the most commonly held ideas about the war are wrong, and they deeply skew our understanding or misunderstanding of the modern world, the postmodern world by now. For the American empire to thrive in the great rivalries shaping this century, it must better understand the conflict that ushered in the last. World War I was not an accidental war, or one that policymakers sleepwalked into. Not only did it inflict untold suffering and death upon millions of combatants, but it was also largely responsible for producing, in Kennan's words again, the determining phenomena of the interwar period, Russian communism and German Nazism, and indeed the Second World War itself. Wars typically don't happen by accident. They happen when countries knowingly take military risks to achieve their political objectives. Yet the myth that conflict can erupt even when no one wants it persists, and it traces back to a particular misunderstanding of World War I. During the last 12 years of the conflict, the British Prime Minister, David Lloyd George, later wrote that Europe, in his words, slithered over the brink into the boiling cauldron of war. Hair-trigger military plans, interlocking alliance commitments, and rampant nationalism. According to this interpretation, or misinterpretation, it all turned the assassination of an Austrian Archduke into an all-consuming conflict that the combatants would have all preferred to avoid. To understand why that generation, impelled by the forces of nationalism and militarism, could rush so blindly into the horrors of 1914 through 1918 is, per Mr. Kennan, to better understand, as he said it, the failure and decline of this Western civilization. Still, decline is not total destruction. The weapons used at that time were conventional ones. The damage done to cathedrals and cities could be restored. Economies could be rebuilt. But as Mr. Kennan writes, and here I read therefrom, for us of the late 20th century, these background realities no longer prevail. The nuclear weapon has changed all that. If, today, governments are still unable to recognize that modern nationalism and modern militarism are, in combination, self-destructive forces, and totally so, if they are incapable of looking clearly at those forces, discerning their true nature, and bringing them under some sort of control, if they continue, whether for reasons of fear or of ambition, to cultivate those forces and to try to use them as instruments for self-serving competitive purposes. If they do these things, they will be preparing, this time, a catastrophe from which there can be no recovery and no return. The method by which Mr. Kennan chose to illustrate this warning is simultaneously admirable and, to the conventionally educated, or rather indoctrinated populace, rather curious and oblique. It was to spend his remaining years, when not distracted by writing about current events, in producing a detailed study of the creation and development of the pre-1914 political military blocs, the Franco-Russian Alliance. The first part of this story, titled The Decline of Bismarck's European Order, subtitled Franco-Russian Relations, 1875 through 1890, appeared in 1979. The volume in my hands that I'm sourcing right now, despite its misleading subtitle of France, Russia, and the Coming of the First World War, covers only the years between 1890 and the conclusion of the Franco-Russian Alliance in 1894. A third and final book, titled I can't remember what it was titled because I never followed up on it. As a matter of fact, the book I have in my hands, as I said, published in that great Orwellian year of 1984, a book which itself was published in 1948. They simply transposed the numbers to push it into the future. Well, this third and final book of his, I don't even know if it was ever published. Never followed up. So it was his good fortune and strength permitting, was intended to carry the tale into the First World War and end with the disaster of the Russian Revolution. Since the latter event was the origin of Mr. Kennan's own interest in diplomacy and politics, his marvelously rich and unique career would thus have come full circle. From a diplomat to a man who wrote about the strategy of diplomacy for future strategists and diplomats. But this book upon which I think everyone should base their understanding of modern history, titled The Fateful Alliance, has to be read and understood, therefore, at trois distinct levels. The first is as a tract for our times, humane, intelligent, and overwhelmingly plausible, just like Mr. Kennan's writings on the arms race of his time and then contemporary Soviet-American relations. The second level is as a work of diplomatic history, based on a good, though not exhaustive, array of primary and secondary sources, and telling the tale of Franco-Russian relations between the dismissal of the cautious Bismarck by the volatile Kaiser Wilhelm II early in 1890 and the formal agreement signed by Paris and St. Petersburg, then the capital of the Russian Empire, early in 1894 to render each other immediate military support in specified circumstances. The forerunner to NATO, or rather the Warsaw Pact, of its day. This is a tale a pedestrian diplomatic historian could make very tedious indeed. Reports of diplomatic soundings, drafts and redrafts of agreements, strategical aids memoirs, and so on. By the late Mr. Kennan's hands, the story still comes alive. The atmosphere of the dour Russian court and of venal French politics is ably recreated. Important background data are gently fed to the non-specialist reader, and the leading participants are turned into flesh and blood characters. The plot, as Mr. Kennan unfolds it, is essentially a struggle between trois views of the world. On the one hand, there is the cautious, aged Russian foreign minister Nikolai Karlovich Giers and his dutiful assistant, Count Lambsdorff, dismayed at Bismarck's departure and the ending of the special Russo-German relationship, but still not wishing to be pushed forward into a binding alliance with the obviously unstable French. Now, on the other hand, there are the leading politicians of the Third French Republic, so keen to end France's diplomatic isolation and to arrange an alliance with the mighty Russian Empire, and being aided in their endeavors by those two ambitious generals, Boisdef and Aubrychev, respectively the chiefs of the French and Russian general staffs. For more than 3 years, each side fought to win the ear of the most important figure of all, the forbidding, brooding, ultra-conservative Tsar Alexander III. By late 1893, enraged at the Germans and swallowing his suspicions of the French Republic, the Tsar at last consented to a formal, secret, military alliance which bound each signatory to aid the other in the event of a German or German-Austrian or German-Italian attack. More important still, Mr. Kennan concludes, that agreement also bound each signatory to instigate general military mobilization as soon as it was discovered that Germany or Austria-Hungary or Italy had mobilized, even partially, and both the French and Russian general staffs insisted that their own mobilizations meant not prudent preparation, but actual war. The late Mr. Kennan is impressively lucid in articulating that the newer military technology, faster mobilization schedules, and increasing nationalism of that time were generally making the idea of limited war seem ever less likely. Inflexibility of mind was leading to an alarming rigidity of political and strategic postures. Moderation and compromise were far less valued. Absolutist and Manichaean views of world politics were increasing in popularity then as now. The signing of this treaty was, therefore, not merely a victory for the mutual advocates of a Franco-Russian alliance. It was also a victory for the militarists, the Panslavs, and the revanchists, the supporters of total victory and of the destruction of the Hohenzollern and Habsburg empires. Thus, by his profound elucidation of an individual case study, Mr. Kennan has, not for the first time...
Oh my god, fuck T-Tank Barry.
So, honey, what can I do for you?
I just want to interrupt your monologue because I heard it that T-Tank Barry was the one that said, please do.
Yes.
And I also wanted to make fun of, in the middle of that monologue, I just have to say that I heard the part, only heard this, where fucking Ian West is like, did you know Jordan Maxwell was dead? And I'm like, oh no, did you know Abraham Lincoln was dead? Fuck my life, dude.
Yeah. Yes, that's true.
Anyway, go back to your monologue, bitch. It's fine.
Love you, honey. Okay.
I'm on my way to the gym anyway.
What? You're going
I'm
back
on
to
my
the
way
gym?
Yes.
What are you, horny? You want that black guy to be all over you again?
No,
Oh my god, you're in the car! Honey, what about sleep?
No, I already decided. That's what I told you earlier tonight. Like, I'd already decided. I slept a lot. Like, I had a bad Capricorn full moon.
Okay.
So, like, I basically slept all day and all night, like, for, like, basically 20 hours. And so I needed to get some things done.
Okay.
And so I kind of decided to just kind of, if I was going to end up coming on your show, like, I knew I'd just be better off to go to bed early and just get shit done.
Okay. All right.
What you learn about your body. You learn how it works.
Yes. Yes. Well, your body works, honey. Believe me. And you're looking beautiful, looking good in the morning. Yes. Lovely in the sun.
I have no foundation on, and I'm fucking no sleep. I think I look pretty fucking hot. For
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
2 kids. 45. I just gotta go work out the abs and the arms again.
Yes.
But yeah.
Yeah.
So if you want a monologue, oh god, there goes another helicopter, man.
Yeah, they're following you now. There you are, honey. That's you're in the big leagues now.
I live near an airport, so I know what it is. But
Understood.
it's just like normally. But anyway, go back to your thing. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I had to say that because I thought it was hilarious. But he was like, "Oh, there you go." T.J. Berry said, "Monologue, please."
Well, he's a wonderful human being, and he does contribute.
I can tell how wonderful he was, how he wanted to sign on tonight.
Oh, darling.
Yeah, hard time, T.J. All right.
Yes.
All right, I would. You know what? I think I think is a wonderful human being. There's our friend from Germany actually is the best human being I know. Right now.
Yes, he is a nice guy, and yes, and he's
only man that stayed online that was not interested in me.
Yes, he's just a wonderful human being, very patient. Yeah, and he's
smart and knows at least that even if we disagree a little bit on the vaccine or the spread of it or that it was a real virus, things like that, at least he can see more than just fucking, what is it, Wonderland, Wonderland, or as Ian would say, Disney World. I mean, either way. All right, I'll let you monologue. I'll shut up. I love you back.
Love you dearly, honey. Stay safe and be well. Okay. Wonderful human being, yes. Still see you on camera, honey. It's hard to tear my eyes away. So,
I have no reason to take you off.
Yes. Oh, yes. You're gorgeous. Yeah.
Somebody just driving a car.
So nice to see you sun-dappled like that. Yeah. Well, can't monologue while I'm staring at you, darling. I'm just watching your visage, and yeah, very distracting. It's yeah. Now she's talking. I can't hear her voice. Can't hear you, darling. Yeah, but I guess looking at you is more important. Yeah.
I said, well, luckily you don't have your picture up, so I don't have to stare at you because I'd run off the road here.
Oh.
He puts his body up. I don't know any of you. Like, I'm just gonna be either enthralled or grossed out, one of the two.
Yes. So.
I mean, Ian, I wouldn't be grossed out. Ian, I really don't. I respect your breasts, man. I do. No, I do, because like you got him earnest, man. He partied hard. He fucking ate what he wanted. He did what he did. He still fucks his sister, man.
Yeah. So, darling. Oh, she froze. Yeah, there for a second. Always worried.
But
yeah. So, darling, what?
what?
Oh, nothing. So, how long does it take you to get to the gym? A few more minutes, or whatnot? I was just, you know.
Yeah, like 2 hours, 2.5.
You're kidding, right? Yeah.
No, I'm just like at 45 minutes to the airport. I'm flying out to San Francisco today.
Yes. And Ian says, I have no idea what she's talking about. That's cute. So darling, do stay safe and be well. I'll try and go back to monologue. And but I could stare at you forever.
No, and I would prefer not. I would prefer you to suck the air out of the room.
And your fingernails, well done. The paint job is, yes, they retain their color. Who did that for you?
I match my toes, but I keep them short, because I'm not a, what do you call that? You call me that. No. Smith likes to cause pain to people.
Oh, sadist. That's right.
Yeah.
Sadist. Yeah.
I keep them short.
Yes, understood, darling. Understood. And so, at any rate, just glad that you checked in and you're looking good. And, I hope you do take a nap when you get home after the gym.
No, can you not see that? I'm not taking a nap. That's the last thing I need to do. I've got to completely redo the fucking furniture. I've got to go pick up a couch and a chair and a fucking bench that I bought with some antique shit.
Wow. I mean, that's a busy day ahead of you. And, oh yeah, and the sun's...
I'm one of those people that you call ADD,
yeah,
which also means I procrastinate. And I am always good. That's why I was great in sales when I had to be on the edge. Like, it was like ride or die, make or break. I was the one that come out in the top. But if you're like, you got 30 days to get all those sales, I'd be like, just like doing a paper. I'd be like, yeah, I got 29 days to do that paper, and I will do it on 28 and a half. And then I will like do it all. So it's just like I think a challenge. Like, if I don't have a challenge. So Noah's been gone for a while, and I wanted to have the house redone before he got back. And so, I've done some things, but it's the challenge of having it all done that same day. So I knew yesterday. It had nothing to do with being on with you. Like, I knew yesterday. I was like, yeah, I'm going to stay up. I got a bunch of stuff done right before I talked to you. That's why I was getting into bed, and then like I was just going upstairs to just kind of sit and chat for a while. And I knew I'd start over. And thankfully, because I have ADD, I do have Adderall, so I just took one. So that will help.
Oh my god.
But yeah, like it's you prefer not to take Adderall, but like when Adderall is, it keeps me focused and it keeps me awake. So I took yesterday a pre-workout, which I think that gives you even more energy.
Is that some kind of brand name for a drug?
Yeah. Actually, you're probably, the best person to ask about that would be your man in England, George, because he worked out. You said he worked out a lot, but it's got I know it's got creatine in it because I asked him, what is this making me so like hyper? And it's got creatine in it because I drank some this morning also, and it's got creatine in it, but I think it's got some other things in there. It's just a pre-workout to kind of get you pumped up. Amped. It's an amp up, and so gets my heart pumping. Like, I took it yesterday because I always have one. I just have one Adderall a day, and I take it in the morning. So yesterday afternoon, I took that one, the pre-workout, and my heart rate was like at 170, like 180 on the treadmill. Jesus. So yeah, so it's like really pumping it, and worked out the machine. So when I saw my belly in the middle of that, I was like, I've got to go back to the gym.
That's cute.
I was like hopping first, but I was like, no, I'm gonna go to the gym first.
That's cute. Okay. All right then, darling. So I'd rather just sit here and stare at you and the sun. It has this wonderful effect on you. You look so good in it. Certainly, you and the sun are meant for each other. And
well,
look who's
do it, Doug. Just stare at
her. He's funny. You did hear that, right?
What did he say?
He said, "Yeah, do it, Doug. Just stare at her."
I don't think that's funny though. Like, it's one of his another lame dad jokes. Well,
no, I mean, we're all caught up on the deep state updates. We're good. Don't worry about it. You stare at her.
I'm pretty sure if anyone's caught up on the deep state shit, it's you, because you're so deeper than the state. To the dead Oprah, dead Ellen, dead, who's my senator, Lindsey Graham, he's dead.
Dead Nancy Pelosi, don't forget. Yeah, they're all dead to him. Yes.
Well, have you heard from him lately?
Why don't you
that's my case.
Upstated like a dress? Why are you listening, dude? You already know everything.
Well, I got, we got to clean up the pieces. Hopefully we get that no-fly zone over.
Ever actually listened to Doug at some point? I mean, I know you like anything he says really conspiratorial. Like, you're like, oh yeah, I'll go with Unerland. Unerland sounds like a conspiracy. That sounds.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Other ones. But I like when he's like, by the way, dude, I don't think this or that's true, and you're like, oh, whatever, he's stupid.
Who, me? Oh, I missed that. What did you say?
Don't worry about it. She was just saying that you get into conspiracies, but otherwise you don't. It's just that you otherwise, when we're speaking conventionally, then say we disagree with your conspiracies that you posit or present.
Fine. That's okay.
Then she says that at that point, then you dismiss us. Is what she's saying. So.
Her
No, y'all dismiss yourselves, and then I just play along with it. You're like, with Wonderland, you're like, yeah, we got this, the Fifth Reich's out here, but the Earth's not flat. But the Fifth Reich's out there, but the Earth's not flat, though. Okay. We got you, Chief. We got you.
Oh, my God.
Look, here's the thing.
Isn't that good? Isn't that good?
Hey, Ian, I'm going to give it to you. You were half right about Nancy Pelosi. She did get flown over to, what is it, Guantanamo, right?
G-Bay. Yeah, she's at G-Bay. G-Bay.
No, but when you thought she got killed, you were wrong. When you heard the flights going over, those flights were going over again. And those were other flights to take her to Underland.
No, you got me there. That could have been a thing.
Oh, my
I'm
goodness.
I'm putting it all together. I'm making the whole thing in a heart. Big bow. We're just going down to Underland and we're going to find Nancy Pelosi, right?
Well, I know Big Mike's dead. I mean, Michelle Obama's dead, so.
Yeah, God, Michelle Obama's dead too. Yes. You know what? You're talking about synthesizing. It's called synthesis. You're synthesizing all these concepts. That's what Kelly. What's it? The one that.
Stephen D. Kelly.
I'm not. Like I take your Underland a lot more serious because I do because I do believe there's a lot to that. But it's just like, and I want everybody to know that. Like, I'm not trying to put that in the same category with but it's funny just to kind of when Douglas and I get going back and forth, I will say, hey, you seem to be really stuck on the Underland, which I understand, it's a thing, and but my point is this, so then I can kind of throw it in the bag with just like, I mean, come on, like, because I'm telling you right now, if I went to my neighbors, okay, tomorrow or today, and I was like, hey, let me tell you, so the Nazis, they fucking didn't die, okay? They're in fucking Antarctica. They are fucking in Underland. Do you know what Underland is? By the way, also, Nancy Pelosi is dead. So is Michelle Obama. They would throw all that together in a basket of Brooke is crazy as fuck.
Well, y'all are.
So yeah.
Like, where did you hear that from? I'd be like, here's the thing. I'd be like a vampire and some guy in Florida. And here's the thing. They'd be like, she's crazy. But what's really crazy is she's listening to some guy in Florida.
yeah. But Ian, what's the name of the woman who James Rink was working with? He was doing that thing in Disneyland, and it was sponsored by, he was affiliate.
Oh, yeah, here. Yeah, I've never heard that name before. I thought he was going to refer to that what's his name?
Well, she's been around forever. This woman that he was affiliated with.
Yeah, that he mentioned. Yeah, hold on. It's hold on. Here it is, right here.
I mean, she was always nice to me, but the poor dear is like someone who's she synthesizes everything.
She's a bigot, right?
But dying was nice to you too.
Yeah. What was that, honey? Who was dying? That was nice.
That ass that was fucking jacking off while some guy was dying. You said was nice to you.
Yeah. Yeah, Lori and Ann Fenton. No. But I'm trying to remember the name of the lady who was I can't remember her name.
Kimberly Lasana.
No. Project Camelot.
Oh yeah, that shill, or what's her name? The Satanist. The blonde.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if she's a shill and a Satanist, but she just tries to synthesize.
What's her name?
The blonde. Ask Douglas's best friend.
No, Stephen D. Kelly was bitching about her. What's her name? Kathy? Not Kathy. Hold on. Stephen D. Kelly was just bitching about her the other day.
Yeah. Oh my God.
God damn, what's her name? Hold on. Oh no, it's the. Let me get a bitch shoe.
I know the name of my right titty and left titty. It's Lucy and Lucy.
Well, your left titty and your right titty don't fucking show for the enemy. So.
I'm talking about yours, or Lucy and Lindsay. You know her name. Lindsay, okay? You don't get to know my name.
Well, I was gonna call him Zit and Trip, but.
Oh my God.
Oh my boob. No.
Huh?
That's.
Oh, it's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Doug were talking. You can make some money,
yes.
Online.
Yes, you can make money online. Yes, or even just by working. Yeah.
And I wouldn't go like that.
You're just lazy. But that's most all women.
Okay, if you will help me fucking figure, I don't know how to even do videos. Like, I don't know how to upload like that.
Look, you can
Carrie Cassidy. Carrie Cassidy.
Yes. Yeah. She's a shill.
Well. Anyhow, Carrie Cassidy. She synthesizes everything, and she in other words, she just takes everything and says, it assumes it to be true, and then tries to blend it all together. And so she has this incredibly complicated view of the universe that is based on layer after layer of concept, all cobbled together into a jigsaw puzzle reality.
Worse than mine or your other bitches that you said I also believe in aliens for?
Who? Which ones? Which one? Oh, who?
The 20-year-old. I don't know what to mean.
Who? Sarah?
No.
But McDonald's bitches believe in aliens. Okay,
no, she's talking about Marina Saren in Spain.
Oh.
Yeah, and
but you're right. When he couldn't get Marina, he went to McDonald's.
Okay. Well, at least he's going somewhere.
Yes.
My ex is Maggie. Maybe you would like her too, Doug.
No. I wouldn't like that bold dyke. No, of course not. So, what's Ian West putting up? He's putting up what now on YouTube? What is this, Ian? What's this latest stuff?
This is my other channel.
Okay, I'll bear that in mind.
Hey, Brooke, you're not in the chat.
I should be. I don't know why I would not be in the chat.
Well, I mean, why?
I don't usually read the chat, so y'all tell me to, but I should be in it. I'm driving right now, and there's actually a police officer straight across from me at the red light, so I'm trying to actually pay attention to when my light turns green.
Well, look, you tell him you have a link with pedophilia, and he looks familiar, and then he'll let you go.
Here's the great thing: if I get pulled over, I'm just gonna be like, I was talking to them, and just let y'all talk, and then he'll be like, you know what? He'll either take me to jail, like to the mental institution, and when he pass go, do not collect $200, right? Like, or he'll just be like, you deserve to go. Like, if you deal with those people. One of the two.
Anyhow, our dear T. Tank Berry remembered Carrie Cassidy right away. He's very good with this. At any rate, so what I'll try and do is stay on point. Oh, it's impossible to stay on point. I'm too busy staring at
this point with her on the phone. Yeah.
Yes, it is impossible. She is the consummate distraction.
But Stephen D. Kelly, the other week he was all like, he's like, and that fucking Carrie Cassidy called me up and she's like, they're coming after you, Stephen. And then he goes, well, where are you? She goes, well, I'm at, shit, what was it? Oh, God, what was it? What's the goddamn, not the Council for Relations, not Bilderberg. Yeah, she was like, yeah, I'm at the Bilderberg thing. And then he's like, fuck you, he's like, you're out there at fucking Bilderberg and shit. She's like, I'm covering it. He goes, you don't spend your own money to go to fucking Bilderberg. Anyway.
At any rate, Stephen D. Kelly is this clown that for some reason Ian West is a friend with. And he had a big crush on me. He was always saying how feminine I looked in high heels and shit. So he was obviously pretty smitten.
Okay, but Ian's also saying that this Stephen D. Kelly got called by this girl.
Yeah, apparently Carrie Cassidy called him and was warning him thereafter.
Is he like some popular star or something?
Oh God, no. He's just a crazy guy. He used to work with me at Revolution Radio, and
it's a guy. I thought you were saying a girl. Carrie, I always take Carrie as a girl.
No. Stephen D. Kelly's the guy. Carrie Cassidy is a girl.
Carrie Cassidy is a girl.
I asked if Carrie Kelly was a star.
Stephen D. Kelly, you're thinking of. No, he's not a star, and Carrie Cassidy.
Is the girl? What's her name?
Yeah, she's not a star. No, I mean, well, kind of. I mean, she's kind of like her own thing. They're all both on their own trip. Carrie Cassidy, wanted to be known as.
They're all part of that super soldier crowd or something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and
now her real last name's Cassidy, honestly.
Yeah. What's that about her last name, honey?
Cassidy. You don't meet many Cassidys with the last name Cassidy.
Yeah, no, you don't. It's a. That's right.
So usually people pick that name. Like, it sounds good.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean that's.
Not. She may be but it's not. If you, I mean, how many Cassidys do you know? Last name. I know more first name Cassidys than I do last name Cassidys.
Interesting. I never thought about it. Weren't there famous singers by that name a long time ago?
Yeah,
60s.
Yeah, like Butch Cassidy and all them.
Yeah, so there were some stars in Cassidy, but that's when it became popular. So people started using the name as a first name, or people also would take it like, you know, a stripper would be like, I'm Lexi Cassidy, you know, or like Mercedes Cassidy. Because it was a name that was used in, and again, I don't know, but it was used, the only time I've ever heard it as a last name personally. Now, I'm not saying, but again, personally, I don't know, you guys may have it different other than this girl. I've never heard that last name except, like you said, Butch Cassidy, and then there was the Cassidy, the singer.
Yeah.
Cassidy.
But by the way, can you see this, honey? If you could only see this, Ian West has put you on a screen with him. You're both sharing a screen now in which you're both buried in balloons.
Oh my God, I'm in the balloon!
Yes, you're in the balloons with Ian West.
Ian!
Yes.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. How did you do that, Ian?
I don't have a fucking iPhone. I'm just joking.
So that's amazing. So the two of you buried in balloons. It's all popping.
Ian. Hey, Ian.
Yeah.
I'll fuck you right now if you can come over to in these balloons towards me.
Right.
Come on, do it. Come on.
I can't. No, it cuts me off. All right. Here, I'll turn it off. I'm sorry. I'll turn it off. My bad.
Every other time a bitch just like, hey,
It's
I'll
fun, though.
fuck your dick if you can make me come. And he was like, oh, I tried. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I have a marital aid, ma'am. I have a marital aid.
Oh, well, we don't want to distract her while she's driving. This is dangerous.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to turn it off. I'm turning it off.
Good. I want her to be able to drive safely.
I just parked next to the gym, so I'm going in the gas first.
That's precious cargo. Are you getting cigarettes?
Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but thank you, guys.
I figured. All right, my shit's off, right? Yeah, my camera's off. Nope.
Like, I only get so much, but a dime.
Yes.
Excuse me, turning the fucking bottle up the other earlier.
And of course, nothing like getting that packed before you go to work out. Yes. Stop it.
I take the vape in the gym. Okay?
Yes.
I vape in the gym. And I know people see me all the time. And I'm like, I'll be on the treadmill before I start. Like, the machine, whatever machine I'm starting on alarms, I'm like, 13. I'm on the second 13.
Absolutely amazing. Absolutely.
So smart, right? So want to live a long life.
You got to give it your best. You know, you got to try. You know.
Yeah, my goal is to what do you call it? Live rock hard, die young, or something like that. But obviously, I'm not going to die
live cheap,
young.
die young.
Yeah, obviously, that's not working out for me. I didn't get to die young. So I'm still going for middle age here.
Anyhow, I'm answering T-Tank Barry. He was saying Project Avalon was. What's that, honey?
How does he do this?
Oh yeah, the way he put you inside of another background. Yes, that's right.
Yes, except he looks like he's got a halo on. Why are you all white?
No, that's my work light.
Yes.
Oh, God, is that the one with your name on it?
No.
Hey, can I get a pack of is this the
Camel Crush?
I thought so.
Black and blue.
No, it's smooth silver. Thank you.
This one?
Yes, thank you.
And so, yeah. Now they're saying, excuse me. I guess this is the point where we can make jokes that they're accusing her of shoplifting.
Sorry, I'm on a podcast and these people are idiots.
Like, I really don't even know him. I just talked to him.
Yeah, they put me on the stupid thing. Want to be on it? This guy was like, why isn't he on? Why isn't the other person in the camera on the video?
Because I'm not on camera.
No, but I'm saying he's got me on camera.
Yeah, but not me because I'm not on camera.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, you gotta be.
I was trying to put the guy behind me that was checking me out. Who's this tall Indian guy? Okay. He was like, was saying, "Hey, they're idiots," and you were like,
"He didn't say how." Oh, never mind. Sorry.
So he was all grinning to be on camera. I was like, "Your podcast?" He's like, "I'm Renee."
Oh, well, he never got in the camera. No, he never.
It didn't show. That was my point. Like, I would move it back and forth, and it just showed my face.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting.
So I don't know if because once it zooms in on the face, it doesn't, like, get somebody else's or something. That was kind of weird.
Well, maybe he's not a human being. Maybe he's some kind of supernatural entity.
Reptilian! Oh, my God. I need you to right now check the underground. I'll give you my address. See if you can check the undergrounds here, dude. Today, okay?
I can. I got the Google Maps LiDAR now.
I know you said you're gonna fly to Greenville and we can go to all these places, like you said. Like
I know. I was gonna tell you, if you really want to make some money, you can just drive 8 hours down here and cam with me, and then walk away with $1,000.
Yes, that's right.
I could do what? I could do what?
Cam with you. Do cam sex with him. Like, just do it yourself.
Well, no, just whatever the audience.
Did you say $1,000 or $100,000? Because
a grand.
Yeah.
Well, I don't see you making $1,000 in 6 hours.
I don't either. I also do not see me drive. If I was gonna have sex with you, I would do it for free or fucking $100,000. But there's nowhere in between.
but I mean, even on the table. I mean, on a tape.
No. He's talking about you wouldn't.
Even if I like fell in love with you, Ian, and was like,
she knows everything. She knows everything.
The love of my life, I would be like, you could still never tape us together because no one can know it.
That's not what he's suggesting. He's suggesting.
Yeah, that's what I tell the audience.
Yeah, he was just helping you by saying you could do your cam work where he'd have all the equipment set up so he could get.
Oh, I know. While he was jacking off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I go sit in the corner and like move the camera, the tit,
sure.
hit you in the face or something.
Kind of like every time you tried to fall asleep next to your gay girl that wouldn't fuck you, or
which one? Oh, which one?
The one that Douglas wants.
Who, Sarah?
Yeah.
I fuck her all the time.
Douglas says you've never fucked her.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, no. I buy her Ubers over here so she just eat all my food and leave. Yeah. There you go.
Douglas isn't going to say anything because he doesn't want to admit that he said that, but he did say, he's never fucked her. He
probably says it out of bitterness or something.
You did fall asleep apparently with some girl with him on the phone.
Oh yeah, what was that? I remember he said like I was saying something in my sleep or something.
He fell asleep with the girl, but like you don't think you fucked her. It was this thing like you just went to sleep with her, like you're like talking.
Well, I haven't met a woman that can make me come since pre-COVID, so it sucks.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that.
Oh, they know it. I mean, come on.
Wait, I might be in the same boat there, to be honest. I'm thinking about that. Like, yeah.
Here's that chick freaking out about the reptile.
So
I'm sending it to you. It's in the chats.
Okay, there we are. The real Ian West. Anyhow, so darling, are you driving again? You're back.
No, I'm at the gym. Like the park. See, the gym is you can't see because he's got a screen up, but the gym's right.
Oh, the cigarette store is across the street from the gym.
Oh yeah, like it's a parking lot, so the gym's there, and then in the front of the parking lot there's a gas station.
Perfect.
You almost have one of them there shopping centers.
Yes. I mean,
one of them shopping centers. There's a bank. There's a Little Caesars. Whoever the fuck still eats at Little Caesars.
Oh, you got a Little Caesars?
Who eats at Little Caesars except
I do.
You know when I
love Little Caesars.
When I was a stay-at-home mom and my husband, I allowed him to run the bills, and he'd be like, "We're allowed this much for dinner when we don't."
Hold on, I thought you said he couldn't speak English. How are you talking to him?
He never spoke Spanish, so he did speak English. Unfortunately.
Oh.
Yeah. But he would say we can eat at Little Caesars.
By the way, Andre.
$5. You realize when you get a pizza for $5, that pepperoni just a pizza is every day $5. There's a problem with the pizza, man. There's a problem. It's not a pizza, okay?
Yes. So no, I get it. So what is this last photograph?
Have you had Little Caesars? Have you had it?
Me? No, never. I've never had.
Oh my god!
No, it's got garlic in it. He can't eat garlic.
Yes, he does. He eats pizza because pesto's got garlic in it.
Yeah. Actually, I can tolerate garlic. Yes,
if you knew anything about him, he's already discussed this on air plenty of times. Yeah. Have you not been listening to the show?
Andre came back. He came back. He's a masochist. It's confirmed. He's a total masochist. Oh my God, he must
No,
have.
I'm not. I'm not masochistic. I got a call, and somehow Skype did not manage to change between the calls, and then I had to stop the call and step in again.
I love Andre. If,
Yeah.
like Andre, like I'm gay and Andre's gay, but like if he doesn't want to marry his husband and needs like a female wife, like or something, I would marry you. Andre. You're just so.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Like I mean, like I wouldn't fuck. Like we would be great because we wouldn't need to fuck, and you'd be in love. Like back in the old days, you know, we could just be that couple.
Yeah, chaste lovers. It's called chaste lovers. That's actually
A gentleman.
Yeah, that's actually what the holiday of Valentine's is supposed to be about. Chaste lovers who never make love. But by the way, is that
Also, if you needed a lover that was a male, and just because you needed a fake male, I don't know, for some reason, you could also marry Ian West because he can't fuck either.
So Andre, is that your photograph right down there at the very bottom of the text box? In the text box, take a look at that. Is that Andre with his shirt off? He's
Yeah, it's me. I
Well,
wanted to.
yeah, I could see me and Ian. I don't know how to get away from them. I like it's a cute, but I just don't know how to
Well,
go.
you gotta put the meth down first, and then you can figure it out.
No, I
was
wanted to
one
show you
article
how one looks
in
like
one
after having being a postman 1 year in Amsterdam.
Yes,
because
you're in great shape.
you asked me if I do workouts.
Yeah.
And I think.
Oh yeah,
this
you
is
work
the-
out, dude.
Yeah.
No, I was working out as a postman. There should also be a picture of my post bike.
I gave you a tattoo, Andre.
So yes, he put a tattoo on him. Oh my God! So these guys are interacting. It's weird. So can you see this stuff, honey?
God, I do see now. Okay, I see. Is there a video too?
Yeah, there's a video on top of that, but that's Ian showing some woman panicking in a plane because she thinks she saw a reptile. And
Oh, that's what that girl's doing?
yeah, that's what he's saying. Yeah, that's what Ian says. Yeah.
That's no way, Ian.
Play it.
And,
Play it.
and
Here, I'll
as-
play it. There's no
you-
music.
I'm playing her right now. I'm trying to hear her.
Ah,
It's not real. What did she say back?
it's a lizard. There's a lizard on the plate. Or a reptile or something.
It's probably a fucking real lizard, and she's just freaked out.
Look at the way this bitch is freaking out. That's a goddamn lizard on the goddamn plane.
I don't know. I'll have to re-listen to it. Either way, she sounds like a drunk Karen.
She's not. That's the thing. She even admits it. She's like, look, I'm not drunk.
Hey, look,
I feel like a fucking dude.
I've been a drunk Karen, so I recognize one. And we at first never admit we're drunk, okay? We are not drunk.
Yes.
And secondly, we look pretty good on a plane, and we would fly it out with like, that's a fucking lizard. I wouldn't have done that. I would never have been like, there's a reptilian back there. I would have been like, if you're a reptilian, can you please either kill me or take me the fuck away with you?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I was thinking that last night right before I came on Doug's show. I was like, God. It was actually when I was listening to fucking, I can say the name, but it was earlier in Doug's show. And
the moon man.
And I was just thinking, well, I can't fucking, like, I think aliens are real. I do believe in them. I really do. And I would just like one to kidnap me right now and do like all those procedures that people say are horrible. Like, it would be better than having to listen to this shit, go in my house, clean, wait to go on Douglas's show, to like either try to get attention and, like you say, or to argue about shit. And then like that's the highlight of my day. And then I'm going back to the house. Like, I think I should just I wish they would just pick me up and take me away.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
It's not going to
I
happen.
look in the sky sometimes. I'll see like flying little lights. I'm sure the little girl like, hey, you want to come get me? You want to come get me now? I'm here, waving my hand.
Come and get me.
Fuck them. Fuck Underland. Fuck all of them. Nobody wants me, apparently.
Well, both of you, you're both so quaint, and Andre showed us this wonderful picture of himself, which then our friend Ian.
Yeah, I can see the veins sticking out of him, man. That's fucking like you're a little too skinny in that picture.
He's
Like,
probably got a big dick on him with that little body. You know, probably hits his knee or something.
They used to call him Andre the Giant.
How tall are you, Andre? How tall are you?
Andre, how tall are you? Is what she's asking. I don't know.
1 meter 89. I don't know how much it is in feet.
Well, that's when
I'm gonna do that math. Is somebody else gonna do it?
Isn't a meter 3 feet? Isn't a meter 3 feet?
Must be nearly
Yeah, a meter is 3 feet.
5 foot. 5 foot, I think. Something about.
Okay, that's good. That's a good size. It's probably banging on like on his thigh or something.
You're shorter than me.
He's
There's no way you're just 5 foot. I can tell in your picture you're not just 5 foot.
Yeah, you can't be just 5 feet.
There's no way you're 5 foot. Not with that torso. There's no way. You've got.
I mean 3 foot. 1 meter. Oh.
If 1 meter is about 3 feet, then you're anyhow. I think you're about, like you said, maybe you're about 5 foot 11 inches.
Okay, wait. Did you say how? Okay, you said you're how many meters? You're exactly what in your language, whatever.
He said
1.89.
1.89.
0.89.
So that's like 2 meters is like 6 feet. So he's like shorter than 6 feet. Shorter than 6 feet.
Yeah, I was thinking he looked like he was around 6 feet.
Yeah, you'd have
it should be 2.4 inches. 6 feet and 2.4 inches.
So you are 6.2. I knew he was fucking tall. I knew he was 5 foot.
Yeah.
Fucking A. And that's what I was gonna say. The reason I said that is because when Ian West was like, he looks like he's probably got a big dick. And I was like, I only had one guy that I was in love with, and it wasn't because of his dick, but it was one guy that I was just really in love with in my life. And I was young, like 18, 19. And he passed away. But he was like 6 foot something, and he was really thin like that, right? Mm-hmm. Like a long, but fairly like nice penis size. Like it was like long, like I had a short husband who was short and thick, you know, but this was like long and perfect, man. And he knew how to fucking use it, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. But so I just think, you know, I don't know. Anyway, I would just go with, you're probably right. He probably does have a nice dick. You probably do, dude.
So there we are. Thank you, everybody, for your participation.
I'm just trying to compliment people, okay?
No, you're fine. You're fine, honey. You're fine. You're doing good.
I mean, but my ex-husband, he got her was only like 5'6".
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
5'6". So yeah. So I'm 5'3". So only like 2 inches taller. In heels, I was taller.
5'3". That's cute. You're wonderful. That's a cute height. So that's adorable. What?
You're tall too, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty tall. I mean, like I said, 5'11". I lost 3 inches because of that car accident that I threw myself over my mother when the taxi driver hit a truck oncoming. So, at any rate, so that being said, I can go into details of that accident some other time, perhaps. So you're off camera now, honey. So I am no longer mesmerized by you because you're off camera at the moment. So I'm no longer mesmerized by your vision.
I'm gonna go in and work out anyway.
Okay, so I love you. Okay.
I love you.
Yeah, stay safe and be well. Oh, you're back on camera. Yes. Yeah. So, darling, looking good.
Well, I'm trying to exit out, but I'm gonna smoke a cigarette before you.
Yes. Yes.
So your daughter moved out. Are you feeling better now?
Honey?
Well, what did you say? Physically better? Like with what you were saying about the shots and all that? Yeah.
No.
Like the symptoms have not gone away like that much.
Okay. Did you clean the house after she left?
No, so that's one thing I've got to do. Like there is a lot. Like that's one thing I've been doing. Started on. I don't brag. Like it's not like I said 3,000 square feet. Like it, but because a lot of people 5,000 or whatever. Like, but 3,000 square feet is a lot when you're by yourself and you're trying to look for a job and you're taking care of dogs and you've gotten behind on it because you've been sick, right?
Yeah.
So it's when you get behind on it, it's like, oh my god, like where do I start? Because like I can vacuum, I'll vacuum, but then and then I have all hardwood floors except in 3 bedroom, the 3 small bedrooms.
Yeah.
And so it's then mopping everything, and then like I need to clean baseboards and clean windows and clean walls and wash everything, and it's just so backed up that like I'll get the vacuuming done, and before I know it, it's time to vacuum again because it takes me 2 hours to just vacuum the house,
Yeah.
So I don't know, like I don't know about the cleaning with that, like I'm hoping, but I mean obviously I also don't hope that it's the vaccine, just like because she took it, like Douglas took it, like I'm just hoping the vaccine is not the problem.
Yeah, problems have always been around. They just popped out of the middle of nowhere this year.
Do what?
Oh, yeah, yeah. So say that again, Ian.
No, I said we've always had these problems. They just popped out of the middle of nowhere again this year.
Right. Okay. So,
But
Brooke.
I thought Ian, just to clarify this with Ian, I thought you and I both agreed on the fact that, oh, look at us at the table.
Yes.
So I think that
You're
you
on a
and I
plane, some kind of
felt
super
that-
jet. Go on.
I have to go I have to go above my coffee cup here.
Yeah. Now you're at another table. Yes. Now he put you at a party
Oh, is it
table.
my birthday? Do I blow out the candles? That way?
Yes. So you were saying, honey, you were saying, go on.
I was just saying that I thought we agreed the fact that we didn't believe that all the vaccines were contaminated, even if some were. Like
Yeah,
that it was.
Really poisoned the ones that went to the states that were pro-Trump.
Oh God. Oh God.
Oh, so you mean your state?
Yes, that's what he's saying. Yes.
But you mean my state also?
Yes.
I don't know what they did at yours, you know.
I mean, if you're saying they went to the Republican states, but then wait a minute, Trump's the one that rolled out the vaccine and had control of it during that time, so that makes no sense at all.
Yes, that's right, Ian.
It's like they would have gone. Trump would have been like, "Send that fucker to Nevada."
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All this turnover, and then he'd be like, "Why did they get to vote? That's why it's a massive fraud. They were supposed to be dead, and he didn't want to say they were supposed to be dead, so he just had to say the dead people are voting."
The Operation Warp Speed was them swapping them out with the saline.
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I just came up with a new conspiracy that I could put out online right now.
Yes.
And people buy it. I'd be like, you know why Trump was really saying this? We need to really get down to it. So it was dead people. Like it was. I could just market that, and you know how many people just fall for it on your side.
Yeah.
And on the Democrats or the middle side, like people just fall for shit, man. I put a fake picture of Donald Trump, like with a letter in front of him saying, "Send these vaccines to Nevada," and you'd be like, "See this picture? No way it's edited." And it's like, you can read it, you zoom in, it says, "Send these vaccines to Nevada, blah, 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 blah. These people will be taken care of. These are these special codes."
Well, I don't think they did that, bro.
Yeah, bitch, but I'm saying, when you said they only sent it to Republican states, that makes no sense either.
Yes. Yes. Now Ian appeared back in the picture again. He disappeared there for a minute. So,
how do you do that? How do you disappear?
Yeah, how do you do that?
On the phone now, it's weird.
It's like that.
And so Our Lady is diving in and under the table. It's cute. So do you realize you're doing that? You can see the graphics of how you're doing that. And then of course hearts. Somebody pushed the heart button, and that's adorable. So, darling, what brand of cigarettes? American Spirit?
Or something. I don't know. Do what you're saying. I'll shut up. I don't have to sit here at his stupid party. What are you eating, by the way, over there? I got a birthday cake. You got eggs or something?
Yeah, he's got some blue weird shit. Yeah, what is that shit?
Hold on, I need a screenshot of us at our party real quick.
Yeah.
Hold on, go back to the party. I want a screenshot of the party.
This is so cute, right?
Well, she wants the party, Ian. Go back
to the party. I want a screenshot of the party.
With you at your blue goop that you're eating.
That looks like an alien down there, by the way.
Hold on.
That looks like a what down there, honey?
There's an alien at the very bottom. Look right in the middle.
Yeah, that does. Yes, I see it upside down. Hey, you're back at your party. Okay, so get your screenshot,
All right,
honey.
we're having a party. Put your hands up, dude. Come on,
Put your hands up. Yes, there we are.
Woo!
Yes. And yes, and that overturned bowl with the blue glop dripping out.
That's what I was asking you. What is that at our party here?
I'm bigger than the bowl.
It's
bad.
No, but what's in the bowl?
He doesn't know. It's
like eggs.
Yeah, blue. They're blue jelly beans of some sort. They're gumballs. They look like gumballs.
Oh my god! Look, I'm gonna get a screenshot of this. This is hilarious.
Yes.
Now put your head down again. That was hilarious. I look stupid, but you look hilariously stupid.
Yes.
Oh, okay. See how you do it. Okay, there's a button on the top left corner, and then you can do together mode, group mode, all this other shit. I do look
No,
good.
any of us could have been doing this with each other.
From what's it called? Charlie and Chocolate Factory.
I'm saying, but is this just a YouTube? I mean,
It's a Skype thing.
It's a weird Skype thing. Yeah.
That's what I mean. Skype thing.
Yeah. They think they're somehow improving by giving people these abilities to.
All right, they are improving it so fucking much. So much fun.
Yeah, I guess.
Because I know right now, I know everybody else is like, I just want to hear more about Underland in World War II in Russia. And I'm like, I just want to see me and Ian on some balloons eating some cake, being stupid.
What I might do Sunday is kind of start back where I started from, kind of pick my book up and kind of.
Are this what we're doing? We're just rereading your book?
No, it's not my book. I'm talking about the book that I'm reading from is George Kennan's book on the Doomsday Machine of 1914, the Franco-Russian alliance. This is what led, of course, to World War I.
You always say you have. So that was one thing we said earlier. That you have, like, you see a problem and then you see a solution, right? That's what you say.
Yeah.
So that's just, and so I was like, well, I feel like you kind of see just a problem, and then your problem is just like they're against Nazis, and that's it. And like you kind of get stuck there, and you obviously have a special view on that because you were given knowledge, you know, that most people don't have on that, and that makes sense that you would have that specialized view. But it's just kind of like if I got stuck like on like an X or anything, like at some point you just have to be like, okay, well, there's other things too to throw my bases at, which you do, by the way, you do. But my point is, why don't you solve Netanyahu for me?
So do what with Netanyahu for you?
Just solve the problem?
Stop the problem. Well, I'll talk about the problem and I'll analyze it, and I think that ultimately...
I thought you could do a death spell, man.
What's that?
I thought you knew how to do a death spell.
Well, that's pushing it a little bit.
Yeah. By the way, Itzhak Rabin.
If you need to kill me to kill Netanyahu, you can do it.
No, he's already got Netanyahu.
But I do volunteer. I volunteer Ian first. Kill Ian.
Itzhak Rabin was basically a victim of a spell. There were a bunch of rabbis got together and they conducted a death spell. What's that? Itzhak Rabin. He was the former prime minister of Israel who was assassinated.
I thought Netanyahu was, and I was like, he's not a victim of a spell. He's just a bad son of a bitch.
Yes, he's awful. And yes, he's the state of Israel is a problem in its own right. But the solution is, as I've said before, that the British essentially bring it into this concept I have called the.
I'm not going to interrupt you again, but I have to say this, and you'll appreciate this. Ian West, I'm pretty sure, Ian, you agree that Israel, a lot of Israel, and we talk about, especially the Zionist Jews, the Zionists, are a problem, right? Like Netanyahu, right?
Yeah, he's a Zionist.
Okay, so, but you also then lean this heavy right-wing Republican who are all pro-Zionist in Israel and Netanyahu. So how do you
there's
validate?
Two fractions. There's underground Israel and there's above ground Israel.
Okay, well, you're Marjorie Taylor Greene's pro-Netanyahu and pro-Zionist. And so is like all of them are. Listen to their
By the way, the term you were looking for was reconcile. How do you reconcile these contradictions?
Thank you for teaching me words. Thank you.
Yes.
Quit giving her money. That's how you reconcile it.
What?
Quit giving her money.
Quit giving him money.
He pops up suddenly.
Yeah, he pops up suddenly. Yeah, look at that. It's bizarre. He's really having fun with this. Almost too much fun. I
swear we could have fucking videos like on thing with you, like people on here, and like you like totally don't need sexual shit. Just like people would pay even just $2 to see it. Like it's hilarious.
Yes, like what Ian's doing now with his helicopter ball. Yes,
like I know there are many people on here now at this time, but like, oh my god! And if you did this during the night, and then oh my god, if you got Ian West on there with Peter Moon and he just popped Peter Moon into some shit like that. Just take me out of this.
No, it's great.
No, the balloons over here.
I rigged this new camera mount. Look at it. Oh shit! There, no, did it go?
Yes, you disappeared. Oh my God, he made himself disappear. This is like the Invisible Man. He rendered himself invisible.
Oh, trust me, he didn't make himself disappear. I'd already be buying a real cake.
Yeah, and then we can continue on our venture, and I can be like, "All right, guys, let's go to the MK Ultra school where they fucking rape and beat and torture and." Here we go. We're gonna go to the school. Oh,
you want to have some adrenochrome? If you want to come to Greenville, I'll take you to Taco Costa so you can try some adrenochrome.
Yeah, that's how I flight checked this. So, yeah, look, there's the school. That's where they pulled the kids out from MK Ultra.
I'll be honest, it is near like the bad part. Like it's not in the bad part of town, but it's like getting close there. Because it's like, you know how the good parts and bad parts run together right there? Like the old parts of towns, like the old parts of town.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that. It's like the old part of town, and so they run together, and it's like right there. So you're probably right. There's some old schools in there, man. Some of them are shut down.
Well, I mean, if any of them
if they tell me that there is fresher Taco Costa sauce at that school, I'll be in that. Like, give it to me right now. I need a cup of that sauce.
So like at any rate, with the what brand of cigarette were you smoking? American Spirit.
I'm not a Spirit girl. I'm not a fucking daughter. It's Camel Crush Smooth Silver. So you crush it in the middle to make it menthol. You crush it right there, and then it makes it more mentholy.
Oh wow, cool.
Like a light, but it's just the lightest you can get.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that must be some nasty shit. What's that, Ian?
$4 a pack.
Yeah,
they're like Camel Crunch.
They are $4. First of all, I know in Florida they're a lot more. They have to be more than here, and here they're $8 a pack.
Yeah,
they're $4 a pack here, or they're $3.50 something.
Okay, you need to fly to Greenville and bring me a fucking couple of cartons. I'll pay for your plane ticket. They're 8 something here. There's no way.
Jeez, well, in California, they must be.
Because he's ordering them from China and they print on there like.
Okay.
I got the Gucci fucking wallet, and I'm like, okay.
Let's see how much a pack of Camels in California. Let me see. T-Tank Barry saying, how about those irradiated tobacco fields? So let me take a look at price of.
How about the radiated cornfields and their radiated everything we're eating fields, unless you're buying organic, and even then we're lucky if it actually is.
Yes.
And the soil's depleted, so even then you need to be taking magnesium and supplements because your soil's depleted even in your organic fields. Because we fucked our shit, man. So if you don't think I'm like, oh yeah, I need to quit smoking, but really not for my health. It's actually just because I keep whitening my teeth, and I'm like, at some point I'm tired of paying for the whitener.
I can't believe that cigarette prices in California are less than those in your state, Brooke.
Are you serious? They're less than what the fuck? Oh
yeah, I mean, but in Connecticut, they're $8.91 a pack, and it's $4.43 state tax per pack. That's worse. So it's pretty much.
We have a really high tax on them.
Yeah.
It says like our average price on cigarettes is. I just like looked this up. It says average by state. The highest is New York is $10.53, but that's an average cigarette. So you got to remember there's a lot of cheap cigarettes. So Camel and Marlboro are like the most like they're name brand cigarettes. I'm not saying Gucci, but I don't know if there's a Gucci cigarette out there.
Oh, there were. But remember Tipperellas? But anyhow, it's $13 a pack with taxes included in Connecticut. So that's worse than New York.
But how did you find just because it says the average is $5.57? But I was like, how can I find Camel Crush prices? How'd you do that?
I have no idea. I'm just looking at the average prices per state, average retail price per pack.
This is updated July 3rd, 2023 to 11:30 p.m.
Oh, okay.
This in .gov, and it says these are the average prices by cigarette brand and the manufacturer, the date, and then this is for states period. So minimum price per carton and minimum price per retail pack. And for Camel, let me see if they even have Camel Crush. Camel Specialty, yes. So I guess it would be under the specialty. And it says the minimum price per state is $6.68. And Camel Crush menthol. That's what I have right there. The minimum price is $6.93 per state per pack. Minimum retail price. That's the minimum. It says is $6.63. I mean $6.60. So you can't be selling them for less than $6.68 as of 7/3.
Delightful. So T-Tank Berry says the farmers throw nitrate, phosphate, and something else to make the crops grow. We need 60 trace minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, and 3 essential fatty acids. Yes.
Okay, T-Tank Berry, can you please, you're in the chat because you were online, can you please message me what those are? Because I'm taking things, but I want to be sure, like I'm taking magnesium, and then I'm having to take something else because of a DNA test, which is a...
So do you want me to enter your email inside of the chat? I can do that, but that makes it really public.
Well, no, he can just message in the chat, can he?
Oh, yeah. Can you message in the chat, T-Tank Berry, what those minerals are? Trace minerals, the 60. I don't know if he can list all 60 trace minerals in the chat. 16 vitamins.
He can probably, if he got it, he probably cut and copy it from somewhere. But if not, whatever he can.
Oh gosh. If only he were on Skype, I would connect the two of you. Tell you what, T-Tank Berry. Yeah.
No, I don't need you to connect the two of us. He was one of the ones that came online, and he's apparently not good. I don't need to connect us.
Yeah. But
Ian Beth calling every night, being like, please
in terms of T-Tank Berry, yeah, if you could list these things. I don't know if it'll fit on the chat thing, but you're looking great, honey, back on camera, and you're back in the car. You don't seem very determined to go inside of the gym.
Yeah, so I do this all the time. Usually when I pull up at the gym, I'll be honest with y'all, just to let you know what normally happens. I'm normally not on the phone with y'all, but I will pull up in the gym in the afternoon. Yeah. And I will get on my YouTube, which usually I'm already on, like watching a video on the way here.
Yeah.
And then even if I'm watching one on the way here and it finishes, I'll start another one.
Right.
Yeah. If there's a high amount of wait, usually I have to wait, and then I'm like, I gotta pee.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, I do want to thank Ian for bringing up the Indians of all nations, the Alcatraz Proclamation. Can you get me a copy of that, Ian?
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you knew anything about this.
Of course I do, but I haven't seen a copy in forever, so do write that to me. I mean, send me a link to that, please.
All right, yeah, I'll send it to you. I just wanted to run it by you first to see if you heard about it.
Of course I have. It's part of my biography in the sense of I speak of the impact.
Indian and German and Japanese and American and I don't know.
No. My biography includes the fact that when we came to San Francisco when I was very young, then the Indians were occupying Alcatraz simultaneously. Yeah. And so we're talking 1969. And so he just has a bit of history with him about that. But, like I said, if I was descended from my legal father, then I would be 1/8 Indian if I was descended from my legal father. But
everyone in the South, I'm going to tell you right now in Greenville,
if
you talk to people and you're like, do you have any Indian? They're like, oh, yeah, like I have some Cherokee.
Yeah,
people, this is way before even DNA tests.
Yes.
They didn't have me like Cherokee grandma. Their hair's blonder than mine. Oh my God, I have great grandmother was Cherokee. I have Cherokee.
Yeah.
I don't even think I've met a Southerner in Greenville that has never said they didn't have Cherokee.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I know. It's an all-American trip. Yes, I know. It became
I remember being like in middle school around that time too, and being like, I remember saying it a couple times because everybody else said it, and we would go to Lake Jocassee, and there's Jocassee. There's a falls that supposedly one of the Cherokee Indian female princesses jumped off of these falls. Right? There's a story about it. So then I knew that story. So then I was like, oh, well. And then I just kind of went with the Cherokee. I'm like, yeah, I have some Cherokee. And then luckily I got older and realized everybody seemed to have Cherokee in them. And I'm not, even if I had Cherokee in me, I swear to God, if I did a DNA test today and I was like, and it said I was fucking half Cherokee, I would tell no one. Not because I don't want to be half Cherokee, but because it sounds like everybody, it'd be like me walking up and being like, I don't know, like, I'm richer. I, you know, fuck some like the king of, I fucked on, I don't know. You know, like, it'd just be like somebody trying to be like, brag. That's what they do here. It's like, if you are that, you are good. And I don't know why.
Yes. Yes.
I
No.
guess in San Francisco, it's like, I guess like saying you're gay, right? Like, I'm gay. Like, they're not even, you don't even have to be gay. You need to say you're gay in San Francisco.
No, I get what you're saying completely. It's like it became an in thing. It was an in thing. It's faddish, trendy. You know, to be.
But it's not run out.
Yes, it has.
Not at all.
Yeah, it became a permanent fixture in the American psyche. Now, this latest meme put together by Armani and West in the text box. Let's see. Take a look at this. What's he saying?
What is this? What did you put together again?
From the Frank files, he put together 4 faces. So who are the two? Who I recognize Aquino and no one else. Who are these other people?
Okay, that's Brennan at the bottom. He was like, I guess, in Aquino's coven or something. And this is Jesse's the boater, the one I always talk about. But she talked about how Aquino trained her in Star Wars.
Okay, trained her in Star Wars, which I'm not denying. But what does that mean exactly?
That was the government kiddie experimentation program shit.
Okay.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah.
No, I don't like what I'm feeling right now. Like, I realized that because of my experiences that I have a weird relation. Like, I had to develop a weird relationship with Aquino.
Yeah.
To deal with him.
Yes.
And I I have a thing where, like, when you say his name, like, it was first like didn't really know who he was, and then didn't care, didn't remember, and then hated like for a while, but then had to deal with like realizing that wasn't getting me anywhere, and the whole like fighting wasn't getting me anywhere. So it's almost like a weird, like, I don't respect anything you did, but like all defensive, like, I don't really want you to talk about him because I feel like it makes it seem like I'm talking about him, and I don't want to be a part of it, you know, because, you know, like, whatever he did, but I don't know. It's just, I just had to develop this piece with him to, I don't know. It's weird. I mean, obviously it's not something you can explain, and Douglas knows enough to know that, you know, and I think Ian does too, most of it, that, you know, obviously I didn't make all these things up, and continually happing and knowing that it was him, and because I never felt crazy about, you know, the only time I felt crazy was when I saw that shadow being in my room.
Did you tell Doug I told you about the daughter and the voices?
Yes. Go on.
I mentioned it a little bit, but he kind of threw it like it was crazy.
No, it didn't. Well, it's I believe everything.
Well, because he doesn't believe, because it has to do with the vaccines, and again, that's understandable. He's had the vaccine. It's just like my daughter. I went to tell my daughter, to be honest with you, at one point, because I was telling her not to have any more. And I was saying, okay, you just need to understand. After you told me that, I was like, well, you need to understand, because it was after another thing happened. As you know, a couple other things happened, and many other things, but the most recent. And I said, just don't have the vaccine anymore. Can you just not? Like, just, you know, I don't know. It's just like kind of like when I drank Ian West bleach when I was so desperate. It's like, maybe he's right on this. I don't know. But, like, I don't want her to have the vaccine for multiple reasons, whether it's the voices or not. But when I'm known to say, by the way, do you remember when you heard? And she's like, I do not want to hear any of this. Like, she's like, do not ruin my day. And I'm on the phone with her. She's like, do not. Like, she cannot talk about it. She will not speak of that night at all. Like, it is completely off limits to her. Like, she just freaks the fuck out. Like, she will literally go into like just kind of a panic mode, because it scared her so bad that she just doesn't want to think about anything negative. And especially once I told her that what it actually probably was, and she was so angry at me because she thought I brought it in. Her that she just said, I never want to hear about this again, ever. And so if I mention, she's like, immediate, like, I'm hanging up with you. Do not mention that. Do not even mention those words.
Wow. And so that's understandable in a sense. That's how she's dealing with it. She's just going to block it out. And in your case,
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's kind of like when the last time when I had the challenge, and then I got challenged back, you know, like, I realize like you don't go that route either, right? And so focusing on things doesn't always help. Dealing, but focusing doesn't. And definitely challenging them. Like my little stupid ass thought I could. Like that wasn't smart either. Like well, you can claim your space and you can claim the strength, but to say, well, fuck you want to fight, well then I'm getting on their level, which is basically the negative level, which then they have more power in that. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, understood. Yeah, and so
you don't think people could be more negative than me, but they can.
Yeah, it's.
I do know they can. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and. So what I'm trying to do is try to cut and paste some of the stuff that T-Tank Barry has provided, and I certainly just retyped some of it for you so that I could cut and paste it, and then give it to you in your private message box. This other thing is a little hard. I know. What we could do is you can look at that later. I can show it to you later.
I wish I could have flipped this camera around and seen what I saw just
okay. What was it? Was it something funny?
Yeah. I can't do it now.
Yes, understood. Yeah. So here's what T-Tank Barry said in return. Look up Longevity out of SoCal, which is Southern California. Dr. Joel Wallach is the founder. He is a naturopathic doctor.
I know Joel Wallach.
Oh.
He's a nutritionist doctor.
Okay. All right. Okay. And so
you know him personally? Is this like when we go
Oh my goodness. So in terms of everything that we've been discussing, it's I have the feeling almost that there is a potential that so this is like what?
Oh my god, he does have a closet full of fucking vitamins. I would tell you, this guy is fucking more.
Yes.
I never thought he had more vitamins than drugs, but he does.
He does. Yes, he's supplemented. That looks a little time worn. that looks like
in your closet, dude. Oh, he doesn't have a portable camera on.
No, that's his first batch of this like super vitamin shit. Like, okay. Man, my dick used to get so fucking hard, but I used to use Mix 2, but that's Mix 1.
Okay. Wow. Cool. And
your dick get so hard. This thing gets so hard.
It'll work. I don't know why.
Sure that's called youth.
Yes. Youth. Yes. Now you're starting really hard, Ian.
Also,
you're saying...
it was probably because
I'm on the phone now.
Outside the car, apparently that was back before you decided not to mess with like the kids and not admit that you liked them. Like, a little blue car that Douglas kept talking about.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's really good shit. Like, this motherfucker looks like he's 50, but he's like almost 100.
Really? Wow. Holy shit.
Check out Dr. Joel Wallach. Shit, let me see if I still got it. Well, I'm on the phone now. I can't look the number up.
I'll just Google it.
Yes. She'll find out about it. And
half vampire.
yeah, it could be. That could be a secret. Then he just tells people. Yeah. Then he just tells people it's his vitamins. So why is Ian's picture so much bigger than Brooke's? I'd rather see Brooke than Ian in terms of the big.
I'm back here. I'm not up close. I'm not seeing him.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's like his picture is showing up. Like if I show you the screen share, this will show you.
Well, mine's showing a 4 equal. I'm showing C4 equal.
Oh, okay. So here, see mine. This is what I get. I get you are small and this guy's huge. Why is this guy huge? Whereas you're small.
I don't know. That's weird. Yeah. So my other one, mine at home. Well, so sometimes it would show if there were more than an equal number, it would put a bigger one at the top.
Yeah. Well, I'd rather have you here and him up here, but instead it gives me him and his funny noises. Oh my god! It's like.
Did you download Microsoft Office this year? No, I'm joking. That's a joke.
Oh my goodness. So, yeah, darling.
there's a way to change the pictures on there, because so when mine's really small, especially on my phone, and that's like when you saw my nipple that time, like, and then like tonight I'm like, okay, I want to be sure I'm sure, like then I can't see what the fuck I'm doing really, because the fucking pictures is fucking.
Well, Ian got off the camera, and that helps. See, now you're here. Now you're here in the big section. See.
Now see if Ian come back and see if it switches us out, or if you go into smaller one. It might be the
He doesn't have to squint his eyes when he beats it. So,
if that's what changes it, the person that came on like after. So if you come back on camera, if you'll be in the smaller one.
Yeah.
All right,
like,
let's see what happens. Hopefully he stays in. No, he went back to the big one. Oh Jesus, yeah. Oh.
You'll write home about that, you know. Anyway. So do you want the episode?
Maybe he's just saying it knows you got a bigger dick than me, man. So he's like putting you in charge.
Yeah.
That's Dr. Joel Wallach. But anyway, do you want the Peter Moon episode?
Peter Moon episode.
That is not a question for me, obviously.
No, we're talking about the episodes I was on, but it was on Peter Moon's channel. So that's what we're talking about. So yeah, if we could download all of those and then publish them on your channel later on, I can download them and upload them on mine.
Well, I can rip MP3. So
yeah, MP3. Yeah,
we can drop pictures over it. But did you see the Antarctic footage?
Arctic footage. Oh, you mean the latest thing you gave us? This thing?
Top secret. Yeah, top secret. That's got the footage of them diving underneath the ice wall.
What? This? Explosions?
Went to Flat Earth and went out to Nemo Island or Nemo.
That one's in Lee's. That's George's neck of the woods. And then it's before when the CIA ran the.
Oh, I get it. So okay. So all right, top secret, and this is them. So, honey, let's take a look. I'm sharing screen. This is supposed to be them diving under. Oh God, fuck that shit. I can't stand the music.
Wonderland or whatever you're talking about.
Yes. Oh my God.
Who did that?
He says that they're diving under the ice wall, that this is the ice wall, and the Navy SEALs are diving under it, and right. I couldn't stand the music. It's just too loud. I can't take that right now.
I thought you were like Antarctica. Am I wrong on that?
I'm sorry, what's that, honey?
Is Underland's in Antarctica, right?
No, Unterland, basically, think of the Earth's crust. You know the Earth's crust?
No, I'm just saying, if you were, like, that's where you went to Antarctica and then you go underneath. Is that where they are?
Yeah.
Or you're just saying...
No. Just to explain to you, Antarctica was one of the primary... It was actually the most accessible entry to Unterland. There are many entries to Unterland, but just to explain to you, so the Earth is not hollow. The Earth is... just think of the crust of the Earth, which is, comparatively speaking, very thin, but for us, of course, it's immense. But, just like the ocean, if you were to take a look at the real ocean on a globe, the ocean would seem like it's...
Did you say the Earth is not hollow?
No, the Earth is not hollow. No.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, but I'm going to stop you there. I grew up as, like, worshiping Jules Verne. Like, that was our actual church, the Jules Verne Church of Hollywood.
That's cute. That's adorable.
As described by Ian earlier today, as he didn't recognize. Or that guy. No, it wasn't Ian. Was it that stupid guy on fucking his friend?
Oh, which friend?
Your super soldier.
Yeah.
James Rink.
Oh, James Rink. Yes. Oh, my God. At any rate, honey, so just imagine the crust of the Earth goes down several miles, but it seems very thin compared to the rest of the body of the planet, right? So that crust of the Earth, which is it has a lot of runnels of water, which over the years they have discovered that there are massive secret oceans beneath the Earth, and these oceans are corrosive. Water's corrosive, so they've corroded massive tunnels throughout the crust of the Earth that is worldwide.
I already know this part. But I didn't know about Underland. I just knew it was reptiles.
Well, I mean, what I'm describing is that throughout the crust of the Earth, stretching along, the globe, throughout the globe, there are lacunae, cavities. There's about 17 major caverns the size of the Grand Canyon that are occupied by the Third Reich in exile, and hundreds of smaller ones. So they're all connected by tunnels.
Adolf Hitler still alive down there?
Potentially, because he did receive the Bulgarian treatment, which was essentially a massive transfusions of vampire blood that have probably extended his life. So it's along with the genetic advances.
I wrote a good report on him as a Southern Christian Baptist who should hate him because I'm supposed to love Zionists, and he's not done shit for me.
I'm sorry. I was good.
Yeah, that is cute. That is cute. That's adorable.
That was good. That was good.
Yeah, yeah. So, darling. So, do you have a better grasp of what Unterland is now? It's the inner Earth, meaning the interior of the crust.
Yeah, but the crust, but it's before the because you've also got a lava ball, like a heated ball in the center.
Yeah. That's right. Yes.
Yeah, that's the black sun.
Dude.
In those, right?
It's
it's the black sun.
Well, let me see if I can find a
In the heated ball would be what it calls kind of like in Jules Verne's novel, where you have like heat down there. That's with from the end, like the ball, I guess.
right, the ball of heat. So let's take a look at if we can find a graphic of the interior of the Earth.
The magna, I think it's called magna or something.
Yeah, magma, and stuff like that. So I'm trying to find a good example of the Earth's interior rather than the crap that I'm seeing here, which doesn't really. Here we are. This is a little better. There we are. Okay. So, honey, can you see this?
Yeah, I can see it, but they're little.
Oh God, this really is little. Jesus Christ, there's got to be a bigger one than this. So interior. Here we are. So, honey.
I know how the Earth. I can see that kind of like. I know what you're saying. Like.
Okay, so you see this upper mantle here. Here, that's the purple, and then
we're on page. Yeah, that you're talking about the same thing that I grew up with knowing.
Right.
As far as
right. Asthenosphere down here, the green, the crust. Well, the crust is this very thin. It appears very thin, but of course to us humans, it's miles.
Pull another bigger one up. Pull one bigger one up.
I wish I could. This is the biggest thing I could fucking.
Pull the first one up.
The first one? What? This shit?
Go to the left.
This? Oh, this?
Is that not one?
It's the same shit.
Very to the left, or I guess to the left. Yeah, to the left of your screen.
To the left of my screen. Oh, this.
Not to the right. Like you see that? Like those doors.
Let's take a look and see if this gets larger. Okay, this is better. This gets a little larger. Okay. So, if you take a look at the asthenosphere, lithosphere, mesosphere, outer core, inner core. Okay, so the lithosphere. So it's basically the lithosphere has miles of caverns and tunnels all across the world. That's basically Unterland. All of the tunnels and so does that make sense? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I was picturing. That's kind of what I pictured. And that's what I figured. I'm not like I wanted to be sure I was right. So it's just kind of digging through that first outer layer of crust.
Yes, that's right. It's within there is.
But you said how many? 7?
There's about 17 major caverns that were colonized by the Third Reich.
How do you know that?
I've got the maps for them.
Well, aside from that,
East and West. How do you know that?
I know that, honey, through the fact that the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile was using nuclear boring to tunnel towards connecting all of these caverns. This was seismically measured using scalar sensitive sonar, ground penetrating radar. I'm sorry, honey. What?
And how do you know that part?
It was the U.S. military was trying to track their expansion in the inner Earth. So the inner Earth.
Drilled in Antarctica, obviously.
What's
Where
that,
else
honey?
So you're saying they did it in Antarctica. Where else did they do it?
Oh well, it's throughout the crust of the Earth. Throughout the crust of the Earth, it's in under Antarctica was simply the most convenient, the most accessible entry into the inner Earth.
I know, but where are the other 16?
Oh well, I mean they're throughout you're talking about entries or the caverns themselves.
Well, whatever. Yeah, you said the I think you said I don't know.
17 major caverns. The 17 major super caverns. Super caverns that are Grand Canyon size.
What those are?
What?
You know where all of those are?
No, I couldn't pinpoint where they are exactly. I could give general assessments of where they are, but it's
Doug, scroll up. I put the maps. They're there. Dan was talking about them last week, and I couldn't find them, and I finally found them. So scroll up in the comments, and I posted it. They're all there.
Scroll up in the comments. You mean in this text box here?
Yeah. Scroll up and look at the map, and look at the years on it. Yeah, right there. See those old ones?
These?
No, those
these
three
just
underneath Hunter's kitty porn. Yeah, go up.
These are just cables maps. These are maps of undersea
read
cables.
Read the dates. Read the dates.
Yes.
Read the date. Read the date.
1884, 1881. Yeah. Okay. What about it? They're undersea
We
cables.
didn't have no goddamn internet in 1884. Come on, Doug.
No, they're undersea cables for telegraphy.
Wait a minute. What year was Hitler even fucking born?
1889. 1889.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he wasn't drilling across.
Well, according to those maps, they were.
No, it's undersea cables.
I missed that. That's probably why Hitler has not helped me. Because this is how you've missed. I was 7 and I drilled all these tunnels across the ocean. And you fucking input in your report, bitch.
Yes. So, honey, other entrances are in Tibet. Other entrances are near the North Polar region. Other entrances, there's some in America even that go into these caverns. But the caverns.
At Disney World.
Where in America?
At Disney World.
I just need to know where, because
I
plug your ears. Ian, I need to trust you for a minute. Can I trust you 1 minute, Ian?
Yeah.
I need you to plug your ears, okay? Just put your finger in your ears 1 second.
Okay.
So Douglas, I need a place to know where I can go and tell Ian, like, hey, we're
well,
and throw him, throw him. You know?
Yeah.
It'll be like Hitler, like be like, hey, you sacrificed something to me, or you killed something off me. Whatever.
Brooke, do you really want to see the entrance? Like, seriously, do you really want to see it?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's probably your house. I'm pretty sure.
And Doug and Brooke, just bear with me on this, because I got to do a screen share to get the Google map, and I can show it to you. And I know people who have been down here. I know people have been there.
At any rate, so I wrote about this in Nexus magazine, though much of it was censored. What I can tell you is, of course, Nikola Tesla had an entry. This was later, of course, sealed by the federal government. And I believe his was, if I'm not mistaken, might have been on Long Island. So I'll have to look through some of my old notes.
I know an entrance to hell on Long Island.
Yes. Oh god.
Here, I'll show you the entrance.
This is can't wait.
No, that's your jaw's gonna drop.
I'm sure it is. Yes.
Did you see the bit shoot?
Okay, there we are. BitChute. Yeah, all right. And there's a nice picture of Hitler's book, etc.
Check this out. This is the entrance.
Okay. Of course, we see Disney.
Hold on. Hold on.
Like we didn't think you were going to show Disney.
That's where the entrance is.
You so rarely speak of Disney, we didn't think we would go here, But it's fine. You like to surprise us occasionally.
No. When you see this, you're gonna be like, "What the fuck is this doing at Disney World?"
I mean, I'm pretty sure you should go with like a Lockheed Martin or something. I don't know, but
well, it connects. It connects to Lockheed Martin. Hold on.
Now we have a major facility for the South, and Lockheed Martin is here.
Well, because it's guarded. This place is so fucking guarded. It's next to impossible to get inside of it. All right, here.
I mean, Disney does own a lot of land. I will give them that.
Yeah, I got 40 acres. Or
I own 26 myself, and that's not counting what my house is on.
Well, you don't have the Royals living there, so.
Huh?
You don't have the Royals living there.
The Royals?
Yes.
Yeah. You see this area where my mouse is?
Yeah.
This is the entrance. Now check this out. Nobody's allowed to go here. There's Reedy Lake. You see this little strip of land right here in the far left corner?
Can you tell me something near that first? Because I've been to Disney World. So pinpoint something I would
Check this out. Okay, check this out.
One of the hotels. Can you give me one of the hotels, the closest hotel near it?
Yeah, look around right here. Look at all this shit.
I can't read it. You gotta understand I'm on my phone, so you're gonna have to point and read to me.
Okay, look. Check this out. Now, when you pull him on the map, you see how the roads light up blue? This is the land for the civilians, roads civilians can go on. You notice how we can't go on this Maple Road right here, this Floridian Way? Check this out.
I remember Floridian Way from being down there.
Check this out.
Floridian Way, you can go on part of Floridian Way.
So here's this fire station. And when you get to here, there's a fucking rifle guardsman tower and a fucking gate you got to get through. Here's a little air hole for the underground. Now, if you can get through that gate.
Air tram? Are you sure you're not talking about the air tram?
You mean the monorail?
Yeah.
That is the Underground Railroad. Anyway.
The monorail that I rode as a kid and as an adult, you're telling me that is, and took my kids on. So I've been on it 3 times.
You just got to go on the public part. You didn't get to go to the elite part. Anyway, so if you can make it past that first gun shack, keep on going up this road. And now you got a second fence to go through with another gun guard shack to get through to get to the Middle Earth. And then there's another air hole for the underground. So once you get into here, you got to get past this gate. Now this is the Underground Railroad north, south, east, and west entrance. Do you see these north, south, east, west entrances? This is the track, the load and unload. The passenger load and unload. But anyway, to get to
north, south, east.
Go ahead, get it out, bro. Get out of here, bro.
I know what north, south, east, and west are, but those don't really. Let me be honest. I didn't want to insult you, but that can't be north, south, east, and west because if you actually were to go directly north, then directly south would be fucking below it, bitch.
No, girl, it's a loading, unloading transfer station. Anyway. So if you can get through this, but you don't want to ride the trains, you just want to go take a walk, then you have to get through. Keep on going up. If you
want to take a walk to get to the Underground Railroad to get your.
When I say it's a city, it's literally a city. Look, okay.
You take a walk.
Get it out. Go ahead.
I'm asking a serious question. Why would you take a walk?
So, honey, just so you know, there's when I said there's any number of entrances, the ones that come to mind now that I think about it are the Soviets and later the Russian mafia had an access point on the Baltic island of Rugen, Rugen. I know that the communist Chinese, the Chi-Coms, they go in through Tibet. There are at least 2 shafts leading down under the Andes. And of course, as I said, Nikola Tesla had his own private entrance through a fissure and borehole on Long Island.
Sure.
And that one was sealed with explosives back in the 1940s on Hoover's orders after the FBI seized Tesla's papers. As for the Americans, their trade...
I've got countless papers.
You got countless papers. Papers, not papers.
No,
okay, anyway, here, let me finish this up.
Am I wrong about that, though? Ian, Donald Trump's uncle got eaten.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, he did. Yeah,
right.
he did get them.
Yes, that's right. He got plenty of them. He was the guy asked to sort them, so he stole a bunch of them. That was the source of the Trump fortune.
I know
true.
another guy that sorted through papers and stole a bunch of information.
Yeah.
Doug, have you ever seen a place set up like this before?
There's nothing about it that particularly stands out to me.
If I was just from the South and didn't know it was Disney World and you're just showing me from an image map, I'd be like, it looks like a big house farm and a bunch of trailers.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Guess what they told me this was.
Yeah.
Just try to guess what they told me this was.
Yeah.
Try to guess.
I have no idea what.
Fireworks storage.
Well, that makes kind of some sense. Yeah, it's not
They
unbelievable.
do a lot of fireworks. They do them every night there, don't they?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I mean,
Anyway, look.
Yeah.
So anyway, if you want to just go for a fucking walk and you don't want to ride the Underground Railroad, okay, this was the second fence. Then you just go straight. You don't take a right to have to fight to get through that fucking fence. But anyway, keep on going straight. Keep on going straight. Keep on going straight. Oh, then you got to get through this fence. So this is fence number 4 on this little secret ley line entrance. So you keep on going. 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 Now you got to get through this security base right here. Then you got to cross the moat. Then you just keep on following. And I'm going to zoom out from here. You ready? You ready?
Yeah. Oh, I'm so ready. Oh my God. I'm like, you've got me on the edge.
This is the entrance to the caverns right here.
Well, you zoomed out a little too far now.
Yeah, God damn you.
That's what I was like, almost there, and then you moved your spot, man.
No, I can find it real quick. I do this all the time.
The right rhythm. Don't fuck the rhythm up, bitch.
Yeah. So, at any rate,
here it is, right here.
So just to get this out there, I do want Brooke to understand that the American transit point for trade with Underland is basically there's a secret base in northern Greenland. Its real denomination is NORAD 40. But it's a radar station during the Cold War. But it's now exclusively a transit point for trade with Unterland. And it's colloquially referred to as Ice Station Zebra. So there, of course, is now I mean, these are some entrance points, and then spread throughout.
I'm not going to say this out loud because I want to finish watching his stuff, and I don't want to interrupt Ian because he's saying to do this.
Yeah. Can you still see the map?
Yeah.
I want.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, look, this is the entrance. This is the entrance to Middle Earth or Hollow Earth or whatever you want to call it.
That's in the middle of Nebraska because you did not show me how the fuck you got there.
Here, I'll zoom out.
Yeah, and then
you see this? These are the Underground Railroad cars. But they're abandoned. They've just, trash. You see them all?
I mean, probably to prove you wrong, but just to do it.
Look at this.
What stain that is?
You see how there's like trees and ground and shit growing on top of these Underground Railroads?
I don't know if you've realized that, but yeah.
Look at that. That's the entrance.
What about it? There's trees and then there's grass and there's some buildings.
So you're saying that big hole in the middle is
the sand. You're talking about where they play golf or the sand because they probably, I don't know, they probably bury people there. I'm sure they kill people all the time there.
What's strange to me is why do these if these things run your line along that black line, if these things are like underground railroad cars, why are they destroyed? They're like
because only certain ones are open for the people to go through. The rest are dummies to keep people out.
I think you're right with dumb, but I think dumb in the fact that, and I'm not saying you're dumb, but I'm saying, like, it looks more like a dump to me. And that's why, like, they are dumping their bullshit chemicals and their bullshit they don't want right there.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm just not sure how, like, I'm just going to stand in that sad, you think I'm going to suddenly sit down to Underland, like, Adolf's going to come be like, oh!
Do you see these shadow lines?
Yeah, okay.
Do you know how fucking huge that is?
I'm not quite sure it's that big. But
see that shadow?
The shadows, well, yeah, okay.
It's pretty big.
They might be. But then look at the little house.
I mean, they are big comparatively speaking. I will give them that. Like, if that's
but take a look at that little house. Look at that little house there with the shadow.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not sure what's going on with the shadow. Like, it looks almost like they were drawn. So if that wasn't drawn and that was true Google Earth, I am wondering what the fuck's going on there.
Anyway, this is the entrance to Middle Earth.
Is that Google Earth images? Is that what you got?
Yeah, he's getting this from
Google
Google
this is
Earth.
Google Maps.
Yeah.
Look, this is Google Maps.
Our thick fucking line. Zoom in a little closer on that shit. Can you zoom in closer on those lines?
By the way, I want to tell you, Douglas, when you were mentioning about where the area was, the main one that the U.S. uses, which was in the Netherlands, you said?
No, Greenland, northern Greenland.
I mean, Greenland, number 40, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got Netherlands. Our Netherlands got earlier. I'm sorry. That's when you were saying what? How do you say it? Nunderland.
Unterland. Yeah.
Why do you call it that?
It's a German word for underland.
No. I'm talking about the Netherland guy. You called it
Nederland. Nederland means Netherlands.
Why do you? That's what I'm saying. Why do you call that?
It's their language. That's how they call it in their language.
It's
Dutch.
Okay, never mind.
I mean, the Dutch call their own country Nederland as opposed to Netherlands. That's an anglicization.
Right, but most Dutch they'll mispronounce stuff that we have, and they don't try to speak Dutch. So you're trying to speak Dutch for Dutch people, even though you have mostly American people and other German people, and then you have one Dutch guy on the thing, and you're like, it's Nunderland. And I'm like, what did you say, Underland? And you're like, no, it's Nunderland.
She's just so sophisticated. Anyway.
Because I'm trying to respect his culture.
And I love it.
Brooke doesn't know that word respect. Hush.
He never knew a fucking Nunderland. The first time you ever said that, I can guarantee you, he was like, I have no idea what he's saying. I'm going to go with it. Oh, it must be Netherlands. Like, he figured it out later. It was Netherlands. You probably figured it out the night when I asked, to be honest.
Okay, so do you want to see how they power this underground city?
Yeah.
Look at this.
I asked you to zoom in on the other ship, but whatever. Obviously, you don't do it.
But by the way, our dear friend, Andrei Nemerzyzitsky, he said, Nemerzyzitsky, I hope I got that right.
Did he leave again?
No, he said Neder means deep, not under, like in Unterland. There we are.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I just agree. I just mean, so Andre, you have to understand, when I met Douglas, he would send me a message, he would talk to me like he's American, and then I would get a message with Old English Shakespearean. He would say, "That conversation was, I fucking can't, dice," and it was biblical, it was Hebrew mixed with Shakespeare. I didn't know. So obviously he has, I give him the distinguishment of having a beautiful voice and a beautiful way he can speak that I can't. But sometimes I think he pushes it just a little more. I'm always trying to go there. But anyway, Douglas, what I want to say quick before you does this, I want to say, remind me later. I need to ask you a question because I really think that there's probably another hidden layer in America. That,
you want to see where the Royals live?
Yes, sure. We could talk about that, honey. I'd love to. Yeah. Now he wants to show us where the Royals live, honey. I'm sure you're just salivating for the excitement.
So anyway, look, this is how you get to the goddamn underground city at Disney World that nobody fucking knows about. This is where you load and unload the fucking underground railroad and shit.
Have you been there?
Huh?
Have you been there? When you were
Yeah, they made me go put fireworks up there one day. And I saw this fucking old rich guy come out at 3 a.m. And I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Was he homeless?
Suit. He was in a suit and tie. He was fucking old and shit. And it was 3 a.m. in the morning. Huh?
I said Joe Ty's homeless guy came out behind the train tracks with Sue. So
shut the fuck up. God damn it. Jesus Christ. All right, look, I'm going to show you where the Royals live. That way you're not stupid. All right.
You can make me not stupid? Oh my God, I've been waiting on this day my whole life. Thank you, Ian.
Look, you see this right here? Human sacrifice spot right there. Look at that. Gangster.
Oh, wow, he's labeled. I love the way he labeled it. Human sacrifice.
I work hard on these. All right.
You just spelled sacrifice wrong.
Did you
hear him again
say I work hard on these? And when I said, whoa, let me finish this. When I just said, hey, you realize anybody can take, anybody with a little software can take and put a picture, set somebody's head on another body, they can image that on anywhere they want to. They could put me and my
they
husband.
do that all the time on Google Maps. Now will you shut the fuck up?
And your remark was what? Who has the time
shut the fuck up,
to
probably.
do that book? Yes, look at your fucking map, bitch.
All right, will you please shut the fuck up so I can show you where the fucking Royals live?
Who has the time to shut up? I'm too busy.
Are you fucking done?
Too easy.
Okay, look right here. Look right here. Notice we have a fire station. Notice we have a sheriff's station. Guess what we have right here?
A hospital.
Royal Oak Court. This is where the Royals live.
All right.
Well, this is part 1. Now this is part 2 of their cul-de-sac.
I'm gonna be honest, if I owned Disney World and I was Disney himself, I'd probably like have some multi-million-dollar shit for me and my family and people too.
All right, here's the second lot that they live.
And I'm not saying that Disney's good or bad. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like you have to look at both sides, because when you argue a point and you actually want to make it true, like this is devil's advocate. Even if I was believing everything you said, right? I always play a devil's advocate. Like,
but you have to shut your mouth and listen, then you can judge.
But what he said, you have to shut your mouth and listen, then you can judge.
Yeah. But here's the second lot that the Royals live right here.
But by the Royals, he actually means the British family. He says the British royal family.
You know how, Douglas, you say you suck the oxygen out of the room? Ian sucks the fucking intelligence out of the room.
That was good. All right, look.
That's why I love Ian. I love you so much.
That was good. Okay, look. So you go down Reams Road, you go down Bay Court, you got to make your way past this guard fence. Then you keep on going down, and then they've got a second guard fence. And there's a house missing. Somebody stole their house. But I'm serious. There's other maps where there's a house here. But see, I think this is where they're doing all the kitty and pedo.
My grandmother's house, they didn't steal it. It was huge. They moved the motherfucker because it was so antique. It didn't steal the bitch, so I don't know. You can tear them down.
That's where all the bad Royals live. But yeah, you see this little guardhouse, like the little house we saw at the entrance to the catacombs underneath Disney World.
Is that a tennis court? Is that a tennis court in the middle?
It's a basketball court, but it's fake. It's a fake court. These are on hydraulics, and they lift up.
How do you know that? You see, like, Douglas, this is why I ask you questions.
Well, because I got the blueprints for it. That's how I know.
You got what?
Yeah, this is a fake.
He says he's got the blueprints.
Where did you get the blueprints?
Or City of Orlando?
Really? So I can go to City of Orlando and get the blueprints and see that this is fake.
That's how I got the blueprints for the underground city on I Drive.
But so what does it do? You say it's a fake basketball court, and it does what? It's on hydraulics and
it lifts up like a garage door, and they drive down in there, and then they have all this vacant land right here and their own private maglev railroad line to pick them up and drive them all around town and shit. You see this line?
Yeah, we see lines.
This is like a little torture thing. They like beat little kids and rape little kids and eat little kids down here. This is where they do it all under here.
We noticed that you go back to that theme a lot.
Well, it's a common practice at Disney World. That's why 700 kids a year go missing.
If I flirt enough, get enough in there, like act like I want to go underground or suck the guy's dick, he's thinking he's going to take me under there and kill me or whatever. Like, what happens when I get to that part if I was to make it there?
Oh, then they'll call the Mickeys and they'll come pick you up.
No, but I got the right person. I'm going to be like, hey, dude, like, I'm looking hot, I'm looking good, he's old as shit or whatever. And I'm like, no, like, wait, no, like, come on. Like, he's, whatever. The person is going to go under there. Like, what, you're saying that they're going to go under there to the underground, right?
Yeah.
So, I'm going to open that shit up at some point. You think you could catch that on a fucking satellite, right?
Well, who took their house? How's their house missing?
And
why is there an air hole for the underground dungeon right here? Why is there, hold on. Why is there another underground air hole for the dungeon underneath there? Why is that? Why do they need air holes underground?
Why, where my great-grandmother's huge white house at, 2-story, bigger than my house, was gorgeous, had a hidden staircase in. I don't know if you guys have been in a house with a hidden staircase, but it was so cool because she had this gorgeous house and on this huge farmland, and which used to be farmland, now it's Greenville. But at the time, it was called White Horse Road because white horses would come down it.
Was it at Disney World?
White horses would come down from the mountain. They called it White Horse Road. It was a dirt.
Now
That's huge.
Now it's a 6-lane highway, but huge way how she like the staircase that goes. Have y'all ever been in? I just want to ask any of you this. Have any of you, including our Germany guy Andre? I'm sorry, I'm bad with names. Andre. It takes me a while, but actually, to be honest, the fact that I even got yours that time, like, you should feel special. But just, I mean, like, it took me like, what was it, like I was like 3 months in. I'm like, I hate that guy. Who's the guy that writes the books? It's always on for 3 hours, and it was 3 months later, and he's like Peter Moon. Anyway, so but yeah, apparently I like Andre. So I said, like, the secret staircase was so cool because she had this huge grand staircase, but you would go in a downstairs bedroom, the downstairs living room. I think this was a bedroom downstairs, and they had a closet in it. And if you opened the door and you went in the closet, in the back of the closet there was a staircase, like at the back of the fucking closet, and then that closet went up to the fucking other closet in one of the upstairs bedrooms. Which, now thinking about that and talking to you guys, I never thought about this, but y'all made me more perverted thinking about y'all shit and all the shit y'all tell me.
Oh, your grandma had a sex
Maybe they just built that shit to fucking like molest their kids or something.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's what they do.
Like, I don't understand why do you have a secret staircase going up from one closet to another?
Wow.
Yeah, they call it a panic room or something.
Well, that's yeah. The only person panicking would be the person taken down there to their ultimate fate. Like I said, honey.
Go to a basement. It was just to the main, like the bedroom downstairs, and then to a bedroom upstairs.
Yeah. And like I said,
but I will say this: what was weird is it didn't go to the main bedroom upstairs. It had the master bath because it did have a master bath upstairs.
Yeah. Well, people would know. People would know about a master bedroom, but they wouldn't know about the kiddie rape room upstairs.
Well,
but it was a smaller bedroom.
This is something that surprises me. Ian, you never saw the movie Martyrs?
Never saw it.
Okay, well, you need to watch it. You need to review that film. Now, it's almost unbearable to watch in terms of it's just a horror. It's just horror after horror, but so if you actually watch that movie Martyrs, it pretty much articulates all of this. So it's also.
Are you talking about Disney World?
Probably. Martyrs. Okay.
Like, which one are we talking about?
What I'm talking about is the film Martyrs, is a 2008 film.
What is Martyrs referring to? It articulates Disney World, Underground, or the closet?
The closet. The closet.
Okay, because I wanted to say this, and I just realized this, and I am just realizing this as we are speaking. This is all coming to mind. I did not think about this because, like, we moved the house, and, like, you know what sits on the house? The reason I brought it up is because what you were saying is, like, can you believe this house is gone? You know what sits there now? A Walmart. We sold all that land off. Okay.
Okay.
It was my dad and the other 4 that sold it off, and so. All that, we have Walmart and like a huge shopping center sitting there now. And anyway, the point is, I didn't think about the house, but now, you just like, I'm thinking about that room. I just thought it was cool. I thought it was the fucking coolest thing ever. My great grandmother always had matches around too. I don't know why she did. She was old. She was my great grandmother. And, but my dad.
Was she little kids too?
No. Well, I just thought of this. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm saying this on air, but I know y'all, there's not many people listening. My dad told me, and my mom, like, it's probably been like, I don't know, 10 years. He finally came out like 10 years ago. And he's like, like, her name was, I won't say her name, but he said, she tongued me when I was a kid.
Right.
Like, made out with him. Yeah.
Like, she said she went and, like, she kissed me bye, and he said she stuck her tongue in. This was the grandmother. Yeah. Stuck her tongue in his mouth. Yeah. Yeah, that was his grandmother.
Yes.
And that's the one that owned the house. So I don't know, now just like, it makes me kind of weird. Like, I would have never put that together without all y'all's weirdness, but I don't know, maybe there's something to it, maybe there's not anything to it, but they did have that secret room and secret staircase.
South Carolina's got a lot of that fucking Satan shit in there, I'm telling you.
Yeah, when my mother first came to the United States, as soon as she was talking about she was carrying myself on the plane, and then we flew from Taiwan to New York City, and or rather New York, and then upstate New York was where she met my legal father's father, the grandfather who would later be raping my sister, attempting to rape myself. She told me the first thing he did when she was introduced to him was he stuck his tongue all the way inside her mouth. That was the...
I remember you telling that story, Doug.
Yeah. And,
Yeah,
I mean, it's sick.
It's so weird because I always felt like maybe my dad over and he, you know, he didn't want to, like, for him to bring it up later, and it was very hard. Like, it wasn't, you could tell he was just like he told my mom, and then my mom had kind of told me, and then he had told me, like, no, like, she did, like, she stuck her tongue in my mouth, like, I'm like, great grandma did not do that, you know? And what's so weird about her is she died, of all people's birthdays, mine and Peter Moon's. She passed away on my birthday at just like 5 a.m. in the morning, and she was in a nursing home, and I would have to go visit her. At this point, she'd been to the nursing home for a couple of years, so my grandmother would take me, and I would see her on the weekend. And I used to, like I said, I never knew her except she was really old, but I knew her at her house. I did know her at her house, but 5 a.m. she had passed away, and I was a late sleeper when I had to be at school. My mom had to shake me. One time I punched my mom in the face. I was in 5th grade, and I woke up and my mom had a black eye. And I was like, why didn't I go to school? And she's like, you punched me in the face. And I'm like, I don't remember that at all. I was not good at waking up. Like, never have been good at waking up. So I was sound asleep at 5 a.m. It was my birthday, obviously, like starting my birthday, obviously. And I woke up to my music box playing. I had like one of those things you had to turn. You know, you turn the music box.
Yeah, I know what they are.
So it's fucking playing in the middle of fucking 5 a.m. and I wake up freaking the fuck out. And I'm in like 5th grade, I think. And I'm like just kind of like looking at it, and I get up and walk over to it, and it just like to stop it, and it stopped, and I go back to bed. And then my mom comes in at like 8, or my mom or dad, I can't remember which one now, and said happy birthday, and they're like, so we have something to tell you.
Was that me?
Your
Yeah, yes, sir.
Your great grandmother apparently passed away about 4:30 or 5 o'clock this morning. And so, you know, I just want to, you know, we need, they wanted to tell me, they wanted to be sure I knew. And I was like, and at that point, like, even at that point, I was old enough to realize later, like, fucking A, like that scene. I was like, fucking A, I don't wake up 5 a.m. So she visited me before she left. I'm sure she was leaving me some of her devil shit. You know, that's why I met you fuckers. 'Cause she loved me.
So Amy Como has joined us. Amy, say hello to everyone. We only have a few minutes of your company because we're going to end stream soon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Only perfect. That's exactly. I just woke up. I'm really tired.
You're so
the 4th of July was hard. I'm so lazy. You're right. I'm
actually sleep at night. Like, who does that?
I know. And I did listen a little bit to Peter last night.
Yes.
And I thought, oh, this sounds really good. But it's still, I had to sleep, and I just barely got up. But good morning, everybody. And Ian and Brooke are very excited this morning.
You definitely needed sleep if you were saying, I'm listening to Peter and this sounds good. You needed to go to bed.
At any rate, so
yeah.
I'm just kidding, Peter, if you're listening. I do love you. I've said many positive things about what you've said recently.
She's lying, Peter. She's lying.
I still think he has an ego, okay? I'm not going to go over his ego, but I do think he has some smart things to say as well. So it's both. I just like he says I talk loud and I cuss too much, and everybody doesn't like that. He's right. He has a big ego. He should own it.
Weird. Some chick just sent me a Facebook friend request. When I clicked on it, it's page not found. Link you followed is broken, or it may have been.
That's another thing. Like what Ian West was sending us with the free tickets. It's called a.
Yeah, y'all give those tickets away for that Sound of Freedom movie.
Oh my
God. I did log into. I just need to know how to get it.
Log in. And so Amy, dear lady, tell us a bit about what's going on with yourself. Aside from, I guess 4th of July was hard. You had all these nonstop fireworks going off and all that, but you still managed to fall asleep through that?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Like they were right in the backyard. So it was, it was pretty typical.
Yeah.
Pretty typical way.
Pretty typical for up here to just have random fireworks going off in your yard.
Yes. Wow.
But yeah, everything else is good. Like the weather's really hot, really like so almost 90 degrees, which is a lot for up here. So yeah, things are really good.
Did you get the dogs back?
The dogs. You got them back. Yeah, she got them back.
The dogs run away every day.
Why
they run away every day.
Why do you let them?
I can't help it. They're freaking huge. They just run.
It's called a fence.
Like there's nothing you can do about it. There's chickens across the road.
You put a fence up.
There's all.
Put a fence up. Like they're called fences. F-E-N-S.
Yes. We'll just whoop out her trust fund and we'll go build a fence. All right. Thank you, Brooke.
Actually, I built fences for fucking free for chain dog campaigns. I built many of fucking fences.
Oh, well, let me get you a fucking medal. All right.
Hey, give me a medal. I should have got one, man. But everybody doing it should have got one. But you know what? It's not about that. It was about doing it for the damn dog. And I'm sure she's got country land and they're probably cool enough. And I'm just kidding you, Amy. Like, I'm sure it sounds like they're free enough to run. But yeah, I mean, you never know.
The problem is the chickens across the road. Like they think that they heard the chickens, so they're always like on duty across the road herding chickens.
Are they herding them?
So we don't. I mean, it's not like we don't know where they are. But they don't kill them. They try to herd them. No. They think the chickens are like they're sheep, and they try to herd them around. They get them in a circle. And then move them towards the other dog. So it's great because they just.
Yeah, that's cute. You should get that on video.
They're herding chickens. They got a job across the road.
You could probably get a.
I've tried. I really have tried. They don't come out very good.
That's cute though. Yeah.
Adorable.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of animal videos.
Yeah.
Douglas doesn't watch them, but like get millions of. For somebody like a dog herding some sheep, and it's so cute, and they're like, "Oh my god, look at that dog with that dog or that sheep," and it's just like people die, and it's like 2 million views. So she could get some money, man, if she gets it right.
Yes, that's true. You could monetize that. Yes, it's incredible what people do.
I should.
And so aside from all of that, it's been a wonderful morning so far. We've got a few minutes left before I end stream. But
I should get some money for herding Douglas and Ian, like, and these guys like all into like I don't know. I got Douglas to say this morning. What did I get him to say, Ian? That I told you to record.
I have no idea. I wasn't paying attention.
Aliens are real. Aliens are real.
Look right here. Look, we're gonna get this shit.
No. He said, don't forget this. You love Stephen Greer. And what's the comedian?
Yeah.
Dave Chappelle.
I like how you forgot his name. Yeah,
Brooke, I know you're driving, but you see the alien spaceships and shit?
Yeah.
And we're fabricating them now. You see them? You see the spaceships?
We've been fabricating them for a while, but I'm not saying.
Yeah, I know, but we're doing it above ground now, smart ass.
Oh my goodness. At any rate,
I went to Disney World and I actually rode on Space Mountain, and obviously you haven't, because like that is the like spaceship of the world.
That's where the goddamn portal is. It's under there.
I thought it was under Epcot. I'm pretty sure it's under Epcot.
Well, I mean, there's tunnels everywhere. I got the maps for it.
I know. If anybody's got the maps, can you tell me how to get home? Because if anybody's got if I ever get lost, Ian, like your number, I'm gonna have your number tattooed on me. I need your personal phone number, because if I'm lost in the middle of any city, there's one person I can call and be like, give me a map home.
Yeah.
You'll either get me home on a road. You might
Well,
get me home on a tunnel.
Here, dear God, this is what I've been looking for. All right, here are the patents to those fucking these MK Ultra weapons that work with the graphene hydroxide in the shot. This is what I've been looking for. God damn.
Oh, delightful. Okay, anti-vaccination paranoia, and
Oh my God, you cannot have there's no longer anti-vax. Like that was so put on. So that's my part. That's the thing. That's where I'm so middle of the road. You cannot. Was so liberal, so fucking. You would only ever. I would never But then this one thing, and then a few other things, but this one has gotten me because not just because I worked in pharmaceuticals, but because it's obvious to me, and it's obvious to a lot of people now. I mean, you can say Russell Brand or whatever. He was extremely liberal. Okay, at some point you have to sit there and go, and Republicans need to too. Don't get me wrong, Douglas, because I'm on your side with Republicans have got to turn around and change some shit too. They can't be you know what? We think you shouldn't sleep with men because you're gonna hell. We think you should be a Christian, so you just can't fucking whatever. Shut up, okay?
Yeah, but Christianity's still idol worshiping, so it's just anyway.
Right, but that's what the right wing is mostly, the heavy right wing, the extreme right wing.
Honey, the entire right wing is now extreme. There's no, you can't just keep trying to nuance this and say that, there's good Republicans.
Well, yeah, but I think that, as we know, that was militarized by, you can call it not militarized, but it was done by.
It was militarized. Militarized is a good term for it. Yes, but go on.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think that it can be undone. I think, you know what, the best thing I heard the other day, I know he won't like this, but Obama was being interviewed by Hassan, which is that, he's actually a comedian, but he was being interviewed by him. But Hassan was giving him kind of hell. He was kind of being, tough on him for what he was for Obama. And he said something about, how do you stay hopeful and, just giving him hell. And finally Obama just said, you know what? He's like,
I ain't a little boy.
My mother-in-law says, let me just say this. I thought this was really cool. He said, my mother-in-law, talking about Michelle's mom, which obviously is Michelle's dead.
According to Ian.
Yes. Yeah. Well, Obama
apparently Michelle's mom's still alive. Because Michelle's mom told him, she said, honey, though, we will die. And I thought this was really wise of her. She said, and our old ideas will die with us, and new ideas have to be born. And that's how the world continues to work. And so even though you don't want people to die that you love, obviously, and that's not what he was saying at all, what he meant was, what she was saying was, you're raised with these ideas. And so we have a lot of, here in the South, especially, and in Florida, these older people, and my parents luckily they fell in suit to that, but they changed. But my mom and her brother can barely speak because he's so pro-Trump, right?
Right.
My aunt, it's so these people that were raised this way, there's it's I was raised in the church, and so this is it. So it has to be Trump because Trump is that's what they're saying. It's right wing. Okay. They're anti-abortion. It became anti-abortion first, what they latched onto to get Christians to begin with. That was their first agenda, and then it was anti-fucking gay. Now it's anti-trans. And they just latch onto these things, which are, they have these people are they have nothing to do with Christianity.
No, no. It's basically anti-everything. It's anti-female,
anti-love. It's anti-everything Christ said.
Yeah.
And nobody's name has been run through the mud more since they've died than Christ and what he said.
Well, aside Hitler, maybe. Hitler's name's been run through the mud as much as Christ. Go on.
I wouldn't. Okay, you know what? Hey, Hitler, you can come fuck me over with this shit, but I'm not giving you Christ, okay? Sorry. You might have got run through the mud. You also killed a bunch of people, regardless of your reasons or our argument back and forth on what you did and didn't do. And I'm sure we get into that. But you might have done some good things, bad things. We all do. Christ, I'm not giving you him. Sorry, Douglas, you'll lose on that one.
But you're the one who said Christ isn't divine.
What?
You see this, Brooke?
I said you're the one who said Christ isn't divine. While he's pointing out this triangle, he's saying, "See this, Brooke? Yeah, there's something. I guess there's something synchronistic there." But go on.
Yeah, here, I'll show you. I don't want to lose that though.
But correct, you're the one who said Christ wasn't divine. No answer.
I think she's paying attention to this. Here, you see that symbol?
Did she disappear?
I think she's there. I see her. Yeah, you see that little triangle? Now look
Is
at
that what
this.
your feeding is?
No. Look. This is where all the Project Paperclip fucking Nazi scientists fucking retired to.
Is this in Florida?
Yeah, this is south of me. It's like 45 minutes south. And check this out. Watch this.
There's a bunch of like DeSantis. Like he's
Oh,
taking.
DeSantis will retire here. Yeah, he'll retire here.
Yeah, DeSantis is fucking evil. He's taking away fucking black. Like, there's no black history anymore. Like, we're never a slave. Don't even talk about it. Also,
Amy, are you seeing all this?
Also, the underground tunnels and that. Yeah, I'm just saying. Do you think Florida might be evil? Period. And you live there?
Oh, it is. I know. Yeah, I know. Because it's the guard. It's the Garden of Eden. So they got to do evil shit to bypass it. But watch this though. All right, you see where my mouse is? You see where my mouse is, right? Watch this. Oh, you fucker! God damn it! Okay, here.
You guys, I love it. I love it when he does the same thing every time.
Oh! Bear with me now. Bear with me. You fucker! I'm not gonna move the mouse. I'm not moving the mouse at all.
So,
you see that straight line?
Yeah.
See that straight line?
Yeah.
See that straight line?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so
See that straight line?
It makes me want to be straight right now. It's so straight.
Well, hang in there. Watch this. Watch where it ends up at.
I can't because you're going so fast. I don't even see a straight
I know, but the fact of the matter, I'm not moving the goddamn mouse. The mouse is staying still. Look where it ends up at.
I can't help it. You have a shitty fucking computer.
No, it's just it's Google. Shut the fuck up. Look where it ends up. Look at where it ends up.
China is what it looks like we're going to because you're not.
Well,
stopping.
these things go. Look, see that straight line?
I don't know if that was the same line we were on because like it looks like it curved around a lot, but whatever.
You ready? Here we go. Look where we're at now. Look where we're at.
South Carolina? I don't
Lockheed
fucking know,
Martin. You see how we're at Lockheed Martin now?
No, I don't know how you're at Lockheed Martin because I can't read your map, first of all, from here. And secondly, how would I know that was Lockheed Martin unless you have it written somewhere really? I guess you do.
But then again, if he wants it to be Lockheed Martin, he just writes Lockheed Martin on it.
Yeah, you see this gate 4? This is where all the Project Paperclip scientists get to board their underground railroad. And this is the underground railroad track. And it ironically dumps off right at. We're just going to keep on going.
But they'd all be pretty old by now. I mean, Project Paperclip.
Yeah, I know, but they got grandkids and shit. They're fucking shit up, too. Just like Queen Beatrix's son. He's doing all that baby.
I wish, Ian, like what you said about like when you made the meme, you know, like I get you research the stuff and I research astrology.
It's scary, right?
It is. And there are things that are scary, but I wish like the jovial part of you that you have time to make the memes for. I wish I had that time jovially.
You do. You do have that time.
You know what I would just do? Exactly what he just said. I would label this, look at this track, and I'd have it, and I would relabel it Ian West grandparent. Like documentary search, and I'd be like, do you know your great grandmother was named Dottie fucking Caesar? Look at this house, Dottie Caesar's right on the tracks, man. What's going on with you?
That's amazing, right? Can you believe I found this place though?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I believe because you just labeled it.
The point is, what are you going to do about it? What do you do about
there
it?
It is. Look, we're right back here. You see it? We're right here.
She said, what are you going to do? And you know what? You're not going to do anything, but you're going to post on Facebook next weekend.
Ma'am, can you tell me when the new season of Ellen DeGeneres starts?
Yes, I can tell you when the new season of Ellen DeGeneres starts. Can you tell me when the
new season of Oprah starts?
Yes, I can totally tell you when the new season of Oprah starts.
So we've been joined by Nemo Albano. Nemo, you missed everything in terms
Pretty
of.
sure Oprah's fucking dead by now. To be honest. That'd be the one person. That'd be the one person I'd agree with you that's dead, but only because she's old enough and fat enough all this time she should be dead.
Yes. By the way, Nemo, say hello to our listeners as well as you'll.
Hello.
Yeah, just in time to say goodbye because I'm about to close the stream. So let's have everybody say goodbye to our listeners.
I just wanted to quickly ask something.
Sure.
I noticed I was trying to type into the YouTube chat, but my comment disappears. Did one of the moderators ban me in the chat or something?
No. Oh, God, no.
It just disappears. Yeah.
I haven't been in there at all, and I haven't even seen shit except the last time I posted when Peterman was on. I haven't even looked in that chat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright.
It's no, I can guarantee you no. I don't know what's going on, but there are people who listen in and they have the power to do all kinds of things to fuck with our
You
communications.
have other moderators too, but I don't think they would do it.
No.
Like I know
I was
Vic.
just trying to remind people to download your stuff and buy your book.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. And